Hello, Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a towel. Now, have you ever considered the implications of the fact that I am a towel? I have thought about the implications of the fact that I am a towel, but I don't know if you have. There's also lots of other things we have to consider the implications of today, ladies and gentlemen, such as the fact that I think there is a lot going on. I am a towel. Such as, have you ever, my audio is working. Hello, Sunken Grave. Hello, Dewdrops. Hello, Holistic Psychology and Nancy and Ange. Ladies and Harvard Yard. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to discuss today. Things could rapidly develop. Please be aware this is a public information service. And while we will be broadcasting throughout the day, that doesn't mean that we're not going to watch films or compilation clips or get caught up on what happened yesterday. We can't just assume that everyone watches the news and the Towel Channel news all the time. So we got to take some time, ladies and gentlemen. There was big developments overnight related to the juror number 11 and her father-in-law, and John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Now, those developments that the juror's father-in-law in 2019 was sentenced, pled guilty and then was sentenced for possession, illegal retention of classified U.S. military intelligence documents, including related to our nation's military defense, missile defense systems. Now, this is all the more concerning because that happened in 2019, 2020, and then the juror in question, who's also a lawyer in Brazil, which isn't the same as being a lawyer in the U.S., being a lawyer in Brazil, you apparently do right out of high school. I'm not, at least the JD, I'm not really sure. Anyway, so I'll look more into it today. And the juror goes to Brazil for 3 years. And then in March or February of 2024, comes up to Massachusetts and starts working in a Target somewhere near Walpole, in the area of Walpole, which is in Norfolk County. How weird, right before Karen's first trial, right? And then gets selected for jury duty in the second trial. And you know what's even weirder about it? You know, Brazil, the woman's father-in-law, he was in, what was it? 2019 or 2020, as I mentioned, pled guilty. And what he did was, it's really weird. You have to understand a little bit about how the intelligence community works. He got caught stealing documents from Raytheon, okay? He worked at Raytheon. He was like a physicist. So I'm going to guess that these were like nuclear missile propulsion technology related documents. I don't want to talk about it. Don't ask me any questions. My general feeling is that this man had access to these documents. Now, here's what's really scary. He was caught because he was falsifying his time cards or something for working on Fridays when he wasn't. And so but when you do that, when you falsify a time card, when you're a contractor for the federal government, you're stealing from the people of the United States. So this man, the juror's father-in-law, gets caught doing that. Now, what's weird is he's got some connections to Egypt. He was born the father-in-law was born in 1953, immigrated to the United States, and went to, I think, Northeastern to study physics in 1980. So he was 37 at the time, and then he had a family here. All of his kids went to either UMass Boston or Boston University. Now, it's confirmed in the court documents, and we'll get to this in a second, that the juror's husband is this guy's son. So it's the juror's father-in-law. Now, what's weird is, the way this guy got arrested, right? He got caught by the feds. It was like a 6-agency task force involving Naval Air Force Intelligence, U.S. NSA, domestic DOJ's NSA department, the very high levels of the military intelligence complex, the highest levels you can get. The NCIS was involved, the Naval Criminal Investigative Services. And these are the people who hunt spies, okay, just so you understand. And all 7 of these branches get this guy, and they indict him initially on tampering, and then they convict him with a plea on illegal retention of classified national security information. Now, what happened is, and what makes this weird and why I know this was weird, is the guy, and listen, I love America. We are technically at war, I'm pretty sure. It's not formally declared, but we attacked Iran last night, so we have to remember this as well. But I love America. I love my country. And this guy, the juror's father-in-law, gets arrested in 2019, and he when he gets arrested after taking the documents from Raytheon, he has like 30,000 pages of documents at home. I think it was 31,000 digital files and 100 plus paper documents totaling 31,000 pages. Of those, 5 of the documents, 500 were classified. 5 of the documents were about missile defense technologies, which are very, very important. You don't understand. It's like we don't talk about our Iron Dome, but we have more than an Iron Dome. No matter where you are in the world, for a U.S. sovereign territory or base. Anyway, the guy takes these documents home and he obliterates the confidentiality markings. That's important. They're at his home, and if you're a defense contractor or any kind of government agent or whatever, you know you don't bring documents home. Like, you don't have permission to do it. It's not an accident. You cannot do it. It's like day one. That is a sign that you are stealing the documents, taking pictures of them, and giving them to a foreign government. That is literally the playbook. So therefore, you don't take documents home. This guy took the documents home, obliterated the confidentiality markings. This is all in the press release from the DOJ. Then proceeded, ladies and gentlemen, the weirdest part of this, proceeded to, sorry about that. He proceeded to take the documents, put them on hard drives, and like a flash drive and a hard drive, manipulate the contents of them to try to hide what he did from the FBI and other investigatory agencies. And then he got caught. But you want to know what's weird? He was allowed to plea out to doing it by accident in the sentencing memo. He got 18 months. He served it at a federal prison in Pennsylvania, according to my sources. A federal prison in Pennsylvania that is a private ICE immigration facility that is for people who are getting I'll be explaining. So this juror's father goes into this private ICE detention facility for a sentence. This is a place for people who are getting processed to then get deported. And he doesn't get deported. And then she comes back to the U.S. immediately after he either dies or his sentence expires. Okay, first of all, do you understand that Brazil and Egypt are both part of the BRICS? And the other weird thing is, we're going to watch it again today. I know it's going to upset some of you. We have to. It's not an option. This juror did a podcast with her husband right around this time, 2020, 2021, that was clearly aimed at domestic U.S. audiences. And it's so weird to listen to. It's like they were playing roles. The husband and the wife are talking about how, like, Catholic women who are, like, really strong feminists should be comfortable converting to Islam. And it's a very professional podcast. And let me just tell you, that looks like statecraft. Okay, it was statecraft when they were doing that. And it looks like statecraft with her father-in-law. You don't just get 18 months and get to plead that it was an accident. No, I think Egypt and the United States negotiated some kind of intelligence drawdown related to that situation, and that guy benefited from it in the form of not having to serve a long prison term. I'm sure because normally they would have declared him persona non grata if he was even a diplomat, or they just would have, like, he has no cover if he's operating clandestinely. But what they do is spy swap, so it's not uncommon for the U.S. to be like, okay, we caught your guy, give us like 2 of our people from your jails, Egypt, like, especially because there was some hostility because Egypt has like some human rights abuse issues even after al-Sisi became president following the U.S. intervention, I think in like 2014, the Facebook revolution in Egypt. Although there was also a Facebook revolution, I think in Myanmar or Malaysia, and then it led to like a brutal military dictatorship crackdown. It was very complicated. But the point is, the U.S. was not exactly on friendly terms with Egypt at that time in every regard. So, like, Egypt also joined the BRICS, and if you don't know what the BRICS is, it's the rising economic and military and whatever alliance between Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and then others are joining in. And I might have got one of those wrong, but that's generally the idea. And that alliance is the primary foe of the United States. So does it really surprise you that this woman was operating domestically, the juror, with her husband, who was the son of clearly an Egyptian intelligence asset who was sent to the United States, got a long cover position at Raytheon, and then started pilfering classified military intelligence documents about probably the most important thing that you would want to learn if you were an adversary States of the United States in the lead up to the war, which we're at war, a war which is the way our U.S. domestic missile systems function. So please explain to me please explain to me first how this juror got on the jury with that person and their family. Second of all, explain to me the implications of why this juror has all these weird travel movements. On her LinkedIn was saying while she was in Brazil, she was looking to assist law firms in America and was willing to move. And then, do you understand now what this looks like? This juror basically went dark last night on social media within an hour of this reporting coming out, which was discovered live on Towel Stream, by the way. And I just want to be abundantly clear with you, ladies and gentlemen, the implications of this, and we can look at it on Towel Feed right now. The implications of this are astounding. Okay, do you understand what this means? This means, ladies and gentlemen, quite literally, this means that this juror, who was interviewed by a litany of national stations, is now confronted with the reality that the people who she's associating herself with now, the interviewers or whatever, they now have an ethical obligation to be like, we platformed someone who is the daughter-in-law of someone who stole U.S. missile defense technology. And then, okay, this all comes out. It's literally the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. It all comes out yesterday at 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern. That's when did the actual post go up? Hold on, let me check. It went up at 2:53 p.m. Eastern, so we discovered it on Towel Stream with the help of the Super Towel LA connection. I'd say probably around, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Ladies and gentlemen, it is, astounding to me because you now have a situation where last night President Trump, and this we are only talking about this because it's somehow relevant, and I also care deeply about America. President Trump, although it was expected if you've been watching this channel and looking at the analysis, we were looking at Ali Hashem's excellent analysis a few weeks ago. I could see this coming. I understand the geostrategic posturing in the Middle East of the different countries. The U.S. attacked Iran. I mean, Iran, they bombed, the U.S. used 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs and B-2s to attack the Fodor nuclear facility outside of it's an area outside of Tehran that is home to one of the biggest nuclear enrichment facilities buried under a mountain in Iran. So that is an act of war. It's technically allowed under the standing congressional authorization for the military use of force and the War Powers Act. President Trump can do it, but you must understand. And welcome to the stream, We the Captain. Now you are now an honorary super towel. You must understand that yesterday it was bad, and if you are talking to this woman, and this is a woman whose father-in-law stole U.S. missile defense technology, that's bad enough, okay? But then, now that we are attacked Iran, and Iran is totally in the BRICS axis, okay, they're allies with China and Russia and all that. And Iran is not Syria, okay? Iran is not Syria. So Syria fell pretty easily, even though they had support from Russia and whatnot. Iran's not going to fall. I'm telling you right now, Iran is not going to fall. They tried; it would have happened already. There's not going to be a color revolution in Iran. Okay, we tried that with the Shah in '53. It led to the Ayatollah coming to power in '79 because we screwed around and found out we shouldn't have done that. It was a good reflection of the U.S. geostrategic posturing in the 50s, but it was a very bad idea for us to do that to Iran because it led to the rise of the current very hardline, reactionary, anti-Western, very hardline government in Iran, led by Khamenei. That all started because of what happened in '53 with the coup and us installing the Shah, for good or for bad, and then in '79 there was a counter coup reaction, a populist reaction that led to the current government of Iran being installed. It's not going to fall. The government of Iran came to power because we tried to overthrow their government. Israel and the United States are not going to be able to overthrow Iran. I'm just telling you right now, that's not going to happen. I would like them to. I'm a United States citizen. I support my country. I would love that to happen, but it's not going to happen. So what we're really moving towards, and you have to understand this, is today is different than yesterday. Today in the United States, you cannot associate, in my opinion, with the father-in-law might be passed away, but you cannot be associated with someone who was involved in the family of someone who stole U.S. missile defense secrets. We are technically on the precipice of a world war. This is a completely different dynamic today. And yesterday we were just looking at whether Paula was, serving some kind of larger end. But now it's bigger than that. Now the United States is basically at war. It's not formally declared by Congress, but Iran will declare war on us. They will not hesitate to do it. They will attack our bases in Iraq, and we surrounded them with bases. They will attack our bases in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, in Northern Africa. It doesn't matter. They will find our bases in Djibouti. They will attack them. That's what they will do. They are a very, very powerful state. I'm not saying this because I like the state of affairs here. It's just that's the reality. They are a large country. It's like over 1 million square kilometers, probably 1.6 million square kilometers to be precise. Like its western portion alone is like 800,000 kilometers. Israel may have air superiority over western Iran, but that doesn't really matter because it's like a real state. It has like Fatah, like hypersonic ballistic missiles that can leave our atmosphere and then be maneuverable at speeds of Mach 10 to Mach 20. So I don't know if you all understand, like you can move submarines around with those missiles on them. I don't care what kind of air defense you have. You cannot stop an object moving at 20 times the speed of sound. It's a crazy situation. You cannot right now, for the good of the United States, be involved with people who were stealing U.S. missile defense technology, or be involved with family members of people who were stealing U.S. defense technology related to missile defense. We are at war, like batten down the hatches. Like you either care about the United States or you don't. If you are in the United States, we're not. Other viewers around the world, please forgive me. This is a very specific kind of thing we're talking about in the United States. Okay, we are going to war. You cannot be involved in that. So now, what do you do if you're Karen Reed in the defense? Like, that's horrible timing. Like, you should have known about this, okay? If you did know about this and just were hoping she could, like, keep up the cover, that was a bad idea. Okay, so now, like, she did all these national news interviews, an hour and 50 minutes of news interviews, which we'll watch today. I mean, come on. I mean, it's outrageous. This is, so, Oblivious Benson, if I were called to serve, I would do it in a heartbeat. No matter what they asked me to do. I mean, I'm, like, older, and I'm, like, very not well physically. I have colitis. I have optic nerve issues and facial nerve issues, and like my body doesn't work and I collapse sometimes, so I don't know if that would be the best idea. But if they were like, would you mind serving in like a domestic civil service position, or would you help us like in a war department or whatever? Yes, like you don't have to ask me twice. Tell me where to go, I will do it. Just be aware I'm like very sickly. You probably want me to be remote, but tell me what to do. Tell me how to help. Tell me what to do. Like I can use my platform for you. How can I help you? What would you like me to do? I'm an American patriot first and foremost. Safety, country, God, family, in that order with academics somewhere thrown in. How can you help? How can I help you? I would not even think twice. In fact, if we got into that situation, and not just me, I would hope anyone would do this, I would become so one-track minded that if you asked me to do that kind of thing, if you were the government, I would drop everything in my life and only focus on that, which is probably good because I don't have anything else going on in my life except for one thing. I'd feel very bad about that, and I have to be like, I'll give you, I don't know what I'll do, I'll make the government pay me, and then I'll give you money, and then you do your thing. But I'd be like, I will drop everything. I don't care. I'll go in clandestine operations. I'll help run the computers for them. You tell me, I'll help you make videos. I'll help you do editing. I'll help you like explain to the public why we have to buy war bonds. You tell me what to do. I will do it. So, of course, it's not even a question, ladies and gentlemen, for me. And now I can't speak for other people. I'm just telling you. Oblivious Benson, you can be here. Just don't gaslight or don't be derogatory, don't be discriminatory, don't troll, and don't advocate treason against the United States. As long as nobody's doing those things, we're fine. So hello, Peony and Rose. They don't have a hold on. Maybe I did give them a wrench. Hold on. Hold on. We are gonna check Oblivious Benson. I mean, I think it's a hilarious new username if it's a pun on Olivia Benson from Law and Order. Have you said anything Oh, all right. Well, Oblivious Benson, you can try. We're willing to give you a try. We have a lot to go over today, though, so. Oh, yes. Towel's brain, I think, is authentic. So I do not present. This is like a live news broadcast. So I react to the events that are occurring in the world. Like we just had a Pentagon briefing this morning at 8. President Trump gave his speech last night at 10 p.m. And I try to provide some context and analysis because I think that's all that we can really do in these moments. What else can we do when things are so out of control and out of our hands, but analyze them? So, okay, well, I would prefer you didn't treason Oblivious Benson. I'm thankful that you're repenting for your sins. Generally, like, if you're in America right now, we're going to just establish a general rule. Generally, you should, obviously, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Generally, and all the time, you should never commit treason, okay? If the government's telling you to run an operation that's different, just make sure you don't, like, you do what the government says. During this kind of time, you should really not commit treason. You shouldn't be doing any of that. This is very serious. You should be protecting the United States. Everything else should fall by the wayside. The only thing in your mind right now, I don't care what you believe about the cases you're following. I don't care what you believe about politics. I don't care about what you believe about the various ideologies involved. Set it all aside. If you're an American and this situation is happening and it escalates as it could, then the first and only priority in your mind should be the safety and integrity of the American domestic and international apparatus. If that's not what you're concerned with, then you aren't ready for this. Deborah, we're going to watch an overview of that right now. Welcome to the Towel channel. I don't know how it is all tying in together, folks, but somehow the information that came out about the juror yesterday and their father-in-law, we're going to watch the moments. I cannot talk too much today because I'd like to do some interviews. Going to ask John DePietro if he'd like to come on a little later, reached out to a few other people. But what I'd like to do, and of course Harvard Yard can come on and talk. The juror did an hour and 50 minutes of national news interviews, okay? The juror has a father-in-law who stole U.S. domestic missile defense technology that was classified and then got some weird plea. No. That is, to me, what you're asking me to do would be a fundamental dereliction of duty at the cost of my country. I will not do it. Don't ask me to compromise my principles about this country. You can look back on the stream. You can watch for the past 60 days. You can listen to how I feel about this country. This is absolutely fundamental to the core of my being. It is not up for negotiation or debate. If you compromise the integrity of the national security of the United States, especially related to U.S. missile defense technology, that is a problem. I will not compromise on that. That is how I feel. If you're even in the orbit of that, that is weird. I'm going to talk about it. Bottom line. I don't care listen, I know people are concerned about this. Do you understand? Because if you're the Free Karen Reed movement, and if you had Juror 4 go out there, Juror 11, Juror 12, and you like put all your eggs in the Juror 11 basket because she was well trained, she could do it, quote unquote, and then this comes out, every other thing you could kind of excuse, like the Islam podcast, like trying to sell Islam to Western feminist Catholic women, little weird, but only really obvious as statecraft to someone who knows what they're looking at. The interviews, weird, right? But you could get away with it as a juror, just being like, I really felt this, But what you can't deal with from a PR perspective, from a narrative perspective, from any perspective, is the juror's father-in-law stealing classified U.S. missile defense technology information and then Trump basically trying to purloin it at their home, which is what people do when they're trying to steal it to give it to other states, okay? And then the war gets declared, basically. When you bomb a nuclear facility, that is declaring war on a sovereign state overnight. Okay, so you back to back, like person in the orbit of Egyptian intelligence, clearly the father-in-law. So maybe the son knew, didn't know. It's hard to tell. Sometimes families are good for cultivating intelligence networks. Sometimes families are liabilities. It really depends. Sometimes if you're an asset, they won't even tell your family what you're doing. And if you get caught or something, maybe they'll go tell them, they'll give them a specialized briefing. They have a liaison who will do it. But even then you won't get everything, and you are told you are not to say anything to the media or anyone else. But this could be they were all in on it, because it's just too, the son's very professional in his podcast, but it's pointless. It's not there's an audience for it. It's it's designed to penetrate a market, which is propaganda, and it's statecraft at that level. Very professional, very well done, very targeted, very it's not openly preaching Islam. It's subversively trying to indoctrinate people into, especially Western women who are Catholic and who are feminist, into becoming Islamic. That, and now say what you will about the merit of that. That's a specific thing that states deploy for a reason, okay? Now, the other thing that plays into this is that the implications of this, okay, after the war gets declared, the narrative, you can't, during a time of pseudo-war, war, or otherwise, especially a hot war when we've attacked Iran's nuclear facilities, be involved with people who are family members of people who stole U.S. missile defense technology. Whether you want to support their point of view or not, people are going to be what are you doing? What did this woman know about her father-in-law's purloining of documents? Was he doing it for Egypt? Was there why did this woman go to Brazil right after? Why is this woman trying to get us to be Islamic? What, even though we might agree with her on Free Karen Reed, I'm speaking hypothetically from a viewer of these interviews, what's going on? Okay, so even the very hardcore pro Karen Reed people, the narrative is untenable here. What are you going to do in light of this information? You can't, okay, you could stand up there and look like a moron if you're the host, being so let's talk about everything except for the fact that your father-in-law was arrested for stealing our missile technology. And oh, by the way, what do you think of the fact that we're basically at war with Iran overnight? No, people are going to be what? That's an elephant in the room. And what do you she basically announced on social media last night, maybe she did some pre-recorded interviews that will air, but she announced, she was peace out, have a good summer, within an hour of me making the post. And listen, she actually responded to me and said she wanted me to, she was being facetious. She was I want you to write my book when I become rich and famous off my tour. And I was I facetiously was you get U.S. domestic intelligence to approve that and we'll do it. Well, Colorado, I think, so just to tie this up in a neat little bow before we watch the moments it actually happened, I think it's likely her father-in-law, when he got caught, was used as leverage by U.S. intelligence to get people out of Egyptian jails, our people out of Egyptian jails. The reason why I think that, I don't have confirmation, the reason why I think it, and I wouldn't tell you if I did, but the reason why I think it is that the father-in-law, after getting caught stealing, he didn't just steal him by accident. He didn't take him home to work on him. Clearly, he obliterated the markings and tried to hide what he did from the FBI in Raytheon. That's the sign of statecraft, okay? He was trying to steal the documents, in my opinion, to give them to Egyptian intelligence. He was clearly involved with Egyptian intelligence. But if you're the U.S., that's actually leverage for you. But the deal is you're going to negotiate with Egyptian intelligence. That's why the federal courts require security clearances. You're going to negotiate with the Egyptian intelligence, and you're going to be okay, we'll give this guy 18 months. We'll go light on him. We'll let him say it was an accident. We'll we'll brush this under the rug. But we need those 3 guys that you caught in Al-Sisi's pantry trying to plant a bug. Whatever. I'm making that up. But give us the 3 guys. This guy gets to do 18 months relatively easily, private facility. He won't be deported. He's very sick. He can die in the United States. That will be the end of it, and we won't touch his family. Now, the problem, though, is that this juror should not have done those national interviews. I get she's well-spoken, trained in PR, almost too well-trained, in my opinion. But she should not have done those interviews, because if you have something like this, it's people put it together. Maybe Hank Brennan was unable to find it during jury screening, but people put it together very quickly. And once you're out there and exposed and have done all those interviews, you've created a liability for the networks you've been on, because you now have a bunch of networks that asked you all those questions and they never brought up the fact that your father stole missile defense technology. The reason why she went dark, and I don't think she knew the thing with Iran was coming. She made a very very, in my opinion, like very prescient move, because the juror Paula was like, I'm going to go dark. It was yesterday, maybe about 4 or 5, like almost genius timing, almost like someone who, traffics in intelligence information timing, like so good at it. Because right like 5-10 hours later, I'd say not even, because the strike happened at like 8:30, maybe like 8 p.m. So literally 3 hours before the Iranian strike, the U.S. strike on Iran, she's out. She's outie. And then President Trump addresses the nation at 10. Like, she picked a perfect time. Like, one, that's going to be the news. No matter what I reported yesterday, that was going to be the news, the Iranian strike. But she couldn't have known that. But also it's very convenient, because today, especially of all days, like the entire U.S. country, like, you don't understand what happens when we even like move towards war. Like, there's this like mobilization that happens, like the national spirit like very much like comes together. It's a very unique thing. Like, we are like this kind of like roaring tiger as a country, that like, especially if whether you attack us or we think that we have to go and fight a war, it's not like Afghanistan. If it's like a serious conflict where our bases could be struck or we could be struck, like the country will just mobilize just uniformly. And then so out there today, to have this juror have to even potentially confront questions or ask about why her father-in-law was stealing U.S. missile defense technology that was classified, probably for Egyptian intelligence. When Egypt and Brazil are aligned, this woman went to Brazil right after he got caught. And then also all of that, all those stolen documents, if we are going to war with Iran or whatever, could have been extremely beneficial to the people trying to hurt us. Who's to say Egyptian intelligence wouldn't be like blackmailed by Iranian intelligence to give those documents to Iran? Like, we don't, or bribed. We don't. What if they were like, here's 100 F-35s or here's some Fatah whatevers? You know what I'm saying? We don't. So this is why this is so bad, because it sets up a situation where this juror, who became the face of the Free Karen Reed sort of narrative about the jurors, like, they clearly put juror 4 out there. He didn't do great on TMZ. They put juror 11 out there. She did better than juror 12. Juror 12 didn't do great with David Bieniek. Juror 11 had the camera appeal. The media was going to love her. It was going to work. And she knew she was well-spoken. She knew how to like play a role. She knew how to do the narrative. She knew how to make it not obvious, at least to people who aren't like trained in critical theory. But you can't. I'm telling you, you can't. If you're a tactical thinker, if you're involved, like, this is a like break glass moment. Even if you're a big supporter of her, if you're coordinating her appearances, you're like, I'm not putting you out. Like, you can't. I can't, because you're going to get eaten alive. Like, some interviewer is going to say to you, thank you, Selma. Some interviewer is going to straight up say to you, what are you doing? What was your father-in-law doing with those documents? And that, you can't have that. So that's why she went dark. I don't think it was just her. I think her people were telling her, whoever she was talking to, like, no, like, we can't have you do any more of this, because even if the interviewer doesn't ask about it, they're going to get hit. They're going to get hounded and be like, why? They're going to get questions about why they didn't ask about it, which makes it look like they're part of the cover-up. So we can't. Do you see what I'm saying here? It's all narrative. I know. So I don't know if the juror is going to do it. I mean, it's especially because we are now basically at war with Iran. I do, like, if you go on Turtle Boy, and Turtle Boy is seen kind of like palling around with someone whose father-in-law stole classified U.S. missile defense technology and may have tried to like help Islamic countries who are hostile to us. And this woman's like promoting Islam as a way to like indoctrinate Catholic women who are feminists. Combine all those things together, like, no, like, okay, he could, but why? Why would you do that to yourself? Like, first of all, if you care about America, if you care about this country, that's ridiculous. Like, forget about the narrative, forget about what it looks like. That's ridiculous that you would do that as TB, like, ridiculous. But even if you were to go through with it, and she were to somehow go through with it, I mean, the elephant in the room alone is the story. Like, if you dodge it, then the whole story is, oh my God, like, no way someone didn't tell Turtle Boy about this father-in-law. Why is he covering for this Islamic, the family member of a potentially hostile Islamic nation who ran an agent that stole our defense technology related to missile defense. That was classified. Do you see where I'm going with this? Like, people would be like, even Turtle Boys fans, I think, would be like, what? I mean, Aiden, like, what are your priorities? Like, is it America or not? Like, and so for me, like, it's non-negotiable, okay? I don't care what... If I had found this information out about a juror who was out there in the public screaming that she voted guilty, I would still talk about it. I'd be just as committed to finding out information about it. It has nothing to do with her viewpoint. Like, the implications of this are astounding. It's possible that she and her husband may have been held... Like, that was... Those podcasts about Islam and feminism, you see what I'm saying? Like, she may have been doing statecraft prior to the trial, which is why she's so well trained. You have to be really trained in that stuff. And so, the implications of this, they're astounding. They just spider into so much. And it puts all these news organizations in a very tough position. NBC, ABC. Think about how many... Do you understand? This woman has interviewed with 7 different stations. We're going to watch them all right now. An hour and something minutes of interviews. Her story, it's very, like, professional, but it's all over the place. Details change. Like, it's very, like, structured, no notes. She's good at what she does. She was trained in it, I think. But, like, it's all over the place. And she's inconsistent. Hugin, Hugin, you can watch this video later with us when we do our explication of the jurors' thoughts. Okay, we can do that. I'm happy to listen to your insights. But what you'll notice about the podcast is what they're trying to do is sell to Catholic women who are feminists the idea that Islam and what the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, out of respect to our Muslim brethren, what Islam teaches about gender roles and the role of the wife and subservience and all that, the basic ideology, I'm paraphrasing, that they were trying to convey is it's not like if you tell Western women to just do that, they'll be like, no, why would I ever do that? Like, they're reactionary and they have like oppositional defiant disorder, like pathological demand avoidance. They won't do it. But if you tell them, like, it's beautiful and romantic, and if you look in the Quran, you know, like, it was the way this is expressed, it's not subservient, it's love. But that's, like, in my opinion, why it's so insidious. It's not an academic exercise in analyzing Islam and feminism. I would know what that looks like. It's propaganda, and it's propaganda that's designed to infiltrate countries in order to spread a specific form of Islam through, like, these, like, networks. Because if you get... So think about, like, and I'm using this as an example, think about the school boards in New York, right? A lot of them are run by Hasidic Jewish communities. If you, and I think Hasidic Jewish people have the right to be Hasidic Jewish people, and obviously that's wonderful, but I'm talking about this as an example. They have a lot of influence over local school boards because they know how to build communities, win elections, and influence the political decisions and cultural decisions. That's kind of what I thought that podcast about Islam and feminism that the juror and her husband did was. It wasn't so much explicating the role of Islam, feminism, Western belief systems, reasonable pluralism. No. It was why you should be Islamic if you are a Catholic woman who is a feminist, and then basically it was indoctrination designed to spread these beliefs among an unwitting population so that the population would get larger in a given area. That's why I think it was targeting the U.S. It was all very well-spoken English, even though these people are clearly from Egypt and Brazil, but they were trained and raised in the U.S. I think that this is the kind of thing that looks like a sell. That's what people were worried about. But yes, hello, so many Towel friends. I am getting excited because we are going to watch those interviews with the juror. Did you know I put them all together for you? Every single one. Murder by Maestro helped us find so many of the important ones. So did other Super Towels. And I'm going to go ahead and I want to let you know this is the Supercut. Super Towel Supercut for my Super Towels, because you are all wonderful. I'm going to break in here during certain parts, but no, this was really hard to put together. It is every single interview this juror gave, okay, every single one I think I got almost all of them from start to finish. So the first day she gave interviews on her lawn. The first night she gave interviews on her lawn. The next morning on the Today Show. Then I think I have her again the next evening on ABC World News Tonight. Then I have her again on Vinnie Politan. And then again with Sue O'Connell. So just watch these, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to learn so much. Social Media Blast, if you said you're welcome to Deaf Otter, you can become a Super Towel. All right, so get ready. Let's do it. Let's be Super Towels, and I'm going to be here with you watching the whole time. Then after this, we're going to watch the moments yesterday. If you missed it, you're going to want to see this replay. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw in real time Towel figure out, thanks to LA Connection and other Super Towels, that Super Towels is the new word, that the juror's father-in-law was involved in this purloining of classified military intelligence documents related to U.S. missile defense. Now, we're going to watch this, okay? We're going to take a look at it. We're going to analyze the jurors kind of in hindsight, knowing this. We're going to analyze her intonation, how she speaks, how she's presenting herself. Then we're going to compare it with her podcast from a few years ago. We're going to analyze that podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to line up some interviews today as well. Stay tuned. This is a Towel Live real-time monitoring stream. Lots of developments in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, and I'm glad to be with you on this Sunday. It's somewhat of a relaxed Sunday, but we'll be with each other. We'll be talking. We'll be going over the developments yesterday if you missed it, and you know that little Towel is glad to have you. And thank you to all the Towel friends in the chat who are dealing with what I think is a sign that we are a little bit over the target, so to speak, because we are clearly riling some people up who are a bit concerned that they hitched their wagon to a juror whose father-in-law got caught stealing U.S. missile defense technology for an Arab state, and now we are potentially at war with Iran. So, yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be riled up today. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why you did that. Do you care about America or not? Towel loves America.
And what made you come forward to actually share your experience about being a juror in this high-profile case?
I actually want to give a message to the family, make them understand that, or at least hear us out saying it's not our fault that Karen Reed was innocent. I mean, the Commonwealth and the investigation couldn't actually prove and show evidence enough to make us convict her of anything. So I want to come out.
Hey, Jimbo. Good to see you. Maybe we'll get lunch one day, Jimbo. I hope you think I'm a good guy. You know, trying to do all right. Just keep that in mind, Jimbo, all right? You know? There's some people who are actually trying to do right and have no ulterior motives and actually care.
To let them know that we feel for them. Like, I personally feel.
Hey, Jimbo, I don't know. I think you should think about, you know how that the father-in-law, the juror only did 18 months in prison? For stealing our national security secrets. Maybe you should think about if other people have ever done stints that were shorter than they should have, what they may have, you know, just hypothetically, Jimbo. I don't know who you are. You could be some random guy. Just something to think about, you know. Thanks, Jimbo.
Feel for them a lot. I'm a mother, and it broke my heart to see the family leaving the courthouse on that day. But wasn't her fault, and I hope they find who did it.
Let's talk about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion.
At first, most of us were on the same page pretty much. We were shocked with so many holes the case presented to us. But there was some people who had questions, and we were there those 4 days to answer those questions. Where like heated argument, like, oh my God, we disagree and everything. No, but we had some disagreements about this evidence X or Y, and we talked through it. We were very respectful of each other, and we came out to the agreement.
Was there any particular evidence that you guys were really stumped on?
For me, specifically the taillight, we all took a look close to the taillight, and we...
Also, I know for some people they want to put her on captions. That's fine. You have to kind of get over, and I'm not saying this, you have to get over it. You have to get through the content of what she's saying, okay? I know it's hard to listen to. You got to look beyond that. What is her motive? Why is she saying it? Try to pick out the kernels of her narrative. Like, what points was she making? What was she told ahead of time? don't look at it for what she's saying. Try to get in her mind. That's when you're really doing a good job, in my opinion, thinking about who prepped her, how'd she prep, why'd she prep. You answer those questions, then you get to the gold mine.
We couldn't make the tail light, the damage on the tail light, the original tail light, compatible with the injuries on his body. So having a close look of the tail light helped me a lot, and I'm sure the other jurors too.
And that solidified it?
Yeah.
And you mentioned who might have done this. I know David Yannetti, her attorney, said, there's somebody else out there that is responsible. Do you have any ideas who could be responsible, or do you feel the same way as you sort of suggested you do?
Yeah, I think something happened inside the house and he was placed outside. So whoever was inside the house, we didn't hear from the owner of the house or Brian Higgins, who allegedly had some sort of, involvement with Karen Reed days prior. So, the spotlight for me is on them. But I can't say, just like they can't prove that was Karen Reed, I can't prove it was any of the people in the house.
Can you quickly clarify what happened when you guys came out with a verdict and then said, oh, actually no verdict? There was a little point.
Yeah, we had some questions about the sleep and how to...
Oh, the slip.
Yeah, if we did right. And we sent back, and we didn't even send back, was in a deliberation room with us, but then because the judge knew that we had the verdict, she asked to seal the paper and bring it to her.
Is that the situation where she came back and said there was a verdict and then less than 30 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked maybe, I think, an hour more, and then we came with the other verdict.
What were you guys split on, and how many of you guys were split on certain parts of this verdict? I think,
sorry, we're half and a half as when we first got there. Like Friday, last Friday we didn't do anything. We were just like, we all want to talk, put it out, because too many days without talking about it. And Monday we start to look into the evidence, the witnesses and the videos and the taillight close. And we're kind of like half and a half, and we had to see which questions, what make you be guilty, what make you feel not guilty for this charge and the other charge. And it wasn't that hard, I think. I think we were very respectful. We heard, and everybody left feeling that they did the right thing.
And how has your life changed since you've been part of this experience? I know it's still pretty early after, but has anything changed about your viewpoint toward justice or the justice system?
Yeah.
Since then?
So a lot of people were raising this thing, oh, she's an attorney, she shouldn't be a jury, and this and that. Just clarifying, I am an attorney from Brazil. My license is in Brazil. I never work in the U.S. I can't practice in the U.S. And I didn't lie when they chose me to be a jury. And nothing changed so far. I did like to be part of this because for me, most of the time I'm a mom. I do have a part-time job, but from home because I have to take care of my kids. So being out every day, being there every day, getting this routine of working outside the house, actually, I really enjoy it. And being in a courtroom made me feel like the old days when I was young. So the change was just my personal opinion about like what I'm going to do next. But overall, I'm just waiting for summer to start and take my kids out and get this behind. And just I'm going to keep following close because I want to see what's going to happen. I want to see what's the DA going to do next. I didn't have a chance to check the news and if they said anything.
I am so curious about this. When did you realize the gravity of this case? Obviously, you didn't know anything going into jury duty, but when was that point that you really realized, oh, wow, we just made a decision and it was this big? It was the Karen Reed case.
When I heard the people outside last Wednesday, because I didn't know there was that amount of people outside. As we drive every day, we could see some people in pink, and I didn't know pink was her color. I had a bunch of pink shirts, and then I stopped using them because I don't want to give a vibe. But I had no clue. There were, I don't know, hundreds of people outside. It was that a big movement. And Aiden, Turtle Boy, I never heard about him before that. So I saw that he was very involved in this and I recognized him from court. So I started.
Pause. Notice that late in another interview, this is going to change. She's going to say that she had heard about Turtle Boy and she thought he was a marine environmentalist or a biologist, which is perplexing. I think an environmentalist.
Looking at his work or his advocacy, I don't know. And yeah, I didn't know it was that big. I mean, the judge said when she was picking us for the jury poll, it's a media case, it's a big case, but I had no clue that big, like national big.
Right. So when you were sitting in the courtroom when the verdict came down,
when
what
I heard
was going through your mind, and what did you hear in there?
I heard just the people outside, and that's when I started crying, because that people outside made the family of John O'Keefe feel very sad, just hearing that. So that moment broke my heart. And then, I don't know, I just hope they find justice.
Is there anything that you would say to the O'Keefes if you saw them?
Yes, please keep fighting. We really don't think it was Karen Reed. The investigation was floppy. Believe that. Look at yourself, and keep fighting to find who did this to him, because he seemed to be a very nice guy. His niece testified, friends testified, and we had no doubt that was unnecessary death. But it wasn't Karen Reed, and let's find who did it.
Do you think the investigation was just sloppy, or do you think a potential cover-up with the police because he was a police officer?
I'm not going to say it's a cover-up, but was it sloppy? I would keep just being like sloppy and lazy, I would say too. But if it was a cover-up, let's find out.
Is there something that really stood out when you were listening to some of the testimony? Like, wow, when you say sloppy or lazy, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
No reports. Like, nobody made like an official report of like the GPS location of the evidence 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, the ring camera disappeared. Oh yeah, no, this moment, like 2 minutes, we don't have the recording anymore. So all those coincidences doesn't make sense.
Did you guys ever talk about the dog or potential dog bites or anything like that?
We mentioned, I mean, you mean deliberation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we mentioned the dog, but not much. I mean, I think that's looked like a dog bite, but because it wasn't presented to us, like more information about the dog and everything, we put our opinions aside and just, focus on the evidence that was actually there.
Did you always believe, or do you believe that Karen Reed is innocent, and did you always believe that from the moment you stepped in to be a juror to the moment that you walked?
No, I didn't know about the case, so when I first started, I thought maybe manslaughter because of the drink thing, that she was under influence overall. And but after the weeks passed by and the witnesses, and I just couldn't make her guilty.
Let me just break in here. Someone was saying, Grant, like you're so sick and you look tired. Don't worry about it. If you read my Patreon, patreon.com/Grant Smith Ellis, you'll see I've been covering this stuff, in particular the regulatory apparatus and state government and national government for years. I was a international. I covered the war, the Israel-Gaza war, for a long time. For hours, I would stay up till 4 a.m. translating Arabic to English because I could watch Al Jazeera Arabic and I could understand what the announcers were talking about because I was simultaneously watching Al Jazeera English, so I knew what shot was of what shot, what was live, what was pre-recorded, where they were filming in Gaza. And so you can't. It's not an option. I don't care about myself. I haven't taken a vacation, and I don't know what that is. Like, I haven't taken a vacation since 2017. I was going to go see Eva Towel down the Cape, but no, work. I mean, first of all, commitment to country comes first. I don't even care. Like, I don't matter. Give me a few hours a night. Like, give me some water and some energy drinks and my medicine. I'll be fine. No, it's about. This is very serious principled stuff. This is very, very concerning stuff. It has implications for the trial, potentially, manifest necessity. It has implications for our domestic intelligence apparatus. It has implications for the security of our missile technology somehow. It's very, very serious, and there's not an option. I'll get a lunch, soon. I had a sandwich earlier. I'll get lunch at noon, and that's my version of recharging. I don't have the luxury of being able to do that. But thank you for thinking of me. I'm here. My brain is functioning, and we are going to do this together. The reason, again, that we're analyzing it, of course, ladies and gentlemen, and just as a reminder, we're watching this juror's remarks not for their surface level content, but to think about in hindsight, with all we know now, how she was prepping, and if this is the kind of skills that someone who's very well trained could deploy, and then what the implications are in a trifurcated manner for the trial, the integrity of the jury, for the U.S., the United States, and for so much more. So let's listen to this.
Like a turning point, like a aha moment where you're like, okay, maybe she's not.
The Commonwealth witness judge, I forgot his name. Judge Welcher?
Yeah, Derek.
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher.
Yeah. So Dr. Welcher, car accident reconstruction, seemed a little off. And wow, they couldn't even prove that. So that moment was maybe an aha moment. Mm-hmm. And when ARCA came in and gave us such a good accident reconstruction to us, made sense.
Interesting. Is there anything else?
So before this trial, so last year, you never heard of the Karen Reed trial before?
No, I moved here February last year, so I think you guys were talking a lot about it. I saw billboards, I saw some yard signs, free Karen Reed, but I was never curious to look to see what was it. I love crime, I love true crime, to listen to podcasts, but mainly in Brazil, mainly things that happens over there. So I'm not involved with social media, local news in the U.S. So I really didn't know much about Karen Reed. I just know her face and her billboard.
Interesting. Yeah. And what did you think about her presence in the courtroom? I know people have looked at her as like kind of cool, calm, collected, or showing little emotion at times. So I don't know what your perception of her is or was, or how it evolved.
I did expect more emotion. I was looking like, she doesn't cry, she doesn't move, she's just so calm and so present. But she was fighting for her life, and I'm not judging. It's the way that she found herself in that horrible situation, and she needed to fight, and so good for her that she had the presence to do that.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are, at first, for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning. But as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill. And there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries in his arm, didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, ARCA, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes. I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she back up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened to him?
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process. But in my opinion, he definitely went inside, and something happened inside the house.
Paula, you were getting emotional. What was going through your heart and mind after making that, tremendous decision?
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family. Of course, I think justice was served, but see John O'Keefe's family leaving the courthouse was melting my heart. I'm a mother, and I saw her pain through all those days. And I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow, the Commonwealth and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything. And I really, really hope there is a way for the case to be reopened and they can investigate again and find who actually did that to John.
But you were emotional at the end.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Because I was sad for the family, because I feel like great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy, the story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. So I feel bad for them, and I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
Was it a poor investigation?
In my opinion, yes. Too many flaws, too many holes that we couldn't fill in. No reports, so many things, videos with glitch. I don't know, felt a little not correct, not precise. I mean, they are police officers, they know what to do in investigation, and with too many pieces were missing.
Well, you said you were first thinking manslaughter in the beginning. What changed your mind to not guilty?
The process, as they show us that things don't connect to each other, the injuries don't connect with the tail light, the glitch on the video of the sailport, the missing part of the video of the ring light in John O'Keefe's house was too many coincidences to be, straight her fault.
So the first trial, the jurors were deadlocked. They couldn't come up with a decision. Were you surprised that they brought this case again for a second time? That they prosecuted her for a second time?
No, not surprised, because I have a law background from Brazil. I studied law. I worked a little bit as an attorney before I moved here, so I understand a little bit the system. I'm not surprised she was charged again. And that we definitely didn't want to hang this jury. We were very positive that we're going to discuss everything as much as we can, because we don't want to. The amount of money spent on this trial made me very upset, and I'm sure made my fellow jurors upset too.
Do you think she was framed?
Hard to say. I didn't have a chance to look into the investigation outside the courtroom and everything that was said in the last trial. It's less than 24 hours since I started looking into those things. So I can't say she was framed, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you find it strange you didn't hear from the lead investigator, Michael Proctor?
No, I didn't find it strange not hear from him, but I found strange not hear from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, because the owner for the house and the person who exchanged text messages with Karen Reed a few days before John O'Keefe's death. So I think was weird not hear from them.
Do you find it weird that the DA hasn't said anything at all about the case or the verdict? I mean, all he said was the jury has spoken, which you guys did, but nothing else.
I was surprised that they wanted the sentencing right away. I'm not sure if they're going to appeal or what's going to happen. I didn't have time to see what happened today because I was out with my family. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to give up and reopen the investigation.
At the beginning of deliberations, did some people think she was guilty?
Yep, Angel, I totally hear what you're saying. We're not really watching it for the content. We're trying to figure out, if you're just joining, we're looking at this. It's come out that her father-in-law stole U.S. missile defense technology in 2019. She fled to Brazil, or went to Brazil for 3 years right after, then came back. She was in the U.S. from 2012 to 2021 in California, right after her father-in-law got popped, and clearly was like an Egyptian intelligence asset, her father, in my opinion. She went to Brazil for 3 years. While she was in Brazil from 2021 to 2024, her husband's making these podcasts directed at a domestic U.S. audience, trying to convert them to Islam, in particular Catholic feminist women. And they're telling the women, like, oh, you just have to love what the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, out of respect to our Muslim brethren, what was happening in the Quran, that's not subservience, that's you, it's beautiful, you must understand. So that's a little weird. His father, the guy who runs the podcast, was clearly an Egyptian intelligence asset who got caught stealing U.S. missile defense documents from Raytheon, bringing them home, obliterating their classification markings so that he could clearly release them to Egypt, in my opinion. However, whatever. He got caught by the FBI in Raytheon, and in turn, he was allowed to plead out for some reason to doing it by accident, which was clearly not the case if you read the initial charges versus the sentencing memo. And as a result, I think we engaged in a little bit of a spy swap there. And so everybody knows in the intelligence community probably what went down there, but it was a little hush-hush. However, the daughter and the son, the daughter-in-law and the son, the daughter-in-law is a juror, I think they could have deeper connections to this whole sort of intelligence world. What if the reason they made that podcast, I'm just asking, was because a state was funding them to preach Islamic propaganda domestically in the U.S. under the auspices of an academic exercise in the presentation of this loving couple? You can even almost fall in love with them when you listen to the podcast. Oh, they're not doing anything bad. Oh, yes, become Islamist, and you should understand that females, even if you're feminist and Catholic, you can convert. Feminism gels with Islam. Don't worry. It's beautiful to have chains on. We'll put garlands of flowers over them. I learned that from Rousseau. It doesn't matter. This was what they were actually trying to say. It was horrifying. So what I'm saying is this is larger than just what the juror was doing. We are watching her interviews here just because I want to rant a little bit. We're watching her interviews here to get inside her mind. That's an exercise. You're not necessarily only listening to the content. You must think of the form as well. Have you ever heard it said that the form and content of Hegel's philosophy met at Stalingrad on the Volga in 41? Okay, what that means is that if you read Hegel, okay, it's very, very interesting. His dialectical historical form is defined by thesis and antithesis. So the current cultural thesis, right, is the kind of domineering beliefs and system of the day. It can be geolocalized, but let's just think very generally historically. So the narrative of the day, the grand historical narrative, is the thesis. Now you could call that like capitalism during one era, you could call it like industrial capitalism during another, feudalism during another. We can go back in history, agrarian during another, and see the domineering historical thesis emerge onto the scene. Now Hegel's theory is that there's an antithesis that arises, okay, and that the cultural, historical, sociopolitical antithesis clashes with the thesis, okay, and they merge to form a new historical synthesis. That synthesis then takes the place as it wins the crown. It's a meshing of the two contrasting historical thesis and antithesis together, okay, and it becomes the new cultural thesis, okay. That's Hegel's historical form, and then the process repeats. So thesis, antithesis, combined, synthesis becomes thesis, repeat. That is Hegel's dialectic in a very, very, very simplified form. Now, the reason I bring that up is that if we, what was I ranting about there? Hegel's dialectical form. Oh, yes. So did you know that the form and content of Hegel's philosophy met at Stalingrad on the Volga? Oh, no, I did it again, Murder by Maestro. Now, you might be saying, what does that mean? Okay, well, Hegel's form, his dialectical form, it inspired like radical left-wing, like the first generation Hegelians in Vienna. They were called the young Hegelians, and that was like Marx and Engels and those guys. Vienna was a happening place at the end of the 1800s and the early 1900s. Did you know that the book Dream Story is actually the inspiration for Eyes Wide Shut, because Vienna at the end of the 1800s was definitely this like weird occult place. It was weird. It was bohemian. I don't know what to say. I don't have a lot to say about that for now. But anyway, so the first generation of Hegelians, the young Hegelians, were basically Marxists, okay? And the form of Hegel's philosophy inspired the Marxists. But the content of Hegel's philosophy, like what he was actually saying, inspired Heidegger and the Third Reich. I'm not kidding you if you read Being in Time, which is Heidegger's seminal work from, I think, 33. If you read that book, it's, first of all, incredibly racist. So know that going in. But then if you read it, he is clearly inspired by Hegel. It's so Hegel, you can't, like everything about it except for the form of the philosophy. The content of it is all Hegel, like domineering might, like just this like Ubermensch kind of style. Like it's not Nietzschean Ubermenschian, like because he's being sardonic when he writes Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and he's kind of critiquing the Ubermensch. But it's more like like Bach or Mozart, like this, like Wagner. It's like Heidegger's interpretation of Hegel is like a Wagner opera. It's like we must ascend to be gods, and we must live amongst the pantheon of the greats. It's this feeling of like bombastic, like national sort of like racist, like conquering. And that's literally what Heidegger's Being and Time, if you really analyze its content, is about. And it's directly from Hegel. So when I say the form and content of Hegel's philosophy met at Stalingrad on the Volga in 41, what I'm saying is that like Hegel inspired like the Soviet Union with his form, the syntactical dialectic, and then Hegel inspired the Third Reich with the content of his philosophy, which wasn't really written down. All of the books from Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit, Reason and History, etc., they're just lecture notes from his students because he didn't write anything down. I think he wrote one book his whole career. Genius man, though. Genius. Bit of a radical. Genius, though. Obviously, Hegel was a genius. I think we can all agree on that. But anyway, so at the Volga, at Stalingrad in 41, okay, which I think is now called... what did they change it to? It has a new name now. Kaliningrad? No, maybe. No, I think that's an exclave oblast. Stalingrad isn't called Stalingrad anymore. That's all I know. So anyway, at Stalingrad on the Volga in 41, the Nazis obviously were on their offensive in World War II to try to capture Moscow. Now, if that idiot who was running Germany at the time knew what he was doing, he would have learned from the lessons of World War I. You don't fight a dual front war. You don't invade Russia. Like literally, just you did not have to violate the von Ribbentrop Pact with Russia. That was the stupidest decision. I think it's good they did it because it fell, the Third Reich. But like, come on, just ridiculous. But anyway, so the Third Reich goes on their winter offensive in 41 or something, which I think is called, or summer offensive, which I think is called Operation Barbarossa. And so they're trying to invade, and they get close to Moscow, like pretty close, probably within like 20 kilometers of Moscow. But they get pushed back by this really impressive, although it was horrific what they did. The Russians like just threw people at the front lines. But they defended Moscow, and it worked, and they pushed back the Third Reich to Stalingrad, and that was kind of like the 6th Army from the Third Reich got like entrapped in Stalingrad, encircled, and they were sieged by the Russian troops. And that battle, like that was the seminal moment of the war. And it's such a good example because it's the two historical like predominant theses at the time, because we weren't, as America, we were like the cultural liberal ethos on the Western scene wasn't really around yet. It was literally fascism versus communism battling. Like Hitler was battling the communists, that's how he came to power, and then the USSR was battling the fascists after the von Ribbentrop Pact fell apart. The point is, that is such a microcosm of what we're doing here, okay? You can look at the form of the clash, right? You don't have to look at the battle, the military tactics, the encirclement on the Volga of Stalingrad, starving them out, the bombardments. You don't, the artillery shelling. You don't have to look at that. That's not what we're analyzing. We're analyzing, sort of pulling back here, in the explication, the explication as to how when those two ideologies met at Stalingrad, communism and fascism, they clashed, and what birthed was a synthesis of those two ideologies in the form of Western liberal pluralism. Now, it's very hard to understand unless you know what I'm talking about as to Hegel, but the way I'm explaining this is we're not listening to the juror as if we're analyzing her statements on their face value. We're not looking at the troop movements. What we're looking at is what was in her mind. What's the wider ideological framework she's operating in? Whose interests are she serving? How did she prep? What is she not telling us? It's like jazz. Look for the space in between the words and tease out the actual larger socio-political historical context. That's what we're working on. I'm a towel. Thanks for being with me. I hope that was helpful.
At the beginning of deliberation, I don't know. We decided not to vote, not to say what we really think, and instead go through witnesses and the videos and the paper, the clothes and everything. So I'm not sure what they thought. But when we got an agreement of what charges we would eliminate it one by one, and then we got to the verdict.
Was it hard to focus, or, with the pressure of the big crowds outside every day chanting? Like, how much pressure was that for you guys?
I didn't see people outside until, I think Monday, because the way the bus brings us to the back of the courthouse, only if you look to your right and you see maybe some pink shirts or something, but I didn't know it was that big crowd like yesterday. And we couldn't hear anything. They covered the room so we couldn't see through the window. And through the whole process, I didn't hear anything inside the courtroom. None of us did.
correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like this wasn't that difficult for you guys to reach consensus here. Was it difficult to reach this decision or not really?
Well, I can speak for myself. For me, it wasn't. For me, I had my opinion formed before we get in there. So some people might thought differently, so we had some discussions, of course, but I can't talk for other people.
But it doesn't sound like it was very heated, and were people fighting, or was it?
No, there wasn't fight. We are a respectful group of people. We got along very well, and we listened to each other's opinion. I can't say much what happened inside the deliberation room. The judge told us not to talk about it.
Okay, pause. Hold on. Towel is intervening. Who is JD Husk 65? If you are causing issues, hold on. I am intervening. I'm coming in as Super Towel, and we also have a chat from Selma. Yes. Oh, Selma, that would be incredible. And Selma, if you would like to come on and talk about it this week. So Selma, folks, has asked, do you want me to do a graph of all our interviews and talking points so we can study one day this week? I would love it, Selma. We would be honored. And if you are comfortable with audio interview or whatever you'd like to do, if you'd like to come on and tell me about your work, I'd love to do a Socratic didactic explication of what you presented, and I'd love to hear about your methodology and your conclusions, and then talk about the schematic breakdown of the talking points that you managed to tease out, and then, as I was mentioning, use that as an opportunity to get inside the mind of the author, in this case, juror number 11, in order to figure out what might have been her intentions or prep or narrative when heading into the interview. That is my favorite thing to do. I would love to do that with you, dear friend. You are a super towel. And I think a lot of your Super Towel friends support you in that. Valerie, you are a member of the Honorary Towel Fold. That's okay. I go by Steph. Steph, you have towel permission. I didn't see the comments. 10-minute timeout is fine. If they come back and they do it again and I see it, we'll intervene. But I designate Steph as a diplomatic towel who thus has elevated permissions, which I think she already does, to time out people in her discretion as long as Steph mentions it at some point in chat, so that somebody doesn't get timed out who was maybe saying something that somebody else misunderstood, which is not to question Steph's judgment. I just have to be an impartial arbiter. Thank you so much. You're the best, Selma. And obviously, my email, Selma, is grantsmithellis@proton.me. So that's a good way to reach me, or on Twitter by DM, whatever you need. Yes, Suzanne, of course. We'll do our due diligence. But Selma has been here for a few days. I've been monitoring all their comments. They're a wonderful Super Towel, and Towel could interview even someone who he disagrees with, and it would be cordial and wonderful, and we'd learn something. I agree with you, Claudia. I agree. So I know you all appreciate my interludes here, because I think it breaks up the monotony of having to listen to this juror. But I also want to just continue to reemphasize, if you're listening to what Selma's saying, Selma really gets it, okay? The point is to study like a schematic overview of what she's presenting from interview to interview, from interview to interview to interview. Look for where it changes, tease out the differences, and thus you may find the kernels of internal structure that she may have been thinking about going into the interview. It's a very invaluable exercise, especially if you understand 100 people can watch the same thing, but only 1 or 2 of them, if they're really paying attention, can be smart enough to tell where an underground bunker is because of the type of rock, type of limestone in the bedrock. Be one of those people. Look for the limestone in the bedrock.
Of course, there were discussions of our opinions and the proofs, and let's look into this, look into that, until we got to a consensus. But nothing heated, no.
Did you make much of...
Oh my goodness, it's None Your Business, Murder by Maestro, Suzanne, Glamis Girl, Iris. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is wonderful.
Her, the videos that were played of her saying, well, maybe I might have clipped him, her almost admitting that, well, maybe something happened?
Yeah, that's where I take my theory from. Since, she woke up thinking, oh, maybe I hit him, so... This idea comes from somewhere in her mind, right? So maybe when she back up, she hit something, the curb or him or something. I don't know. But definitely his injuries are not consistent with the tail light damage. We do not believe the tail light, the way that was presented in the Sally Port on that day, it's not the same way that we saw in the videos of the car coming out of the meadows in the morning. I don't think the car killed John O'Keefe, no.
At what point in the trial did you start to think she was innocent?
Maybe like 3 weeks ago, after, you know, when they had the police lab bringing DNA, they found a little trace of DNA here and there, but they also found 2 males' DNA here and there. So like, well, maybe there was more people involved on that. So that's when I started shifting my mind to completely not guilty of killing him at all. And the OUI was the only thing we can't deny, because she said on the video she was drinking, and there are videos of her drinking, counting of her drinking. So we couldn't let that pass.
Anything else, Paula? Like, what's your message, or what's the lesson that you learned in this process? Or
well, my first time being a juror was an incredible experience. Really, I really enjoyed being there. It wasn't a burden at all. The deliberation part for me was a little overwhelmed because of the pressure of have someone's life in your hand. But the crowd outside or influence from outside, none of this came to me. So I was clear in my mind, just focused on her and the case and the evidences we have. But for me, it was a great experience, and I'm happy that I feel good about what we did. I'm confident that she's innocent. And I really, really hope the pressure that they had in this case now is transferred to John O'Keefe family, and justice for him, like new investigation, whatever needs to be done.
And joining us now is Paula Prado, one of the jurors who helped decide Karen Reed.
All right, thank you so much, Ems. You know, and she was swaying there. Okay, so just so you guys, folks know, Super Towels, if you're ever standing in place and you need to just remain completely still, and it's a very high pressure situation, and you can't, like for me, talking to cameras is very natural, but for people who don't do it all the time, you may be trained in it, you still are going to get overwhelmed. The bright lights, the people around you, it's not going to feel natural. Okay, 2 tactics. 1, stand still. Okay, ideally, if you're really good at this, stand completely still and just wiggle your toes. Okay, if you, no matter what is going on in your brain, even if you're sitting, if you just stand still and wiggle your toes, your body is not going to move. And furthermore, your brain is going to become very centered, because this is what they will tell people in the military. If you need to stand at attention for a long time and you're like overexcitable, you had too much caffeine, you're just in the zone, it doesn't matter. You can channel that out of your brain by just wiggling your toes. Try it right now. Whether you're sitting or standing, stand with your arms behind your back at attention and with your feet flat on the floor, and just wiggle your toes. You'll be able to stand there for an incredibly long amount of time. She's using a different method of doing it, which is like this. So if you're nervous but like you're in a flow state and you need to channel those like jitters so they don't, the goal is to avoid your intonation and speech pattern being impacted by your mental jitters. So if you're nervous and you're thinking about what you're thinking about, you're not going to speak the same way. And that is the biggest tell that you are being manipulative. Now, so a body language expert or like a well-trained like military interrogator is going to know that even though your speech is normal, if you are using a technique like this, like if you are using, it's not like a self-soothing mechanism. People misinterpret, I think, sometimes. This is specifically a mechanism to avoid those jitters impacting your rhetorical predisposition. If everything is hanging on like how your face looks, how you're delivering information, what you're saying, the words you're laying out, the way you're speaking, it's like fooling a lie detector, okay? Like all you're really looking for is an elevated heart rate in response to certain questions. But if your brain is just focused on other things, your heart rate's not going to go up. Your speech pattern isn't going to change. You're not plugged into any devices that are monitoring your internals. But if you can avoid flushing of the face, sweating, very nervous, jittery, things like that, you are prime for this kind of work. And one of the ways that you can do it, I'm doing it right now, I don't need to. I could sit here and do it just as I am, but one of the primary ways to do it is like this. Okay? That's one way to do it. It looks a little weird, but you can get away with it if you're talking to a crowd, because you're like, oh, I'll look over there at you. Oh, just a little bit of a rhythmic kind of, oh, I'm going to look over, I'm answering your question, but I'm just looking at the different cameras. So it looks like you're shifting more than rhythmically kind of doing this with your body. If she was really good at it, like military level, like, which is why I think she's trained, but not necessarily military. If you were military, you would stand completely still. Like a press officer in the military would stand completely still. They would just wiggle their toes. I'm doing it right now. And that would be how they discharge those mental jitters, and their speech pattern would be flat and perfect. It's like, it's the first time she's doing it on this stage. Like, she got better and better. So we're watching these in order. She started on her lawn in the daytime, did a nighttime one. Now she's next day, national TV live. Just watch a little bit of this one. Like, she's getting better. And look at that in her eye. It's like very like, there's a look. Like when you're good, when you've been through a lot of training, there's a look. Like you don't give anything away because therefore it's a tip away or the tip off, because most humans are not guarded with their eyes and their facial expression. They're not. I am. Like if I want to make a facial expression and point out something to you, it's very deliberate. But most people are not. And that, like her eyes, her facial expression, it's well trained. You could put that woman anywhere on earth and she would double her worth, and then also be able to embed herself in whatever you needed, like Portuguese community, probably Spanish speaking communities, maybe Arabic speaking communities. She would blend right in. She would never give anything away. You would think that she's your next door neighbor and she could be running a number station out of her house. You would never know. It's very, very uncanny. A lot of money went into the training that person, in my opinion, and her husband and his father. Almost like it's rudimentary statecraft, like especially the podcast we're going to watch a little bit later, the Islamic feminism podcast. It's rudimentary statecraft, but it's still like, I got it. And she kind of gave me kudos. She didn't say it directly, but she was like, want to write my autobiography on Twitter? It's rudimentary statecraft, but it's good. Like it's wet. Like if we're talking to the Egyptian ambassador or something, and I'm hypothetically speaking this, I'm not going to violate the Logan Act for the love of God or the FARA, but if I were speaking to the Egyptian ambassador, I'd be like, not bad, like, one, don't do that again, but two, like 8 out of 10, like obvious to a trained mind. Like you should have known that I was watching this case. Come on. Like I was literally talking on Twitter about how like a smart man can figure out where a bunker is based on the type of bedrock in the wall. But I'd still say like 8 out of 10. And then I'd also be like, leave the bricks. Mind you, hypothetically, I am not a representative of the government. I don't negotiate foreign policy for the government, and I never will do such a thing unless directly asked by the government. But anyway, I would just be like, okay, decent, like not the decent operation, but like, what are you doing? Like, come on. I would say that to them. I'd be like the ambassador in the West Wing from the UK to the US. I'd be like, come on. And then I'd be like, do you know what's a good cure for any ailment? Like that, someone would have a flu, and I'd be like, this is hypothetical. I'm making a reference to the West Wing. You have a flu? I think you need the very good solution for that straight out of Britain, which is some mint, some grenadine, some and scotch or whiskey. And then someone else would be like, oh, I'm not doing well today either. My stomach hurts. Oh, well, I have the perfect solution for that. You're going to need some ginger, some grenadine, and, let me guess, scotch. Yes, you're going to need some scotch. And let me guess, every one of these remedies involves scotch. And he was like, yes, it does. My point is, don't make me a diplomat. I don't think I should negotiate, because I'd go around telling the Egyptian intelligence service that they did a decent job. Maybe that would be beneficial for our U.S. national interest. I don't know. The world is in chaos. I don't know who's aligned with who right now. I don't know how this is going to all play out. I don't know if the BRICS are going to facilitate a stand down, nor if it's just all going to go to hell in a handbasket, and I'm going to get called into some kind of domestic civil service and have to serve my country loyally. I am a patriotic towel you don't understand. Take it away, Juror.
fate. Ms. Prado, good morning to you. As I understand it, you're also a lawyer by training in Brazil. So there's a distinction here. Sometimes jurors say, okay, we think she is innocent. And sometimes they say, we think she's not guilty. The prosecutors just didn't prove the case. For you, which one was it? Do you believe that Karen Read was innocent?
Yes, I do believe she was innocent. I believe if it was a collision, this collision was very little and wasn't enough to cause the death of John O'Keefe. So for me, it was for the past 3 weeks, I was very confident to say that she was not guilty and she's not responsible.
So Paul, if you believe that, if you believe she was in fact innocent, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe that night?
That's a trick question because I can't prove anything. But I do believe he died inside the house. Something may happen in front of the house when she dropped him off, because she woke up saying, maybe I hit him, look at my taillight. She made this connection of the taillight being cracked with he not being home. So maybe she did hit something when she dropped him off, and as she drove off like mad, going home upset because he didn't came back from the house. I think John O'Keefe went inside the house and something happening there.
What do you think of the defendant herself? You were able to watch her live in the courtroom day after day, but she did not take this stand. Do you wish she had? And what was your impression of her?
Yeah, at first my impression was she gave me a vibe of being too confident, and that wasn't good for me personally. I expected to see someone more, I don't know, sad or quiet, and she all the time showed herself with she was very calm, she was very participative of her defense, and confident. Her looks to the witnesses and to the prosecutor and everybody around, she was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was going on. And after a while, I admire that. I think she was doing what she had to do for herself. She was, fighting for her life, pretty much.
Paula, there was so much evidence presented over the few weeks that this trial went on. Was there a single piece of evidence that you found as a juror and as an attorney, a single piece of evidence that was the most compelling, that really convinced you she did not do it?
Hi, Christina Tell. I don't know if you're just tuning in or not, but listen, this is the manifest necessity for outside influence. Of course, that can be investigated, but we are so far beyond that at this point. I don't even know if you've put it together. The woman's father-in-law stole U.S. missile secrets, domestic missile defense technology. 30,000 pages. A lot of them were classified, 500 or more, and then probably tried to give them to Egypt, got caught. This woman left the U.S. She was here from 2012 to 2021 in California, left the U.S. right after her father-in-law got popped, and then all of a sudden she shows up in 2024 in near Walpole, working at a Target. Okay, this is way more than being investigated. We attacked Iran overnight, Christina. This has implications for the trial and for domestic national security. We're going to go over it all today. I want folks to try to understand that you may have and I want everyone to understand, you may have very specific questions about the implications of this. The answer to all of your questions is probably yes. There are implications for this. If you ask a question, could this lead to, are there implications for X? The answer is yes. Just 100. The answer is yes. Blanket across the board, yes.
The taillight. So having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room, they gave us the piece that was originally broken. That taillight, compared with the videos of Karen Read leaving the house in the morning at 7:07, I think, when she first got out of the house to go look for him, I saw it, and most of us, I think, saw it her tail light was red, mostly red, so it wasn't compatible with the tail light full.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to pause this. I know I'm muted. I know I'm back. We have a Super Towel who sent them very, very, very interesting, who said, hi, Jesse, hello, towel friends. Now, give me a second while I get this pulled up, okay? I got something very interesting to show you. Did you hear that juror just saying she couldn't really see? Hold on. Okay. Let me check. So Zonker, everyone is insane. I love this man's username. If it is indeed a man, it could be a towel. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm a towel. So anyway, Barstool Z is the account. Hello, friend. You're getting a super towel shout out. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. You tell me right now whether you think this is reasonable, ladies and gentlemen, for this juror to have said that she didn't think that taillight was cracked. Look at how much of that is missing in that video. Ladies and gentlemen, look at how much of that video, ladies and gentlemen, look at how much of that taillight, which the evidence the jurors had, how could she go around saying, ladies and gentlemen, how could you go around saying that she thought that thing wasn't cracked? That's at like 5:07 a.m. Look at it. It's gone. Yes, it illuminates a little red because there's a bulb under it, but the red plastic is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a little sheath under the broken part, but it's gone. It's gone, ladies and gentlemen. It's gone, and she couldn't have missed it, in my opinion. That's from the evidence in the trial. They could have viewed it in the courtroom. Yes, my cat and I, that's why I think something might be going on, because Hank's quiet, and the implications of this are huge, especially since we literally attacked Iran overnight, and this juror's father-in-law stole missile defense secrets and probably tried to give them to Egypt, but got caught by the FBI right before the juror went to Brazil for 3 years, and then came back in 2024 to start working as a target, despite having a law degree in Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, this is incredibly strange. No, Jew Drops, I don't believe that. Jew Drops, I don't believe it for a second. If this were anything but her father-in-law stealing U.S. missile defense secrets, I would say, Jew Drops, you might be right. But no, my friend, Kiki, Riri, you must inspire your super towelette mom. You let Jew Drops know this is going to be a big deal. Jew Drops, keep the faith, my friend. This is not about anything other than the implications of this. We have to study it from the perspective of what the fallout could be. And this is not a minor issue. This could lead to a number of potential issues. It all depends, and this isn't the only potential example, this juror and her behavior and outside influence. The standard is to set aside a verdict and to set aside a double jeopardy argument that there was manifest necessity due to outside influence on the jury. Preemptive outside influence, like a juror trying to get on the trial despite having knowledge of it, like John DePietro was reporting, this woman may have been talking about the trial and wanting to get on the jury to her colleagues at work at Target. That would be bad, ladies and gentlemen. That would be bad. That's the kind of thing that can actually cause a verdict to be set aside and the trial to be redone. So, Jew Drops, don't give up hope. Don't give up hope. Don't give up hope. I won't give up hope until I hear from the court or from Hank Brennan in a statement or something that they don't think this can be pursued. Or Hank Brennan files a motion and he loses. But until that moment, ladies and gentlemen, I am not being gratuitous. I know a lot about this. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. And thank you to Barstool Z for helping us point out that it's not just this juror's father-in-law getting arrested in 2019 for stealing U.S. missile defense secrets and bringing them home and obliterating their classification marking, which is the kind of thing you do when you're trying to give the documents to another state. But this juror and her husband, as we're going to see, had some weird podcast about preaching Islamic feminism to Catholic the Islamic religion domestically in the U.S., specifically targeting the U.S. market, preaching that doctrine subtly to Catholic feminists. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's something going on.
Broken that we had in front of us. So that's over there was the reasonable doubt we were looking for.
What about the fact that this trial is so high profile? I mean, there were crowds outside the courthouse every day. In fact, when the verdict was read, you could hear from inside the courtroom, as I'm sure you did, the cheers go up. Were you aware of that? Did that weigh into any of your decision making? How did that play into the dynamic there?
The first time we heard something outside was on the day of the verdict, when we heard them chanting when we said not guilty. Before that, as we drive to the courthouse, the bus would drop us off behind the courthouse and the streets were closed. So honestly, we couldn't see anything or hear anything. And in the courthouse inside the deliberation room, they covered everything, the windows, so we didn't have a view from outside. Was Honestly, we knew there were some people there because as we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Oh, sorry, outside the courthouse, but we couldn't hear anything. And I had.
Oh, was there a movement inside the courthouse? And why did you have to apologize for saying, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean there was a movement inside the courthouse"? Oh, Freudian slip of the tongue. Yeah, she shouldn't have said that right there.
No clue the amount of people that were outside until I come out and watch on the TV last Friday.
Paula, you were visibly.
Last Friday, no, sorry, last Wednesday.
We knew what you meant, but Paula, you were visibly emotional as you left the courtroom. You were in tears. Well, why? Why were you so emotional as you left?
Because I'm a mother, and I've been watching his family over this past 2 months, and I know, I can't imagine what.
Pause, ladies and gentlemen, pause. Oh my goodness. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, not one of these moments right now. Not one of these moments right now. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, right now. We might be having one of those moments. Oh, your faith was rewarded. You tune into Towel Stream, ladies and gentlemen. You might get a moment where our Super Towel themselves, Selma just comes in with information that could have just... Ladies and gentlemen, let's compose ourselves. Oh my goodness. I feel like leaving her movie. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. We're going to look at it right now. Oh my God. How did you find this? This is incredible. Falamos Portuguese. Ladies and gentlemen. Look at what Selma has found on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible. The juror may have been in Cairo immediately after her father-in-law was arrested. Ladies and gentlemen, this post was from April 18th, 2021. Oh my God. She did not go to Cairo right after her father-in-law got sent to prison. Oh my God, if we can prove this woman was in Egypt, oh my God, they went from the US. They went from California to Brazil to Egypt, or California to Egypt to Brazil. She went back home before they deployed her again to Brazil for 3 years. What, did they tell her to let things cool off, her and the husband? Oh, no. Listen. Somebody's got to get, listen. This is so much bigger than me, okay? I am literally saying that I'm seeing it now. I understand, I think, what happened. They got recalled to Egypt after the father-in-law got sentenced because they had to get them out of there. So they flew him from California to Egypt. She was in Cairo in 2021. We know she went to Brazil. If this is what this tweet means, we know she went to Brazil from 2021 to 2024. Her own profile says it. They redeployed her. I think they redeployed her. It wasn't safe for her to be in the U.S. after her father-in-law got busted, or the son. They got them the hell out of there. Then they realized, okay, you can do your thing in Brazil. That'll give you some time. Then you can build a new cover story, head to the U.S., running off. Oh my God. Why? Oh my God. How do I even deal with this? What do I do about this? Who needs to process this? These people are on U.S. soil right now. Wow. Ems, are you here? Can you translate tu com vontade de dexira o Cairo y tirar o fic, so por causa da maternidade com que ele recibo o voto. And the translation is, I feel like leaving Cairo and removing Fiuk. Is the actual translation that is she saying, Ems, if you're in the chat, is she saying, like, is the verb form of that sentence, is she saying, like, my physical body wants to leave Cairo? Like, is she saying, like, I want to leave the place I am in right now? I know. No, I'm talking to Ems directly in the chat. So I'm speaking to Ems on the stream. Ems, if you're able to speak Portuguese, can you help us understand the specific linguistic interpretation? Like, how would you, as a person who speaks Portuguese, understand this specific sentence? Like, I know it's like Egyptian, it's talking about Egyptian politics, but like, how would you translate this sentence? Like, would you imagine the sentence that I just put in the chat, Ems, to mean specifically, if you can see it, would you interpret that sentence to mean my physical body wants to leave? Like, I am in this place, like, not like soy versus estar in Spanish, like ser versus estar in Spanish. Does it mean like I'm physically in this location and I want to leave? Like, or it makes me want to give up on Egypt politically? That's what I have to know, because verb form, there can be very unique translation of verb forms that refer to like your physical body, like I am in this place temporarily because my physical body is here and I want to leave, or like my heart is in Egypt and I want to leave. So we have to interpret that a little bit. Now, do you see what I mean? So the reason why I'm being deliberate about this is the implications of this. If her physical body was in, I mean, that's incredible. If her physical body was in Egypt in 2021, boom. That's the whole story. Boom. Like, just boom. So we got to wait a second to get confirmation. If any, falamos portuguese? Question mark. If anyone speaks Portuguese, please report to the chat. We need your assistance. We have a sentence we need translated. Ladies and gentlemen, falamos portuguese? Falamos portuguese? Question mark. Falamos portuguese? I don't know. But if you speak Portuguese, please report to the chat. We have a serious question that has to do with verb form, and I need to know, if possible, I don't mean to put a burden on you. Hold on. Hold on. She's commenting on the Big Brother show. I need to read it. Your Portuguese is good, but I didn't catch anything. Okay, Ems, here's the link to the post. We're trying to find out, like, it seems like she's saying her physical body is in Egypt and she wants to. Of course, Smitty Lee, it's great to see you. We have a lot of analysis to do. Trust me, this is an ongoing situation. Smitty Lee, if news breaks in other regards, you check us out. But you have a great day, my friend. But no, this is actually quite important. And we do have M's in here. So but you can't use an app for this, because what you really need to do is you have to figure out the way that, I don't speak Portuguese, I speak Spanish, but I know enough about Spanish to tell you that if you want to understand what someone's saying, you have to understand the verb form and the language. Like, you use specific verbs to, like, two words you could have in Spanish. Let me give you an example. You can have the word to be, okay? Like, I am is both ser and estar. And when you use estar, like estoy is the yo form. When you say, like, yo estoy contento, I am content, that means like right now. But if you say, like, yo soy contento, that means like permanently my soul, the predisposition of my soul is content. So, like, when you're talking about physical location, like, estás en este lugar, are you in that location? That's different than saying, like, are you in a good place mentally? But you use the same, like, concept, to be, you use ser and estar to express the same thing. So that's why we have to make sure. No, I definitely get that. The question, I thank you, Tiger Lily Girl. What we're looking for is the first part of the sentence. I feel like leaving Cairo and removing. Oh, I get it. It's not Cairo. It's not Cairo. There you go. All right, it's not Cairo. It's not Cairo. It's It's not Egypt. Very, very good find, but it's not Egypt. I see why you thought it was a misspelling, because it looks like she's trying to spell a word in Portuguese that looks like it could be Cairo. It's not Cairo. It's not Cairo. And it is a character named Caio. I get it. It's not Cairo. It's a character named... Now, listen, let me just tell you, if she spent any time in Egypt, this is not a bad thing to be looking for. You are absolutely on the right path. It's just not Cairo. It's a character named Caio. That's why we vet these things. Do you see why we look at this kind of thing? So, yeah, no, I think that... Oh, hold on. Let's try to recenter. Sometimes politics can divide unnecessarily, and we are all towels. Remember, we're not analyzing this from the political perspective per se. We're doing real-time investigative research, and now I can tell you this does not say Cairo. All right. Thank you for helping us track that down, though. That was well worthwhile. If that post said she was in Cairo, that would be a big deal. And obviously with the translation, I can see how someone thought that said Cairo. I at first thought it said Cairo as well. It does not. Caio is apparently a person's name. It is not Cairo. Now, I personally can totally see where this could be, and this is why we vet things. If you look at the timeline, 2021, and you're looking for Portuguese, you absolutely could think in Portuguese, Cairo is spelled Caio. So I'm not going to... But, oh goodness, that would have made things way worse. Way worse. It's actually better that she was not in Egypt in 2021. That would have been way worse. I don't actually think I'm starting to think more and more about this. The juror themselves, it seems to be more peripheral. Like, it's the father-in-law that we know had the direct connection. So the son seems to be, my working theory, what I believe, is that the son of the father, or her father-in-law, so her husband, it's the son. It's not her. But my God, the reason why that was such a big deal, and let me just re-emphasize why I screened that, if there is proof at all that this woman was in Egypt, especially right after 2019, 2020, huge deal. Like, huge deal. Or her husband. Now, her husband's Egyptian, so, like, his father was Egyptian, so them going there wouldn't necessarily be the biggest deal in the entire world. But, yeah. Yep, no, we got it. We're all on the same page. But let me just explain the weight of that. And obviously a lot of you are looking. If this juror or her husband or both of them were in Egypt right after the father-in-law went to federal prison for purloining defense missile documents. First of all, how did they get out? They didn't. We don't have confirmation they got to Egypt. But first of all, how did they get out of the U.S.? The daughter-in-law and the son. How did they get out of the U.S. in 2021 to go to Brazil? Like, is it because they were in California and they didn't put it together that they were related? The son wrote a letter for his father in the sentencing memo, so clearly the government knew about the son. But, like, why would they go back to Brazil? Who would let them out of the country after the father did that? That's weird. And then the other thing is, love you, Jew drops your super towel. The other thing that's really weird, and why I want to hone in on this, I'm going to keep looking. That did not say Cairo. But if there is even one indication, and that's why I think the Super Towel asked us to look into it earlier. If there's even one indication they were in Cairo, especially in that window, that is the weirdest thing in the entire world. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. That would actually completely rearrange my theory, right? My thinking, because they would change my view from this juror was tangential to all of this because of the husband to this juror was like very central in a wider picture. So I'm not saying that it's not out there. Hi, Alex. But if we do come across confirmation that this juror, and mind you, this juror like posts things, so they're free to post whatever they want whenever they want. But if there's confirmation this juror was in Egypt at any point after 2019 or 2020, that part I reaffirm, just huge. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So let me take a look. Okay. All right, little towels. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Yes. So if you're just tuning in, we had a very interesting moment there where we were translating Portuguese in real time, and thanks to the wonderful Towel friends and a combination group effort, we were able to quickly determine that a post by the Juror from 2021 was not talking about Cairo. That's what you have to do. That's why I put the brakes on. That's why I paused. That's why I said to myself, let's make sure, because I don't speak Portuguese, and I want to reiterate that I don't speak Portuguese. All right, so we're going to keep watching this, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're going to watch that very interesting interview with the Juror. So, and we might have an interview today we're going to do. Not really sure if it's going to be about the Juror. Well, maybe we will talk a little bit about the intelligence agencies around the world. I have a very interesting guest who might be coming on a little later today. So let's take a look at this and let's keep talking.
Going through, and as much as I'm confident that we did the right thing and she's not guilty, I feel sorry that justice wasn't served to John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. And it's the reason why I'm coming out and talking to people is to keep the flame going and the supporters going after the DA or whatever they have to do to reopen the case and find who really killed John O'Keefe.
Do you have a theory about that?
I believe, as I said, that he died inside and something happened inside that maybe he could even like accidentally fall and hit his head back. Maybe a little fight went inside because we saw videos on last bar they were where him and Brian Higgins were like making gestures that they would talk after. So I can't say for real, but I believe something happened inside the house.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
okay.
Very interesting. Paula, to have your perspective, thank you. And jury service is not easy, so I'm sure the judge thanked you, but it is appreciated. Thank you.
Her perspective, especially unique, considering, as you pointed out, her background. I mean, a lawyer herself in Brazil. So.
Very, very interesting. And a lot of people have said, you know, however you come down on this trial, perhaps the investigation should have been more complete, and perhaps it will continue. We shall see.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take Today when you're on the go. Just follow the Today podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
All right. You're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this. You are literally like, okay, it goes from one thing to the next. And this is coming from Frank, who seems to have done a decent amount of research on this. Frank, are you, oh my God, I can't believe this. I literally, okay, this is different than the last one. This one I'm certain of. So thank you for the super towel who sent this. Appreciate you. Hold on, little towels. We got to pause here, towel friends. We got to pause for a second. Hold on, I got to go and get this. I got to cite to Frank, because Frank was the one who came up with this. All right, I got to be vigilant about this. We got to do this on the computer. Oh, my God. Hold on. Wait till you see this. Wait till you hear what the juror's father was charged with. I can't even believe this is real. It wasn't just espionage. It was child abuse material. There you go. There you go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. It's as bad as can possibly be. Frank, my friend, I can't believe you found this. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. All right, it's real. It's real. It's real. Oh, Frank. Oh, Frank, how did you find this? This is just, this is incredible. I can't believe this happened. It's child abuse material. Her father-in-law was arrested in Massachusetts and charged, maybe not arrested, but charged with possession of child abuse material. We need to confirm this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask one of you in the chat to run it right now to double confirm, but let me bring up Frank's post on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have a double check here. I know some of you were able to do this. I'm going to bring up Frank's post right now. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is being reported by Frank Wesseling right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring it up on the screen. This is the charging document. This seems to be the exact same man. Let me double check the spelling. This it would be where he was relatively located. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able to confirm this document that you are seeing on your screen, please let Little Towel know. I'm monitoring in real time. This information is coming in right now. We are double checking. We are triple checking this specific charge. I should actually be able to go to mass courts if it has the case number. Where's the case number? Where's the case number? Where's the case number? Oh my God, there's a case number. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Hold on, your comments are going to take a second to load. There's a lot of developments happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of developments happening right now. All right. It's how you see this up on your screen. If you're able to verify this, ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very bad. This is the juror's father. I'm checking into this right now. I have to go to the court records before I can further verify this. But Hank, oh, mass courts is down. No, no, no. Oh no. Listen, we know. Okay, I can't really. Okay, it's a little hard to do it on short notice. I am a one-man shop. I may want to think about later this. Listen. Like trying to do an interview with 2 hours notice is a little hard. I know people want to come on and do this stuff, but like. You need to give me, especially if it's a bigger interview, like a few days, like not a few hours. That's just a lot. Okay. So I'm not saying I can't do it, but when you like a few in the middle of stuff like this, that's a lot. Now, listen, I can't get onto mass courts, so I cannot confirm this. I cannot believe mass courts is down right now of all days. The case number 1934 CR001944. The case number 1934 CR001944. We can do it today. I just need some clarification, some clarity as to confirmation. It's a lot of back and forth while I'm live. I can't have conversation. Listen, we have a lot of information coming in. I'm just going to go back to playing the juror videos. But if you can find out about this, if anyone is listening, we're trying to find out about a charge out of Attleboro District Court from 2019 for the juror's father-in-law. The charge number is 1934 CR001944. Okay, if you're able to pull up that record, mass courts is down. I can't do multiple things. I'm sorry. I'm now looking at the chat. Listen, there's a message. I don't really care about David Yannetti talking about Towel Mom. I don't care. Listen, thank you for letting me know, but all I really care about is whether we're able to confirm this. This is a very big deal. So that's what I'm saying. I need to be clear. I need to be clear that this charge happened. Listen, hello, Frank. So I cannot get on mass courts. I trust your research, but until I can get confirmation that there's a court record from Attleboro District Court with case number 1934 CR001944 against this man, that's the end of the inquiry for now. No, and the reason why I'm frustrated is because of mass courts being down. Mass courts being down is incredibly inconvenient at this very moment, and I don't know why it is like that. Oh, this is getting to me. It is certainly starting to overwhelm. It's just so much coming in so fast. But that's what you sign up for. I told you it was going to be one of those days. You never know what's going to happen. This is horrifying, ladies and gentlemen. It's horrifying. It's deeply concerning. No, it's about disclosure. The people asking in the chat, it's about disclosure. It's about disclosure. You don't understand. If you do not disclose this stuff, first of all, if you do not disclose you were talking to your coworkers about the case, that's big. If you do not disclose your father-in-law was arrested for stealing U.S. missile secrets, that's big. If you do not disclose your father-in-law was arrested for that, that's big. It's not guilt by association. It is disclosure. Transparency is key to the juror process. You have to answer every single day questions about your exposure to information. It's entirely about transparency and disclosure. Oh, goodness. That's what I'm saying. So let me be frank. I totally agree with you, but I need confirmation. And the court website is down. Okay. We have the court. The court is Attleboro District Court. The case number, I'm going to type it in for you. Attleboro District Court. Case number, and I'm not reporting this as anything other than found by Frank until it's confirmed. Case number is 1934. C, uppercase R, 001944. I've also put it in the chat. So if you are able to find this, Frank, I'm happy to look at the document, but the only way I can confirm this is if through the court's website. I cannot accept a third-party reporting service of a court record. I need independent verification through the court record. Mass courts is down, therefore this, for now, is paused. This may be absolutely 100% accurate. We may be able to amalgamate it across different sites. Until I see it on the court docket, literally on mass courts, I will not believe 100% that it is on that docket. Now, you might be saying, okay, well, maybe it got expunged, but no, he's dead, whatever. Okay, but then if it's not on the docket, I have to call the court in the morning, and the Attleboro court, and I have to say, did this docket number ever exist? I cannot just go based on the fact that a third-party service found this court record and reported it. Murder by Maestro. I'm absolutely willing to let people to look into this. This is why I didn't report it earlier. No, it's in totally. Frank, no, the other thing is you can go on the Attleboro District Court website normally through Mass Courts, but Mass Courts is down. It's not that Mass Courts is, or it's only available on a certain section of Mass Courts. Mass Courts is literally down. So I think that's kind of why I'm a little bit flustered here, because why the one day that it needs to be up is it down? Why? It's just so frustrating today of all days. Now, let me get the case. Maybe I have one more plan here. Hold on. I have a backup plan. Attleboro District Court case. Now, sometimes there are filings related to it. 1934 CR00, like if they appeal it or something. Nothing. And what's this guy's name? AHMEDL Hadi Y Sarah GELDIN. Yeah, no, I know that. But I want the actual nothing on Google. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It's just that this case. No, what Murder by Maestro? What are you talking about? That was a federal case. This is a state court case out of Attleboro District Court, filed on September 19, 2019, for CP possession under 272, Article 29A. Like, I don't know, Linda. That's what I'm saying. It's not that the court is closed, Modelo Macy. Mass Courts, the website I need to search the docket, is down right now. So until I can get independent confirmation, Yeah, mass court. It's not the internet. It's that mass courts went down for scheduled maintenance on Friday night or something, and it's not up yet. So there is no way right now to use mass courts. No, yes, Frank, but it's also state. It's state. This is a state court charge. Oh, okay. I don't mean to get frustrated. Frank, this is a state court charge that you've posted out of Attleboro District Court. His federal charges for stealing missile secrets were a different case. It has nothing to do with this case that you've posted. The case that you posted is a state level charge around the same time. Now, they were also searching his computers, the feds. They didn't charge him with the CP stuff, but the state did. Murder by Maestro, it was right around the same time. You can look at the DOJ website. You don't need me to look at that on stream. You know how to find it. It's literally in my post. All you have to do is look at the charging information when the DOJ made their announcement. You were the one who found the indictment and the sentencing document. It started around 2019, and that this was literally, I'm telling you, they could have searched his computer in the context of the federal case, found stuff, referred it to the state. Frank, it is a state level charge. The law is MGL C, it's Chapter 272, Associated Chapter 29C. Okay, it is a state level charge. Okay, hey Frank, are you friends with Kate Peter or something? Like, I don't know, Frank. You're not going to use this for clout. Like, I have another empty docket. Okay, thank you, Frank. But also, apparently, you I don't know, you were saying mean things about me. I wish you wouldn't do that. I got to focus, though, which is that I'm so flustered that mass courts is down at the very moment that the public service that it's supposed to serve, it would be of the utmost importance. Modella Macy, are you able to find, well, so then why are you talking behind my back, Frank? That's incredibly hurtful. Deborah, we're just finding this right now. We cannot confirm it until we get in. I will not accept anything short of confirmation from a Massachusetts court docket or some kind of appellate court docket where this was appealed that this charge was filed. I will not do it. I will report it as Frank having reported it because he did, but I will not independently confirm this absent confirmation that this docket exists on mass courts. And as of right now, there is no independent confirmation because mass courts is down, which is outrageous. I'm going to file a complaint with the government. It cannot just go down. This is why it has to be up all the time. How can you do this to us? It is literally a pressing matter of public concern. It is Sunday. There's no way to call anyone, and we just have to sit here because the system is down. This is outrageous. I am furious. I'm riled up. We're all riled up. Oh, goodness. This is coming from Frank on Twitter. Frank's done an interview with me before, but now I'm hearing he's maybe said some things behind my back. I don't like that. Just say it to me. I don't care. Message me if you got a problem. I don't care. Hello, Auntie Bud's Long Sigh. This is very interesting. No, I don't want credit. Listen, it's not about that. First of all, we're talking about two separate issues. One, it's a verification thing. Like, I'm reporting that you have found this document because I believe you found this document and you reported it. That's it's a very impressive find. It shows good work. But the hang up here and why I'm pausing on reporting independently that it's confirmed is that I cannot get on mass courts. So I have to put a pause and I have to say I can't. What? Okay, well, you cannot go on mass courts, Murder by Maestro. The website is down. Murder by Maestro, it went down for system maintenance Friday night. It is not up right now. You cannot go on mass courts. Deborah, I found this on Frank's Twitter feed as I'm trying to relay to you. This is the juror's father-in-law. PACER is for federal court documents, ISIS. You're absolutely right. But we cannot access the Massachusetts state court docket. Wait a minute. Maybe I can get it on LexisNexis. Hold on. Or Westlaw. Hold on. I might be able to get it via Westlaw. Hold on. No promises. It doesn't have it like you would think. It's not as good as you would think, but hold on. Hold on. I got a plan. Got a towel plan. Mary, listen, you can gaslight all you want, but if you don't know the rules about disclosure and transparency, I can't really help you. You know what I'm saying? That's like, you're not going to gaslight me into you're not going to defend this behavior. That's absurd. No sea lioning. We may have to move you on. I'm sorry. You're already bothering me. All right. Nope, you're already gone. See you later, Mary. All right. So let me get this case number. Let me get the case number. All right. Let's see. So I'm going to grab it. I'm going to go to Westlaw. Thank you, Frank. Just got your message. Listen, I don't deny you find that. I truly believe that document is there. But until I see it from a Massachusetts court docket, I'm not reporting it as independently confirmed. Won't do it. Won't do it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Save. Let me see. What did you send over, Frank? All right. Let me check this. All right. I'm searching for the case number in Westlaw. Yep. 2 different cases. Exactly right. Okay. And then what do you got over here? Right. But Frank, that's just the screenshot you posted. Hold on. This might not actually exist on Westlaw. Nothing. But that doesn't mean it wasn't on the Massachusetts docket, but it's not on Westlaw. So nothing so far. And I can't get on mass courts. I could just, of all days, why does mass courts have to be down today? It's so incredibly frustrating, and there's nothing anyone can do about it either, because it's a state system. Well, that's what I'm saying. No, I have standards here. You know that, Murder by Maestro, and so my editorial standard here is until we get independent confirmation. Hello, Will G. Until we get independent confirmation that until we get independent confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, that there is this docket on mass courts, I'm only reporting this as Frank having reported this. Until I see this docket number, until I see it makes sense, it lines up like a charge from 2019 should have a docket number of 1934. Like all of that lines up. Everything's right, but I'm not going to report it as independently confirmed until I get someone with mass courts access to tell me that they are on mass courts and they have seen it. I cannot get on mass courts. I don't think anyone can because it is down. How it is down at this incredibly important moment is infuriating me, but there's nothing we can do. There are certain sites, Murder by Maestro, that you can pay for records that are cataloged. So people catalog court records, like there are PI sites that do it, and you can pay for them. But that doesn't mean even if that record exists and is real and was paid for and was obtained by a legit institution, it doesn't mean that I can independently verify it in the absence of mass courts. There could be 40 sites out there with this record on all of them. That's not as good as mass courts. Unless you have a mass courts docket in front of your face, it's not the same. And so if it's not a mass courts, I could also call the court, but it's Sunday. So this is just the worst timing for this. But let me tell you, if that's real, plus the nuclear stuff, forget about it. No, guys, folks, you don't need, sorry, I'm getting the towel overwhelmed. You don't need, what's the word? You don't need, like a FOIA. What you need is, access to MASSCOURTS.org. But there is no way to get access to mass courts because it's down right now. And that's the only comprehensive database officially of court cases in Massachusetts. God bless you, Deborah. Your comments might take a second to load up, by the way. Towel computer is dealing with a lot. Let me try to make it a little better for you. There we go. They're loading. God bless you, Deborah. Thank you for joining in today. So, all right, what do we want to do? I know. So it is frustrating. So, Frank, I think we're going to pause on this for now because, and it's not Frank's fault. trust me, if mass courts were open right now, I would be standing here saying, Frank, you've done an incredibly valuable public service, and then we'd be confirming it if I could get on mass courts. So it is not Frank's fault that I cannot get on mass courts. My frustration is with the Commonwealth. Whoever you are out there, please fix mass courts. I'm a taxpayer. I love you all. Well, actually, I do my best. I love you all. I did pay taxes when I was younger, and I do try to contribute. I think I actually do. I think you get deductions even if you get, like, whatever. The point is, I am an American. I am a citizen of the Commonwealth. I try to help as much as I can. And I would really like mass courts to work again.
Tonight, we're hearing from a juror on the Karen Read trial, which gained national attention. You'll remember earlier this week she was...
No, listen. That was not 18 months, Frank. The 18 months was a federal charge for stealing missile secrets. I went over this in depth yesterday. You are conflating two different cases. There is no way the federal charge was about CP because I read the sentencing document. Like, I know what I'm talking about.
Was found not guilty of killing her police officer boyfriend.
And test. Defendant not guilty or guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
You can hear those cheers which erupted outside as Reed left. Supporters had stood outside the courtroom every day of the trial. Joining us now is juror number 11, Paula Prado. Paula, how did your opinion of Karen Read change throughout the trial?
At first, I thought her demeanor in court was a little bit too calm and composed for someone who was being charged for murder, especially for a loved one. But I learned how to admire actually that behavior. She was very participative on her own defense and helping each other and calm. I think her confidence was because she knew she wasn't guilty, and that helps me to change this prejudgment I have of her.
So you changed from thinking she was guilty to thinking not guilty?
Not just because of her behavior, of course, because of the whole trial itself and the evidence presented to us. Had too many holes, and we couldn't connect taillights to John O'Keefe injuries. We felt there was something else that could have pushed him to hit his head so hard that he had a skull fracture. And we definitely believe that if he was hit by a car at 24 miles per hour, we would find more injuries on his body.
Now, Paula, I know you work as an attorney in Brazil as well, and you've presented cases. Which side really solidified your position, the defense or the prosecution?
I pay more attention in the prosecution witnesses and the case they presented because I needed to see what they have to prove me that she was guilty. And of course, when the defense started bringing their witnesses, I already kind of had my mindset that Karen Read wasn't guilty. So the defense witnesses just came in to top it off and make me more sure and certain that she wasn't responsible for John's death.
And what were the pieces of evidence presented from either side, really, that pushed you to find her not guilty or at least raise enough reasonable doubt?
Definitely the tail light. We had the opportunity to check the tail light from inside the deliberation room. So we had the broken tail light, the original one. We also had a new one to compare, and we had videos of Karen Read getting out of the house in that morning at 5:07, 5 a.m. And we saw her car lighting. The red was way too strong and way more spread out, as if her tail light wasn't broke that much. The pieces that were missing were too much for us to be able to see the red light.
Take us inside the jury room. Was there a lot of back and forth with the verdict with other jurors, or was it everyone on the same page?
No, we definitely, at first we started deliberating on Friday, so everything was new. Everybody wanted to just talk one over another. But on Monday, we start being more organized, and there are different opinions. But we are very respectful. We listen to everybody. I think everybody left the deliberation room confident and certain of our decision. We listened to everyone. We answered all the questions we had. We compare our notes to see if we got anything wrong or right, who has this information, who haven't. And was I think we did a great job. We were respectful. We tried very hard to listen to everyone.
Now, the defense's allegations of a cover-up, I wonder if you think the jurors felt that that could be true, or if that held a lot of water for you.
It could be true. It could also not be true. The same way I can't charge Karen Reed with murder, I can't say there was a cover-up because I didn't see evidence for it. I saw holes and I saw a flop investigation, and I think the prosecution they worked what they had. The investigation was poorly from the beginning. No reports, no time, no videos that were missing. They could be covering for someone, of course, but also could be something else.
And what was your reaction when the verdict was read and you saw the reactions inside and outside the courtroom?
My reaction was cry. I was the juror who left court crying because I felt sad for John O'Keefe's family as they were leaving before everybody else, and of course frustrated and upset. I'm happy for Karen Reed and her family so they can move on, but definitely Joe O'Keefe's family didn't get the justice they deserve.
A lot of emotions inside and outside the courtroom. Paula Prado, thank you so much for your time.
So tell me about your feeling when you found out that you were going to be on the jury, when you went to your voir dire in jury selection and they picked you to be on this jury. How did you feel?
When I was in the room, when I received the letter, I liked the idea because I'd never been a juror before. I wanted to know how the process is. For me, it was like a 1-2 day thing. It's going to be fun to do it.
No, we're going to skip. So do you want to? I don't like the Sue O'Connell one. It's like very obsequious. You get a lot of information about her, but it's a little bit obsequious. Sorry, the chat's flowing so fast. It took a second to get caught up. Listen, what is the best thing to do? Should we listen to the Sue O'Connell one? It's actually one of the newer ones. People didn't really see it at first. You know what? Murder by Maestro found it, so we're watching it. We love Murder by Maestro. I'm just hungry.
When the judge said, oh, it might take 8 weeks, I was like, wow, I hope I'm not selected. And once I was selected, I had to run. All I could think was the logistics of everything. So I just want to run home and make phone calls to arrange everything. But I was excited. I was happy to be part of the process. I had no clue it was that big. It was a mediatic case. I had no clue to get a lot of attention. But I did like the idea of being part of something that big and important.
Can you tell me what you knew about the case? Of course, the understanding is that you don't have to be ignorant of the case. You just have to not have an opinion formed, right?
Her mic sucks.
And evaluate the evidence in the courtroom. So what did you know about the Karen Reed case before you started hearing evidence?
I know she had a billboard on Route 1. Every time I go grocery shop, I see Free Karen Reed. That's all I knew about her and her name. I also saw some lounge that has signs Free Karen Reed, but didn't strike me to go search and understand what it was. So I had no clue what crime or what she did, who she was, who John was, nothing. I really didn't know. And I never heard about those supporters, the big crowd she has. I learned that the pink was her color like mid-trial, so I stopped wearing pink because I had a lot of pink shirts and I didn't want to give it the wrong vibe. I didn't really know. I don't watch local news, I don't watch television. I had a pause on social media, and whatever I have on social media, my X account is my last post is 2022. My Instagram post is last one was last year. So I just didn't have access to what was going on here. I'm more interested in international news, Brazilian news, and that was it.
Can we talk about your background a little bit? Because I called you the expressive juror, because the jurors I thought generally were very stoic, took a lot of notes, a lot of heads down, you took a lot of notes, but as the trial went on, your expressions became a little bit more obvious. I know that you were controlling them because I could see you. I also couldn't read what you were reacting to. Like if it was, sometimes you'd have the same look going back and forth between the lawyer and the witness. Can you talk about your background a little bit?
Yes, I have a law degree from Brazil. I'm licensed to work in Brazil.
I graduated in 2010, and then right after, a year and a half after, I moved to the States to study, to learn English. I didn't know any English before I got here, and I never worked again as a lawyer. I just help some colleagues I have in Brazil with some cases. Sometimes I can do a petition from here. I still know how to write and think like a lawyer. And I also have an MBA in marketing because my life is here now and I want to do something professionally after my kids grow a little bit. So I combine marketing with my law degree, and I work with the Brazilian law offices to do their digital marketing, their social media, and do things. Another reason why I was involved with the social media, but all in Brazil. Everything I saw was all in Brazil, was never here.
When you reached out to me, you indicated that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I don't remember exactly, but it was surprising to you what people were thinking about the case after you were able to plug back in to the world about the case. What are some of the misconceptions you think people out there have that you've seen, and is there anything that they're getting right?
Some people got things right. I reached out to you because I thought you had a good impression of us. I choose the journalists I want to talk to. More people came on the way, but I didn't have a chance to look to all the media and all the news about us. I just look on X, and I start, as soon as we got back in the room after we give the verdict, I just open my X account, old, and I started to following everybody. I didn't know your name. I didn't know anybody's name. So we started like guessing, who is this, who is that? And there was some misconception, misunderstanding. The jury sent a note to the judge asking her to stop objecting Brennan, or John O'Keefe's brother had to change seats because a jury complained, or the jury, let me remember one more. The jury were uncomfortable with Paul O'Keefe. The jury sent a note to the judge. The last one, the jury already know everything. They just are hanging on the second-degree murder. That's never happened inside the deliberation, but some reporter said that. Like, how do you know? You don't know. The jury is my cousin. He said X, Y, and Z. No, your cousin wasn't there. So I read a lot of this.
And you felt like you wanted to just get the record straight, that your experience as the juror did not match what was happening on social media.
No, we never sent a note to the judge before the deliberation. We never complain. We are a very happy group of people, fulfilling our duty, and that's it.
So I know that I kept posting that it's very different watching the trial and then being in the courtroom. Very different experience. So people would react to the judge's heavy size or a witness's heavy size, which I know you didn't hear because
Sue's such a bad interviewer. Oh God, go back to the 90s, Sue. We don't need you in the modern era. Sue, I'm serious. You're a Democratic Party stalwart. I get it, Sue. I get it. But come on, Sue. Come on.
And we even said that to the judge when she came to talk to us after. The sidebar for us was a moment to stretch, to close our eyes, to clear your head. We didn't mind the sidebar. We laughed because it was probably not true that would be quickly. And all the time she apologized and everything, and we think it's funny to apologize. We know it's part of the process. We expect that to happen. I feel like sometimes judge or lawyers, they would talk to us like if we have no clue what a court process is, what the system is, what the legal system is. And we do, not just me, everybody does. We understand it's part of it. So we like the sidebars. And I can speak for all of us. We like it.
Like more sidebars.
Yes, because we can stretch, we stop. We didn't like when she says, we're going to get here at 8:30 and then we're going to get inside at 9:30. Didn't make sense. Or they get late, too long of a lunch break because they need to do the sidebars. So I guess the sidebars without us, we didn't like much because we want to get going. But the sidebars with us inside the court, we're okay with it.
What about, this is just a personal question for how people relate it. I know that I can't sit for 10 minutes without my phone, right? I can't pick up, if I'm sitting waiting for something, I want to get my phone, I just want to look at it, I want to scroll through stuff, even if it's unimportant. And I kept looking at all of you having to sit there in some of the sidebars, which would go for a long time.
We could check.
And your generation, I mean, I'm 63, right? So I actually remember having to sit doing nothing. Was there this anxiety that and I know I don't want you to speak for other people, but I'm sure you chit-chatted about it. Was there an anxiety of nervousness of not having a device? Or did you look at it as a Zen moment that maybe I'll reclaim my...
I think the first few weeks, for me at least, was hard. Especially because I want to check what was going on home with my kids, so it was hard to not have the phone. But we got used to after 2-3 weeks, I guess. I did, at least. I was okay with it. Being sitting down, listening that much information, that was hard because most of us were out of college or haven't been in school for such a long time, and it felt like we were back in school and need to take notes and pay attention. So it took me a while to get used to, again, to have that much information and learn and understand everything. But other than that, we learned it, we got used to.
All right, so I'll preface this with you were all very professional, very studious, took a lot of notes. What was the giggling about? You had 2 giggling episodes.
And I know
that you tried. I saw all 3 of you trying to bring it back together. And I have to admit, I had a giggling episode with a court officer during some testimony, so it happened.
I remember one of them was because I think Alan Jackson asked Yuri Buchanan, the judge asked, you expect me to read all this? And then Alan Jackson said, yes, I did. So we laugh about it because it was a thick...
Wow, Murder by Maestro. So they stopped uploading while they were in Brazil, huh? Interesting. We're going to take a look at that. Murder by Maestro. Can you find episode 77 of Coffee with Kareem called something about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, respect to our Muslim brethren? Can you find episode 77, Murder by Maestro? Also, we are going to stop watching this soon, by the way. The only reason why we're watching this is because the juror's story changes so often. I mean, I'm sure you're seeing it. Now, in hindsight, you listen to it backwards. We're picking up so much. And also, by the way, I'm about to order lunch. God bless the towel friend who sent over, I want to say, super towel hugs to Steph yesterday. I got a super towel lunch. Someone just sent over, unprompted, by the way, asking me to get lunch today. So I'm actually going to order while I'm on stream with you because I think I have a coupon. So let me do it. I get 40% off, so I think I can get this for about $13, and then I'm going to tip myself, and that is going to be an amazing lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to rate my courier from yesterday perfect, and I'm going to rate all the food perfect. I try to rate the delivery so that the drivers get better offers from the app. So I'm going to go with, I think we're going to do grilled chicken and rice again today. I'm feeling it, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? Maybe we might do Korean food. I haven't had Korean food in a long time, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you're going to stay with me. If you haven't had a moment of lunch today, a moment of levity, I meant to say. If you haven't had a moment of lunch, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get some lunch. So I hope you take a break while we're pausing and we don't have to listen to this juror continue to drown on. I am going to look for something to order for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I have not had homemade breaded crispy panko chicken in a while. So I think I'm going to try that. Where is this located? Is it far from me? It's only 2 miles. Okay, I think I'm going to do that. And I can get a free crab rangoon. All right. Well, that seems like a good idea, ladies and gentlemen. I've always wanted to try grilled chicken, you don't understand, with panko breading. I am a towel. But this might be more expensive than the other dish. Now, if you're wondering, are we doing a towel lunch interlude? Yes, we have to, ladies and gentlemen. If we just listen to this woman talk all the time, I think I would lose my mind. You don't understand. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we are indeed keeping an eye on things. My dear towel friends, we are keeping an eye on things. I am going to continue monitoring the number of rapidly developing situations. Oh, Steph, you give so much by your presence. My heart is enlarged and invigorated, Steph. You don't understand. The towel friends commenting, interacting, asking questions, asking us for to analyze specific pieces of the video. That's what gives towel soul meaning. You don't understand. Now, I'm trying to decide if I should go with the really healthy food I got yesterday, which, by the way, does come at a pretty good price. It's actually the cheapest food. I'm surprised it's so good quality for how cheap it is. I think it's ironically Iranian. But it's for the price, for the quality, it's actually a really good deal. And you get free French fries. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to get a $12.95 chicken dish. It is homemade chicken. It has rice and saffron. It comes with a tomato on the side, and then I get a free French fry, which would normally cost $5.99. So I'm going to give that $5.99 to the DoorDash or Uber Eats guy for a tip, and then I'm going to pay $12.95, and then I get free delivery because I have Uber One because they gave me a free trial, and then I'm going to get it with pita bread today because that only costs 99 cents. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're getting ready if you're on the East Coast for your lunch. Towel just saved $10 on his lunch because he had a coupon and uses Uber One. I'm thrilled to announce, ladies and gentlemen, I saved $10 on my lunch. And to the Towel friend who sent over some money and said, Towel, please order yourself some lunch, I would just like to let you know that I immediately, in line with your request, ordered lunch. So God bless you. It's going to be here by 12 o'clock. Now, it is delicious. Oh, Dewdrops, you don't understand. Towel loves chicken. Now, some people were saying, Grant, you're eating a lot of cheeseburgers over the course of the trial. Well, yeah, because cheeseburgers are my indulgence food. Cheeseburgers and Shirley Temples, because I don't drink alcohol. But I will tell you this right now, ladies and gentlemen. There is something to be said about a very well-made, homemade chicken, especially if it's seasoned. It is delicious. I love rice and French fries. I hope I'm not making you all hungry. We needed a break from this juror. Aren't I more entertaining? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now, it's breakfast time out on the West Coast. So if you're out on the West Coast, hello to our Towel friends all across the West Coast, Washington State, Oregon, California, Idaho, Montana. We might be getting into the central time zone there. Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, ladies and gentlemen. Hello to our Towel friends in Texas, all across the United States. Today, we are all one United States, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving in a direction where we must unify as a people. You will see the sleeping tiger that is the United States roar. No mere paper tiger, ladies and gentlemen. You come at the United States, or we feel the need to come at you as a country, you better go the other direction. We have a very good military, and you spark this domestic industrial tiger through a war production type of situation. Watch this economy absolutely skyrocket as we center around America and protect our interests. We will develop a wartime economy. We will produce so many weapons of war that you will not know what's coming, and then America will invade you. That's what we do. I may not agree with every decision that the government makes, but I'm telling you, if it's one of these kind of situations, I'm full bore. Let's do it. Whatever America needs. I'm not saying we should just do it, but if America needs me, Towel shall meet the call. You don't understand. I will sell war bonds, ladies and gentlemen. I will rile up the populace. I will make sure we are ready to be patriotic Americans. All the other Towels around the world, we're going to need your mutual support and aid. We'll come to your aid. That's how Article 5 of NATO works anyway. I'm a Towel. So yeah, with that said, I think Towel should sell war bonds. Government, just let me know. I could stand here all day. I could be like, listen, you have to buy war bonds, and people would buy them. We'd do wonderful. Stacey Gardner, we have confirmation. Where is it from, Stacey Gardner? I'm waiting for confirmation. If we could have it. Hold on, Stacey Gardner. If we could have confirmation, ladies and gentlemen. All I need to see is the confirmation from mass courts or a similar entity, ladies and gentlemen. Stacey Gardner waiting on confirmation. I trust Stacey Gardner implicitly, ladies and gentlemen. Stacey Gardner is the type of person who would put an excellent level of research into this. All I need to do is keep an eye on the chat, which is not loading as fast on my computer as it does on the phone. That's just the nature of the computer. Stacey Gardner, I'm coming into chat. Stacey Gardner, where's the confirmation? I'm looking for the confirmation. I'm looking for the confirmation in chat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have confirmation in chat of the arrest, of the charges from Attleboro District Court, Stacey Gardner, please let me know. Let me know where to look for the confirmation. All I have to do is check on my phone. You listen, Yannetti control all he wants. He's not going to know what to do with this one. No, not mass courts for the interview. Oh, okay, Stacey. You had me concerned. I thought you were talking about mass courts. Okay, so we're going to do an interview at 1 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, right after I eat my Towel lunch. Get excited for this. And we're actually going to watch the Islam interview. Stacey, if we could tell our guest right before he comes on, we're going to watch an interview. So hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be doing an amazing interview today. Let me get, I want to get the doctor's full information. So we are going to we are doing an interview. I believe it's at 1 p.m. Eastern. His name is Dr. Bob Thiel. Okay, he's one of the world's foremost authorities on prophetic writings. He's written 36 books and counting, and he writes 3 articles daily on world news and geopolitics in relation to biblical prophecy. Now, listen, people may have their views on analysis of biblical prophecies. We respect all different views here. I am very Catholic. People who study the Bible, I'm very interested in, but we're going to hear from Dr. Bob Thiel about this. He is one of the, and let me see. So this is very, very interesting. One of his books is entitled Islamic and Biblical Prophecies for the 21st Century. What about Greco-Roman Catholic prophecies? Where do they converge and where do they differ? How might you be affected with them? So I think this is going to be very, very, very interesting. He is, so I think I also think he published a book, The Last Pope of the Malachi Prophecies. Do biblical and Greco-Roman Catholic prophecies point to Pope Leo the 9th? So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say I am very interested in an opportunity. I'm grateful Dr. Bob Thiel is going to give us some of his time today. We'll aim to talk for 30 to 60 minutes with Dr. Bob Thiel at about 1 p.m. Eastern, as long as Stacy's able to confirm that time. This is going to be interesting because, and Stacy, if you would mind, I don't know if Dr. Thiel is going to be able to listen in, but I am going to play a clip right now, and I'm going to send it to Stacy so that she can have a copy of it. I'm going to play a clip right now that's about a 50-minute long interview. And Towels, if you're just tuning in, I told you we might have some interesting interviews today, some discussions, things to talk about. We now have an announcement. I'm going to be doing a Towel interview with Dr. Bob Thiel, who is a very erudite and informed scholar of biblical prophecies and geopolitics. We're going to talk a little bit about the developments in the world, but the reason why Dr. Thiel might have such interesting things to say for us is Dr. Thiel is kind of a student, and I have not read all. He's written 36 books, so I just want to start by saying I've only been able to peruse some of his articles. I've read overviews of his work. I have not been able to listen to 36 books. I would love to be able to do that in the past 4 days. I have not. So Dr. Thiel is going to have to give us a little bit of an overview of the general scope of his work and things like that. But I'm very interested in Dr. Thiel's insights, specifically, and I don't know if Dr. Thiel specializes in this, but specifically in the way discussions about religion, in particular Islam, like the one we're going to watch on this podcast interview in just a second here, can be used to kind of plant faith, like propagandize for faith. Now, I'm sure Dr. Thiel is going to have lots more to say about the role of faith in different cultures and the way in which biblical prophecies sort of foretell sort of the emergence of certain trends. But I'm very, very interested, because it ties in directly, in the role that governments play, in particular, in the promulgation of faith. Okay, we think a lot of back in the day, the church ran the government. But there's a new Glamis Girl. Is that from yesterday, or is there a new Karen Garbage video? If there's a new Karen Garbage video, you know we got to watch it, dear friend. But I also have to send this interview from yesterday to our dear friend Stacy. So give me 1 second here. All right, so Stacy, this is the interview. It's going to come in, not in chat. Hold on. Okay, so I wish I had, this interview was planned. I wish I had time to sketch, because Frank wanted to come on and talk. Maybe Frank, after you do your live show, we'll talk a little later today, but I need a little time to decompress and eat my lunch. And this interview that with Dr. Thiel was scheduled, I had been trying to get this for a little while, because I'm very interested in before the war broke out last night, really, I was really interested in Dr. Thiel's perspective. So let me see if we got an actual new garbage video. If it's the same as yesterday, I'm happy to comment it on again, but I definitely had a lot to say about Karen's butt. Oh, it's the same one from yesterday. Oh, don't worry. Towel has looked at this one, and I had a lot to say about Karen's butt. Not in a negative way. I was trying to tell Karen, I was trying to be very friendly. I was saying, Karen, listen. When people say you don't have a butt, they don't mean you have to literally prove to us that you have a lower half of your body by going outside of a nice hotel and taking the trash out. That makes you look weird. We know you have a butt. What people are saying is and I was very gentle. People were saying, hey, Karen, I think a doctor could do more for you than those pants. You know what I'm getting at? And I'm not being mean. I'm just saying the whole butt thing, we went in depth. I figured it out. Karen was trying to prove to the world by catwalking, one, that she's a regular everyday human who stays at very luxury hotels and takes out the trash on her own. Clearly, that's very normal. Like regular people, you don't understand. They see the cameras outside their hotel and they're like, oh, I'm going to go outside in my nice clothing and my spandex pants and my white shirt. I'm going to get all glammed up. I'm Gloria Vanderbilt, clearly, or I'm Jackie Kennedy. I'm going to go out, like Jackie Kennedy would totally do this, right? I'm going to go out of the hotel. I'm going to push this trash barrel so I have an excuse to go in front of the cameras. Like, that's dignified, right? Like, I really know what I'm doing. No. This one had an added element. Yeah, Glamorous Girl, I don't know if we can watch something from Jake's son. You'd have to tell me if it's music or something. I can't oh, no, I imagine what it is. But no, I appreciate it, Glamorous Girl, but there's some things we may not be able to show. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say, Karen Reed doing that was the most ridiculous publicity stunt I've ever seen. It wasn't even a publicity stunt. That's the kind of thing that a person who just wants to catwalk in front of the cameras and pretend that they don't know they're there does, and then overthinks it and literally is like, oh, how can I make it look like I had a reason to go out there? Well, a normal famous person would be like, okay, they're going to wait for me. I'll just go to lunch. But a ridiculous person would be like, oh, well, let me just take the trash out. I'll look like I'm helping the staff. No, you look like a moron who doesn't know how to be rich and famous. You, in my opinion, were acting like a moron. So anyway, I was telling Karen that, Karen, if you're going to do that, right, like, and your point is to catwalk and to look like an everyday person, really, we know what's in your heart of hearts is that you think people were actually saying online that you don't have a lower half of your body when they were saying you don't have a butt. And I just want to let Karen know, because I think she's very concerned about this, none of us don't think you have a lower half of your body. Like, every single one of us fully believes you have legs and that you can walk around and that you have a lower half of your body. What they meant, Karen, is that, just like you should do more squats, I think is what they were saying. So, yeah. Oh, it's with her sipping vodka. That's funny. But yes, that's all I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, we have to watch this interview now because we have a big 1 p.m. interview coming up with Dr. Bob Thiel. And so in order to prepare for the 1 p.m. interview with Dr. Bob Thiel, we have to take a look at the jurors' discussion of Islam. So you might be saying, Grant, how are those related? Well, we are going to have the opportunity to interview with an expert, ladies and gentlemen, very smart man who is going to know exactly how this kind of discussion plays out in the wider geopolitical context. Now, I'm honored to be able to interview Dr. Bob Thiel. He puts a lot of effort into his work. But I also want to say views expressed by guests on Towel Channel are their own. He is entitled to his opinion. I'm excited to learn about his opinions. He is obviously well-researched, but I just want to caveat by saying all views on Towel Channel and all views expressed by Towel Channel are those of the guests, and although there may be overlap, they are not necessarily endorsed by Towel Channel. That was the same with any guest. A guest could get up there and say that they don't like towels, and although I would be gratuitously offended, I would allow them to say it. You don't understand, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. All right, so let's continue. I have this interview that I want to watch, and I want to watch this interview because we're going to talk about it with an expert in biblical prophecy, Dr. Bob Thiel, in just an hour. Not just this. We're going to talk about a lot, I imagine, because of the developments overnight in the world. But I want to talk to Dr. Bob Thiel about, what do you think about, governments that are, Islamic, or any government, using spies or agents to indoctrinate foreign populaces to their religion for geostrategic purposes? And something tells me that Dr. Bob Thiel is going to be the perfect person, ladies and gentlemen, to ask about that. So let's listen to this interview. It's not gratuitous. And also remember, if you're just tuning in, we've been watching interviews where the juror talked to the press over the past 12, 24, 48 hours or so. Let's listen to an interview where the juror was not prepared. Notice she's in a hijab here. Okay, I think the headscarf is called the hijab. It's not a niqab, because a niqab would be a full cover, but I think that's a hijab. So she's in her hijab, and she's going to be talking with her husband. Notice how different they are. It's almost like they're playing a role here. And this was from 2020 or so, maybe a little bit earlier. Notice how she's talking about she was a devout Catholic. She was very feminist, but then she found Islam, and she understood the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, out of respect to our Muslim brethren. She found the Quran and was like, oh, it's okay to be subservient. Like, just listen to this interview and let's talk. I'm waiting for my lunch anyway. Sorry about that. Got to unmute it. Hold on. I would love to be able to do that, Murder by Maestro, but I need some help. Folks, if we're going to interview Dr. Thiel at 1 p.m., and I know a lot of you are getting excited for this because I think you're seeing like Dr. Thiel's very well researched in a lot of this material. He may be able to, even if you don't agree with everything every person says here, he's probably going to be able to provide a very interesting level of discourse with Tal. So, if you have timestamps of this video that you want noted, if you think there are things said in this video that are very interesting, if you could make a notepad file or on your phone, Murder by Maestro if you're in the garden, if you could just note them down, okay, I will try to play the video for the guest over Zoom so we can get some commentary sort of on what was said at different timestamps. But I'm also waiting for my lunch, so I can't guarantee I'm going to be able to write everything down all the time. And I'll try to get your towel comments loaded. There's a lot of you talking. There's a lot being said. Lisa Johnson, you do not need to be here. It was nice to see you, though. That's the link. It's the full video. I am a towel. Towels are not really, they're towels. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like, unless you're going to cut my towel, unless you're going to cut the towel in half, but you're not cutting me in half, that would be weird. Why are you here?
Who is the woman not behind the man, but next to the man?
Same side.
Oh no! You were one of those feminists?
Yes.
And having the same coffee? How did you go from bikini to burkini?
I will say, the one thing I was not completely thrown off by or could vibe with was that tune. I was like, all right, it's fusion-y jazz. Towel can vibe to that, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of this, I can't really vibe to so much. And remember, this is juror number 11, Paula, and her husband, whose father was caught purloining U.S. missile defense documents that were classified and obliterating their markings, and then somehow only served 18 months in prison in a federal, ICE private federal detention facility. Oh. Sorry, multitasking.
I don't need to be against acts of kindness to be feminist.
Haven't you heard enough of my voice and Coffee with Kareem,
Yeah, I'm definitely the number one fan, but,
born and raised in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, specifically,
correct.
Right?
I was raised Catholic. My grandmother was Catholic. And but in Brazil, everyone is born Catholic. I was taught how to pray and believe in God and have fear of God. Funny story is that it's like my family, we are all women and they are very clean women. So every time was a storm, my mom would tell me I would be afraid of the thunderstorm. My mom would tell me it was God washing the house and moving the furniture. So we had this practical vision of God in our house.
And it's connected to cleaning and organizing.
Connected to cleaning and organizing, yes.
Hilarious. Yeah, my wife loves to clean and organize, so that's fascinating that's part of your childhood theology right there.
Yes.
So how did you go from that to eventually leaving Brazil to come to the United States and then studying Islam before that, and then eventually embracing Islam in the United States? I mean, Brazil's usually considered a culture that is very different from most Muslim cultures.
For sure.
So how did you go from bikini to burkini?
Well, I gotta say, we do have soccer in common. I think most of the Middle Eastern countries love soccer
too,
just
yeah.
like Brazilians. So back in 2002, there was the soap opera in Brazil, very popular, called El Clone. Probably a lot of people heard about. And there was a story about this Moroccan lady who was living in Rio and deal with all the cultural differences, and she was sent to Morocco to get married. And she had a very wise uncle who was always coming with good messages about Islam, a little details about the history of Islam, who was Prophet Muhammad, how we should behave in a family. And it was the character was a very interesting character. So that was the first time I heard about Islam. That was also the same year of the 9/11 terrorist attack. And so the whole world was talking bad things about Islam and Muslims, and these people is horrible. And at the same time, we were watching this show every day at 8 p.m. All the families would gathering to learn about this religion, who actually, at least in television, seems to be pretty cool and similar to our values, and seems to be good people.
Yeah.
So that was my first impression of Islam. And when I finished my college, I went to Canada and I met some more Muslims, and I had a very good first impression of them. The girls didn't seem to be oppressed and sad and shy or anything. They were like happy hijabi girls, happy to share, happy to teach, to show us around the city. The guys were very kind and gentlemen. They didn't seem to be the sexist, horrible Muslim man that we heard who doesn't let the woman drive or do this or that. And so it was a very interesting, good impression. And then after that, when I came to the United States in 2011, I again meet more Muslims, and I start to be more curious about Islam, about what Islam teaches, what are the pillars of Islam, and how the historical side of it, who was Prophet Muhammad and everything. And now how my journey actually started, like learning a bit here, a bit there. And there was a period of my life where I was very lost, feeling very disconnected with God. I was alone here, far from my family, far from my friends, everything I knew. I felt like I didn't have any meaning. And it was right at the same time of Ramadan. So I took this time of Ramadan. I tried to fast. I did all wrong, but I tried to fast on my own. I was pretty much most of the time in my room, just reading and learning and watching videos. And I found so beautiful to see people gathering for iftar on Ramadan, and they have that like connection. I also heard the adhan for the first time, and that somehow touched me in a way that I never felt before. It's literally brought tears to my eyes out of the blue. Like I was just hearing this sound, this music, and I just started crying and thinking just how beautiful that calling was. And as I learned more about Islam and what it teaches, I just felt was very aligned with my life views at that moment and what I want for me. And I converted to Islam. After this, specifically Ramadan, when I was like a little down in the learning, I was like praying for a direction in my life. And alhamdulillah, 2 months later, I met you. SubhanAllah. Raised by only women. My parents were divorced. I was raised by my grandmother, my mom, and my aunt. And I was taught that women needs to be strong. We don't need men for anything. One thing that we are very proud about it is that my mom would change lamps and carry heavy stuff and do everything on her own because she didn't need any man in her life. And I had this image that I can have it all on my own. I'm all I need. And I don't need men for anything. I never really I never really saw the value of a man in a woman's life or in a family setting, because I had everything with my mom, my grandma, and my aunt. So of course that made me a person with strong opinion and very feminist, a little bit extreme feminist. I gotta say that I would feel offended if you opened the door for me.
Oh no!
Like
you were one of those feminists.
Yes. I would.
But you would still let the men pay for your dinner?
No.
Oh really?
No, I share. I ate my part. I pay my part.
Okay. So you went Dutch. So at least you were fair and consistent.
I was consistent. Okay. Yes. No. Pay half and half.
Because there's some sisters that they don't want any of that, but then they still expect you to, they pick and choose where they want their chivalry.
No, I would feel offended. Why? You think I can't open the door myself, or you think I don't have money to pay? That was always my answer, and it's silly. Alhamdulillah.
Why is it silly though?
It's silly because I still feel as I want to be treated well, and to be treated well if it means you're gonna open the door for me, I want that. And if you want to take me further than you're gonna pay for, I want that. In the same way, I can one day take you out for dinner too. It's like, honey, today is on me. Doesn't matter. But I don't need to be against. I don't need to be against acts of kindness to be feminist.
I see. I don't need to be against acts of kindness to be feminist. A Paula Prado original. I like that.
That was really my attitude. And alhamdulillah, I grow up and I mature to the point where I can see that men and women are different and they both are needed in a family setting, in society and everything, and they have different roles. I consider myself a feminist, but more aligned with the goals the feminist movement has in the past of equal opportunity and having rights, than like being a type of feminist who's going to go on the street and go in a march naked to prove a point. So I don't believe this is the right way for you to show power and your feminism.
You feel like some of these activities to prove a point are going overboard, and sometimes I've heard you say it's like almost like takes away from the core spirit of feminism. Can you tell us more about why you feel that way about some of the modern themes or trends in feminism that you've observed?
Yeah, I feel like women has been oppressed by the society in general, the culture in general. We didn't have equal opportunity. We were mistreated. We had to be at home taking care of the kids and couldn't go out. We were financially controlled by men because we couldn't work, all those things. So we did suffer. I'm not going to deny we have a history of suffering and oppression. And then now, because we are in a place of a little bit of more power, we are overdoing. Like some women, they just want to take the place of men. They want to be like a man. They want to be more than a man. And the way I see is that we are all humans. So there's no more or less of a human on me or you. We just have different roles in society and the family.
Different talents, different
talents, skills.
Hello, Tell here. Hello, Tell here. Sorry about that. I had to go down and get my french fries and chicken. I just want to remind folks that as we engage in this interfaith dialogue, can we just remember we'll always try to be respectful, in which I think we are here. People of different faiths may have views that some of us don't understand, and I'd ask that we approach this as kind of like a learning exercise. It's hard for us. Okay, so I am a Catholic, but you should remember that Jesus is the most quoted prophet in the Quran. So there's a lot of overlap, and it's hard to understand some views that we're not used to. And we're also analyzing this from the perspective of whether it's propaganda, but just, let's keep our general Tao rules: no being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no sea lioning, and please try to love one another, even if you don't understand or may not feel comfortable with a view. There's a difference between criticizing a view from an ideological perspective and then, like, being discriminatory. So absolutely permitted, ask questions, be critical, just try to do it in a respectful way at all times. Remember, there might be people here who have different beliefs than you. That doesn't mean you can't talk in a respectful way. That's what Tao Channel is all about.
Yes,
but we need each other.
But yes, we are complementary. So I don't like those very small percentage of feminists that are, getting out of the way to hate men, to talk against men, to, going extremely aggressive to the male figure when he's as important as us in a society. We need a man to function. We need a man to have babies and keep the humanity going.
Keep creating more future women.
Wait a minute. I don't have any babies. Does that mean that I'm useless? Oh, no.
You're still going to need us.
We need the man, for everything. If you don't like the man to change your bulb in your house, it's no problem. But, man is an important part of society, and it doesn't need to... I don't need to diminish men to make myself feel better.
Right.
What I need and I want, it's equal opportunity. It's having the same opportunity to talk in a meeting. It's having the same amount of promotions my colleague would have. I want to be seen by the human I am, not by my gender.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like that point that you were saying that sometimes there are people in this feminist movement who just want it all or want to replace men completely. And I also kind of feel like maybe historically, part of the reason why some populations of men or some places had more rigidity around women is because of perhaps a sense of insecurity about the power that women have. I mean, think about it. When you're an arcane man, right, and women are these portals for the souls to come through, she's like almost like a magician. Yeah, it's almost like a wizard or just like an amazing, like almost like a good witch or something. It's like I couldn't imagine what somebody 10,000 years ago thought about this creature that is so beautiful. I want to be with her. And when I am with her and share this gorgeous, connection and bonding, humans come out of her and she feeds them from her own body. I mean, that's a lot of power. And I'm sure there were a lot of men who are very insecure about that. They were like, wow, like she possesses the power of life. She's the portals of life.
Yeah, also, of course, man is biologically stronger and he can control women in many ways because we have this magic thing coming from us with the childbirth. We have to take care of the kid. So he has to go out and provide. So I only think like men and women, they are complementary to each other.
Of course.
I don't think we as women are looking for equality in a sense. We want to be men, equal to men. I think we are looking for...
Well, some women are, but some women aren't, right?
I know me, my friends, and the people
right.
I know that are
so
considered...
in your circle,
in my circle, yeah. The people I know that consider themselves feminists, but with balanced ideas.
Notice how he talked for her there? Like, he really, he wanted to make her say a certain thing there. He really talked over her.
We don't want to be equal men. We just want to have the same opportunity as men.
Right.
That's the trick right there. I don't want to grow a mustache or be super...
Also, do you notice, Murder Maestro? Like, yeah, they are distorting things. Like, there are Muslim populations in Brazil. Like, they're telling a story. Like, they want you to really like them. They want you to see it as this narrative. And then, watch, the goal is kind of spreading Islam. You'll see it more and more.
Pretty strong, and I don't want to compete with men in any way in athletics or something. I just want to have the same opportunity. I want to be in a company and be heard, and I want to have the opportunity to drive if you can drive. And it's, in my opinion, it's bringing a negative image to feminism, which is a very important movement and
right.
necessary up to now.
Right. It's like, don't take away from the core of the real cause, because there are people on the fringe that act and think a bit insanely, right?
Yes, and honestly, we do need a special protection as a woman.
Right.
Doesn't make me weaker.
But why is it a problem to accept that in some ways you are weaker than men, and men are weaker than women in some ways? Like that's how I see it. Because if we are fundamentally creatures of need and bonding, this is how Allah designed us. We're social creatures. Naturally, there has to be things we're gonna actually need from each other, and the other will be stronger.
We complement each other.
So it's fascinating because Allah says there's a male and a female. We created the two. Your pursuits can be different, but despite your differences and your commonality, keep excellence and beauty and character in the way you do things. So it's like Allah's telling us there's going to be differences, and in other times we recognize there are certain things that are more appropriate or more fit or more natural for men and for women. So, I don't know why we're all so freaked out by the word weakness. Like, I think men are weak when it comes to certain things. For example, we have sometimes weaker abilities around, let's say, our modesty or our impulsivity. Right? Men tend to have those issues more than women, right?
Yes.
Women aren't as impulsive as men are, generally speaking, right? And that means we do more dangerous things, more stupid things, and so on. So I mean, we have weaknesses. I'm just saying, why is that a problem? Because we are weak by nature. Humans are weak. I mean, you're not that powerful as a creature.
We have to start treating each other as human, brothers and sisters, human. So we have different weakness, different strength. You are, of course, stronger than me when it comes to your body and your physical strength, right? So if I have to, why I'm gonna carry a heavy box if you are there for me?
Right.
That doesn't make me, less of a woman for that. Just look to the fact that our brains are wired differently. We are biologically different. So I don't want to be treated the same way than you. And anyhow, and I accept the fact that I'm vulnerable. Just look to the domestic violence
violence stats, right? It's much more common men being violent,
women,
being aggressive towards women than the opposite. Of course, because you are stronger, because you can, really take the power over me. I accept the fact that I'm vulnerable and I need a special protection and law for that. So because you're biologically stronger than me and you tend to be more aggressive because you are a male, I do have domestic violence law and I want that.
Of course.
It doesn't make me feel weak. It doesn't make me feel...
Yeah, it's about being
accepted that there are things that I'm vulnerable about.
I mean, that's the point of government and, in my opinion, religion. It's to protect people from harm.
Yeah.
Fundamentally. The Prophet ﷺ said, one of the last things he said before he died, ﷺ, in his goodbye sermon was, those that are best of you are those who are best to your wives, which again was revolutionary for that time. And so when the Prophet says something like this, that means as Muslim men, we need to always be in pursuit of what is best for our wives, our daughters, the women in our society, because any guy out there who still, doesn't really see the importance of this is, there are so many brilliant women that if we're not tapping into that potential, our whole society, our culture, our families are not benefiting. When both of your parents are, able to contribute in a lot of ways, and this doesn't mean every woman has to go to get a PhD and work necessarily, but the point here is make sure the lights are on.
TJ, so this is the husband of the juror interviewing the juror about Islam and feminism, and this guy's father was the one who was arrested by the feds for stealing defense secrets, like serious defense secrets about our missile program in 2019.
You can still, exactly. The access has to be there, the promotion has to be there, and then people can do what they want. And I also don't think that women should be maligned at all for being moms or choosing to do that, because a mother is the most important career. It's the most vital career. That's the future of human beings. What's more important than that, than developing new computers and new bank systems and new this and new detergents? It's the human beings that are going to consume all that other junk, right? And that's what moms are doing.
That's the problem. Because of the oppression over the years, we are overdoing. This is the point here.
So there is some social spite going on.
Yes, I don't think we should try to substitute men. We need their help, financially or not. I need your help for many things that doesn't need to be financial. I need your company. I need, your sensitive side to pull me in situations here and there. It's not just about finances.
Right.
I think men and women are complementary, and we have to stop to fight against each other and work together because we need each other. People do very gross stuff to prove points. I don't need to do that to prove that feminism is important. Feminism is there. It's an important movement. It's necessary. It's there to fight for our rights, because up to now we are not respected as men is. For example, when I was working in Brazil as a lawyer, there was time in court where the judge was a man, the other lawyer was a man, and me and my client out there. So the man, the other lawyer, he put his shoulder up and impose himself to talk louder than me, and in a working setting, was disrespectful, because some men think they have this right. They think
they can subdue you somehow.
And that's what has to change. And I still want to wear dresses. I still want you to open the door for me and bring me chocolate or flowers. But I want to be respected in my work settings and in society. I want to be able to go outside and don't have a man saying, "Hey, you hot," or this or that. I'm a human after all.
Yeah.
You don't want to. A lot of men do this to strangers on the street, and then they have daughters and sisters at home, and they don't think about them.
Right. All right, so if you're the Brazilian president today, who's you're Donald Trump, right now, that's what the Brazilians call him. If he says to have a man and a woman with the same credentials, the same position, I would go with a man, not a woman. Now, okay, so at first it sounds like that's being sexist, but it's well, what if I just like the guy more than the woman, right? So why is that a problem? I can choose who I want to hire.
No, he would choose the man because the woman get pregnant.
So that's what he said specifically.
That's what he said specifically.
Okay. So he saw that as a flaw, or?
Yeah, he saw that as a weakness, as a flaw. And at the end of the day, it was a woman who brought him to life.
and it's necessary to keep going. The 6 months we take off to take care of your children, it's essentially for us to for the families to keep growing, for kids to be born and everything. So nobody else can be a mother for you. That's the point. Mother is just one, for that kid is just that woman, okay? But a lot of people can do your work. So it's not a big deal if the company has to adjust and get another person and to do the work of this woman who is off of work. And actually in America it's just 45 days. It's not 6 months. In Brazil, 6 months.
Right.
And it's so important. So you need to give value to the importance of a woman to be at home with their kids and stuff. And that's not supposed to destroy her career and stop her to going back to work and being mistreated at work.
I see.
It's not supposed to be like this. That's the mentality we have to change.
Naturally, you're saying because a woman is a woman and she will, 80% of women will have a child, we shouldn't automatically just see this as a threat to a business or this, because in the end of the day, the very society that you're serving as a president or as a business owner or as a citizen is made up of the people who live in it. And the mothers who have opportunities without added stress, anxiety, or ridicule to raise their children and bond with them and connect with them, they're going to make much better human beings that's going to be consuming the products that you make and sell. Correct. And the computers and cars.
Work.
So you're saying, have this more, we are a big human family perspective. And if we're going to be a human family, naturally we have to honor and make room for, working mothers and mothers who are going to have kids, right?
And she's not going to perform well at work or at home because of this anxiety. That's the mentality I would like to be different. That's what feminism should be fighting for. Not like replacement, but fighting for a culture, collective thinking, where they would respect the time the woman needs to go away. Don't make this a big deal and don't stop her to come back when she needs it.
Right. So essentially you're saying we should be Islamic, because Islam emphasizes the importance of family as the building blocks, the building cells of society, which I know is one of the things that made you attracted to Islam, is it really emphasized family. And so if we did honor family and collective more, especially in the United States, then we would honor that idea that just because you're having a kid doesn't mean your value as a professional should be diminished, or you should be, as a woman, under all this pressure to choose between your child and your career, right? That's basically what you're saying.
Yes, but
notice the tone he took there. He was mocking feminists. Your career, he was mocking them.
For some women, for some mothers, they might have like a support, a nanny that they really like, a trust, or a family member, a grandmother who could help it out. Like in Brazil, that's pretty common. First of all, you need 2 incomes, and second, families around, they are always over there to help, and that I don't think hurt the kid as much, or hurt is not a good word.
Harm,
no. I don't think that will make the kids suffer as much, because it's still a familiar face, then we drop it off and they care. And then the mom would feel way more confident too, because the kids with her family or her husband's family or something like this. I think that's what we have to keep fighting for, to be treated as a human with have our qualifications taken in consideration, rather than the things we not going to be able to give in 2 or 6 months because we're going to be home with our kid.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point, Paula. And also, I think it's important to remember that men and women both have weaknesses respectfully in their own ways, right? Like that's why we actually need each other, because I believe the human being is a creature in need by design, a creature of...
Yeah, and remember, folks, my name...
of bonding. We are social mammals. We are attachable, right? We attach to each other. This is one of the meanings of insan in Arabic, for example. Of course, we need each other, and there's certain times or ways that we are going to feel weak, and the other is there to fill that void or protect, right? So, for example, men could be weaker when it comes to, let's say, impulse control or modesty or, these types of things. So women help them cultivate these things. Emotional and social intelligence, right? That's another way that often women can help civilize man, tame the beast sometimes as well, right? And men also have ways that they can help women shine and optimize more, maximize their reality as well. So this is, of course, we're on the same page about we are complementary. We should work together and not in opposition or in competition, unless, the context allows, like a game or something. But otherwise, the tension, I feel like, that exists sometimes, and the gender wars, all these things that we see is essentially breaking down the cohesiveness and solidarity of the family. What do you think?
Correct. Yes. This thing that I can't be feminine at home, or I can't be a caretaker at home, because that would make me less of a feminist, and I'm just being submissive or something. This is ridiculous. Actually, I supposed to have the right to be whatever I want. Even if I want to be submissive, that's my problem. It's inside my house. I do whatever I want. And I see the movement going like crazy on women who choose to be at home, take care of the kids and the family, or women who actually prepare dinner for their husbands. That's a big problem outside our homes and inside our homes. Outside, we have to deal with the work problem and the lack of opportunity and blah, blah. In a house, we have the pressure, like, should we take care of our husbands, or if we're going to show him weakness if we make a plate of food for him or fold his clothes in a certain way and blah, blah, blah. This is so silly. Things supposed to be natural. And
like, are you weak if I go fill the tank of your car for you?
Yes, you take the trash out. Come on.
Or I take the trash out.
Yeah, that doesn't make me a weak woman or something. It's just something that's better for you to do it. The bean is heavy, whatever.
Right. Love in a lot of ways is just acceptance and common sense, right? Because of course, I could also cook every day if I wanted to too. I can also do my own laundry too. I did all those things for myself before I was married, right? I lived alone for a few years, and I had to do all those things for myself. And I recommend all men should do that.
Learn, and
not just live with your parents and then just get married.
All right, so that's a hint. He lived alone for a few years before he got married to her. And so we know he went to UMass Boston. So it seems like he met her after he graduated. So he moved out of his dorm, lived alone. I think they met in California or something. Yes, stepfather. And also, that's a preface. We have a lot of different religious beliefs. I don't know what his personal beliefs may be, but I want to learn about them. And the waiver here is that the views expressed by guests on Tile Channel are their own. Oh, the muting should be fixed. Sorry about that. Okay, so we just got a little hint there, though, that they got married a few years after he lived alone for a bit before he got married. So probably when he was 24, maybe like 25. Very interesting.
Married, because there's a lot of skills you have to learn autonomously.
Alhamdulillah, you have.
To be a man. So, but the thing is it's like I don't feel challenged by, oh, you're cooking, I can cook better than you, so step aside, Paula. And some dishes I do cook better than you, and some dishes you cook better than me. But it's like, it's the fact that you and I are, and I think all couples who have that, inshallah, that peace is like, we're not threatened or
by each other.
Yeah, we don't feel like if you do this, I have to do this too, or I have to do it better, or you can't do this, only I can't. It's like, relax, Circumstances sometimes make it where a dad has to stay home and watch the kids all day, or may even for months. What if your wife gets sick? God forbid. You have to step up and now watch the kids, right? You have to know what to do. So, and there is this masculine and feminine energy embedded in both sides, because if, God forbid, a person is sick or dies or whatever, there has to be that energy that comes out to fulfill that role too. So I mean, I believe there is this fluidity and malleability, right, or adaptability as human beings, and sometimes we forget that just having that basic common sense and flow.
Basic common.
Interesting, Deaf Otter. So let me pause this for a second. I just want to, it's okay if people have their own church, but I just want to make sure. And I did read some of his articles. I'm more interested in his academic perspective. He of course can have his Philadelphian remnant of the original Church of God. Independent researcher. He's a student of prophecy. He does not claim to be a prophet. Yeah, it seems to be he's a religious scholar, and he can have his own religious views. I do not pass judgment. But it does seem like there is a church that he, or a legacy or a certain part of the church he's part of. So, I'm very interesting. And obviously, like, hold on. Well, okay, so hold on. Let's back up a little bit. Sometimes to understand faith, to really study faith, you really have to be enmeshed in it. Obviously, I'll lead off by saying I'm not going to permit proselytizing. I'm not going to sort of have someone trying to convert people. It's an academic discussion about the sort of perspectives in different religions. Now, in order to be well skilled in those religions, sometimes you really read a lot about one religion or one interpretation, and then that's your religion. But to say someone's religion, necessarily would preclude them from being able to offer insight from an academic perspective, I'm not willing to go that far. Now, if Dr. Thiel were to say something like, that led me to believe he were proselytizing to you or something like that, I don't think he will do that. I'm going to give him the same respect I would give any other guest. But yes, I would say, that's generally like not what this is about. This is an academic discussion. I'm thrilled to hear about your views, but it would be like someone from the Catholic Church coming on, or like something like that, a deacon or something. They could happen to be involved in a specific church while also knowing a lot about interreligious academic study and things like that. So, but yes, I just want to say that the reason why I thought this interview was timely is because it has to do with an analysis of kind of complex interreligious dialogue. I need someone who is involved with religion to talk about that. They may have their own religious beliefs. I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I have very Catholic beliefs. That does not mean that I'm endorsing, like, for example, this Dr. Thiel may belong to a church, specific denomination of a church. That doesn't mean I'm endorsing that church. I don't know a lot about it. That doesn't mean that I'm endorsing everything that Dr. Thiel is going to say. Just remember that to be able to understand different perspectives, we have to hear them. And also, after I finish my conversation with Dr. Thiel, I may have a certain perspective one way or the other, and then I will tell you. Okay? So that's how I think we're going to do it. And again, I don't think, I think I would have had Dr. Thiel on later in the week, maybe especially about the Middle East conflict, but I wouldn't have had him on today if not for the fact that Islam and sort of the interplay between different faiths is so central to what we're talking about with this juror. And I'm not going to ask Dr. Thiel a lot about the Karen Reed case, obviously, but I'm very interested in the role of faith, in particular, the way in which this juror and her husband were going about doing this podcast and things like that, the Islamic faith in particular. And then I also am very interested in learning more about, in particular, the way states, so this Dr. Thiel is some of his work has to do with countries, the way states use religion, not any one religion, but religion to advance their various goals, or religions that use states to advance their various goals. So I hope everyone has a very sort of settled predisposition about this. I'm not inviting Dr. Thiel on because again, he may have views that I agree with, disagree with. I'm not inviting him on as necessarily an endorsement of everything he's ever said. I happen to need a scholar of religion, and I'm very grateful he's going to give us some of his time. I need a scholar of religion to talk a little bit about this, and then we'll talk a little bit about some geopolitical implications. And again, really, it's what Dr. Thiel has to say. So if you don't like what Dr. Thiel has to say, you don't have to go follow him. You don't have to go along with it. But no, I don't intend on facilitating anything that would be proselytizing or something like that. I don't do that myself. I'm very Catholic. You don't see me saying, all right, everybody, don't forget to go to Catholic church. No, that's not how I do this.
That's right. Yeah,
it's makes your life so much easier.
There
Just
is
relax.
an external pressure, a huge external pressure for your family to go for a certain direction. A woman can't be vulnerable and do things for her husband. A man has to be the provider or not. Right. If both of them work, they kind of compete who has the better job, right, and blah blah. It's an extreme pressure for men and women to fight, to not get along. That I feel like the word is against us somehow.
That's weird. Yeah.
The word is against couples, against men and women trying to work together.
You're right. Yeah, maybe there is this narrative, or in pop culture, television, it's it always has to show men and women are a certain way, and we always have these problems.
And making fun of each other, they don't have fun together.
That's not always the case.
You have a kid, you're pregnant, your life is over. You get married, for the man, your life is over. Television is shown every day. Anything we watch, you have something making fun of families.
Right. Or showing how family life, basically, it sucks.
Yes. Yeah. And it's,
sometimes it does. Sometimes, yeah.
But it's the very core of society. Right. It's the heart of this world, is a family. When we're talking, we decide to make the show about feminism and everything, but it's all connected.
Of course.
How the feminist ideology is connected to how we live and perceive inside our house, and we treat our husbands or our sons, or you listen on television, some things like men are taking this and this from us, and then we get home, we're gonna take on our husband and treat him bad. It's silly.
It's childish.
It's
and immature.
We have to understand that men and women are different. We're gonna act different, but we have equal importance to work. We are complementary, and the only thing women should be fighting for is equal opportunity and respect. For example,
it's to me, it's like having 3 different kids, or those of us who have kids. Your kids are not exactly the same, even though they both come from both of you, right? Just like man and woman come from the same family and set of parents. Our kids are not going to be the same. Do we now tell them, oh, you don't have to get along, everything has to be a competition, you can take everything personally because your personalities are different? No, we always tell them what? You're all brothers and sisters, right? You come from the same family, you have to learn to get along and complement, and so on and so forth, even though you have differences. Why is it now that when it comes to male and female, we get this pop culture energy of it's meant to be chaos almost. It's meant to be we're never going to understand each other. It's meant to, but no, if we understand each other as fundamentally human, creatures in need, complement, right? We're here and designed for one another, which is one of the things that evolutionary biology still has no solid explanation for. Why did natural selection, if that's what's in charge for us to get here, developed and evolved us into 2 sexes? There's no real explanation for that.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Allah says we created everything in pairs. We're obviously
supposed to be working pairs.
Supposed to be here, yeah, exactly.
We're supposed to be here and working and helping each other, not fighting. I also don't want people to think that all the feminists are that crazy. And alhamdulillah, this is a small percentage. They just get more attention in the media because they are doing extreme things or saying things that doesn't make sense. But I hope, and I believe, at least in my circle, most of my friends and we understand that we are different but complementary, and there's no need to be a fight.
Right. And in the end of the day, empowerment should never mean only through subduing or oppressing another. And if men have done that to women, that has to be corrected. And if women do it to men, it has to be corrected. If a nation does it to another nation, it has to be corrected, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it has been done to women, I think, in the past. First of all, men has aggressive nature, right?
That's sexist.
That's sexist, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, you do have You guys do have I have a more sensitive nature. Most of us. Anyways, in general speaking, men is a little bit more aggressive, and women are a little bit more the caretaker and the sensitive side of it. So in the past, even in the cave times, a man has to go all day work and hunt and getting food, and the woman's the one in the cave taking care of the kids. Later on, the man has the financial power over woman. He was the one working everything. The woman was at home taking care of the house, taking care of the kids. This financial power, I think, eventually become the aggressive,
became politicized
and the problem. Yeah, because then we become very dependent. I don't see a problem in a woman being financially dependent on a man if that's work for the family.
Yeah, because the man is dependent on a woman for other values. It may not be money,
correct.
but it's like the value of recuperation, rejuvenation, warmth,
or raise
nurturing,
their kids.
food, having healthy kids, a shelter to come home to. I mean, that's all stuff I'm completely dependent on you for.
Yes, correct. So, but this idea of the woman could start being oppressive was because in the past, men has this financial power over women.
I also think, Paul, it has to do with we have given money too much power and value. So think about it. The person who makes more money or is in charge of making money, naturally they're going to be seen as more powerful because we worship money, so much of us, right? It's like money is the main reason why we go to school and want to be successful. Think about it. The reason why all these things are also centralizing around provider and money and career is because also money has become a new god in a way, right? It's a new idol.
Yeah, and has been like this for centuries, and men was often had this power, the money power, and that led to aggressive and sometimes controlling and sometimes domestic violence. And anyways, and things got messy along the way.
People have always worshipped money and wealth, but I feel like today, because dogmatic individualism with the cocktail ingredients of the dark side of capitalism. I'm not against capitalism, but the dark side of capitalism, and of course the obsession of consumerism, which is a result of that. You put those together and money becomes a much more powerful idol. And the experience of family and bonding and masculine, feminine energy and children, and these moments for a lot of people are wondrous and divine, right? It's a constant reminder. But if family, like you're saying on TV, is always seen as just a big joke, or it's just always chaos and disaster, and it's all stress, and life is just this dark, sad thing. In the end,
why get married? Why have kids?
Yeah, it sucks the
Let's
life.
Just keep fighting for a better position or jobs and hate each other.
It just makes it about that's the point of life, right? The pursuit of happiness is the pursuit of money and things and whatever my ego wants. Because as soon as you suck the life and beauty and glow of family, then career is all that matters.
Well, that's bringing me back to what I was saying earlier. Once the mentality of companies and corporate America or internationally changed to the fact that family is as important, that women just leave the work to have kids because it's family, that's how we grow, that's how we develop as humans. When the mentality change, that's when we're gonna be respected as women or as human beings. It would lead us to fights against gender, or families being apart, and kids who doesn't look for their parents. They are always busy with work, and all connected.
Yeah, it's like this very so-called important, eloquent pursuit to nowhere.
Pursuit to nowhere, good one. Yep. And meanwhile, we are just focused on pop culture, television, and marches and fights and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
We put all the show on TV.
Hi, friends. I don't really feel comfortable answering questions about where specific people live. That's not my prerogative. I'll tell you generally, like where the husband and wife lived, what state, like California 2012 to 2021, Brazil from 2021 to 2024, Massachusetts 2024 2025. I'll tell you generally, but anything beyond that, I'm just not comfortable with. I also want to just talk about the Super Towel Lemon emoji, who's a Super Towel Lemon emoji, ladies and gentlemen, and he is quite literally amazing, and Towel loves Super Towel at Jude Drops. Hi, Kiki and Riri. I know you can hear me. I'm a Super Towel. Look at him. That's how I feel about him. He's heart beating out of his chest. I love it so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to continue. Well, her dad's dead. I just want to let folks know, I think he passed away after he went to federal prison for stealing our country's missile defense systems. Documents about those systems. Now, you know what I want to do, actually, ladies and gentlemen? I want to take a look. I heard Paula might have gone active on social media, which is incredibly important. I have a question for her. This is a very serious question. And I can't just ignore it. So hold on. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. What was it that I was going to look at? Oh, yes. EU Paula. There we go. Let's see. Is she back? I have a question for her. I have an important question for her. Where is she? Let's see. Oh, there she is. Hold on. Paula, are you back? Mass courts is down today, and the world wants to know if your father-in-law, who stole those U.S. classified missile defense documents, is the man in this court record. Are you okay, Paula? Thank you for your time. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what is going on with Paula Prado? Her post from the beach yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. She said, "What is going on here?" Let me just ask. I'm going to retweet Paula's beach photo here, and let's just see. All right. So let me just show you this, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's fair to ask. I think this woman went on national TV, and this is a deeply concerning, sort of development. So we're waiting for Dr. Thiel, but so Paula, the juror, said, she was going to take some time away with her family, and I said, Paula, are you back? Mass courts is down today, and the world wants to know if your father-in-law, who stole those U.S. classified missile defense documents, is the man in this court record. Thank you for your time. And, I haven't heard back, but I think, ladies and gentlemen, she's been willing to answer questions on Twitter. And, that's obviously her account, because she's, reached out to Sue O'Connell on Twitter and then did an interview with her. So there's nothing to think that it's not her, on the Twitter. So it just makes you wonder, why will she answer? Is this her dad? Is this her father-in-law? That's a serious charge. So I hope she'll be able to clear this up. It would be really helpful if she could just say no, and assuage some of these concerns. I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, though, my concerns only grow by the minute. Valerie. All right, hold on. We have to remove Valerie's wrench. Valerie, you've lost your wrench. And also, you can't put the chat on timeout because you only had minimum permission. So hold on. Thank you, by the way, for the super towel who alerted me to not Val, our friend, but Valerie, this person's whoever this may be, their malicious behavior. I have a plan, ladies and gentlemen. I have a plan. So watch what we do here. You ready for this? You think you're so smart? You think you're so smart? All right. Goodbye, Valerie. It was so nice having you here. You didn't even accomplish your plan, Valerie. You couldn't time a single person out. And the reason I know you couldn't is because the timeouts list themselves in the chat, because I have moderation actions on specifically so that you can't do that kind of thing. Hello. Also, I'm going to turn timestamps on in chat too. Look at that. Look at that. Now I have timestamps and moderation out. I want to go live on my channel so we can get more YouTubers. Yes, Hot Coffee Chats. I'd love to talk to you at some point, my dear friend. I got a 1 p.m. interview coming up, and I also have to remove Valerie from the moderation list here. So hold on, little towels. Hold on. Valerie, why would you ever brag about something like that, especially when I can just go in to the channel settings? Oh, goodness. And we got 14 minutes, by the way, before we go into where we got to go to. All right, so I'm going to go into the chat settings here. All right, here we go. All right. All right. All right, so here we go. I go into the live chat, and then I click this. And then, how do I do this? How do I do this? Oh, yes, all right. And then I click that. Hey, there we go. I got what I needed. All right, Valerie. Just the name Valerie. You shall now be removed. And the best part is I can go, since I'm monitoring the live chat, she wasn't actually able to do anything, but I'm going to go remove her anyway. See, Valerie, you gave up your whole plan. Not that it would have worked, because if you had even done like one action, it would have populated in the log. We would have seen it and then removed you right then. Yes, yes, I know, little towels. We're getting ready for our 1 p.m. interview. Should be starting up in a second. So, hold on. All right, let's find Valerie here. Where are you? You thought you were so smart, huh, Valerie? All right. Let's see here. All right. All right, there we go. All right. Not that. All right. Oh, wow, okay. It's because there's so many. Well, Valerie, you cost yourself. There's a lot of you on this list. I wish it listed in order of when they were added, but it doesn't do that. Maybe it does if you go, oh, I wish it listed them in like alphabetical order. No, let's see. Well, I'm willing to do this. You don't understand. I am willing to go through Valerie, even though we have an interview coming up in 12 minutes. I'm going to send that link out in 1 second. It's not going to start till 1 p.m. anyway. All right, so there was a recent one, and we're looking for Valerie. Oh, I think somebody might have actually already got her. All right, that's okay, though. I'm going to go through each and every single one. You don't understand. And she has a picture in her username, which makes it even easier to find her. All right, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. I am on the hunt for Valerie's attempted manipulation of our channel. Let's see. I wonder if some of you are saying you already got her. Hold on. It would be best if Valerie would show up back in the chat. I don't think she's going to. All right. All right. And then hold on. All right. What's her profile picture look like again? There you go. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am this meticulous. I wish it would let you actually search it, but that would be just be too easy, wouldn't it? And we are getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, for our 1 p.m. interview. Murder by Maestro, you don't see a Valerie in the mod list. I think it's because they're gone. Let's just double check it, because we obviously have like elevated permissions. But I think they were already dispatched earlier. And then Murder by Maestro, I'll double check the mod log or the log of whatever the hell it's called. I wish I knew how to access it. It just says moderation log, but it doesn't actually populate unless I open it in a different tab. So we'll check that. We'll make sure they didn't actually touch anything, but I'm not actually seeing Valerie. And since she didn't have elevated permission, she wasn't able to do anything anyway. Well, so when people do national news interviews, like the Daily Mail and things like that, will sometimes look up what's going on with the juror, with the person who gives the interview, and of course, finding out that the father that had been involved with that kind of behavior related to U.S. missile defense secrets. I mean, that's just deeply concerning. It's perturbing, one would even say. And so, of course, people are going to be asking questions about that. And then the fact that the father-in-law, in the context of that federal probe, may have picked up state charges because of a very serious and concerning series of events related to that report from Frank about the father getting other charges. I mean, come on. At a certain point, it's like, what is going on with that situation, the father-in-law? And then the jurors' sort of behavior in all of this, I think, only compounds it. So, well, so it's a transparency question. It's a disclosure question. It also it touches on like all sorts of the juror questionnaire, especially if the father-in-law got charged with those like serious offenses. Because it's like, have you been exposed to intimate partner violence or stuff like domestic abuse or stuff? There's just a lot of questions about the juror questionnaire. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this Zoom up and running. Let's get ready for our 1 p.m. interview with Dr. Bob Thiel. And I think we are going to learn a thing or two. And obviously, Dr. Thiel has done multiple interviews before. Dr. Thiel has his views. But remember, in order to be able to interview someone, they have to be an expert, and they are going to have views. So let's keep that in mind. Let's be respectful of our guests, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm grateful for Dr. Thiel giving us some of his time today. And let's see. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm not muted. I'm not muted. I don't think I'm muted. Hold on. No, I'm not muted. It says I'm not muted. I'm not muted. It seems to be working. You might have caught a point where it was muted, but it's unmuted now. So, ladies and gentlemen, got a lot going on. Yep, this whole story with the juror is very intense. But if you're just joining Towel Channel, I'm going to send over the link. All right, I know. All right. I sent over the Zoom link for 1 p.m. So that's looking good. And I'm in. All right. So we are keeping an eye and. All right, so we're keeping an eye, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. Oh, okay. The gap between Judaism and Christianity. Oh. Interesting. I'm just reading a little bit as we wait for 1 p.m. Philadelphian remnant. Interesting. I don't know a lot about Interesting. All right. Well, we're going to do it. I've invited this guest on. I'm interested in learning what Dr. Thiel has to say. And I want to disclaim this by saying that I don't think anyone is going to be trying to convert anyone. And I'm interested in Dr. Thiel's academic perspective. It seems like this, I'm interested in learning what the belief system is and things, and more than that. And I'm happy to add Juliana to the chat. Now, this interview was requested by a Tao friend. I am looking forward to it. I have not had a chance to listen to a lot of Dr. Thiel's works, but this is going to be an academic discussion about the various world's religions. And I think Dr. Thiel's research is quite valuable. Now, I'm not endorsing him, not endorsing his views. I don't know a lot about them. I've obviously prefaced this by saying no one is going to be trying to convert anyone, and that will be that. And we'll see how this interview goes. And yep, and hot coffee chats. This is just a slight. Yep, and so, hello, there we go. Thank you so much for the patience, friends, and let me just give a second here to see if the video feed is going to load up. Well, I'm not able to see your video. Oh, hello, I am. How are you? How are you, Dr. Thiel? Give me 1 second to bring you up on the screen for the viewers, and thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Now, I must say, there is a viewer of this channel who is a fan of yours and was excited to invite you for this discussion, and I'm excited to have you on. I will say, though, unfortunately, due to the pace of news activity, I haven't had a lot of opportunity to actually review your full sort of scope of your work. So this is mostly going to be an academic discussion about the interplay, some of the world events going on. But would you be kind enough to just inform my viewers a little bit about sort of your academic work, how it interplays with the various world religions, and sort of how you publish each day and what you've been covering?
Okay, well, let's see. I was raised Roman Catholic. I went to a Catholic school for a couple of years. I also took Latin in high school. I have an AA in liberal arts, but I studied, amongst other things, religion. I have a bunch of degrees. I've got a master's from USC in information systems management. I have a PhD in nutrition science. I'm a published scientist. I also have a THD in early Christianity. As far as my interest, actually, one thing that really piqued my interest and actually got me to do the THD was probably the second or third or fourth time my wife and I were over in Rome. We went to Vatican City, and I bought a little book called The Popes. And I wondered where that information came from. And to make a long story short, and this is not Catholic bashing, according to Roman Catholic scholars, most of the stuff about the early popes was just made up. These people didn't write anything, etc. So anyway, I was intrigued with church history, so I started to do that. And somebody asked me to do kind of a church-related website, and I didn't really want to do it. My arm was twisted a little bit. Anyway, I started to do it. And then it was wild. I mean, we got 6 or 7 views a day. I was so excited. Now, we're going back a long time, okay? But wow, 6 or 7 people actually reading what I was writing. I thought that was really cool. Then it got expanded over time. And now, as you alluded to, I actually make 3 posts per day. They're usually on news and prophecy, doctrine, church history, those kind of topics. I write a lot. One of the things I know we're supposed to talk about today is a book I wrote last year called Islamic and Biblical Prophecies for the 21st Century, which also aligns with what's going on in the news today. So that's a thumbnail. So if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
No, that was perfect, and the background was exceptionally helpful for you because for me because I know you're very busy, so you obviously probably don't follow true crime. But this is a channel mostly that covers the criminal court system. So it's a public information service that's centered around the values of the BBC to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, to engender cogent public discourse, and ward off usurpations of our representative forms of government around the world. The reason why we're talking to you is one of the jurors in the trial, after trial, did a national media tour, and it came out eventually that she has some connections. Her father-in-law was arrested for stealing U.S. domestic missile system files from Raytheon in 2019. As part of that investigation over the past 72 hours, we found a podcast where this juror and her husband discussed the role of Islam as it intersects with modern Christianity and feminism, and why modern Christian women should feel comfortable converting to Islam. Now, I felt that podcast was state-sponsored propaganda because her father-in-law was clearly connected to an intelligence agency when he was arrested. So what I wanted to talk to you about, although this is a much wider discussion, is the role of faith and states and how they intersect, and how states sometimes spread faith-based messages, or how the churches spread messages through states. And so that was one of the reasons I wanted to discuss today. But as you can see, it's a little bit of an offshoot from what this channel normally covers.
Well, but I'll give you another offshoot. I was actually offered a job by Raytheon in 1980. I did not go to work for Raytheon, and I'm not involved in U.S. Intelligence, although a couple of people have suggested I was, and that's nonsense. But okay, well, as far as how people get faith information out there, there's different ways. In modern times now, we've got the internet, so we've got the ability to reach people all over that we normally wouldn't reach, which is actually one of the reasons, by the way, I agreed to do your program. Okay, so because we can reach people otherwise we wouldn't reach, and being on the internet, for example, our YouTube channels have reached 220, 230 different nations and territories, and it's like, wow. Now, I've been to a lot of countries. I've actually been to over 50 countries myself, but I haven't been to 200 or 220. And so this is a one way to get it out. But as far as the internet, again, I make the posts every day. We do podcasts, we do other things. We're also on the radio, by the way, and regular radio, commercial radio. And so that's another way to reach things. Now, of course, it's not just people who are Christian, or say the same kind of Christian or whatever. Islam does it as well. They've got all kinds of websites. They've got other information out there. And then you've got stuff that the U.S. government's always worried about. Recruiting people to participate in violent activities or anti-U.S. activities or whatever. But one of the things that I find fascinating, I hold up this book. By the way, it's free online. So it's not like I'm trying to sell it. Okay. At ccog.org. And the reason I wanted to mention this was I knew a little bit about Islamic prophecy before I started to write this book. Okay, so it's not like I didn't know anything. But when I started to write this book, I found out a lot of interesting things about Islam that I didn't know. Now, it doesn't really tie into crime necessarily, but I learned, for example, one really obvious thing about Islam, I think even most Muslims don't know. And I think your audience would like to know. See, one issue that Islam says, the average Muslim, I should use that term. The average Muslim says, we can't believe the Bible. Okay? They say we can't believe the Bible because the Jews and the Christians changed it. Okay? And the Quran is perfect and has not been altered, and therefore we rely on the Quran. We don't rely on this. We can't trust it. Okay? All right. That's what most think. But you find this interesting. That's not what Muhammad taught. Muhammad is the founder of Islam. He claimed to get messages from the angel Gabriel in like 610 or 620 or whatever, and he ended up forming that religion. That's not what he said at all. What he said was the Christians and the Jews are the people of the book, okay, meaning this book, All right. And he didn't say that they corrupted the Bible. What he said was they didn't interpret it right. So that's a big difference.
So can I ask you, Dr. Thiel, why is Jesus the most quoted prophet in the Quran? This is something that we talk about on the stream a lot. We can't really figure. I don't know the answer. Is it due to some of what you're talking about right here?
Yes, but he's probably not the most quoted. He is referred to, though. And his mother Mary is actually referred to more than he is, except when they say her, they're talking about him most of the time. Okay. They call Jesus most of the time the son of Miriam, the son of Mary. Okay. And we talk about Mary in Islam too, if you want. But as far as Islam goes, Islam says Jesus is a prophet. What they basically teach goes like this, that Abraham of the Old Testament was the original follower of God in a sense. Okay. They know about Noah and others. I mean, they recognize them too. And they even recognize Moses, believe it or not. Okay. All right. But basically what they say is that Judaism improved or added stuff to appropriate stuff to the religion of Islam, of Abraham. Then Jesus, etc., came along and they added more stuff. So it became the more pure religion. Okay. But that the Christians went off track, the Jews went off track. And so God raised up Muhammad, gave him this message. And the part I didn't know is that Islam claims to be the original faith of Abraham. Okay. I didn't know that until I wrote that book. Okay. I was surprised. I didn't expect anything like that when I wrote the book, but that's what I learned. And so that was a difference that I didn't know. And the other thing was, it's interesting. He actually said, Muhammad actually said there were basically two groups of Christians. There were some said they're okay. At worst, they can be annoying. And then others he didn't like.
It just makes me naturally wonder, is there, and maybe this is the heart of my question, is there a distinction between, and I know this is a big question, political Islam and the religious tradition you're talking about? And I ask because I noticed that different states approach Islam differently, Sunni, Shia Muslims. And so what we've been analyzing, I think, on this channel is Egyptian intelligence potentially promoting a version of Islam. So how have you studied that? Has the modern deployment of Islam by states and its fracturing come up in your research?
Yes, although I didn't use those exact terms in what I was doing, but the answer is basically yes. I'll give you another thing that I learned about Islam. They claim to believe the Quran, but they all have different interpretations now. Okay, you have the Quran, and then you have something called hadith. The hadith were supposedly sayings of Muhammad, and people aren't sure which ones are real and which ones are not. My understanding is you have a Roman Catholic background. Okay.
Yes.
Well, that'll fit into this. Okay. Because within Roman Catholicism, they have the Bible. Then they have something called the living magisterium. And doctrine is supposed to come from both of those. All right. So just because a Roman Catholic priest or pope says something, it isn't necessarily official that people all have to believe it if it's not part of the magisterium. Okay?
Is this the distinction between a papal bull or versus a different form of church edict?
That or what council, ecumenical councils they accepted, what decisions. Okay, that's essentially the living magisterium, which more or less is in the book you've heard of called the Catechism of the Catholic Church. Okay, I took catechism classes when I was younger before I went to the Catholic school, so I understand all that. So anyway, and when he was Cardinal Ratzinger, Joseph Ratzinger, Pope Benedict XVI, put together a new catechism of the Catholic Church. So that's more or less what Catholics believe. But Catholics believe things that aren't in there, okay? And you got the same thing with Islam. You got the hadith, but unlike the Roman Catholic living magisterium, you have to decide which hadiths are legitimate. And there are arguments in Islam that this matters. No, Muhammad didn't mean this. No, this guy who wrote that down, he lied. So you've got that dynamic. And you're talking about stuff that happened in the 7th century. Okay? So the arguments about that, because that's where all the hadiths and the Quran came from. And then you've got, well, for example, political issues. Okay, you've got the Shiites, the Sunnis, and the Sufis. Okay, now if you're listeners, you probably are aware of this. In Iran, they are Shiite Muslim. Okay, now the Sunnis consider the Shiites idolaters. The Shiites consider the Sunnis lax. Okay, lukewarm, not diligent, not good enough. And then you got the Sufis, which are not connected with them at all, pretty much. The Sufis, how can I put this? They're not inclined toward violence, and they have rituals where they spin themselves around a lot till they get dizzy, since they feel that gets them closer to God. Okay. And
I mean, I've heard of people going into caves and lighting lamps to do that. I mean, so I'll whatever gets you closer to God is my opinion.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so you talk about different states. So actually, we saw the Sufi dancers, twirlers, when we were in Turkey one of the times. But as far as Turkey in Islam, before I get more to Iran, they took us to the old area that in the Bible was called Philadelphia. Okay, in the book of Revelation, there's the 7 churches, and one's called Philadelphia. So our guide takes us to Philadelphia, and there's this big bunch of grapes on the outside coming into town. I thought, that's interesting. They grow grapes where I'm at right now, by the way, all over here, all kinds of vineyards and stuff. Okay, but they took us to wine tasting. And now, turns out I don't really care for wine. I don't mind wine tasting, but I really not a wine person. Anyway, so I said to my Muslim guides, I thought Muslims don't drink. Well, we Turks, we were a nomadic people, and we do. So maybe we're not that good at Muslims. Okay, so I thought that was funny. But as far as the different branches and people's interpretation, okay, getting back to Islam, to Iran, excuse me. In Iran, they've got their supreme leader, who's the Ayatollah Khomeini. Now, what's interesting about Shiite versus Sunni Muslims, Shiites believe you have to have a leader, a religious leader, not just the top guy, but lower ones called imams. Okay, and you need this person to intercede between you and God, who they call Allah or Allah. Of course, biblically, we would say, no, there's only one mediator, that'd be Jesus. So no, you don't need that. And the Sunnis don't believe that. But what's more bizarre about this, and that kind of ties into biblical prophecies too, in Iran, they believe that a leader is going to rise up called the Imam Mahdi. Okay? And there's 2 different versions of this. One is the one that the Shiites hold, and the other is what the Sunnis hold. The Shiites hold that one of the cousins of Muhammad, a guy by the name of Ali, that he didn't really die. And he's in suspended animation. Okay, we're talking from like the end of the 7th century to present. Okay? Now, as bizarre as that sounds, the Ayatollah has 2 or 3 times said he saw or spoke to this guy. Okay.
And this the Ayatollah who came to power in '79 due to the counter-reaction following the U.S. Coup in '53?
No, the other one, the current one.
Oh, the current, they had a transition.
It's funny because it's tricky. One of them is Khomeini and the other is Khamenei.
That's why I get confused all the time. I was saying to myself earlier, why do I have a K in my mind for both of these people? He can't have lived from 1979 until now and been old the whole time. So thank you for helping me with that.
No, it's logical because they were so close.
But Mike, to bring, so I want to put a pin in one question, which is I'm very interested in asking you, something came up as you were talking there, Dr. Thiel, about sort of this person between ourselves and the divine. I want to ask you before I forget, because I don't want to get to Iran and Israel. We would be remiss in light of the events overnight to not talk about that. But I'd like to ask you about the opposite of that, which is pre-Christian occult paganism. In particular, people who believe the divine is only within by way of mastery of conscious self over soul. We've been analyzing these sort of Freemasonic, but I wouldn't call it Freemasonic. I think that's one discipline of esoteric tradition. So my listeners, very interested in this. We have videos from within the Bohemian Grove Sahara camp. We are fascinated by owl symbolism, not because we believe in it. We want to try to understand the opposite of what you just said, someone between ourselves and God, but people instead who believe that it is only within themselves that God exists. Have you looked into any of this sort of pre-Christian esoteric kind of belief systems?
Only not enough that I would consider myself a qualified expert. I have seen, of course, where pre-Christian things like the Oracle of Delphi and stuff, where people actually went to somebody else for that. But to answer your question, no, I don't think I've studied it in great enough depth to pontificate about it. I use that term.
Not a problem. I will continue looking up the black checkerboards and the archways and doing my research. The question, I guess, another question I have then is about what happened overnight. Okay. We've looked at a lot of analysis, geostrategic, just purely geostrategic analysis of the zero-sum game that's being played out right now between Israel and Iran. It is a clash of civilizations. It's the end of history, whatever you want to call it. This is, I think Ali Hashim on Al Jazeera referred to it as penalties in the soccer shootout. There's obviously a religious component to this battle, but it is also a state-based war at this point. Can you tell us a little bit, from your perspective as you're observing this all unfold, how does the religious element of all this inform the fighting, first of all, and then people in America who might not be as familiar with these clashes, what might they expect to see going forward, informed by your analysis of biblical prophecies and also the geostrategic alignment of the region?
Okay, good question. As far as the religion goes, you have to go back a little bit in history, not too far back. When Ahmadinejad was the president of Iran, they put out a video, pretty much as official, and basically based on certain hadith, Ahmadinejad was supposed to be somebody who was going to show up at the end. And they had other ones as well. And basically what they showed was Iran conquering Israel and basically coming into Jerusalem. And the belief was that all of Islam would then follow Iran. Okay, so basically from their religious perspective, so you asked about the state, this ties in the state and the religion together. Okay, the state of Iran wants to believe that if it conquers Israel, goes into there, that the rest of the Muslim world will essentially convert, except Shiite Islam as the true faithful one that's fulfilled various prophetic interpretations, and then ultimately conquer the world. That's what Iran believes. And that's what more or less what their video quite a few years ago put forth to say. Now, biblically, there's a prophecy in the book of Isaiah, chapter 22, verses 6 through 9. And it tells of a time when there's going to be a confederation that will involve some in Iran, some in Syria, and some probably in Lebanon and maybe other places. And that they're going to attack Israel and cause great damage to the city of David. Now, the city of David is generally believed to be a part of Jerusalem. Now, that hasn't happened yet. A year ago, when Iran did its first volley of missiles or whatever drones, mostly missiles, I think was before, I said, someone asked me before they even hit, did I think this was a fulfillment of Isaiah 22? I said, no, not this. Then they did something last October. I said, no, not this. This one is a maybe. Not that they've done it yet, but that they might do it next, because Iran's got to figure out, what are we going to do? Do we accept that the United States can come in here and blow up anything that we want? Israel can come in here and do this? Or, Iran's got the issue, did they believe their propaganda so much that they were stronger than they really were? And are they done? I don't think Hezbollah is done. I think it's been severely wounded. Hamas isn't completely done, but they're in a pretty weak state. There's still some groups in Syria that support Iran, by the way, because there's different factions still in Syria. So what I've wondered, and I speculate about, matter of fact, I posted about this morning. You may be familiar with the book, The Art of War. Chinese guy, Sun Tzu, wrote it, and he said war is deception. And I posted about this morning at the carwriter.com website. And the United States, by the way, used deception to get in there, misled people, whatever. But I kind of wonder, because Iran said today that the volley of missiles that they sent toward, I think it was Haifa and Tel Aviv, this was in retaliation to the United States attack last night of the nuclear facilities. But I'm wondering if they're just saying that, and maybe they've got a better plan. And if so, then we may see the fulfillment of Isaiah 22.
So it's so interesting you say that, because obviously I've told my viewers a little bit about the deployment of the Fatah 2 and 3, these hypersonic missiles that leave the atmosphere and can be controlled at speeds between Mach 10 and Mach 20. And the one thing, and I didn't say this to the viewers, but I was thinking to myself, they struck Haifa, they struck Tel Aviv. Clearly these hypersonic missiles, you couldn't catch them if you wanted to, some of them, they go that fast, but they didn't strike Jerusalem. And it can't be because they can't.
Well, they've tried, but not with those yet.
Right.
And actually, somebody I know said to me, well, why would Iran strike Jerusalem? Because, they want it. Well, I think they'd like to strike the Jewish quarter. And they actually have launched missiles toward it, but haven't gotten through. Now, there actually is a way to deal with hypersonic missiles, but it's very, very complicated. It's called some kind of pellets. You just throw up a whole bunch of stuff at the right time, and maybe you'll hit it. Okay, so they've got something that might possibly do it, but as you basically rightly pointed out, most of the time, no, the hypersonic ones are going to get through, unless you just get lucky to try to shoot it down. And actually, one of the problems Israel had today was one of their interceptors didn't work right. And one of the sirens that they do didn't go off. So the Jews have been relying on that, and it didn't work. So my biblical warning to everybody on that one would be, the Bible warns when people say peace and safety, sudden destruction comes. And so the Jews who thought, we can rely on our interceptors and our sirens, some of them today were injured, at least, I think, because they didn't hear it, because it didn't happen.
Yeah, and there's no doubt in my mind that Stuxnet, that the virus, the precursor to this war that took out the Iranian enrichment fuel rods in 2014, was just a precursor to this kind of digital war where the missile defense doesn't work. Oops, your missile interceptor fired at yourself. And I guess I know you've been monitoring this closely, a little bit off the religious topic, but just the pure personal impact. We are looking at a new form of war, and I think a lot of people personally, spiritually, politically are confused. They're used to seeing conventional ground troops, tanks, but war now is missiles and technology over the skies. I've seen the word post-apocalyptic, and I am not saying that we're at the end of days. I'm just commenting on looking up in the sky and seeing 7,000 missiles fighting each other in the sky and wondering which one's going to fall on you is a very scary situation for people.
Of course.
So I'm asking just for your, as you look at these images in the sky, it's hard. How do you react, and what would you tell people who don't know how to process seeing this unfold?
Well, to quote Jesus, the end is not yet. He said there's going to be wars and rumors of wars. See, you're not troubled. So while I do think we're in the last days per se, the end is not yet. I think we still have years to go. But one other thing about warfare you didn't mention, and this one is even more scary, at least from my perspective, and that is Iran and others have biological weapons. Okay, just to let you know, when COVID came out in January of 2020, I did a video and said this came from the lab. Okay, as a scientist, it made no sense. It was just from nature, and would be, if it was from nature, by the way, we would be seeing it in nature. We've never seen it. And so I mention that in the context of Iran because they have biological weapons. And if Iran thinks they're done, that means the regime thinks it's done. They may be very willing to release these things, particularly if they've got sleeper cells in the United States, which they do. Now, whether those sleeper cells have any biological agents, I don't know, but it's certainly not impossible. And so that's another aspect of war that we're going to see.
Oh yeah, and you make such a good point, Dr. Thiel. And I will say, I got the shots. I'm just going to disclaim, I followed along, but now I think I've read some of these government reports, and yeah, what was going on with gain of function research, that is what you do to make a biological weapon. And say you had like a target population that was like overweight and older, okay, you mutate the gene so that it has a higher death rate for people who are overweight and older. That's a weapon.
Can I comment on that?
Please.
Okay, you'll love this one. Okay, one of the pieces of misinformation we were given during COVID was that people of color were targeted or were more likely to not seek medical care and more likely to die during the COVID epidemic. But unfortunately, for the people who said that, they ignored reality. What do you mean? You ever heard of Haiti? I think almost everybody's heard of Haiti. Okay, island country. Turns out those people there are people of color. They're poor. Only 3% of them were vaccinated, by the way. They're skinny. They walk outside a lot. The probability of dying from COVID in the United States compared to Haiti was, I should remember the exact statistic, between 60 to 1 or 100, no, it was 110 times you're more likely to die in the United States of it than a Haitian was. And you say, well, maybe that was just a freak, just an outlier. All right, Ghana. Ghana, people of color, now they were about 25% vaccinated compared to 70% or so in the United States. They're also, people of color, outside a lot. And by the way, they said, when COVID came out, take herbs. That's what they said. Well, Americans were 30 or 40 times more likely to die of COVID than people in Ghana. So that actually ties in with what you were saying about something that happened to mostly affect people who were elderly and overweight and not healthy. They told us during COVID, they shut down the beaches, everywhere except here, by the way. Our county was unique in California. Our beaches did not close. Okay, I'm in what's called San Luis Obispo County, near a place called Pismo Beach. All right, our beaches didn't close, but they closed the beaches. And here's what really got me: they closed the parks. All right, I've got a mentally disabled child. He likes to go on swings in parks. They closed the stupid parks. Now, I want to tie this into nutrition, which I have a doctorate in. And so what happens is people were not outside. So instead they were eating more. They gained weight. And by the way, by not being outside, their cholesterol went up. Why? Well, turns out sunlight converts cholesterol into vitamin D. Now, why is that important? Now, the Associated Press made fun of people who said vitamin D was important. Even after a study came out that said by the way, if you had normal vitamin D levels, you were 50% less likely to die from COVID. Now, I don't know why that wasn't splashed all over during COVID, okay, but it wasn't. And again, it was absurd. They held us to do a lot of the wrong things. I was censored by Facebook for a post that I had 35 scientific references on.
Well, and we know why now, because now that the new administration is in, we know that there was contact between the government and these sites about this. But it makes me want to ask you, so if I can never get into the mind of the government, right? But there's a certain duty to the wider polity, whether we think it's paternalistic or not. We don't tell people about confidential intelligence information, right? Even though it might be a like present danger, we don't say it. So if this really was a biological attack, could all of this sort of cover up have been the result of a very misled government trying not to tell us this was possible? Because if it came out that the Chinese government had attacked America with a biological weapon, intentionally or unintentionally, would that not have been so much worse?
Not quite. I would say that I believed Dr. Fauci and people underneath him were aware they were supporting gain of function. And I think it came out by accident. I don't believe it was intentional on part of the Chinese. Now, one thing you don't know about me, now this will sound like I'm bragging, I actually made proposals to Dr. Fauci's department on a coronavirus back in the 1990s. They said that my antiviral work against using herbs and other nutritional things against coronavirus had significant scientific merit twice. But they decided because it didn't involve pharmaceuticals, they weren't going to pursue it, and they were not interested anymore in my research, even though I answered all their questions scientifically. And they told me they were all excited. Here's even worse. I'm going to tell you how bad our government U.S. government can be. When Bill Clinton was president of the United States, he went out and said, we need researchers who come up with clinical adjuvants. These are things that work with the anti-AIDS drugs of AZT and DDI. Okay, so we're going back into the 90s. I happened to call Bethesda, Maryland. I actually spoke to the medical doctor that was his job. Okay, I told him some experiences I had with a couple of patients of mine who their T lymphocytes went down. I put them on our stuff, it went up. I told him the numbers. He was excited until I said a bad word. Now, I didn't think it was a bad word. I think it's a good word. I said the word nutrition. As soon as I said that, he cut me off and said, talk to the alternative people, I want to deal with you.
And is this because of the influence of Rockefeller on the discipline of American medicine through this protocol? I forget the guy's name. Does it have to do with the intersection of industry and healthcare from the 1920s forward? I've learned a little bit about this. I study Ida Tarbell's Chronicle of the Standard Oil Company, and I'm very interested in the Sherman Antitrust Act. As a byproduct, I've heard that medicine was subject to similar centralization. Maybe you can tell us about it.
It was right. Well, boy, with another fact about myself. I'm the former president of the California State Naturopathic Medical Association. And I wrote the book on naturopathy, natural interventions, if you will. And what happened was they decided to close all the naturopathic schools because they had to teach a certain type of medicine, pharmaceutical medicine. And so they got pretty much closed all of them down except one, the Hahnemann Clinic in Philadelphia, I think it is, somewhere in Pennsylvania, I think it's in Philadelphia. And with them, what they did, they didn't close it down because they were so famous. They just converted over to the pharmaceutical model. And then, so that kind of was part of it. And what happens is, now I'm going to quote scripture for a second. The Apostle Paul said in the last days, deceivers would become worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. And what happens is, in the medical pharmaceutical world, there's an echo chamber. Okay, now they don't know it's an echo chamber. Okay, and by the way, most of them do not know that they're basically bought and paid for. They do not realize that. I went and gave testimony before the state of California Health Committee once, and I think the Senate once. And one time I saw another group up there, and they had all the science behind them. This is an acupuncture group, right? The medical profession didn't even have an MD show up. They had their lobbyist, who probably was the one who made contributions to every member of that committee, okay? And all he said was, only medical doctors are properly trained for this kind of stuff. It's not safe. So they won. Now, the fact that the acupuncturist explained there was no complaints, no problem, no issue, and I'm not an acupuncturist, by the way. I just happened to be in the audience because it wasn't my turn to speak, and I watched. And people don't realize how that goes. Now, I'm in California. People have probably heard, we had a governor once named Arnold Schwarzenegger. And Arnold said he was going to go to up to Sacramento, and he wasn't going to listen to lobbyists or whatever. Well, that's the only people who are up here. Special interest is the term he used. Well, that's the only people who go to Sacramento. Now, I was unique. I gave politicians exactly this much money and just explained positions scientifically. And I actually won on a point one time and changed a couple of laws. But they don't realize how the pharmaceutical industry is tied in with the FDA and the medical boards and all this. To digress totally, I don't know if we'll get to the other topic. I used to be a member of the Down Syndrome Medical Advisory Group or something, and national group. And I said to that group once, I said, you guys seem to be biased against nutrition and such. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, I went to one of their conferences once, and anyway, they are. And finally, this guy admitted to me, he said, here's the problem. It's not that we're against nutrition, but we have to have a board in every state, and it has to have a medical doctor on it, and they don't go for nutrition. And so that's why it's the way it is. So I want to say that because it gets to your bigger point. These people do not know, okay, the medical people are not educated in nutrition, herbs, glandulars, those kind of therapies. They just aren't. They're told they don't work, etc., which isn't true, but that's what they've been taught. The pharmaceutical industry, remember I was telling you I spoke to the head guy in Bethesda, Maryland. I was actually talking to two of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies at the same time. They were interested in my research. But you know what the most important concern was?
Monetization.
Patentability.
Yeah, monetization.
How much can we make off of this? And when Bill Clinton reneged on some promise he made, then both the pharmaceutical companies weren't interested in talking to me anymore because they couldn't get the patent that they needed because of the markups that they wanted. So anyway, we're really getting off topic.
Well, no, but it really
ties in with what you're saying because some of these so-called conspiracies. See, I don't think the average medical doctor, the average pharmacist, the average professor at medical school, they're not thinking they're bought and paid for. They're not part of they're not knowingly in a conspiracy. Okay? But they are, because they don't know what they don't know, and they've been told they know everything.
Well, and if you read Robert McNamara's Fog of War, he uses the very specific phrase, you have to know what you know, you have to know what you don't know, and there's what you don't know you don't know. And
right.
I don't think a lot of people are very like Zbigniew Brzezinski style grand chessboard thinkers. And if you think about like the Manhattan Project or anything in government, it's compartmentalized. That's why a lot of people, individual scientists, are so reactionary, as I'm sure you know, because they'll say, I wasn't, directly doing this. I had no idea. The system compartmentalized me. Now, I'm somewhat sympathetic to that because you have this public service ethos. You have the ostensible veneer of a sort of well-functioning government. But I can also understand how a lot of decisions get made not really in public. I have written some laws in Massachusetts, like through the activist process, and I saw who gets in the room and how much and who doesn't and why. Never brought a dollar to the table. I was taken seriously because of my force of will and my beliefs, like you were mentioning, maybe two different subjects. But yes, I don't think people realize 99.5% of political decisions, including about our food, our medicine, our courts, our police, are done behind the scenes because of money.
Well, it's more than that. Just to bore your audience, it won't be that boring. But when I've been to Sacramento and I've been to some of these hearings, what they do is have a public hearing, all right? So it's usually from 1 to about 6. And they have to go through 10, 15 bills, the committee. And they got this much paper, okay, on each of these bills. Okay, there's no way. This, by the way, is when I got respect for the politicians. More respect, what their job's supposed to be, apparently. Well, first, I don't think they should have so many bills. All right? Forget that. But the fact is they do. And there's no way they can read and process all of that, because then they got the next one coming up. And it was really hilarious. I met with one of our local representative one time, and I won't mention which party because it doesn't matter. I went and talked to her, and she wasn't that much of she was a politician, got in it because her husband had been elected before and he died and she got in. So I told her what I wanted, and she yells out to her secretary, "What's our party's position on this bill?" The answer was, "Our party has taken no position on this bill." Okay, so here's it gets worse. So she votes the wrong way. I get a letter from her that said she voted the right way, which said she agreed with me, but she voted the wrong way. Okay, had the same thing. That person was an assemblywoman. Then there was a senator in the opposite party who sent me another letter and something similar, said he voted my way when he voted exactly the opposite. Okay, and so that part of the deception I did was horrible. But the fact is, they can't understand all of it, and because they don't, they rely on the lobbyists to give them money and some other things, or if the party really cares about something. It's really bizarre.
Well, it is, and and I know you felt we might have been branching, but no, I think it's a fascinating discussion because it informs so much of, a lot of people express frustration with these processes, whatever their faith or their disposition may be, but they may struggle to understand why the system isn't responsive to them, and this is kind of fleshing that out. But, it reflects something we've talked about on this stream before, which is it's really, there is an aristocracy in America, in every country, even though we don't have titles of nobility here, and that aristocracy works by who's in the room. And so maybe that is kind of a central theme of what we've been talking about. There are decisions getting made, whether it's about the justice system, jurors on a trial, laws, how religion is interpreted every single day. And it's just a matter of, are you paying attention? And do you know where the room is? And are you in the room? Are you that person that they're turning to for money or because they really believe your principle to answer the question, what should we write down right now?
Well, it even gets worse than that. I was once called to give testimony before a local grand jury. And I explained the situation, basically egregious violations that were occurring by a school district. But they decided, their lawyer talked to some other lawyer, no, we can't really do this. And so they just dropped it. And so they thought that, we did an investigation. No, they got the information. It's too hard for us to deal with this. No, it goes away. And so anyway, if you talk about being embroiled in the process, you've been seeing some of the process. I've seen some of the process. The good news is, a couple of times, again, I was successful. They wanted to do by the way, the reason I went to Sacramento the first time is they wanted to make what I used to do for a living a felony punishable by imprisonment.
This was some kind of alternative medicine?
Yeah. Anyway, I ended up winning because, amongst other things, when I pointed out that my anti-HIV work had significant scientific merit according to the National Institutes of Health, and I was more qualified to provide this information than people who had a third of my education, perhaps they should reconsider. And they did. And the other thing is, this is where I'm slightly different from you. Yes, it was partially force of will, but also I knew people who knew people. Okay, Linus Pauling, for example, who I never met. He and I were on 2 committees together. I never met the guy. He got the Nobel Prize twice. He was on my side. He'd written a letter. He'd signed some letter or something. So there were some names that they'd heard of because they didn't. I'm just some guy. They didn't know who I was. But it did work. So sometimes you can get through, but not always. And actually, what was funny, a lobbyist was there when I was giving testimony. He's a friend of somebody I knew. As a courtesy to him, he was there. So I talked to him the next day. He said, they changed their vote because of you. I said, so what? He said, no, you don't understand. They never do that. What do you mean? They have their mind made up for you people show up. They don't care what the residents and citizens, they don't care what you people have to say. But when you spoke, Assemblywoman such and such changed their vote. I said, huh? Yeah, she was supposed to vote yes and said she withheld her vote. Anyway, to make a long story short on that, then the other side tried a fast one, but they still lost. And it was because somebody in the government who I talked to one time, who didn't really know me, didn't owe me a thing, saw that the man was pushing some nonsense. And during this guy's lunch hour, he fixed it. And we allowed the other side to set themselves up, which they more or less said, we'd like to do what Dr. Thiel said, but there's no provision in the law for this. Therefore, turns out I called up this guy and I told him the provision of the law. And he read the provision of the law. They had to shut up. So, but even when you win, sometimes you don't know because they come back. So anyway, that's the whole the system. Now, talking more in the broader sense, one thing I thought we would briefly talk about was a little bit of a tie-in to what Islam teaches. So I told you what the Shiite Muslims want to do. Okay, well, they're not the majority. And right now, they're taking a licking. Okay, they're not really in charge anymore in Iraq. They are not really in charge anymore in Syria. Hezbollah's still there, but they've been degraded. But they are in Iran, and Iran's getting bombed, whatever. So the other group, the bigger group, are the Sunnis. Now, Sunnis are like 85% of the Muslims. Okay, the Shiites are between 10 and 12%, and the Sufis are the rest. Well, they believe in the time of the end, a leader also called the Imam Mahdi will exist. But they don't believe he's in suspended animation. Okay, they believe that some guy's going to rise up and reunite the Muslims. Okay, now this is within all Islam. They believe something like that's going to happen. And they call him the Imam Mahdi. They say he's going to give them respect, feed the poor, do things like this. Okay. And some Muslims will unify behind him in some kind of confederation of nations or whatever.
And just Dr. Thiel, I'm so sorry, but this sounds a lot like pan-Arab nationalism. Or some of my viewers might have heard that term, but basically a unified Arab bloc is what you're talking about.
Yes, basically you're right. They're already the Arab League, but they're not all that unified. Okay. So anyway, so what they say is going to happen is this guy's going to rise up and he's going to make a deal with somebody who's a Roman Catholic European leader. Okay. And in the middle of the deal is going to be broken. And then the Antichrist will reign for 3.5 years. And then Jesus will come. This is all from Islam. And all that's right. I'll get to the Bible part in a moment. Except for the fact they say when Jesus comes, he's going to tell them, oh, the true religion is Islam. It's not Judaism. It's not Christianity. That's what Islam teaches in terms of prophecy. And there's other aspects about the Antichrist, etc. But this is what they basically teach.
And I just want to pause for anyone who's just tuning in. It's you are relaying what they believe to be the prophecy. It's not that you are relaying a prophecy. This is what this sect of Islam believes.
Right. And again, this book is free, ccog.org. You can read the prophecies. Okay. Okay. You can just read. By the way, we don't ask your email address. We don't ask for money. Okay. You can go there, find it. All right. So, but what about biblical prophecies? Well, understand Muhammad, the founder of Islam, he spent time talking to Christians and the Muslims, and I mean not Muslims, Jews and others. So he was familiar with the Bible, okay, to some degree. Well, in the Bible, in the book of Daniel, they talk about a couple of leaders. One guy is called the King of the North, all right, and he seems to be the same one. The book of Revelation, the Apocalypse, book of the Apocalypse, refers to as the one who's the beast who rises from the sea. All right. Now, in the book of Daniel, chapter 7, there's a beast that rises from the Great Sea. And say, what's this got to do with anything? Well, the Great Sea is the Mediterranean Sea, according to the Bible. You can read that in the book of Judges, book of Joshua, etc. The Great Sea is Mediterranean. The reason I mention that is some, particularly in the Protestant world, think that the biblical king of the north is actually Russia. But Russia doesn't control the Mediterranean. It never did. The old Roman Empire did, by the way. It controlled the northern part and pretty much all the way around it. Okay. Currently, Europe has the north part. You've got Israel on the east part, and you've got the Arab nations on the south. Well, it turns out that this guy, according to the Bible, is going to make a deal with somebody called the King of the South. Okay, so the Bible talks about one called the King of the North and the King of the South. The King of the South, according to the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verses 40 to 43, is in charge of nations like Libya, Egypt, Sudan. It doesn't use the word Sudan, it uses the word Cush, which means Cushites in the original Hebrew. All right. And so if you look at that, that's kind of like the Middle East and North Africa. All right. And that's pretty much the same territory that Muslim prophecy says their Imam Mahdi is going to be in charge of. Now, in World War II, Adolf Hitler made lying deals with Joseph Stalin. Okay. And they both broke them. All right. Well, in the book of Daniel, it says this king of the north and this king of the south are going to make a lying deal with each other. Okay. And the Bible says this guy's going to break this deal after 3.5 years. It's a 7-year deal, supposedly. It's broken at 3.5 years. Well, Islam says that their guy's going to make a deal with the Roman Catholic leader of Europe, who's going to break it after in the middle of it, and for 3.5 years, for the next 3.5 years later, the Antichrist is going to reign. So there's a lot of similarities in those prophecies. Now, those of us who believe biblical prophecies, such as myself, believe when Jesus returns, he's not going to tell people to endorse Islam. Okay, we believe that he would have people endorse original Christianity, true Christianity. But this is what Muslims teach. So it's kind of interesting to read Muslims' literature. I mean, the Muslims, for example, say that the Antichrist will be a Jew. Okay. Roman Catholic prophecy, for example, there's a guy by the name of Hippolytus of Rome, 3rd century. He said that the Antichrist would be from the Israelite tribe of Dan. Could be, don't know, it's possible. So they've got a couple of similarities. However, one of the many ways I think Islam has it wrong is Islam says when the Antichrist arises, he'll be blind in one eye, and he'll have the name Kafir or Kafir on his forehead, which says unbeliever. I really don't think that the biblical Antichrist is going to go around with big signs that says, I'm a fraud. Okay?
But, and as much, I definitely agree with you, but I think there's some allegorical components. But I also, for people who think that maybe it's just, the study of these prophecies is an academic exercise, but no, it's not. Religious leaders, for example, will study them. And I wanted to ask you about the Eastern Gate in Jerusalem. People may know the Eastern Gate in Jerusalem is sealed, and one of the reasons that it is sealed is because one of the prophecies is that the Christian prophet will return and walk through the Eastern Gate, and so the Muslims sealed the Eastern Gate in like 1154. So I just want to say this is not just interpretation. There are people who will go out of their way to prevent these prophecies from coming forward in some way as well. This is a big component of history.
Yes, as well as those who take the opposite approach, such as in Iran. So one thing I failed to mention, before this Imam Mahdi guy rises up, there's supposed to be chaos in the Islamic world. Okay, so one of the things that has been proposed by the Sunni Muslims is they cause chaos to make this happen. And so you've got, so one thing I've tried to tell people about prophecy, you might decide you don't believe in prophecy at all. Okay, fine. Well, you got 2 billion Muslims that do, 2 billion Greco-Roman Catholics who are supposed to, 500 million Protestants are supposed to, and you've got Hindus who have their own prophecies. So you got people in various religions who believe in prophecies, and some of them are trying to make their interpretation happen. And it wouldn't surprise me if in the next couple of weeks, Ayatollahs decide, you know what, this is the time we're supposed to cause the chaos, so our guy rises up. Now, maybe it is, maybe it's not. The Bible isn't that specific on that part of it, but it very well could be. And people have, throughout history, reacted to their interpretation of prophecy. And people are going to do it now. And again, as you point out, people have done it already.
It's so important, and that, I'm so glad we got to have that component of the conversation in particular. I think faith is a very individual thing, whether people, as you mentioned, sort of look at prophecy to study or because it's a very spiritual exercise. But more so than anything else, people should realize how much these different allegories or prophecies have played a role in human history, not just because they either come true in a way someone predicts or they don't, but because people preemptively react to them, which then causes history to happen. And we can never say, is history, well, maybe some people would, I don't want to be presumptuous, is history guiding or leading towards a specific end? Maybe not, but the study of history, I was talking about James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake the other day on the stream, it goes in circular patterns. To deny that would be to deny the most common element of our existence, which is that sort of study and the way themes reemerge in history. In that way, of course, prophecies serve an important role as well, because a prophecy may apply at multiple different times. It's how you are analyzing it.
Yeah, prophecies. There is a duality in some prophecies, but some have said history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And I'll bring the devil in for a second. I heard somebody once say, Satan doesn't have to be much of an original thinker because he says the same things that works for each generation. Okay? So there's a lot of that going on as well. But anyway, I do believe biblical prophecies are coming to pass, and we are seeing some things. And we'll see if what's been going on the last several weeks is about to set up the fulfillment of things, such as Isaiah 22:6-8. The Bible talks about a peace deal coming in as well in the book of Daniel, chapter 9, verse 27. I've asserted that we won't see a major peace deal in the Middle East without devastation. Okay, because Israel doesn't have any reason to agree to certain things, and the Palestinians aren't going to agree to certain things, and etc., unless they feel they have no other choice. And I'm afraid that we will probably see way more warfare before we see at least a temporal, long-lasting peace deal over there.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but it is a reality that exists out there. And whether it's from an analytic perspective, a religiously informed perspective, a prophetic perspective, all of these views are an important part of this conversation. And I found what you had to say extremely edifying. Some people in the chat were saying, I have learned so much from this conversation. I did not realize how expansive your knowledge base was, Dr. Thiel. So I just want to thank you because you have imparted some information to me that I'm going to be reflecting on for a while. I obviously am not a student of biblical prophecies, but I learned an amazing amount today. So,
well, thanks you so much for having me.
And it was wonderful. We ended up timing right around the 2 p.m. Eastern, and I hope you enjoy your trip this week, and please travel safe, Dr. Thiel.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was very interesting. Yes, the duality. It was so interesting, that whole interview. Dr. Thiel has obviously his own unique perspective. He has clearly traveled around the world. Such a unique opportunity to hear someone who has studied these different elements of religious disciplines and sort of explain them to us. Now, obviously, with the caveat that those are Dr. Thiel's perspectives and opinions, but clearly the research is there. However, he may come down on his personal beliefs. And now, Dr. Thiel knows how to talk. He is well-spoken. He's well-informed. I'm so grateful to Stacey Gardner, the Super Towel, for facilitating that interview. It was wonderful. In fact, I had said to myself, okay, let's try to aim for 30 to 60 minutes. We talked the whole time. We ended up talking about politics, the way domestic politics functions, natural medicine, alternative medicine, the rise of the influence of the pharmaceutical industry. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. So, hold on. So, I'm here. I'm back. And I appreciate every single one of you who were willing to listen to Dr. Thiel. Thank you so much to Stacey Gardner for setting that up. I will say I felt a little bit outmatched academically. He clearly has studied a lot of that material. I am somewhat versed in the sections of the Bible that I like to read, but I cannot go across different sections of the Bible like that. So that was very interesting. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am thrilled to have you with me. I am a little bit blown away. That was a very interesting discussion with Dr. Thiel. Very interesting discussion with a man who I was not expecting to know. So I thought that was going to be a discussion mostly about the Middle East. But domestic politics, religion, the only topic Dr. Thiel did not want to dive into was, and I totally understand, was the Bohemian Grove and esoteric pre-Christian like sex. Like, I don't want to talk about that. And that's fine, Dr. Thiel. I really like talking about that. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very, that was great. I'm so thrilled. We adulted, ladies and gentlemen. I am so grateful you took the time to. And now, again, I did explain to Dr. Thiel why a true crime channel, well, among other reasons, obviously I'm very religious, and I care a lot about religion, and I don't want to preach it on you, but I explained to Dr. Thiel why we were interested in his opinion because of all the things that have been going on with the Karen Reed trial juror, and wouldn't you know it, Dr. Thiel had a lot to say. And so now I can't necessarily say that I followed everything. I had, first of all, I had to end around 2 because I was hoping to do a panel with Harvard Yard in a little bit, and my brain's just all over the place. But the amount of information, and I'm used to talking to people who can go across disciplines and subjects, but he was able to go from Iran to Turkey to, Southeast Asia to the United States to California politics to, the implications of Sunni versus Shia versus Sufi Islam, the way in which they manifest itself in different states. Just a fascinating conversation. And I also wanted to be not careful, but I didn't want to be disrespectful of the guest. I don't necessarily know his belief system as well as I know my own. So I was trying I was trying to allow him to express his beliefs while at the same time not step into areas that, he didn't want to talk about. So I didn't, maybe the Bohemian Grove thing touched on something he didn't want to talk about. I don't know. But either way, it was very interesting. So, it's now 2 p.m. Eastern, ladies and gentlemen. That was our 4th interview on Towel Stream. We have interviewed Tony B., John DePietro, Lovely Sphinx, and now the Dr. Thiel. So that was wonderful. All right, so we need to get back. I need to center my Zen. What has been going on? I heard Paula the juror might have been on X. I didn't see their post, so instead I went to X and I found their post on the beach. And let's see if it loaded up here. So the post, yes, right. I asked Paula if this was her father-in-law. Now that would be very interesting, wouldn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Wouldn't it be interesting if that was Paula's father-in-law? Now, I would like if mass courts would come back up so we can confirm, but at least, asking her is reasonable. Now let me see if Harvard Yard would like to come on a panel. And then Frank, once his show's over, he can come on if he wants. Still no mass courts access, of course, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we can watch more of the jurors' interviews, because that's really the big story of the day. And then the question is going to become, is this juror going to continue to do more interviews as more information comes out? Oh, wait a minute. We did have a request for something. Hold on. I think it was during the interview. We got a link to the juror's PhD thesis, but it is in Brazilian, in Brazilian Portuguese. So let me open it right now and see if I can open it. That was an experience. I liked that interview. All right, I got it. I got it translated, ladies and gentlemen. I got it translated. Hold on one second. Hold on. I asked to translate it. What do you mean? Can you translate it? Okay. I think it's because... Where is it? Where's the actual thesis? Yes, that was so great. I really appreciate it. Yep, that was wonderful. Yes, that was so wonderful. It was great. And I don't know. I think it's because I'm not used to interviewing people I haven't personally talked to. Tank Frank is like, oh no, yes, but Harvard Yard, I want you to join too. Of course, but I'd love you to join as well. And Frank and I have had conversations before. The other thing is this is still live. I also can't get this article. Does anyone have the juror's full thesis? This is the type form. It's just a questionnaire. Oh, it's about social media and lawyers. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. It's just a questionnaire. Let's do it page by page then. Hold on. Portuguese to English. Oh, no. Hold on. All right. Okay. Sounds good, Harvard Yard. So the initial page says, I, a student of the MS, MBA, USP, ESA, QL in marketing, am developing my final course project under the guidance of Professor Silvia Maria Morales Piera with the title, The Influence of Social Networks on Knowledge and Choice of Professionals in the Legal Field. The aforementioned study aims to demonstrate that law firms can increase their profits and retain clients without violating Brazilian legislation, starting with the creation of a good branding accompanied by the use of CRM techniques and using digital marketing to advertise services. The benefits of this research are the possible increase in demand by clients who have come to know the professional services of the lawyer through social media. I clarify that you may stop answering the questions in this research at any time. I would also like to inform you that you will not be identified and that the results obtained through this research will be used only for academic purposes, including publication. If you have any questions, please send a message to emails listed. All right, so let's do it. All right, I'll bring it up on your screen. Hold on. I have to translate each question, though. And clearly I'm starting to lose my voice. All right. Selma, hold on. I'm on it. I'm on it, Selma. And I'm here. All right. Oh, interesting. All right, thank you. Sorry, I missed so many of your questions. I'm just still shocked that this juror, after it came out that her father-in-law, literally on the day we go to war with Iran, right before the news resurfaced about him stealing those missile documents. Just wild. Wait, what? I don't get it. Like, who are you talking to? I want you gone. Goodbye. That was a weird thing to say. I didn't like that comment. All right, goodbye, J Huck 65. I think it'll be very interesting. Wait, the AI video of Karen drinking from the dumpster, the AI gave her an actual butt? Yep, he's gone now, Steph. Murba Maestro, can I see this AI video? We can look at it. It was that. Oh, wait a minute. Was that the one posted by Jake? All right. We'll watch it. I'm sorry I didn't play it earlier. I thought it was going to be a song. So we'll do the juror questionnaire. But I want to, let me see. Is this the one with the added butt? Yeah, well, no hating on John DePetro allowed. Oh my God. Oh, wait a minute. I'm so sorry I didn't play this earlier, whoever sent it. I thought it had music or something and I was getting ready for the interview. No. This is glorious. Look, it's a AI. Oh, by the way, you don't think that like people, like this is hilarious. It's an AI video of Karen. First of all, that doesn't look like her. That more looks like a troglodyte, but it gave her a butt. But also, now do you realize, like, there are people out there with access to that software, you know, that video of Alan and Karen outside the restaurant? You don't think it's possible that someone who could pay for those kind of services might have manipulated it? Yeah, I got it. Thank you. All right. And then Just Being Nosy has an update from John DePetro. Maybe that is the same link we just looked at, but either way. We may actually have to watch one more of these this juror's interview. They kind of stopped doing interviews. Didn't you notice that? Interesting. Lot of interesting things. Oh, Glamorous Girl. Yes, I'm so sorry. I think you sent it to me. And I was like, oh, I want to look at this. And then I was like, oh, no, does it have music? And then I was getting ready for the interview. I'm so sorry I didn't just play it. But that's actually hilarious. All right. Okay. I don't think maybe listen, let's be generous. This AI version of Karen does, look a little bit more manly, but, you do you, AI Karen. That's not Karen. No, this is an AI version. I think it gave her a butt. Yeah, we can be done with that for now. But the problem is, what would you like to watch? Ange Whittick, I wanted to look at her. I do. Sorry, Ange. I mean, Jew Drops. This is kind of like the hot button issue of the day, like what this juror is going to do now that all this information has come out. Because, I mean, what do? You just ignore it? Yeah, my dad stole missile secrets. We're attacking Iran. Who cares? I appreciate it, Glamorous Girl. I got a little bit nervous before that interview earlier because this was the first time I had interviewed a guest I hadn't talked to before. And I just want to say it was really good. And I'm excited to interview different people. It is absolutely okay if people are doing their own thing and working hard. I'm interested in meeting people and talking to them. And yeah, just be aware I'm not, like, I'm analytically intelligent. I'm just a little socially awkward, and we'll do our best. All right, let's see. We need some requests, though, because I want to keep. I'm going to try to get mass courts to work because I would like to confirm this beyond just asking the juror. I would like to confirm that the mass courts has a record of the father-in-law's potential Attleboro District Court case. Oh yeah, well I think Yannetti. Hold on. Let me see here. I want to respond to Yannetti's comment. Hold on. What did Boston Defender say? Let's see. He doesn't tweet a lot. He tweeted at me once. Hey, David. Hope you're doing well. Did you know about this? Before yesterday? The father-in-law of a juror doing defense-friendly media tours being sent to federal prison for stealing U.S. missile, for stealing confidential, classified U.S. missile defense documents is quite concerning. Yes, thank you for letting me see David Yanetti's comment. I'm very interested if very interested to see if Yannetti knew about this. And by the way, Yannetti is the person who, like 2 years ago, was going at my towel mom on Twitter. Beach Nance, hello, my friend. It's great to see you. Do we want to watch there's a section on John DePietro's live that I'd like to watch where he talks about his trip down to Target yesterday. So let me grab that. I'd actually like to talk to John if he has any time, if he wants to do a quick 20-minute hit. Let me reach out to him. Let me see. John DePietro. I have his number. Let me just message him on Twitter. Maybe he's taking the day off. John, any interest in doing a quick 20-30 minute hit at some point this afternoon via Zoom? All right, I sent John a message. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm on it. All right. Sorry, I got distracted by the David Yannetti tweet. If there's anything you're trying to get caught up on, let me know. Love You More said towel's getting well known. I didn't know that. I'm just a little towel. Wait, has anyone checked out whether the news picked up the story about the juror's father-in-law? That's really important. And then the other thing is, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. If court opens and nothing happens, okay, maybe they're still looking. But the thing that's going to set everything aflutter is if there's any movement about this, because this juror, and the thing is, I wonder, listen, I'll give you some analysis. If I was the prosecution and I heard that the juror was, I don't think Valerie's coming back to Breefield. Okay, so all right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to center towel Zen. We need something to watch. I don't want to watch the jurors. We can watch Juror. Well, what do we want to watch? Hold on. Is there anything that anyone needs to get caught up on? Debris Field, are you also a friend of Valerie's trying to get added so you can mess with us? But the other thing is I might be able to get an interview. We were going to watch John DePietro's show, so let me do that from last night. Can you tell Towel is under a little bit of a stress as we wait for mass courts to come back up? Like, that's the one thing that I just cannot believe. The one site that we need to be up is just not up. So let me check. I'm going right now to the... I am going to check right now whether John's live. I think it should be stored on his Twitter. He just has been posting a lot today. Got it. I got it from last night. Wow, John, 10K views. John was hitting a home run last night on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. John, you're talking about Towel being well known. John DePietro, ladies and gentlemen. John DePietro is well known. I am just a mere little towel. Now, so what? Yeah, I saw that. Listen, if it even gets to that, like people were saying they were going to go to the courthouse. If it gets to that, like you can't. Here's my opinion. I think it's great that people are starting to gather and want to demand accountability, but we don't even know if there's going to be movement. We don't even know what is going to happen as a result of this juror giving interviews. Now, what I'm really interested to see is, and what I was starting to say earlier, I'm starting to wonder if the prosecution didn't file anything on Friday so that the juror would fall into the trap against their own instinct of going out and doing more interviews. The more interviews the juror gives, the more likely it is that there's going to be some slip up in there or some continuity error or something that tips the hand. And that's why I'm really interested to see if this juror will do the Turtle Boy interview, because if the juror does the Turtle Boy interview, that could be the final kind of coup de grace for the state's move on whatever they're going to do. That's what I find so interesting. I'm watching this like with bated breath. Nope. All right. You're gone, Debris Field. Why? We don't have to leave anyone who talks that way on the channel. Thanks, Tiger Lily Girl. Yeah, no, they won't be coming back. Oh, interesting, Paul. MBM. I don't think it's madness. I mean, her father-in-law got caught taking domestic intelligence documents. Yeah, okay, so we're going to watch this show from John DePietro last night when he talks about the incident at Target. I forget exactly when it started. Let me get to that part. It was a very good segment.
Way to go with this. I don't care. This is what I'm into.
Yep, that part was good. I enjoyed that, John. I just want to hear about the Target
Flat
part.
Earth person. If you want to follow the crowd, totally fine. Thank you, Claudia. I have plenty of platforms and plenty of followers. I don't go with the crowd. Folks, we're not doing this.
I love John.
Comment. You were on the
I
wrong
love
team.
John.
The truth is never the wrong team. I put out what I know, which is we gravitate towards the truth. The other side keeps changing their version of the story. So we're going in a different direction. And it has to be out there for those that want it. When I'm looking for a story, I'm looking for people that are putting out the truth. And I'm not trying to be preachy. And we'll have some fun. And by the way, I'm not a racist. I do impressions of everybody. There are people that are trying to silence. Listen, I do impressions of Alessi. I do impressions of La Posada. Yes.
We're watching this, by the way, because John talks about his trip down to Target. And it's, thank you, Ange Wittick. I was so nervous. I was actually so nervous to do that. Oh, yes, and if you want to follow John DePietro, please take a look at his Twitter. It is twitter.com or x.com/John DePietro Show. Same thing on YouTube, John DePietro Show. Now, what we're listening to John talk about, I'm just going to grab a small clip here, is John took a trip down Taggett last night where the juror used to work, and what he revealed could be potentially explosive.
Anyone that believes that, Occupy today, really challenged. And I want to give credit to Grant. I was to Occupy
that's
today,
me.
And I couldn't fully get on with him. He broke a big part of the story. That this juror, Miss Brazil, that's going out and making all these media appearances, that her father-in-law was in a lot of trouble. And I'm going to talk about her a little bit. But first, I'm going to come back to that because it's really important. Grant broke that. Grant broke a lot of news today. I give him a lot of credit. He's a towel. He is a towel. I didn't see it. I can only watch so much. Listen, I'm in the Fox documentary. I haven't even watched. I don't have time. I'm too much still cultivating, getting info on the story. But I want to talk about this juror that the media is embracing. Where was her first interview? I think that was an interesting choice, really. First interview was with someone who always complained that they were never in the courtroom. She's from Brazil. Grant, the towel, broke the story that her father-in-law was in trouble. And according to the story he put, her and her husband, her father-in-law, is in a lot of trouble. Documents, was arrested, federal prison. Her and the husband, they fled to Brazil.
He might be right about that. The timing leads me to believe he's probably right about that. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. Very interesting.
So she says she's an attorney, and the local media, the people interviewing her, she's the greatest. But let's just talk about this a little bit. And I want to be very clear. I'm not ready to make full accusations. We're just having a conversation here on a Saturday night. But so why was it so important for her to be on this jury? I think let's think about this. She's an attorney, but thanks to Grant, we've learned she works at Target. There's nothing wrong with working at Target, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. But just think about that a little bit. Don't you think you might resent that a little bit? You're an attorney in your country, but here you're working at Target. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. You'd see there'd be resentment there. She's got 4 children. According to her interviews, she flew her father in to watch her children. Why was it so important? Why was it so important for her to be on this jury? And she wasn't just a juror. She was a not guilty juror. These interviews have been a coming out party for her. These interviews with her. Listen, I'm not just a clerk at Target. I'm a somebody. And I'm going to do all these media interviews. And I'm a celebrity. And everyone's going to listen to me. And I'm important. And I'm not just a clerk at Target. She was introduced in these interviews as she's an attorney. I think that's interesting as an attorney. Let's talk about that for a moment. She's an attorney, which means she could be hired. She could be hired by someone. And what happens when you're hired by someone? You begin attorney-client privilege, such as, again, just all hypotheticals here. Look at this. People that get upset. I'm not going to put up with that.
Hold on.
Go away.
He gets to the
There's
Target part.
Clown. Go away. You don't have to be here. I want to stay with this for a moment. So, hold on. Let me get rid of that. For someone. If you're an attorney and you're doing work for someone, that becomes attorney-client privilege. That becomes...
Good point.
Okay, in 25,000 when the 1,000 down, retainer, and 25,000 when the project is finished. Total hypothetical. But I'm not practiced, I'm not licensed to practice law here. I just want you to look over some documents. I think that's interesting. Many times when I have covered hypothetical, when I have covered Higgins was clearly involved. Why didn't they call him to the stand? Why did the defense call him to the stand? I'm going to let the moderators handle that. Higgins was clearly involved. But let's talk about this juror just for a moment. Why was it so important for the father? Who flew the father in? I think that's very important. Who paid for his plane ticket? Where'd the money come from? Money's not a problem? If money's not a problem, why is she working at Target? 4 kids. And what does she say now? I am off to enjoy the summer. Huh? Really? That's interesting. Suddenly there's money that she can just enjoy the summer. Doesn't have to work. Something very odd about, and again, there are people making allegations. Right now they're just allegations. I'm telling you, there needs to be investigation with this jury. What have we heard? We've heard there were a couple of people that were bullies and a couple of jurors. Here's what we've heard. They were bullying the guilty, the jurors that were saying guilty, they were bullied by some other jurors. There were about 2 or 3 jurors. But what I find interesting about this Brazilian juror is she went off script. The things she's talking about were from the first trial. First of all, she said, this was a post actually. USA police were overrated. That's an interesting. USA police, huh? So she doesn't say Canton police. She doesn't say Dedham police. She doesn't even say Massachusetts State Police. USA police are overrated. USA police are different than what you try to convince us around the world. That's an interesting statement. Huh. Wow. That's different. So the father-in-law is in trouble. Her and the husband fled to Brazil. Then she comes back. She says she's an attorney. I have no idea if that's true. That was being peddled to the media. The media embracing her. Oh, she's so brave. Oh, what a juror. Oh, she's just phenomenal. Oh, look at her. She also, Channel 5 interviewed her. I did a screenshot of that. I posted it. She posted into mine. Oh, thanks for posting a photo of me that wasn't so. Listen, I wasn't trying to post a photo. She was saying, thanks for posting a blow-up picture when I haven't had a whatever she said, unflattering or something like that. Listen, I wasn't trying to, I wasn't trying to post a flattering photo or an unflattering photo. I was just posting, she was doing an interview with Channel 5. Why was it so important to her of what photo was used? Why did she say to Grant, maybe I'll let you write my book when I'm rich and famous? So a member of the media went to the Target today.
This was the part we wanted to hear. And by the way, Hot Coffee Chats, if you would like to potentially join for a call-in around 3:45 p.m. Eastern, I have to play the juror videos, the interview videos from 3 to 3:45. I have to go say hello to some friends of my father. He recently passed away, and they want to meet me. So I'd like to say hello to them from 3 to 3:45. So I'm going to play the juror interviews. Hot Coffee Chats, are you interested in joining for a discussion? You can call in. I'll set up a Zoom link. If you have a Twitter, I'll send it to you, whatever. Would you like to join Hot Coffee Chats? for a discussion about this at between 3:45 and 4 p.m. Eastern. And then if I stay on long enough, I might be able to convince John DePietro to come on for an interview after you. So would anyone like to hear Towel interview Hot Coffee Chats, and would Hot Coffee Chats, hello Christina Towel, and would Hot Coffee Chats be interested in coming on for an interview in roughly an hour and 15 minutes between 3:45 and 4 p.m., depending on how long it takes me to do my thing? And then also, would you all be upset at Towel if I played those juror interviews for a little bit while I'm waiting for this? All right, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to listen to John DePietro's section here. We got a little time before I got to go. You're going to listen to John tell you about what happened at the Target. I know I'm building suspense. I'm doing this on purpose. And then if Hot Coffee Chats is in, what we'll do is plan for a 3:45 to 4 p.m. interview. And what's great is I'll play the juror videos for about an hour, the juror interviews, before I come back. And then you all can watch those, and then we'll talk to Hot Coffee Chats about that and so much more. Hot Coffee Chats, it seems like they have a lot to say, and it's very interesting. So now, in order to be able to coordinate this, Hot Coffee Chats, all that we really need is for me to be able to send you a Zoom link. So if you have a Twitter, if you have an email, just let me know. We have a little bit of time to coordinate it. And while we're doing this, yes, Hot Coffee Chats is interested. Okay, great. No, this is actually perfect timing, Hot Coffee Chats, because I can't do it until the earliest, like 3:45 or 4 p.m. So here's our plan. We have a plan of attack. We have some scheduling and programming updates for you on Towel News Network, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, we're going to finish this very interesting segment from John DePietro about his experience at the Target yesterday, where the juror used to work, who we've been talking so much about, and her husband and the father-in-law's arrest for stealing missile secrets, and a lot of discussions to be had. So we're going to take a look at John DePietro, what happened when he went down the Target. Let me just say, it could lead to even more interesting and explosive developments than even what Towel found. Ladies and gentlemen, if what John DePietro reported ends up being confirmed, it's explosive. The juror may have been talking about the case before she got selected. So this is wonderful. We're going to do, no, we won't have to adult during Hot Coffee Chat, but we do, I think Hot Coffee Chats will be amiable to our Towel style. But needless to say, we are very excited for this. So what I would like to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I would like to begin by playing this segment from John DePietro last night.
Was recognized. I know you. I see you on Court TV. He said, that's right. He said, you're here about Paula. I said, right again. He said, always talking about the Karen Reed trial. I said, really? At that moment, three people, 2 security, and someone I imagine was a manager, right there. It's a private store. Don't want an incident? We're just going to ask you to leave. You think I'm going to cause an incident? Think I'm going to what? No, cause a scene? I'm not trying to get everybody in trouble. Okay. Why? Why the lockdown on that? Huh. So people are asking me, well, when was she? I don't know. One of the employees, I won't say who, I don't want to get that person in trouble, recognized me. I know who you are. See you on Court TV. You're here about Paula. Yes. Yeah. Always talking about the Karen Reed thing. Really? Now, I don't know if that was from last year. I don't know if it was leading in. I don't know. I may go back, probably. Again, not trying to get any of them in trouble. So, I don't know.
Yep, that's interesting. Did you hear what he just said? I mean, we'll play it back. Let's listen to it again.
I imagine was a manager. At that, said, oh, Target today. Let you write my book when I'm rich and famous. So a member of the media went to the Target today. Was recognized. I know you. I see you on Court TV. He said, that's right. He said, you're here about Paula. I said, right again. He said, always talking about the Karen Reed trial. I said, really? At that moment, three people, 2 security, and someone I imagine was a manager, right there. It's a private store. Don't want an incident? We're just going to ask you to leave. You think I'm going to cause an incident? Think I'm going to what? No, cause a scene? I'm not trying to get everybody in trouble. Okay. Why? Why the lockdown on that? Huh. So people are asking me, well, when was she? I don't know. One of the employees, I won't say who, I don't want to get that person in trouble, recognized me. I know who you are. See you on Court TV. You're here about Paula. Yes. Yeah. Always talking about the Karen Reed thing. Really? Now, I don't know if that was from last year. I don't know if it was leading in. I don't know. I may go back. Probably. Again, not trying to get any of them in trouble. So, I don't know. Can we please do something about the trolls? I know. We have
I was telling John I didn't say it to John, I was giving him advice through stream. I was saying, John, they're trolling you in the comments. I know it's frustrating because they want to slip you up when you're talking about really big news like that. But you heard it there. John DePietro, folks, he was on the ball, on the ground, on the ball. He's John DePietro. That's why he is John DePietro. Hello, Aris. It's great to see you. And I have a plan, ladies and gentlemen. And my plan is we're going to watch juror videos. You heard what John DePietro said there. That was pretty explosive. I mean, absolutely explosive, ladies and gentlemen. You can find that on John DePietro's Twitter and YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, and you can get to that via John DePietro Show. Now, in terms of us, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is visit my father's friends to spend a little time with them. So listen, I know you are all normally okay entertaining yourself. We are going to do an interview with Hot Coffee Chats probably in an hour to an hour and 15 minutes. No pressure. We're only, what are we in, like 5 hours in? So we got a long time. We're going to do a long towel stream today. Everybody in the world wants to know what the state is going to do as a result of this situation. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. I think we have a picture. Oh, we do. Ladies and gentlemen, before I go, we got a picture from the Super Towel Beach Dance, and I think we're going to be able to share it as a form of relaxation. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. But yes, we are going to watch the juror videos, ladies and gentlemen. And then I'm going to come back with you. We're going to interview Hot Coffee Chats. No rush on that. It's going to be absolutely wonderful. And the reason why I'm pausing before I go to see my father's friends, and I'm so grateful that they've taken the time and they requested that I come and spend some time with them today, that it, of course, is my honor to do that with them. So I could also have your chats with a black background. I don't like them as much with the black background. They're harder to read. John did not have a camera guy there. Hello, Rosemary Boone. Rosemary Boone. That is Chloe the dog in a wig, okay? And Chloe the dog in a wig is one of the channel mascots. Chloe was unfairly vindicated by a very mean woman named Karen Reed and her mom. And so as a result, we adopted Chloe as our mascot on this channel. And we love Chloe Dog very much. We all love Chloe Dog eternally. So now we also have Brewski the Irish Setter up in the top left. Then we have an elephant, a towel in the shape of an elephant because we're towels and we like elephants. Then we have a picture of Turtle Boy in the style of Oompa Loompa because I think of him as a little Oompa Loompa man. And then I think we have a picture of John. He's John O'Keefe. And then I mentioned Brewski the Irish Setter. What were some of the other picks? Oh, yes, Bella the Cat. Bella the Cat is also one of the mascots of Towel Channel. We love Bella the Cat very, very much. And then also there's Chewbacca. So Chloe the dog in a wig, to get away from Alan Jackson, who's Karen Reed's lawyer, wore a Chewbacca suit, and then that's the van that we want Karen to have to go into if she's ever convicted of something, and it says, "Get in the van, Karen." So that is an Irish setter named Brewski, and he's an undercover territorial acquisitionist. That concerns us a little bit because basically we have to give Greenland to Ireland because Brewski wants to expand the Free Irish State. That part is a little complicated, but otherwise we love Brewski very much, and we're so glad that you had so many questions, Roseberry Moon. You're an honorary super towel now. You've gotten your blue wrench. We hope that you are thrilled to be part of our honorary fluffy towel fabric. And I'm thrilled that you're here. So, I'm just checking in right now. Okay, I got it, ladies and gentlemen. Now let me bring this up for you. I just have to download it. Nope, not the right one. Try one more time, please. Okay, now it's done. Okay, ready? Now I got a plan. I am the towel with the plan. Okay, towel plan. Towel plan. All right, here we go. Now watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Beach Nance, the Super Towel Beach Nance, checking in from their vacation, has sent us a way to relax. Even though it's 90 degrees, it's like 31 degrees Celsius where I am right now. I am melting. I'm in a suit, and I'm a towel. However, I want to take a second to show you. Look what Beach Nance sent us, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever been so relaxed in your entire life? Oh, no, it's sideways. Hold on, I got a plan. I have a plan. Nobody panic. Nobody panic just because the image is sideways. I have a plan for moments like this. I have a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this? Oh, no. No, not that way. Rotate the other way. Hold on. This way. Ready? Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. I fixed it, ladies and gentlemen. I have rotated it 90 degrees. And then watch this. I can even make it turn side to side. Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness. Look, it's a rotating picture of a beach, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. I feel like a towel magician right now. We're visiting the beach, and I can make it rotate around in a circle. This is my favorite thing of all time. I am 3D towel. Look at me. I'm spinning a picture of a beach around and making you watch it. Who gave me access to a microphone and allowed me to do this? I'm having such a good time. Oh, can I make it go the other way? Oh, look at it doing a backflip. Oh, what a backflip. Oh, go the other way. Oh, I'm having such a fun time right now. You don't understand. Oh, look at it go. Oh, this is better than the emojis. Oh, look at it go. Well, if there's one thing that's for sure, we always have a fun time on Towel Channel. Beach Dance, look at it go. Oh, it's so good to see you with us. I'm having a really fun time right now. Oh, and it's such a beautiful view, too. Oh, can you make it go like this and then flip on its axis the other way? Oh, look at this. Oh. This is wonderful, Beach Dance. You have enthralled us all, and you've made Towel feel like the Wizard of Towel. Oh, I love it, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like I am a master of the universe. Look at it go. Oh, this is wonderful. I have just become a super towel. I'm a magician. Call me Wizard of Towel. Oh, sorry about that, Hinchwittick. Don't worry, we'll go nice and slow. There we go. And we're back. I'm sorry for spinning that around. You don't understand. I was having the time of my life. Oh, wow, Beach Nance, you got to swim in that water. That looks absolutely beautiful. I am extremely jealous. That's gorgeous. Oh, just absolutely gorgeous, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that turquoise water. You can imagine yourself. It could be a postcard. Ladies and gentlemen, it could be a postcard. Beach Nance, you win the photo. You win the Towel Award for Best Photo of the Day. Absolutely beautiful, Beach Nance. God bless you for sharing that with us, dear friend. We love it. We needed that moment of relaxation. And we'll do a countdown from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Isn't that a special way to relax and head into our rewatch of the juror interviews as Towel goes to visit his father's friend for just the next hour. Beach Nance, we missed you as you were traveling. I got some of your images, but then the world slightly collapsed in multiple ways yesterday related to this juror's father-in-law. All your Towel friends will tell you about it. But we have a big, we're going to do an interview with Hot Coffee Chats. That's going to be at 3:45 or 4 p.m. Eastern. And for now, I'm going to play you some interviews with the juror to prepare us for our interview with Hot Coffee Chats. Glamorous girl, I can imagine. I get that as well. I don't like to be in like the passenger seat of cars. But this image, you know what? It's so beautiful. We are going to leave it right next to our chat. It's literally one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Forget my donation info for now. People will figure it out. I absolutely love that image. It's taken a place of honor now, Beach Nance, where it deserves, my dear friend. All right, so I'm going to play you the juror compilation interview clips. I just put together a new one this morning. Oh, Murder by Maestro, I also put together the clip where we learned about the juror's father, and I did the quote, I need an adult. I don't even want to make fun of Karen Reed's butt anymore. Murder by Maestro, wait until you see this. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. Now let me get the, all right, so here's the juror interview supercut. We've already watched some of them today, so we're going to jump forward, and I think we're going to start with this one, okay? We're going to start with the one after the Today Show, okay? So right about here, all right? Now, I'll see you folks in about an hour. You have a great time, and thank you so much to everyone. Just me, it's great to see you. I'm going to be back, as I said, for an interview, Hot Coffee Chats, about an hour, but you're going to watch this video for the next hour. If anything goes wrong, just let me know, but it should be fine, and I'm excited to see you soon.
Juror on the Karen Reed trial, which gained national attention. You'll remember earlier this week, she was found not guilty of killing her police officer boyfriend.
And test, defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
You can hear those cheers which erupted outside as Reed left. Supporters had stood outside the courtroom every day of the trial. Joining us now is juror number 11, Paula Prado. Paula, how did your opinion of Karen Reed change throughout the trial?
At first, I thought her demeanor in court was a little bit too calm and composed for someone who was being charged for murder, especially for a loved one. But I learned how to admire actually that behavior. She was very participative on her own defense and helping each other and calm. I think her confidence was because she knew she wasn't guilty, and that helps me to change this prejudgment I have of her.
So you changed from thinking she was guilty to thinking not guilty?
Not just because of her behavior, of course, because of the whole trial itself and the evidence presented to us. Had too many holes, and we couldn't connect taillights to John O'Keefe injuries. We felt there was something else that could have pushed him to hit his head so hard that he had a skull fracture. And we definitely believe that if he was hit by a car at 24 miles per hour, we would find more injuries on his body.
Now, Paula, I know you work as an attorney in Brazil as well, and you've presented cases. Which side really solidified your position, the defense or the prosecution?
I honestly pay more attention in the prosecution witnesses and the case they presented, because I needed to see what they have to prove me that she was guilty. And of course, when the defense started bringing their witnesses, I already kind of had my mindset that Karen Reed wasn't guilty. So the defense witnesses just came in to top it off and make me more sure and certain that she wasn't responsible for John's death.
And what were the pieces of evidence presented from either side, really, that pushed you to find her not guilty, or at least raise enough reasonable doubt?
Definitely the tail light. We had the opportunity to check the tail light from inside the deliberation room. So we had the broken tail light, the original one. We also had a new one to compare, and we had videos of Karen Reed getting out of the house in that morning at 5:07, 5 a.m. And we saw her car lighting. The red was way too strong and way more spread out, as if her tail light wasn't broke that much. The pieces that were missing were too much for us to be able to see the red light.
Take us inside the jury room. Was there a lot of back and forth with the verdict with other jurors, or was it everyone on the same page?
No, we definitely, at first we started deliberating on Friday, so everything was new. Everybody wanted to just talk one over another. But on Monday we start being more organized, and there were different opinions. But we are very respectful. We listen to everybody. I think everybody left the deliberation room confident and certain of our decision. We listened to everyone. We answered all the questions we had. We compare our notes to see if we got anything wrong or right, who has this information, who haven't. And I think we did a great job. We were respectful. We tried very hard to listen to everyone.
Now, the defense's allegations of a cover-up, I wonder if you think the jurors felt that that could be true or if that held a lot of water for you.
It could be true. It could also not be true. The same way I can't charge Karen Reed with murder, I can't say there was a cover-up because I didn't see evidence for it. I saw holes and I saw a flop investigation, and I think the prosecution they worked what they had. The investigation was poorly from the beginning. No reports, no time, no videos that were missing. They could be covering for someone, of course, but also could be something else.
And what was your reaction when the verdict was read and you saw the reactions inside and outside the courtroom?
My reaction was cry. I was the juror who left court crying because I felt sad for John O'Keefe's family as they were leaving before everybody else, and of course frustrated and upset. I'm happy for Karen Reed and her family so they can move on, but definitely Joe O'Keefe's family didn't get the justice they deserve.
A lot of emotions inside and outside the courtroom. Paula Prado, thank you so much for your time.
So tell me about your feeling when you found out that you were going to be on the jury, when you went to your voir dire in jury selection and they picked you to be on this jury. How did you feel?
When I was in the room, when I received the letter, I liked the idea because I'd never been a juror before. I wanted to know how the process is. For me, it was like a 1-2 day thing. It's going to be fun to do it. When the judge said, oh, it might take 8 weeks, I was like, wow, I hope I'm not selected. And once I was selected, I had to run. All I could think was the logistics of everything. So I just want to run home and make phone calls to arrange everything. But I was excited. I was happy to be part of the process. I had no clue it was that big. It was a mediatic case. I had no clue to get a lot of attention. But I did like the idea of being part of something that big and important.
Can you tell me what you knew about the case? Of course, the understanding is that you don't have to be ignorant of the case. You just have to not have an opinion formed, right? And be open-minded and evaluate the evidence in the courtroom. So what did you know about the Karen Reed case before you started hearing evidence?
I know she had a billboard on Route 1. Every time I go grocery shop, I see Free Karen Reed. That's all I knew about her and her name. I also saw some lounge that has signs Free Karen Reed, but didn't strike me to go search and understand what it was. So I had no clue what crime or what she did, who she was, who John was, nothing. I really didn't know. And I never heard about those supporters, the big crowd she has. I learned that the pink was her color like mid-trial, so I stopped wearing pink because I had a lot of pink shirts and I didn't want to give it the wrong vibe. I didn't really know. I don't watch local news, I don't watch television. I had a pause on social media, and whatever I have on social media, my X account is my last post is 2022. My Instagram post is last one was last year. So I just didn't have access to what was going on here. I'm more interested in international news, Brazilian news, and that was it.
Can we talk about your background a little bit? Because I called you the expressive juror because the jurors I thought generally were very stoic, took a lot of notes, a lot of heads down, you took a lot of notes. But as the trial went on, your expressions became a little bit more obvious. I know that you were controlling them because I could see you. I also couldn't read what you were reacting to. Like if it was, sometimes you'd have the same look going back and forth between the lawyer and the witness. Can you talk about your background a little bit?
Yes, I have a law degree from Brazil. I'm licensed to work in Brazil. I graduated in 2010, and then right after, a year and a half after, I moved to the States to study, to learn English. I didn't know any English before I got here.
and I never worked again as a lawyer. I just help some colleagues I have in Brazil with some cases. Sometimes I can do a petition from here. I still know how to write and think like a lawyer. And I also have an MBA in marketing because my life is here now and I want to do something professionally after my kids grow a little bit. So I combine marketing with my law degree, and I work with the Brazilian law offices to do the digital marketing, the social media, and those things. Another reason why I was involved with the social media, but all in Brazil. Everything I saw was all in Brazil, was never here.
When you reached out to me, you indicated that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I don't remember exactly, but it was surprising to you what people were thinking about the case after you were able to plug back in to the world about the case. What are some of the misconceptions you think people out there have that you've seen, and is there anything that they're getting right?
Some people got things right. I reached out to you because I thought you had a good impression of us. I choose the journalists I want to talk to. More people came on the way, but I didn't have a chance to look to all the media and all the news about us. I just look on X, and I start, as soon as we got back in the room after we give the verdict, I just open my X account, old, and I started to following everybody. I didn't know your name, I didn't know anybody's name, so we started like guessing, who is this, who is that? And there was some misconception, misunderstanding. The jury sent a note to the judge asking her to stop objecting Brennan, or John O'Keefe's brother had to change seats because a jury complained, or the jury, let me remember one more. The jury were uncomfortable with Paul O'Keefe. The jury sent a note to the judge. Oh, the last one, the jury already know everything. They just are hanging on the second-degree murder. That's never happened inside the deliberation, but some reporter said that, like, how do you know? You don't know. Oh, the juror is my cousin. He said X, Y, and Z. No, your cousin wasn't there. So I read a lot of this.
And you felt like you wanted to just get the record straight, that your experience as the juror did not match what was happening on social media.
No, we never sent a note to the judge before the deliberation. We never complain. We are a very happy group of people, you know, fulfilling our duty, and that's it.
So I know that I kept posting that it's very different watching the trial and then being in the courtroom. Very different experience. So people would react to the judge's heavy sighs or a witness's heavy sighs, which I know you didn't hear because I didn't hear, and there's no amplification in the courtroom. But one thing people, and I think that I went ahead and projected onto you, plural, ustedes, that there was some growing frustration with the number of sidebars toward the end of the trial. Because at one point I thought the judge said, this will be quick, and you all laughed, like, yeah, tell us about it. Were you just patient with it, knew that this is the cost of being on a trial, or did it start to wear you down a little bit?
No, we didn't care about the sidebar at all. And we even said that to the judge when she came to talk to us after. The sidebar for us was a moment to stretch, to close our eyes, to, you know, clear your head. We didn't mind the sidebar. We laughed because it was probably not true that would be quickly. And all the time she apologized and everything, and we think it's funny to apologize. We know it's part of the process. We expect that to happen. You know, I feel like sometimes judge or lawyers, they would talk to us like if we have no clue what the court process is, what the system is, what the legal system is. And we do, not just me, everybody does. We understand it's part of it. So we like the sidebars. And I can speak for all of us. We like it.
Like this, more sidebars.
Yes, because we can stretch, we stop. We didn't like when she says, oh, we're going to get here at 8:30 and then we're going to get inside at 9:30. Didn't make sense. Or they get late, too long of a lunch break because they need to do the sidebars. So I guess the sidebars without us, we didn't like much because we want to get going. But the sidebars with us inside the court, we're okay with it.
What about, this is just a personal question for how people relate it. I know that I can't sit for 10 minutes without my phone, right? I can't pick up, you know, if I'm sitting waiting for something, I want to get my phone, I just want to look at it, I want to scroll through stuff, even if it's unimportant. And I kept looking at all of you having to sit there in some of the sidebars, which would go for a long time.
We could check.
And your generation, I mean, I'm 63, right? So I actually remember having to sit doing nothing. Was there this anxiety that and I know I don't want you to speak for other people, but I'm sure you chit-chatted about it. Was there an anxiety of nervousness of not having a device? Or did you look at it as a Zen moment that maybe I'll reclaim my...
I think the first few weeks, for me at least, was hard. Especially because I want to check what was going on home with my kids, so it was hard to not have the phone. But we got used to after 2-3 weeks, I guess. I did, at least. I was okay with it. Sitting down, listening that much information, that was hard because most of us were out of college or haven't been in school for such a long time, and it felt like we were back in school and need to take notes and pay attention. So it took me a while to get used to, again, to have that much information and learn and understand everything. But other than that, we learned it, we got used to.
All right, so I'll preface this with you were all very professional, very studious, took a lot of notes. What was the giggling about? You had 2 giggling episodes. And I know that you tried. I saw all 3 of you trying to bring it back together. And I have to admit, I had a giggling episode with a court officer during some testimony, so it happened.
I remember one of them was because I think Alan Jackson asked Yuri Buchanan, the judge asked, you expect me to read all this? And then Alan Jackson said, yes, I did. So we laugh about it because it was a thick document. And I don't remember another one, but that one, the 3 of us laughed, and I think the judge called us to ask individual questions on the following day or 2 days after, and we thought it was because of that, because the 3 of us just start laughing. Me and Juror 4, that's also speaking.
And
Jason, yes. Yes. And the other lady between us. So it was because of that. Like sometimes, and we try not, some witnesses show or said something that was so absurd, or some interactions between lawyers and the witness was a bit rude. So we have to keep together, be quiet, but something very entertaining.
Tell me, it's a workplace basically too, so things happen that you end up having a private joke about something and then it just gets out of hand sometimes. Talk to me about the reaction when the verdict was read and the crowd outside screamed and cheered, because after the first verdict that was not guilty, it was hard to hear in there, and outside just erupted. Were you shocked about that? Tell me what it felt like as you heard you heard your verdict being read, and then you heard the crowd outside.
To be honest with you, I don't remember what happened in that courtroom that day, that moment, because once I heard the people outside, I just closed my eyes and I started crying, and I left the courtroom without looking to anyone. I did not expect to hear it, because through the whole trial we didn't hear anything on a jury room. We did not saw many people outside because we come from the back of the courthouse, so we would see someone walk with a pink shirt here and there, but that was it. Never hear chanting or comments or laughing or yelling or booing, nothing. And it's particular to me when I heard that people screaming out of happiness. At the same time, I was seeing John O'Keefe's family crying out of sadness, and that broke my heart. So that moment, I kind of understood how big this case was and how we're making someone happy, and we're making a lot of other people sad too. So I don't remember what happened in courtroom that moment. I just closed my eyes and cried.
When you reached out to me, you noted that you felt that justice had been served for Karen Reed, but hadn't been served for John O'Keefe and his family. Can you talk about what that means?
Well, through the whole trial, I observed a lot of his family, his mom, and his moments to cry. Other family members or friends cried too, and it's emotional. It's a life. It's a person who lost his life unnecessarily. None of us know what happened to him. What we know is that wasn't Karen Reed responsible for his death. She did not kill him. And if she did, the police and the Commonwealth didn't prove that to us. So still, I feel super happy that she got justice and she's gonna live her life, and I hope she have a great life ahead of her. And I feel extremely upset and frustrated that John O'Keefe's family, his mom, his father, who were there, his brother, they
gonna still hanging on the question who killed John O'Keefe, and what's gonna happen for now, I don't know. I know there is a civil case that can come up now. I don't know if the I don't know if the DA said anything, or Mr. Breno, I didn't hear from anybody. But I really hope this case can be reopened and they can investigate it and find who killed John O'Keefe.
Who do you hold responsible?
I can't hold anybody responsible because of the same way I did not convict Karen Reed because I didn't have proof of her being participating of his death. I cannot say another people did. But I do have my suspicions, and I already spoke about this, that something happened inside the house and that I find very fishy that Brian Higgins and Brian Alberts and the rest of the family were investigated. I'm not even talking about the guests of the party at that night. They were guests. But there was a moment in the court that a picture of the front of the house was shown to us, and they had to take us out of the courtroom to cover the garage door. And I wonder, why can't we see the garage door? Why Dr. La Posada couldn't speak about what she saw in the pictures? This was objected, so it wasn't on the record, I think. But she said something about, I saw real estate pictures. She said in court, and then objected, and we needed to not consider that question. But once the word is out, I wonder what was inside the house that we couldn't hear about it, or why we couldn't see the picture of the garage.
It's such a challenge to be told that it's objected and sustained and don't think about it, or we're going to strike it from the record and forget that we just said that. It does seem like an absurd way to, and that's for every trial. It seems like an absurd way to run a trial.
Yeah, we did not consider that information when we're deliberating, of course, but still in my head now, and I want to know what happened at the garage, what happened at the house, why that people never came out, what Brian Higgins was doing at 2 a.m., 1 a.m. at the police station.
Let's talk about the cases a little bit. When the prosecution rested, what was the narrative? What was the point that you believe the Commonwealth was trying to convince you of? If I had to tell you ask you what the prosecution's argument was to you, what would you say it was?
Well, they want to convince us that she back up her car fast enough to clip him, taillight cut his arm, and throw him away. He hits his floor on a frozen lawn and died. That's it. And she saw everything and left the scene.
Were there any witnesses for the prosecution that you felt did a good job moving that narrative forward and proving that?
No, because just the eyewitness could say all that, and that case was Jim McCable was the only one we heard, and we couldn't believe everything she was saying. Her story was very credible, was very well said. I think that's the expression, but it didn't make much sense. It's like if she was coached. I think some other jurors felt the same way.
What about any of the expert witnesses for the Commonwealth? Were there any that you think did a good job, and who do you think just did a bad job?
Bad job, clearly. They're calling him Blue Man. Welcher, yeah, Dr. Welcher. I mean, without my respect to his work and his job, I don't think he was trying to hide something or convince us of something. I just think he didn't do a good job. That's it. Maybe his businesses needed to step it up in the game and learn a little more techniques, spend some more money on things that actually matter than buy a new Lexus. So yeah, it was, to me, felt like a joke, that video that they presented to us to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. I mean, okay, I can put my arm in here and just wait for a 2-mile car to come. Anyone can do this, and you pay almost $400,000 for that person. So that felt, to me, I felt very uncomfortable. So yeah, his colleague, Mr. Shannon, I really don't care about his degree. Everybody's talking about how many years to complete a degree or whatever. He has experience. He's been working with this company for 8 years, according to his profile. He made some mistakes, okay. But, adding Mr. Welcher and him together and the amount of money who was paid for them to do a great job, I don't think they did. And credible witnesses, the lab, the forensic expertise, the scientists, the DNA people, the people who check his shirt or piece of DNA on the taillight or not, all this, the people from the state, from the Massachusetts State Police Lab, all of them, I think they work with what was given to them. And they did a good job. I didn't feel they were lying or trying to make up information for us.
And so what about the defense? Who do you think did a good job on the defense side and for making the case, and who do you think didn't help or made it worse?
I don't think anybody on the defense side made it worse. They just corroborate for the things we have listened prior. Dr. La Posada, for me, was very good in the ARCA witness. I now know that they didn't want us to hear the ARCA professionals. They made it just clear and easy for a regular person like me to understand what really happened with data, with the videos, with the dummy, what the weight of the dummy. That discussion was so unnecessary. Also, Officer Dever, which we can't say her name wrong, she gets really upset. Officer Dever was scary, to say the least, because I mean, I can see she might be a little immature. She's young, she looks young and new in the police force, but she sold a vibe of being so desperate and angry to everyone, like a child complaining and fighting with their mom. I mean, I just feel like unsafe to have a person with that level of immaturity carrying a gun among us.
What was your reaction or impression? There were, as you said, there were some state police lab people, there were some state troopers that gave very good testimony, but you know, Yuri Buchanan, who seemed to me as one person when the Commonwealth was interviewing him and questioning him, and then someone else when the defense was. What was your reaction to Trooper Buchanan's testimony?
With him, I was very close to him, like 2 seats away from him, and sometimes I could see him like making a fist, and he was really uncomfortable with some questions, and the sarcastic comments between him and Alan Jackson, entertaining. Felt to me that he was very protective of his job and his colleagues. So this blue wall that I'm learning now what that means. He's probably like a good representative of the blue wall, I think.
And former State Trooper Michael Proctor, who was all over the trial but never appeared. Did you have some sort of image or story about him in your head?
So who is Michael Proctor? Like, I didn't know. I still don't know. I know he gave an interview last night. I'm dying to watch. I don't know. I can't put a name and a face together. All the times in my notebooks I have Michael Proctor, question mark. Where is Michael Proctor? I don't know who he was. I learned he was fired during the trial. Some of the witness or lawyers comment. I said, okay, so maybe he's not going to show up because he was fired, and everything he did was bring other troops are bringing up to us. But we didn't know who he was, like as a person.
How did that impact your deliberations for you personally?
I didn't mind not seeing him because he was already fired, and everybody else did a good job of bringing his role in investigation to us. I did mind not hear from Brian Higgins and Brian Halbert. I think they should be there.
Did you, when the defense called Proctor's friend to read the texts, the offensive texts, in the last trial, Trooper Proctor testified and he had to read them. And at one point saying the C word, the judge told him, those are your words, you have to say them. And the jury was shocked by it. And observers now say it didn't seem that it had the same impact. How was your reaction to hearing the text messages that Trooper Proctor sent, former Trooper Proctor sent to his friends?
There was some wording that made me feel disgusted and upset. It's not that you didn't have the same reaction if it was him reading. It's like just like Karen Reed and Brian Higgins text message. If it was him reading or her, it's not about who is reading. It's about the content. Okay, at that point when that friend came and read all the text messages, we already knew that Michael Proctor was a police officer who was fired, who was being accused of corruption or framed Karen Reed, whatever. So we already expect that something bad would come from this guy. So that's why I think you didn't see a shocking face, a shocking expression on our faces. but was disgusting, was unprofessional, and just make me think what else, what other cases could be judged like this based on a person appearance or relationship or dominion, I don't know.
Now, this is a little bit of a biased question because you have law training, but looking at the lawyers, who do you think did the best job, even if they didn't win the case, even if they, who would you look forward to getting up to be to ask the questions or do the direct or the cross? Was there one lawyer that you'd be like, oh, this will be interesting? Or I like watching?
I like watching all of them. I like Brennan, the beginning.
Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan.
Hank Brennan, yes. I think he have a bad case. He had an investigation full of holes, and he have to convict her with what he have. I didn't like the way he acted at the end. He felt like he was a little desperate or angry, showing some signs of disrespect. But what's his name?
How about Robert Alessi?
Robert Alessi, yes. This is my favorite lawyer because I think the way he talks, like such a gentleman, so kind, at the same time he's crashing a witness with information, so it was very interesting to watch.
We had a theory for folks who we thought on the jury who looked like they liked watching Robert Alessi. People watching at home would say, oh my God, this is boring, this is terrible. And I actually commented that I thought after you saw Bob Alessi a couple of times, you knew if you just stayed with him, there would be a payoff, right? So like the weather, the weather, what are we getting to? And finally there was a payoff, right?
Definitely repetitive, trying to get there, but he was trying to get the right information to us in a way we could understand, and we all appreciate that. So made the technical information easy, the technical witnesses smoother for us to listen to.
And did you know that Alan Jackson was the LA lawyer? Did you have any feelings about watching him? And
Wednesday night after I got home, my uncle, who is an attorney, and we used to live in California, he said that he's a Hollywood lawyer. I said, great, let me look up, and that was it. Because as soon as I finish everything, I just want to follow everybody and start following everyone that was in the trial. But I didn't know, never heard his name before, but I heard he's one of the best lawyers in the country, so what a pleasure to watch him working.
And David Yannetti?
Didn't know before. He didn't take the podium that much, but when he did, he got our attention. He very articulated, and overall, to me, was very interesting having the opportunity to watch these people working and make justice.
What do you hope the message from this trial is? Is there something you hope will change? Is there something you hope people who have plugged in, you know, this is entertainment to some people, understandably, but someone died, someone was on trial for murder, families were broken, communities are broken. As you said, there's no justice for John O'Keefe yet. What's something you hope either changes and or people take away from this experience?
I think if the community in general were able to get together and gather information and support and financial help for Karen Reed in this case, if they were able to do this for her, I think we now have to do the same thing for John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. Corruption, it's not Michael Proctor is a cancer, corruption is a cancer. And I'm from a Latin country. We know Brazil, we had many cases with corruption. I'm from Rio de Janeiro, is one of the most dangerous places in Brazil. And it speaks to me, this case, because it's injustice, it's police, corruption, and how many people are in jail right now because of a bad investigation, because of a bias of a police officer or investigator, because of a bad system, because of lack of money to have good lawyers like Alan Jackson's Bob Alessi, and David Yannetti. So, and Dr. Leroy, I don't want to forget her. She was very spot on. She didn't take the stand, but she was always there with the documents. Like, we found her work incredible. So the message is, let's continue fight for justice for John O'Keefe. We cannot let corruption run the country in any level, police level, government level. We have the power. We are the people, we have the power, and we have to use this power. We need to get away of fake news, get away of no-sense social media, look for the root of the problem, look for real journalists, real news, real information, and fight and continue fighting, continue complaining and protest and do what needs to be done for a better society. I have young children, so I wanted them to grow up in a better place, in a safer place.
Do you have a message for the news media?
Please, don't lie, don't create stories. And make people confused and make one side against another angry and create unnecessary fights, unnecessary discussion. Why are we discussing? We are online arguing, wasting our times about the seat of Paul Keefe. You know, why is that relevant? A person died, and another one's about to go to jail for no reason. Be more responsible. And it doesn't worth it for you guys to get a word and the news out there and the likes for it if it's not true.
And what about social media users? Do you have a word for them?
Look for good journalists. Go to court. Go see yourself. You know, watch the TV court 7 hours trial and make your own conclusions. Don't just listen from other people.
Do you have anything else that I missed? Anything you want to say that I didn't cover?
No, it's all good. I just want to, again, I come out to talk about this because I just wanted the O'Keefe family know that it's not our fault. We don't want John O'Keefe to we don't want his case to die. None of us, I can speak for all the jurors, we all felt really bad for the family. We all believe John was a great man, and we all want the justice to be served to him too and his family. And the right person goes pay for this, because a person died, and whoever did or whatever happened need to come out.
Well, thank you for reaching out to me. I'm really thrilled to meet you after watching you for 40 days too.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. I like I said, I choose the people I want to talk to. You were one of them because I saw your reports. I couldn't see everything, but from what I saw, you have like a true impression of us. You were more spot on. You really saw us for, you really report what was happening there. Wasn't just like creating stories for likes. So that's why I reached out.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
The ages, never seen anything like it. Okay, it is time. I am joined by Paula Prado, one of the 12 jurors in the Karen Reed retrial of this century. Paula, thank you so much for joining us tonight. First of all, are you feeling okay? This has been a lot. This has been a long process. You feeling okay tonight?
Yeah, it's just a bit tired with everything that has been going on, especially today, but I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so we appreciate that. Let me ask you, first of all, not guilty or factually innocent? In your mind tonight, not guilty meaning prosecutors didn't prove it, that's the standard in our courtrooms, we understand. Do you believe that she was just not proven guilty, or do you believe she was factually innocent, meaning you are convinced she had nothing to do with the death of John O'Keefe?
Not guilty and innocent. In my personal opinion, she is innocent. I can't see his death being caused by a collision. I'm not sure if a collision happened. I've mentioned before that maybe she touched him, maybe she backed up a little fast and hit a curb or got too close to him and he had to step away or something. But I don't think her car pushed John O'Keefe to death, that pushed him away and made him hit his head on the floor and kill him. So not guilty and innocent.
And you just mentioned one potential theory there. Is that what you think may have happened here to John O'Keefe? What are your thoughts about how John O'Keefe could have ended up dead on the yard of 34 Fairview?
Yeah, again, it's a theory. The same way I couldn't prove that Karen Reed was guilty, I can't prove what happened inside that house, what happened that night. But I do believe that because of the amount of alcohol both of them had, John O'Keefe had more to drink than Karen. Maybe when he left the car, she could back up too fast and touch him, and that could be an explanation for him to lose his shoes or for his phone to fall down and get in pocket state, which was something that the data showed us.
But in my opinion, he got up and he went inside the house with or without shoes. I don't know when he lost his shoes eventually, but I don't think he died outside. I think something happened inside the house and he was placed outside.
And do you have because it's not clear, and the defense was talking about the garage. In the first trial, they talked about the basement. Do you have any idea where in the house he may have gone, and why do you think that?
Assuming that a lot of the witnesses that was in the house that night didn't see him, all the Brian, his friends, the people who are celebrating his birthday, assuming that none of them saw him, so maybe he went inside the house through the garage. And during trial, there was a moment with a picture of the garage that was hidden from us. We had to leave the courtroom and then come back, and we don't know why the garage door has to be blurred for us. I don't know why we can see pictures from inside the garage or having an idea how the inside the garage look. But I remember in one of the witnesses, the last one, Dr. La Posada, she mentioned that he saw pictures of a real estate agency of the garage inside, but was objected and we didn't hear from her what was inside the garage, but raised doubts, raised questions.
So just the fact that there was a question about it. So what was your interpretation of why you weren't allowed to see it? Like, what's the impact of that on you? That's something I'm always very curious about, when there's a piece of evidence that one side wants in, and then all of a sudden you're not allowed to see it. What did you take away from that?
It becomes suspicious. If there is something over there that the Commonwealth didn't want us to see, it's because it could be something beneficial to Karen Read. And what could be beneficial for Karen Read regarding a garage door or a picture of inside the garage coming from a real estate? I don't know, but I think that was a question for a lot of us.
Fascinating. How quickly did the entire jury agree that there wasn't a collision?
I cannot count Friday as a day we actually start deliberating. On Friday was just more as everybody just want to talk because we've been silent about this case for so long. And we really want to just put it out our impressions, what we think about the trial, this evidence, X, Y, and Z. So it was very chaotic. But Monday we start to be more organized and checking the witnesses and checking our notebooks, what one juror had written, what I did, and what other did, so we can check facts and see and remember everything that we heard and saw it. There were people who didn't believe Karen Read killed him, and there was also, I would say, 30% that was like in the fence, and there were two people who think she was guilty, and we had to talk through it.
And how long did it take to talk through it for everyone to agree that, hey, this wasn't a collision, now we've got to talk about the operating under the influence charge?
The next 3 days, pretty much.
Okay,
whole Monday, whole Tuesday, we are going through it.
Okay. I didn't know if you had reached it on one and then were just focused on the other, but it was a continuing conversation. Let me ask you, do you have any idea what was going on outside?
No, and it's bothering me that some people think we are influenced by the Karen Read supporters, that we are hearing them and we felt pressure or something. We couldn't hear anything. We didn't see them in the courthouse because the bus always dropped us off in the back of the courthouse, and the streets were closed. Police were protecting us. The people from the court, the security guards, they were all protecting us. So no way we couldn't see what was happening in front of the court. Sometimes we would drive by and see a pink shirt here and there, but that was it. Not that big crowd. And we couldn't hear. Bottom line, we couldn't hear.
Okay, let's get into some of the evidence here. What was the most important piece of evidence for you? Physical evidence, whether it's a video or something tangible. What was the most important piece that helped you understand what happened?
The piece of tail light definitely was very important to me. Seeing the broke taillight compared to a new one, comparing to his shirts, comparing to the little pieces. So putting everything together around the taillight was very important. And the holes on John O'Keefe hoodie, it didn't feel like something coming from the plastic of the taillight, the shape of the holes. So that raised suspicion to me and reasonable doubt. His arm injuries, for sure, seeing close-up pictures of his arms and the autopsy pictures in general, looking for more injuries, more evidence of a collision from a car at 24 miles per hour. And I couldn't see it, and none of us could.
That's interesting, right? I said, what's the most important piece of evidence? And you pointed out a couple things, but there's also a lack of evidence, which is significant as well. Who was the most important witness?
The medical examiners were very important. The engineers from ARCA, to me, were very important. But also the witness who didn't behave as we expected. Their demeanor in the court, in the stand, they were nervous, they would not answer directly. So we observed that too. So most important witness for me was ARCA, both of the engineers who came, but also observe Officer Dever and Officer Buchanan and how they interacted with the lawyers in court. That also was very important to me.
Did you feel at any point during this trial that anyone was misleading you or trying to mislead you, whether it's one of the lawyers or one of the witnesses?
Every day, I think that's something that we comment in the deliberation room, that we felt lied from everyone, everywhere. Like some moments, I know attorneys, they needed to make the drama and point out things and say things that they know they're not supposed to say, but they try to put it out there so we can think about it. I felt some witnesses hide information. Not sure if they lied on stand, but hide information for sure. And the lawyers were they're doing their job. They're just trying to lead us in the direction that was convenient to them.
Okay, I get the part with the lawyers. From the witnesses, which witnesses did you feel were trying to hide something from you?
I think Jen McCabe was. I think O'Hara, Officer O'Hara, don't remember his first name. He was shaking. He was very, very nervous during the trial. I'm not sure about the name, but I think Officer Keefe, too. Buchanan, he seems to be very uncomfortable, and something he said didn't seem believable.
Now, was there any witness that you wanted to hear from that did not testify in the trial? Because there were a lot of names talked about during the course of the trial, but not all of them testified. Was there anyone that you wanted to hear from that neither side called to the witness stand?
Definitely. I would really want to hear from Brian Higgins and Brian Albert or Nicole Albert. It was a surprise to all of us that none of them were come to the stand. I didn't know their faces. I just heard their names. I didn't even know who Michael Proctor was until I learned through trial that he was a former officer, so he was fired. But because he was fired and so many people brought his investigation to the spotlight, I think I didn't need to see him, but I really want to see Higgins and Albert.
And what did you want to hear them talk about?
Please, what Brian Higgins was doing in the middle of the night, on the 29th of January 2022 in the Canton Police Department. And really, Brian Alberts and Nicole, you guys didn't hear, didn't see, didn't notice, felt what was going on outside? Those big question marks.
Okay, imagine that Karen Reed is with you in a room. What questions do you have for Karen Reed?
How can you be so calm all the time? Honestly, that's shocking to me. First of all, I'm sorry that she went through this whole thing, and I want to hear from her, like, how she maintained herself so calm and so present and so participative in the whole trial, how she maintained herself so firm all the time, honestly.
Do you have any questions of her about what happened that night?
I think she said enough about what happened, and if I had a chance to talk to her, I wouldn't go on this subject at all. I want to know about her, I want to learn about her, her personality, her likes, her life, whatever, what she has to say to teach, to show us something for the future. I wouldn't ask about the past. That was draining for everybody, and imagine for her, for Keith's family. What happened that night was presented to us in court. She said many times on television, there is docuseries, there is documentary, there is interviews. I can find that online, no problem.
How about the investigators? What questions do you have for the men and women who were investigating this case?
Why no report? Why the investigation seems so sloppy? Why you guys didn't ask for ring camera of the neighbors? Why you didn't call the owners of the house? Why the video on the Sally Port record inverted? Why you didn't collect evidence right away and left in the floor of a hospital and didn't secure evidence once it was in Kendall Police Department? So many questions. Yeah. All the holes that we found in the investigation I want to ask.
You mentioned so many questions. I have so many more questions. And Paula Prado, juror number 11, is going to stay with us. We really appreciate it. I know she's tired, but she's being a good trooper tonight and helping us out. All right, folks, so when we come back, more of our interview plus coming up next hour. A lot of evidence in this case from both sides. Let's talk about it. Still here with me is Paula Prado. She's one of the 12 jurors from the retrial of the century of Karen Reed. Okay, Paula, first of all, everyone's wondering, you are wearing pink tonight. Is that on purpose? Is there a meaning to it? Or is it just one of your colors that you love?
It's a color that I love. In fact, I stopped wearing pink mid-trial. I had a lot of pink shirts, and once I heard that was part of her supporters, I don't want to give a wrong message, so I stopped wearing them. So just like a light baby pink, has nothing to do with my support.
Okay. You and me both. I have a whole bunch of pink ties I haven't worn, a whole bunch of blue ties that I haven't worn for months now. Okay, let's talk about the tail light and the tail light pieces. How do you believe the tail light pieces ended up at 34 Fairview, scattered near the place where John O'Keefe's body was found?
The theory I have, like, if she back up and maybe hit something, a curb or him, or some people in the jury raised the question, maybe he was mad and he could have thrown the glass on the tail light and break it. Another thing, the tail light was found 5:45, but there wasn't a report. The evidence bag didn't say the time, and the car was retrieved and was parked in the sale port at 5:36, if I'm not wrong. And it's very close. The 34 Fairview and the police department is very close. It was time enough for someone to just show up and drop a piece of taillight at the scene.
So you believe that's a reasonable possibility that someone could have planted the evidence?
Yes, I think it's a possibility. I also think could be because she bumped on something, or even him, but lightly, not enough to kill him, throw him away, and he hit his head and die.
Okay, I'm going to show you some images. We put them up there in a second. These are the images from the closing argument of the Commonwealth. When you look at these images of the taillight, this is 5:07. This is after Karen Reed leaves 34 Fairview, but before state troopers take custody of her SUV. Do you believe these show the right taillight broken to the extent that the Commonwealth says it was broken?
Absolutely not. There is like a white stain. It could be a crack, it could be a small piece out, but not that big damage that they showed us after the car was on the sale port.
So I just want to make this clear. You believe that the images that we're looking at right here, inconsistent with the final photo that was in evidence of the total damage that the Commonwealth alleged was caused by Karen Reed striking and killing John O'Keefe.
Correct. And we also heard from Officer Barrows. He said that what he saw in Karen Reed's parents' house wasn't consistent with the final picture neither. So we listened to him as well.
Do you believe that there were small red shards of that taillight in John O'Keefe's clothing? Hank Brennan, the prosecutor, talked a lot about that. Do you believe they were there? And if so, how did they get there?
The pieces were so tiny, so from all the big pieces they said they found on the 34th Fairview, that tiny dust of tail light to the stop on his shirt, I don't know, it doesn't seem credible.
Okay, let me ask you about...
And also the lab, the state lab didn't say from where. She took this from exactly where on his clothes this debris were found.
Let me move on to the experts now. There was a battle of experts in this case. A lot of money was spent on these experts. What did you think of what we're calling the blue paint experiment that was done by Aperture, the accident reconstruction experts for the Commonwealth?
I think that their evidence wasn't good enough compared to what ARCA presented to us. That seems very unprofessional. What he was trying to prove with the blue paint was the place that the car could hit him without considering speed, without considering his size, weight. They are not the same size, they are not the same weight. The dummy wasn't either, but he has a human arm, so it's not like a dummy arm, and hit himself at 2 miles an hour is way different than 24 miles an hour. I smirk a little bit when I start seeing this video in court, because it was unbelievable that they pay so much money for someone to show this, just that presentation.
So I guess from your perspective, we always talk about the battle of the experts was clearly won from your perspective by the ARCA experts.
Yes, the ARCA experts did a way better job than Dr. Welcher did. I won't say Dr. Welcher intended to lead us to certain directions. He was, in his head, probably he was doing what he was asked for. He was proving that the tail light could reach John O'Keefe's arm, but we call it the preschool project.
A preschool
It didn't convince us of anything.
Okay.
Yes.
So the injuries on John O'Keefe's arm, he did have some injuries, right? I understand that you thought there should be more, but the injuries that he did have, how do you believe he got those injuries?
I believe in a dog theory. I know we didn't talk much about the dog in court, and we also didn't talk about the dog during deliberation because it wasn't presented to us much information about the dog. But as soon as I saw that picture, to me sounds like paws scratching and bites of dogs close to his elbow. I couldn't shake it off this impression that it was a dog.
And what were your thoughts of the allegations that Jennifer McCabe, searched How Long to Die in the Cold at 2:27 a.m.? Do you believe that she did?
No, that's something the Commonwealth, I think, proved that she didn't. They did well on that one. The explanation that I think Dr. Whiffen gave about the first tab that you opened, and then if you're going to search something in the same tab later, it's going to register the time you open the tab. That was reasonable. I think most of the jurors believe in that. We didn't question that search in the middle of the night.
Okay. Paula Prado, Juror 11. She's staying with us. We're going to take another short break. When we come back, more questions and, more important, more answers from juror number 11. Got Paula Prado with us. She was juror number 11 in this case and is really giving us incredible insight tonight. Again, thank you so much. What do you think of Karen Reed? Like, what's your opinion of her? What do you think of her as a person, as a human?
My first impression of her wasn't that good. I had this first prejudgment because she was very calm all the time. She didn't show any emotion, no tears. I'm a Latina woman, so I would expect someone to be crying and making a scene or something when you're being charged for murder. So I did have this prejudgment of her, but I know nothing about her life. I don't know what she did before. I think they said she was a professor in a college or work in finance. I really don't know anything about her, but I learned how to admire her, and I think she would be a great lawyer if she is looking for a new career path, because she was very present and very sharp on her trial. She knew things, she pointed out things, she remembered things. I think she was a great help to the lawyers, and I admire her for that.
Yeah, her lawyers have said the same. What do you think of Judge Cannoni?
Judge Cannoni, she was pleasant to us, very kind. She made sure we are comfortable, we had our needs met. She was flexible because sometimes we had our lives and we have commitments we couldn't cancel. So some people were asking, oh, this day the jury they left early. Why? Judge Cannoni doesn't want to work. No, guys, sometimes we just have appointments in a life. A juror has something to do that they can't cancel. It happens. And she was flexible to accommodate our needs.
Hello, I'm back, Towel friends. Do you notice how this juror is she's going so overboard to do very specific things? One of them is be so nice to Judge Cannoni. Guess who would be in charge if jurors got in trouble for doing things they shouldn't have? Judge Cannoni. So, there's just a lot to this that makes me question. By the way, if Hot Coffee Chats is around, we are almost ready for you anytime you want to join in. We should watch John Jackson's interview to end this, because John absolutely owns Vinny. John Jackson's John O'Keefe's friend. But yes, I'm back. Tell friends, I had a great time hanging out with some friends of my dad. A lot of them, some of them follow the case. And one of the women who was there was like, oh my goodness, you are so, you know so much about this case. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I also have to break in to say something. There are people who don't know that in the sentencing memo of this juror's father-in-law for the missile defense theft, the son wrote his name in the sentencing memo. I'm telling you, the FKR people are going to lose it. They're very much losing their mind. They cannot handle what this juror did by putting themselves out there in public on national TV and then having that information about the father come out, father-in-law. It's a big deal, ladies and gentlemen.
She was open to explain what we need when we were in the deliberation room with the questions. I have no complaints about Judge Cannoni.
And did you get the feeling that she was favoring one side or the other? Or did you get any sort of vibe that she wanted one side to win and not the other?
I'm avoiding the word favored because I can't say. I felt there was more objections being allowed in the defense witness. So Alan Jackson, I think he was the lawyer, he would object something and she will allow all the time for Brennan. And the opposite happened when was Jackson objecting and she would, I'm sorry, I'm saying the opposite. So when Jackson objected, she would allow, and when Brennan objected, she would sustained. So there was a moment, there was some witnesses that was hard to follow because there was so many objections from Mr. Brennan, and she was just allowing all of them.
Now there were
sustaining all of them. I'm sorry, I'm so confused.
No, that's okay. It's that way for everyone. But I get what you're.
Why? It's so interesting. It's just so rehearsed.
Saying, and what you're saying is, when the defense wanted something, it seemed like they didn't get what they wanted. When the prosecution wanted something, they seemed to get what they wanted a little more.
But that was the opposite of what was true. The defense got almost everything they wanted.
More often. And that happens a lot.
Exactly. I couldn't use better words. Yes, that's what I meant. Thank you.
Okay. Who was the most effective lawyer in the courtroom? And for folks who don't know, you're a licensed lawyer in Brazil. And so you have a great background in all of this. So from your perspective, this I think is really valuable. Who did you feel was the most persuasive, the most effective lawyer in that courtroom?
Persuasive, I'm going to give to Alan Jackson. The way he presents himself, the way his voice, his presence in court is incredible. So he's looking in the eyes and he will convince you and show you like his story perfectly. The lawyer I liked the most was Alessi, Mr. Alessi. I just think he was so knowledgeable, and all the technical witnesses that he had to cross and direct, and it was incredible to watch their work. Mr. Brandon, I think he did great cross-examining, much more than he did direct examining, so that was interesting.
Yes.
And then I think I heard he's a defense lawyer.
Right. He really is. He was a prosecutor. He's been a defense attorney for many years. And now he came in as a special prosecutor just for this case.
Why would you show a video of Bob Alessi when you're talking about Hank Brennan?
What's your message for John O'Keefe's family?
Oh, the reason why I want to come out and speak to the press was because I want the family to know that we feel very sorry for their loss. I truly believe John was a great man. I believe he was a great uncle, son, brother, and his death was absolutely unnecessary. I don't know what happened to him. Nobody knows what really happened that night. But I truly believe that wasn't Karen Reed, and for that reason we couldn't convict her. And please, I really hope you can reopen the case, the family can reopen the case somehow. I don't know how the system working very well. And they can find really what happened to John O'Keefe that night.
Let me ask you this. After this case, it's only been a couple days. So you watch this entire trial, you hear all the evidence, you deliberate for days, you return the verdict, you're done. Have you taken any time to research and find out some of the things that weren't permitted in front of you as jurors, to find out more about the story, more about the history, et cetera, of what happened here? Did you do that after the trial at all?
I didn't much. One thing I did, like after the verdict, we went to the deliberation room and I download
So we got a question from Just Me. So, Just Me, you have to look up the standard for, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. But you have to look up the standard for setting aside double jeopardy. And yes, you know how the question is asked every day, like 30 times, like every day during trial to the jurors. Did you hear anything outside? Did you see anything outside? Whatever. It's not just so that if they say yes, they can get interrogated. It's so that if they say no, and later you have a rolling cycle of sworn affirmations that they didn't see anything. So if there's external influence and you can prove that one of those oaths was not truthful during trial or deliberations, then yes, like, of course, you've met manifest necessity. Double jeopardy doesn't attach. You can make a motion to set aside the verdict. The other thing that you can do is if there's like a fraud, like if a juror didn't disclose something that you have to disclose on a form, or that like is even potentially covered, well, that's, I mean, its own issue. Both of those things, fraud or external influence, can absolutely result in, there's only a few cases on it, but it exists, that can absolutely result in an argument, at least an argument, that the double jeopardy doesn't attach for a motion for a new trial or a retrial from the prosecution because of what's called manifest necessity. Now, does that mean they're going to win? No. Foghorn Patty, it's because, okay, so Foghorn Patty, you have to, occasionally people do membership parades, and to get the picture next to your name, you have to be in the chat normally, or at least have talked that day when someone does a membership parade, and then you have to, in your YouTube settings, be able to accept gift memberships, and then it eventually will turn on. So just make sure you have it enabled. Alicia, I do as well, my dear friend. 2 of my siblings don't have colons. Karen doesn't have a colon, actually, from the same condition. And I have that condition as well. It's why I use the medicine that I use, because if I don't use this medicine, then I develop these serious complications, and I have to go on prednisone and a Hertz towel. So my thoughts are with you, dear Alicia. Super towel hugs. I know, Irene Grillo, don't worry, it's almost over. We're about to get to John Jackson.
Account, and I started to follow all the journalists who were there, because I know news go on this platform. I'm not very active on social media in general, but I wanted to go up there and see what they were talking about. But I read much more people's opinion and the news from the trial itself than about what happened on the first trial. But I really want to I really want to watch the first trial. I want to watch the documentary. I want to go on YouTube. I saw some YouTube videos of lawyers commenting on the case, but I didn't have time to check anything deeply serious, honestly.
Interesting. Do you know about Turtle Boy?
Turtle Boy. Now I know. So Turtle Boy. When I moved to Massachusetts last year, I passed by some billboards, free cut and read, which I didn't know what means. And I also saw some billboard or some loud signs saying free Turtle Boy.
Excuse me, earlier in another interview, she was like, I never heard of Turtle Boy. What? She thinks he's like a marine environmentalist now. Uh-huh.
One time I remember driving through that and I saw a protest, free Turtle Boy. And I remember clearly thinking, that's an environmental issue. That's someone maybe fighting for, I know, marine turtles. I really had no clue who he was.
Listen, I can totally feel, I understand, Steph. Listen, if you listen to what she's saying, she's like, I had no idea who he was, but I thought he was a marine environmentalist. And then she's like, oh, and jurors brought him up during deliberations. What?
Was. And during trial, we heard about a blogger. And then now on deliberation, some jurors comment that this blogger was in court. And then one thing leads to another. Now I know who Turtle Boy is.
Okay. Now, here's a question I ask every juror after a trial.
Now, did you notice how quickly Vinny moved on? There was so much stuff in there, Vinny, you could have asked about. You know it. You were softballing her. Like, come on, Vinny. Like, Vinny, I wonder if Vinny knew, even if he knew about the juror's father-in-law and the missile thing. Like, come on. Would Vinny have even asked about it? Like, Vinny, you just let that all go? Vinny, you friendly with Turtle Boy, Vinny? You pro Turtle Boy? Huh?
It should be really interesting because you understand another system of justice from where you practice down in Brazil. But what can our system of justice do better? And whether it's do better and to help jurors and to just help get to the truth. What can we do better?
Very hard question for me because up to now, I wasn't involved with the legal system here at all. My first time hearing, understanding, learning some legal terms that I didn't know in English before was during this trial. And I think it worked great. This juror system, we don't have, it's a bit different than in Brazil. But we represent the society. We represented what the community wanted, I believe. And I can't say what I would like to change, a suggestion I have for the system right now, because, again, like I said, I don't practice law here. And for me, everything was very new. The legal system is new to me. I want to learn more. I'm excited now to learn more. But this trial, what stands up to me was the investigation. The investigation was floppy. The system itself, I have no criticism.
Well, Paula, this has been amazing, getting this insight from you. I know you're exhausted, and we thank you so much. The folks who are watching at home, thank you as well. They've been so invested in this case, and we saw what happened inside the courtroom, but now we understand much better how you got to that decision. Can you do me one favor? Because I know you've got 4 kids who miss their mom so much. For all of us at Court TV, give them a big, big hug tonight when you get back.
I will. Thank you so much. I'm happy I was part of the process. I'm happy I'm having the opportunity to talk about it, to, help people understand what was going on for us. And I really would like to ask people to look for reliable sources of news and what really happened. There is a lot of fake news, a lot of silly stuff going out there. So if you guys really care about John O'Keefe, let's focus and get justice for him.
Thank you so much. Paula Prado, juror number 11. Jackson, he is a close friend of John O'Keefe. They were good friends since college. I can understand this can't be easy, but I need you to help us understand what it's like from the other side. That story hasn't been told enough. How are you personally handling what transpired and the verdict in this case?
That's the lead-in. That's the lead-in to this. That's the footage of the lead-in to this. That's Vinny. We saw you out there. We saw you with your pink tie. We saw you just bathing in the sea of pink.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Didn't wear a pink tie, John. Didn't wear a pink tie,
so
John.
You hold it up. You held it up, right?
No, I didn't. I held up a
cameras.
red tie, John. If you've watched me, if you've watched my career,
so
every verdict I wear a red tie. So I switched from the purple. From the purple.
The career is interesting.
Okay, this is the way it's going to go. Let's go.
The career is fantastic. The career is fantastic. Look, up until this case, we all watched you. We all did. We all watched, any case that had any kind of interest to us, we watched. But I just watched that interview with that juror. Well, I was here to talk about something completely different. And it's unfortunate because...
Okay, let's talk about whatever you want to talk about, John. I'll give you an opportunity. It's not a problem.
I can't believe what I just heard from that. I just watched the show, so I can't believe what I just heard that juror say. So many things. I mean, I just went over it. I couldn't believe what I was listening to. It believes the dog bite theory, but they didn't really present it at trial. Those are her words. Barros. She talked about Officer Barros. She apparently missed the cross-examination, although she did hat tip to Mr. Hank Brennan for his cross-examinations. But hey, look, I love to talk about Johnny.
John, let me give you an opportunity. You could talk about whatever you want. As a guest on this show, you can talk about whatever you want right now.
Of course, it paused right then. Hold on.
You've got the microphone. We've got the camera. You have a question for me. If you want to talk about the juror, the way she saw the case, that's fine. You've answered my question that I have already. I sense that you are absolutely livid. You're unhappy. There's a sense of anger. So my question's answered.
Yeah.
I'll give you an opportunity to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
So let me just run through it. Okay, it's been a couple days. So the first couple days, obviously we were all together when the verdict came out, and it was rough, man. It was you sat through the whole case and you watched everything come and go, all the evidence come and go, and look, to us, the prosecution put on a good case, and to us, that data from her car and from Johnny's cell phone told the whole story. Right. So we're not hearing too much about that right now from these jurors. I'm a little surprised. Look, I came out that night. I said, look, we respect the jury's decision. I mean, that's how it is. And it's OK. That's the process. I'm to be honest, I'm stunned at what I just saw. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I wasn't really there until I just saw that interview, and it kind of put me there. It is literally like the social media side of this and the blogging side of this and the law tuber side of this just came out of that juror's mouth. I'm actually stunned. I was calm. I wasn't here, but I can't believe I just heard it. It kind of put me in a position, and I'm sorry. Didn't mean to start off that way. And then
hey, John,
the video.
Your emotions are real. You're entitled to your emotions.
Of course they are.
This is an incredible loss. And
Vinny had someone in his ear there for sure, because remember, Vinny was like, oh, this is how it's going to go. And then immediately Vinny turned around and was like, no. Like, just somebody in his ear was like, Vinny, stop, and told him to let the guest go.
I've seen cases of not guilties before. I know it can be crushing. I know it can create anger. And I just want to hear it. I want to hear your side of this. So hearing what we heard from juror number 11 tonight and the way things went down, where do you point blame anywhere for why this result came out, a result that you don't believe in at all?
Yeah, so obviously, there's a couple places we'd like to put some blame, but let me start off again. We respect the process, right? If the process is fair, if there's no fingers on the scale, we respect the process, and the jurors spoke, so that's it, right? I mean, we understand that's it, but what we don't appreciate is the narrative that got away from us pretty early was a false narrative. So, trial 1, trial 2, both of them, and the popularity of the movement grew, and as the movement grew, it drew in more and more media types, traditional media, new media, drew them all in, and they went and chased the clicks, and they chased the likes, and they chased the popularity, which is fine. That's what they do. But what we feel is that at some point, I mean, look outside that courthouse, right? The family heard the cheers. Brother, friend, son. They heard the cheers, and it was devastating, right? So the media needs to take responsibility for their part in this. I'm not saying it was totally there, but for their part in this, for allowing themselves to choose sides, for allowing themselves to be part of the fuel for that fire that caught and wound up outside of that courthouse. So yeah, some of the blame goes there.
So go ahead. No, continue. I don't want to cut you off. I thought you were done. Continue.
Look, so the problem is for us too. We've lived this for 3.5 years, and we've every piece of evidence that came in, both sides, we can be objective about it and say when things went poorly for us and when things went well for us. And it just, even when things went well for us, again, juror 11 here, look, Ms. Hank Brennan, Adam Lally, Attorney McLaughlin, they put on a good case. And it's unfortunate because I'm looking now. This doesn't look like it ever had a chance. It doesn't. A couple of other jurors I've spoken to, and I wasn't going to go there with this, but that I can't even. Literally raw emotions are coming out here. So that's not where I wanted to go tonight. I wanted to be calm and talk about Johnny and the pain that this family is definitely experiencing.
So yeah, and we've heard from other jurors that are speaking. Do you at all look at the investigation itself, the way things were handled that night? Sure. I know there was a nor'easter coming in. I know that is difficult, but it's Massachusetts, not securing the scene, other things that were pointed out to the jury, because they kept saying to me, not just this juror, but other jurors, holes in the investigation. There were holes in the investigation.
Sure. I can address that, sure. So again, me personally, I'm not speaking for anybody else here, but I will say that, the investigation found the right person. My personal opinion is that maybe, especially with a police officer involved, maybe a little more follow through, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and I'm being, I'm softening it a little bit. But am I happy with the investigation? No. But did they come up with the right person? Yes. Right. So the evidence in this case points to one person, or one person only. And we've followed the social media, we've followed the online stuff and all the other media, and it, the reality is the wrong narrative still exists. The wrong narrative is still out there. That they're talking about third-party culprits, and it's all nonsense. One person did this. We know it. We've known it since the beginning. And you want to talk about the investigation? I understand. Look, beyond a reasonable doubt is the standard. We get it. and we can have an honest conversation about whether or not, beyond a reasonable doubt, the threshold was met here. I believe it was. But if you want to talk about specifically maybe the collision, whether or not a collision happened, I mean, you can have that argument. I think a totality of the evidence shows, yeah, it happened. But if you want to have like an honest conversation about whether that happened and whether they proved it or not, I think they did. If a juror came out and said, look, I just don't believe in a collision, fine. But when they come out and they say things like, it wasn't 100%, instead of, if it was 99, then you can't convict. I mean, not understanding reasonable doubt, totality of the evidence, not understanding that their job. I mean, they say they understood their job, but they didn't get it. Or at least that one, I should say.
Right.
So yeah. Again, investigation found the right person. I would have liked a little more follow through. But maybe things will change because of this case, right? You would hope that when investigations happen now, they would have to sort of foresee that maybe a wealthy defendant would be able to purchase the circus, So that's how I see it. So yeah, if you want to have an honest discussion about reasonable doubt, I could probably get on board with that. But the other stuff, she said, this last juror talked about the dog bites, Barrows. She never listened to Hank Brennan's. I mean, Aperture was unprofessional. I mean, look, you say what you want, but you can go after the individual if you want. But Shannon Burgess, he found the chip that put the data that put her car there. She was the one who drove the car forward 30 and change feet, and then reversed and another 50 feet at a high rate of speed. Even that juror said, she said it. She says she doesn't know what, maybe she hit him, but then he went in the house after with his socks on. I mean, oh my God. He didn't have a shot. There was never a shot here. And so the emotions you hear now is I'm transitioning away from the grief and the disbelief. We're pragmatic about it. We understood that this could happen, but this is not what we expected. We expected a more deliberate jury, I guess, would be the best way to say it.
John, and there are commercials and there are segments in a show.
Sure.
But
sure.
I want to extend this segment and give you an opportunity. Again, is there any other area that you would want people to know about tonight? Because I think your voice is an important voice in all of this.
Sure. If you want me to stick around, or you want me to just do this now?
No, we're pushing the commercial. We're pushing it, so we're giving you a little extra time here. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Your thing, So yeah, no. Look, let's just talk about the family for a moment, okay? Let's just talk about Johnny's family. They've been through a tremendous, and you hear it. You hear people say justice for John O'Keefe. The reality is, we knew, guilty or not, that Johnny's never coming home, right? He's just not coming home. The pain, the damage was already done. He's never coming back, and that pain's never going to change. The O'Keefes, obviously, most know the story now about his Johnny's older sister passing, and his brother-in-law, and how he took in the kids, and that is heroic stuff. That's not run-of-the-mill stuff. That's stuff that when the moment arises, and you feel like, I'd be that guy. I would be that guy. I don't know. You hope you would, but he was that guy. And he was that guy for everybody. That wasn't just his niece and nephew, who he loved and cherished more than anything. That's who he was to all of us. That was who he was to people he didn't know. He was a helper. He was a giver. He was charitable. He was an amazing man. And the O'Keefes need to be left alone to grieve now, right? We're going to put a period at the end of this chapter. We're going to move on. The O'Keefes need to grieve. So anybody who's online still talking, still, peg this, peg that. First of all, it's Mrs. O'Keefe to us, okay? Stop talking about them. Start looking. People invested their lives in the last 30 plus days or even 3 years or so in this, and that they're zeroing in on people on the family side of that bench, and they would constantly go on social media, point things out and say terrible things. This is a grieving family. It's unacceptable. And we know in the first trial, walking in that door, everybody screamed and yelled, cop killers, cop killers. It was unbelievable. And then they learned, it's bad PR, so we're going to stop that now. And they did, but they didn't stop online. And I won't say the names, but the niece and nephew that Johnny took in, they're incredible kids. But the kids, they're on social media. You can't stop that. And they see it. And they see the pain of the family, of their grandparents. So when you consider saying something about the O'Keefes, well, Paul, leave Paul alone. It's time to leave him alone. He deserves to grieve. We understand the verdict is in. She's free to do whatever she wants in this life, right? But that pain is not going to stop for that family or for the friends or for any of us. And the world is going to miss out on a tremendous individual. And it doesn't change the fact that we know who did it, right? We know who did it. Just didn't get the guilty. Wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt in this jury's eyes. It's unfortunate. And anyway, I appreciate you let me say that.
Yeah. Well, John, I appreciate you coming on. It's not easy, and what you said, everyone heard, and I think that's important. And I'm sorry for your loss of your good friend, and for going through all this and all the pain. John Jackson, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for watching that. Was it worth it, folks? Was watching John Jackson there at the end, did that make it all worth it? And also, I thought John's message there was such a powerful one. Such a powerful one. And of course, we refer now to Miss O'Keefe as only Miss O'Keefe on this channel. I think that message was conveyed very clearly. I've tried to always use Miss O'Keefe, but I think some people feel a lot of attachment to what Miss O'Keefe has gone through, and obviously that's easy. That is easy to understand in the sense that it's easy to understand in the sense that it can't be understood. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was a powerful interview from John Jackson. You could see Vinny's handlers, Vinny Politan's handlers, definitely reined him in. They were like, no, Vinny, we're not going down the combative route. You let that man tee off on you if he needs to. Just a wonderfully powerful interview in the sense that it needed to be said. After listening to that juror for so long, hearing John Jackson come in, oh, goodness, just me. I don't even know if I can deal with the blogger's video about Miss O'Keefe. It might infuriate us all. But yes, B-Rabbit, you're so right. Finally said it. Someone said it to Vinny's face. He needed to hear it. I mean, obviously, John DePietro had done a great job as well on Vinny's panels, but Vinny can't be as combative with John Jackson as he is with John DePietro. And so I loved that. No, don't worry, Dewdrops. I think obviously none of us can be can go against like what John Jackson had said there with calling Miss O'Keefe Miss O'Keefe until we knew. But yes, I think obviously same thing with Judge Cannone. We try hard to say Judge Cannone, and we'll now try very hard to say Miss O'Keefe. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, though it's an honor to spend some time with you. What would you all like to watch? I heard that after this finished, Hot Coffee Chats might be taking some notes and might be interested in coming to discuss with us. But we got time, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we got time together. Sometimes I get nervous once we get up to like the 10-hour mark because I'm like, oh no, we're going to run out of time. But nope, not today. Today we actually have some time to relax, decompress. If you have things you'd like to watch from the trial, if you have things you'd like to double check on, if you've been saying, Grant, I've been waiting all day for you to be here and looking at chat so you can answer my questions. Well, you got exactly what you wanted. I'm a towel. I'm here. I'm happy to answer your questions. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. So I will go ahead and just come over to chat and say hi, Ange Wittick. But yes, I think Vinnie Politan there definitely got his just desserts, so to speak. All right, so as I mentioned, I'm going to give the chat a little bit of time to catch up. I have a request for the Call Me Hank video. You know it's against intergalactic towel law to say no to a Call Me Hank request, so here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Here it comes. Murder. I wonder if Murder by Maestro is still here. I bet Murder by Maestro is going to get excited. Oh, this is wonderful. Hold on. Which is it? What is it? Murder. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I have the clip. Can we collectively? Oh, well, you can write an email anytime. I think Hank Brennan has an email. I think someone wrote an open letter to, or not an open letter, they wrote an email to Hank expressing their admiration for him the other day and their appreciation. That was nice. So yes, and thank you, Selma, again for your support. Okay, so that was a powerful interview, Natalie, and I think it's such an important compliment to what the juror was talking about. But you know, Natalie B., I know we haven't heard from Hank in a while. I know this is the only thing we have. We have no guiding light, so we shall watch this video. We're excited. I agree, just being nosy. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One of the, you know you love it. One of the women at my, I was attending an event with some of my late father's friends today. And one of the women there followed the trial. And she didn't know about my coverage. And I didn't really ask. But I was more asking about, you know, what she thought about the case. She thought Karen was guilty. What she thought about the jurors. She thought that it was a little weird the jurors were going on media interviews. And then I let her read my article about the juror's father-in-law. She was interested, fascinated. And then I looked at her after the end, and she was like, you know, it seems like such an intense experience. I looked her right in the eye, and I said, yes, it was, but Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank. And I saw her kind of like think about what that meant for a second, and then she just was like, that's wonderful. But like, I used the call me Hank line in public. Like, I literally said to her, Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank. And I watched her digest it, like to see if it could make sense. And she knew what it meant after 2 seconds. But the initial befuddlement was wonderful. All right, back to this one more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Yeah, he does give Towel a little smile. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Hello, Jill D. You came in at just the right point. Oh, by the way, listen. So we're not going to... I told Hot Coffee Chats it wasn't a rush, but Hot Coffee Chats might be coming on to chat. That would be great. Harvard Yard is moving, but if they want to come on, they can come chat. Would anyone else like to try to do some analysis of this juror situation? I'm offering it because I've been encouraged by a lot of you to try to find guests. Now, we had an amazing interview with Dr. Bob Thiel today, who I was so intimidated by that man's knowledge that I literally was like worried. I was like, and then I started to get like the actual vibe, and I was like, wow, like this person really knows what they are talking about in terms of the study of the Bible. Very interesting man. Really got to explore some of his beliefs. I really found that interesting. Just from obviously the academic perspective, I cannot claim to understand his interpretation of the different biblical events. I admit that man has read, Dr. Thiel has read so much more of the Bible than me that I was almost in awe and I was a little bit intimidated. But there you go. I was also, I think it was a very nice moment. afterwards to be able to reflect on that interview. So, yes, what we're going to do is I have something we can do to actually watch Hank Brennan. We haven't heard him talk in a while. I don't know if we should watch this, Dr. La Posada. Oh, Hot Coffee Chats is here. Yes, Hot Coffee Chats. Can you let me know how to best contact you? Are you on Twitter? Do you have an email? I'm sorry if I follow you on Twitter and I forget. I'm just I was waiting for you to pop up in the comments specifically so I could say, how do you want me to contact you? And yes, I will send you a link. Absolutely. Let me find Hot Coffee Chats. Maybe they do have a Twitter. Hold on. Nope, I spelled it wrong. Oh, I see it. Dewdrops. Absolutely. I'm here. I'm on it. I just have to find a way to get the link to Hot Coffee Chats. And if Hot Coffee Chats has a Twitter and I don't know about it, I apologize. I'm searching for it right now. Unfortunately, it is proving difficult. So hold on. I'm going to wait for a link. And as soon as I can find a way to... you talk in text, wonderful, Ange Wittick. As soon as I can find a way to just send this, just let me know. Oh, okay, I'm going to email it. Hold on. Thank you, Hot Coffee Chats. Email incoming. All right, so Hot Coffee Chats, thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do an interview with Hot Coffee Chats. I am excited. I am excited. I am excited. All right, so let me ready this. Oh, while we're getting ready, this is going to take me about 3 minutes to get, maybe less. Okay, so let me just send it to Hot Coffee Chats. We won't watch the Hank Brennan interview because I'm going to just send this to Hot Coffee Chats right now. So, alrighty, little towels. I am the man with the plan. I am a towel, and I do have a plan. All right. And then, by the way, I have some emails to go through. Someone sent their contact info that they asked me to pass to Def Otter. I absolutely forgot to do that. I'm sorry. I'm going to remember to go through it and do it tomorrow. I keep saying I'm going to have a day off. It never happens. And now Christina Rex is taking the bar. So, I really have to be on the ball because Christina Rex is one of the few people that... could cover this in a way that I would be willing to really defer to, and she is now taking time off. I don't know if it's a coincidence. I think she kind of got the vibe. This might, Christina Rex announcing she's taking time off right as the case is already over. I know the bar's coming up, but why announce you're going to take time off if the case is over? It makes me wonder, does she know something's about to happen? And she's a genius. So someone was like, why are you saying congratulations to Christina Rex? And I was like, she goes to my school? She's a genius? What do you mean? Why am I saying thank you? Or why am I applauding her for getting ready to take the bar? I was baffled. All right, hold on. Yeah, it's incoming Coffee Chat. The reason why I'm saying this stuff right now is I'm setting up the Zoom, and in order to email you, I have to turn the Zoom on, which it's turning on now. I have to grab this link. I'm doing it literally in real time, and then it should be in your email right now. Thank you for your patience, Hot Coffee Chat. Hot Coffee Chats, I believe the email should have been delivered right now. I will hold the Zoom open for you. I will not roll the Hank Brennan video. I will just wait for you to join the screen. And then in the meantime, I will prepare this for the towel viewers. We are very excited to have you join us. And I am a towel. Oh, you are very kind, Ange Wittick. I'm just a towel. That's me. Double towel. Look at me. Double towel. Oh. Hey, that's me. Oh, now I'm over here. Are we adulting? Nope, I'm just rocking back and forth, being a little towel. Look at me, I'm over here. Now I'm over here. As soon as Hot Coffee Chats comes in, I'll let you know. The Zoom is on, so Hot Coffee Chats, if you intend to turn your camera on, just let me know. I'll actually take the Zoom off the screen until you join, but just know I do have the option to put your video on the screen should you wish, just like Dr. Teal earlier. I'm so excited for the opportunity to interview Hot Coffee Chats. I can't wait. This is exciting. Hot Coffee Chats has a lot of great insights, and they were clearly watching those juror interviews, and I know they even take notes, and this is going to be a fun interview. I'm excited. The flying towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Air Towel. I'm thrilled to be your pilot. Always remember to relax on Air Towel and store your seats and your tray tables in the upright positions as we approach for landing. Thank you again from the flight deck for flying Air Towel. I do think we are the best airline in the broadcasting business, ladies and gentlemen. Not too many other broadcasters claim to be airlines, except for maybe Qatar. I'm pretty sure Al Jazeera could become an airline if it wanted to. But you know what? We are Air Towel, and we're proud of it. I shall not be deterred from embracing my true identity as an airplane-based towel. We are flying Air Towel, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting for Hot Coffee Chats to join. The Zoom should only take a few minutes. The link goes over, then Hot Coffee Chats will get the link, and then everything will be wonderful. We're going to analyze that juror interview. We're going to be... Air Towel needs to be the next T. Oh, I love it. Towel Airways. It's definitely going to be Air Towel. Thank you for flying Air Towel. And then I'll be the picture. I'll be the picture. It'll be me with the Oompa Loompa. No. It'll be just me. Thank you for flying Air Towel. Or I'll make a shirt that's like just a generic picture of an airplane I'll draw, and then it will say, "Thank you for flying Air Towel, destination anywhere." Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have excellent news. I think we have been joined by Hot Coffee Chats.
Hello?
It's me. Hello. Hold on. I can't wait to put you on the screen. They're going to be so excited.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to say hello to Hot Coffee Chats.
Okay, just a minute.
There we go. All right. Well, I have to talk to them, so you just let me know when you're ready. But there, you can see it, ladies and gentlemen. I have put up Hot Coffee Chats on the stream, and your comments are... Oh, we can already see the coffee emojis coming in. There we go. So we'll let Hot Coffee Chats get set up. I'm excited for this discussion, and you just let... Where you're here, hello, Hot Coffee Chats. Now, there are a lot of people, I think, who have been looking forward to saying hello to you, but I've talked to you in the text chat a lot. I actually haven't met you, so we'd love to hear you introduce yourself. I know you've been covering this genre for a long time, and you certainly have a very good memory and detailed knowledge of these cases, so I'm excited for this discussion.
Okay.
So please, to begin, my first question is, what can you tell us about how you started covering either cases or getting involved in sort of the discussion of those cases? And then eventually I want to ask what led you to find the Karen Reed case. But just to begin, how did you find this genre, or how did you get into covering criminal cases?
Well, I have a background in journalism. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I have a background in journalism. I graduated at the University of Nebraska, and I followed a lot of trials, and I just got really into it. And I also had a partner who was an attorney, and he always told me that I had such a great take on the law. So I thought,
oh, no, that's fine. There was just a little feedback. Continue.
And can you guys hear me? Because I'm having a hard time following this.
Yes, so your audio is coming in just fine. If you're watching the chat, there'll be like a 20 to 30 second delay, but I can hear you and
Okay.
they can hear you too.
All right. And so I had my own channel for a while. And like I said, I was partnering with a attorney, and we just really kind of got a, we had a good chemistry, and we just had a lot of fun. And I always take a lot of notes during trials.
That's awesome. It reminds me of myself in federal court. I scribble like a mad towel.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and then I wasn't going to watch the Karen retrial at all, because I thought, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. So,
but obviously we find you here. What happened? Did something about the case catch you, or was it the Justice for John movement, or what pulled you in?
I think what really pulled me in was I was curious. Did she hit him or didn't she hit him? I was kind of like on the fence with it. And what was so weird is that there's so many conspiracies out there. I was confused with evidence and how it was presented. And I thought, well, okay, then I think I'll watch this trial. And then I looked up research on Hank, and I'm like, wow, this guy's going to do it. This guy is on it. So there was just a lot of good reviews of Hank. So I think that pulled me in.
And it's so interesting because obviously those of us who watched the first trial versus the second trial, Hank Brennan became like this icon of the people who were, but then, and we don't have to hash all of the details of the case. I think they'll come up in our discussion about the jurors, but obviously the entire attention of the world now is how did Hank Brennan's stellar case lead to these jurors going out there and basically propagandizing for the defense. You've been watching the juror interviews. I mean, did it raise suspicions for you like it did with me? Were you just flabbergasted? How did you even process those juror interviews?
Well, when I was listening to this juror number 11, I'm like, is she coached? Is she coached? Because every time she opened her mouth, it sounded like she wanted to make sure that she was telling everybody what they wanted to hear. It was like I didn't even have to listen to her.
Well, and there wasn't one prosecution argument that they would talk about. It was the juror 4, juror 11, 12, all the defense points, always.
And the reason why I didn't take juror number 11 very seriously, because she never talked about the data on the car. That was never mentioned. She never talked about the details of the evidence. I think that's enough for anybody to probe into what happened. And I really truly believe that Hank is not going to be. He's not going to take this laying down. I really believe that Hank is going to investigate these jurors, because for one thing, she talked about nothing. I have notes on here with her, and it's like the number one thing is a jury never really looked at the evidence.
Well, and not only that, but they were bringing in evidence and witnesses who weren't even in the second trial. They were talking about the garage. They were talking about this one of the experts who was sick. I want to get to this with you, but something, as you know, about 72 hours triggered in me this warning bell. It wasn't these jurors just didn't know what they were talking about. It seemed like, especially juror 11, maybe juror 4, they were out there auditioning to fulfill the role of advocate for the defense. And as soon as I heard that, my mind said, wait a minute. Now, it developed from there, but just the initial talking points It wasn't like someone was relaying what they learned during the trial. To me, it was like these people went in there with a view, and they were going to get an outcome.
Right, right. So do you think, Grant, that she knew more about the outside conspiracies before she came into this jury?
Well, I think the answer to that right now is to be determined. I think any reasonable investigative reporter would say to be determined. But I will say there's a lot of factors that go into my analysis of that. The John DePietro reporting, which I think we all saw last night. We watched the clips earlier today about John going to Target. This is John's reporting, speaking to two unnamed employees distinctly. Each told him this juror mentioned either the case or wanting to be involved in the case. Now, this juror was obviously not working at Target during the case. Even if it was part-time, they were working the case. And so when did this juror say this? John didn't exactly know when exactly the juror said that because security came in on him right away and he left. But if the juror said that in the months leading up to the second trial, I mean, that alone is manifest necessity, is it not? I mean, the people were asking earlier, what is manifest necessity? That is manifest necessity.
Right, right. And I just feel like she had to know all of this information before she was a juror in a jury. And I mean, just the things that she said here, let me see what my notes say. I mean, she seems scripted. She didn't pay attention to the Commonwealth, excuse me, evidence. I mean, really, seriously, she gives us no constructive reasoning how she became, no, she didn't give us any, how am I going to word this? She never gave us any indication how she came up with that Karen was innocent. Then she says she could have hit him a little bit. So you're telling me that you think she's innocent, and then on the other hand, you're going to tell me that she thinks she might have hit him?
But also she was drunk. So she was drunk, and this juror thinks she might have hit him in a little bit, but wasn't responsible. He fell out of his shoes, somehow went into the garage, even though his phone never moved from the lawn. Like, nothing made any sense. It was like she wanted a reason to say, I thought this woman was guilty. I did what I set out to do.
Yeah, but she contradicted herself.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and isn't that...
Am I making sense? Because right now she was like, well, I kind of hit a little bit. It took off his shoe, and no, she's innocent. She didn't hit him.
Well, and
does this girl think we're stupid?
Well, and that wasn't the only contradiction, right? She was saying things like, I didn't know I didn't really see anything about the trial. And then she was saying, I stopped wearing pink because in the middle of the trial, because I learned that was her supporters. So did you know they wore pink? Like, how did you figure that out? She was just opening the door. She gave an hour and 50 minutes of interviews. I totaled it all up over the front lawn, at night, Today Show, Good Morning America, Vinny, hour and 50 minutes. Every second of it was a contradiction almost.
All right. Yeah.
And then where I have to go with this next. People have been asking a lot about, and I have done the research, this father-in-law of the juror. And I'm an American, I imagine. I don't know where you're from. I didn't ask, but I imagine you're American. You're an American.
Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
And I'll just say this out loud. I'm a mega supporter.
Listen, that is okay. Listen, and people will. I'm sure people will have their discussions in the comments. But if there's one thing this channel is known for, it is that it doesn't matter what you believe, even about the case.
Against me, right?
Yeah, and people, in fact, have said, Grant, like, well, your mom knows President Trump. Like, why are you aren't you like moderate? And I'm like, it's fine if my mom knows President Trump. It's fine if you like President Trump. I maybe agree with him on some issues too. How do you know?
You're not going to agree with everybody wholeheartedly.
Exactly.
But when I looked up Hank's profile, he's a Democrat. And I said, that's the first Democrat I've ever trusted.
And for the record, and
I put him up there with Trump, okay?
No, and for the record,
Yeah, I do. That's a compliment.
It is, and the Democratic Party left me, for the record. So you don't have to say you know two now, because I'm a moderate.
Well, yeah. I mean, I like to look at both sides of the issue. I hope that's not a turnoff to some people. That
no, and people know the rules here, which is we could have someone here who was from like an extreme fringe of like the Islamic belief. I would expect them to be respectful. I mean, I would even say I may not agree with this, but no, with you, not at all.
Right.
But I do want to ask you, because I think that's a good preface. I care a lot about this country. You know that if you listen to this channel. I think you do too. What I heard that juror's father-in-law was involved with stealing U.S. missile defense secrets. It's the juror's husband's father, and that this was in 2019, and that right after the father gets convicted, right? He gets convicted. He only does 18 months in a private ICE detention holding facility in Pennsylvania. Doesn't get deported, and then gets released back into the U.S. And then right after all that dies down, the daughter and the husband come back from Brazil. What is going on? Like, why would this come out now? That the daughter's father, the juror's father-in-law, stole our country's missile defense secrets, was jailed for it, that she went to Brazil for 3 years right after and came back out of nowhere. We'll talk about her coming back to work at a Target in a second. But what do you, I mean, can you just give me your reaction as someone from, you're an American, you're in the middle of the heartland. How do you react to this news that this woman's out there doing national TV and no one even knew that her father-in-law stole our country's most sensitive secrets?
It's unbelievable. Some people would say, well, what does that have to do with her? Well, you know the old saying goes, birds of the feather flock together.
Well, what about the disclosure element?
The disclosure, the whole entire thing is, why is she here in America? Was she here just to be on the jury?
I'm so glad you asked that, because I want to just do the timeline.
That's my take about this, Grant, is her father-in-law did all this, so she's a radical. I'm not gonna say anything more about politics, but she's way out there.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask you. The timeline is, so she is in California in 2012. That's where she pops up in America, all right? She meets her husband sometime in there, and then she is in America till 2021 in California. All right. Now, her father-in-law lives over in Boston near Walpole or something. In 2021, right after the father gets arrested and goes to jail 2019, 2020, federal prison, all of a sudden she goes back to Brazil for 3 years. Now, the father things dies down. He gets out of prison. I think he passes away, the father-in-law. She moves back from Brazil to near Walpole to work at a Target part-time. Meanwhile, her social media in Brazil, the LinkedIn, was saying, I want to help law firms internationally and I'm willing to relocate. Can that, I mean, intelligence-connected father-in-law leaves the country, comes back from Brazil with a law degree to work at a Target part-time, and then happens to get picked for a jury and seems to have influenced the outcome. I think this was a long cover operation. I can't prove it, but that's my gut feeling.
It is.
And I know that wasn't a question, but I wanted to lead you.
No. My take on it is the same thing. When I first heard it, I was like, this is happening in America? We have a person on jury duty? That's, I don't care if you're from another country, but no, I don't know how to explain this. It's like, yeah, it's like you can't trust that.
Well, and we're technically at war. We just attacked Iran. And I'm not trying to say like we should bring back the House Un-American Activities Committee. I am not Joe McCarthy. I am a moderate, but I do not feel comfortable that this could have happened, like for my country. Doesn't matter if she's Islamic, Jewish, Christian, atheist, secular, pagan. I don't care. It's anybody whose father-in-law stole our missile secrets. Like, if they're going to be on the jury, okay, like, but it's got to be known, and there's no way it was known if every media outlet interviewed her, no one asked it. As we're going to war, that's what scares me. It's pushing me towards being a lot more moderate on the immigration issue, not based on who the person is, but because if this could happen in the criminal justice system on a jury, what the hell is going on out there right now? And I'm a moderate, and I want people to understand this. This is not a good sign if I'm concerned about this.
Yes, I understand that. You have a person that's on the United States jury duty who has a father and had a father-in-law that stole our missiles.
At least our technology.
You know, our technology, okay? This has to concern people. Don't you think that it's going to be probed into?
It's the question on everyone's mind, and you hinted at it earlier. I thought it was genius. Hank Brennan's silence is kind of almost like it's now screaming. Like, I think everyone is now kind of like, okay, the silence is saying more. He's speaking through his silence. The Norfolk DA saying the jury has spoken. Okay, that was short. No statement from Hank. And Hank Brennan knows that there are people. I mean, come on. There's a whole every country.
He is just, to me, the most genius lawyer I have ever heard speak. And I mean that sincerely. I was impressed by his detail and so, meticulous. He knew everything. And don't you ever underestimate him. He outlawyered them is what happened. I thought that the whole time. And the reason why this happened, because they knew he was going to be a tough cookie on that courthouse.
And so it leads me to ask the Victoria George situation, the juror from the first trial who joined the team just for jury selection. She got access to the juror list, right?
Right. I was gonna mention that to the audience. Yes. And what's so interesting about it is Turtle Boy. I'll be nice. I want to call him names, but anyway, Turtle guy. Anyway, he is the one who had a lot of input with her. You see, I learn a lot from X. I just get so much information. I'm like, really? So I think what's going to happen is, you're right. Hank's silence, I think he's investigating these people.
And did you notice the jurors kept saying, like, they were kind of like wondering, one of the juror 11 kept wondering, she was saying, like, I wonder what the DA is going to do. She was trying to imply, like, I want the investigation to be reopened. But what I saw coming out of her soul.
I missed that one. I wonder what the DA is going to do.
Yes. But she was trying to say it in the context of, like, will the investigation be reopened? That was one of her talking. Yes. But you could tell, and I'm just interpreting this as analysis opinion. It was almost like she was saying, like, it was betraying her latent consciousness of guilt, being like, I wonder if they're going to investigate me. And she didn't say it that way, but I was like, did you really? Like, I know what is in your soul, in my opinion. Like, I can sense it. So, yes, I do think she, in her mind, has to be like, am I saying too much? Like, she was really doing a good job, quote unquote. If you're the defense, you must have been like, look at her doing that media tour. We don't need number 4.
Gosh,
we don't need.
Yay! She's doing all this, and she talks fast, and so you wouldn't even understand a word she's saying.
Oh, and then if you juxtapose it, I'm sure you heard it. We listened to the entire podcast she did in 2021, which, by the way, and obviously we'll try to just analyze this for, we won't pass judgment on it, but we'll analyze it for the propaganda element. She did that podcast with her husband in 2021.
Oh, really? Is that on the internet?
Yes, it's on my Twitter. You'll want to listen to it. We can't do it now because it's about 50 minutes, but you'll hear she speaks completely differently. She talks with her husband, and they talk for 50 minutes about how women who are Christian and feminists should become Islamic, because it's not actually anti-feminist to be subservient to your husband. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, God.
It's what and I mean, so I have to describe it, and there's a certain series of words you're going to hear here that you may not like, but I have to say it, and so I just understand. So the way they describe it on this podcast over multiple episodes is the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, we say that out of respect to our Muslim brethren, in the Quran, like, it was very beautiful that the women had their own roles and they were dominated. And one of the women on the podcast in a full veil said, oh, if you just tell women that they should be subservient, especially in the West or in America, they react to that. But if you tell them it's beautiful and then, it's a loving expression, then they want to do. So I'm thinking, all right, this was 2021 they were doing this. Why would Alan Jackson didn't know her then? Why would she and her husband have their own motives for trying to convert feminist Christian Catholic women to Islam? Okay, that raises alarm bells. And then did she get skills from that then she then transferred into this jury sort of role? Because she was too trained. I don't know if you know PR at all, but those interviews, too perfect.
Yeah, I know PR. I studied public relations in college.
So can you tell us a little bit about her interviews from a PR perspective? Like I was trying to tell the audience when watching them, try to get inside the mind of someone who was prepping her to do the interviews. It was almost perfect. Too perfect.
No, well, they gave her some talking points.
But she had them memorized.
Well, yes. They probably, I'm sure they did, and I'm sure they talked to her throughout the trial.
What makes you think that?
Oh my God. Just her demeanor. I mean, I'm good about kind of picking these things up. I have a good instinct. And just the way she was speaking. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, because if you said she would have to memorize that, right? Well, she couldn't memorize that quick, could she? Let's keep the story straight, darling.
Well, yeah, exactly.
This is what you're going to say. I want to put it past this. I want to put it past the defense doing that. Oh, God. I probably have Turtle coming after me or something.
No, you just blew my mind, because you made me realize, like, nobody, Juror 4, you could see he was struggling with it on the TMZ interview. He couldn't really do it. But nobody...
I hear that interview.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No, because I was devastated with the... I had to be honest, you guys. When this verdict came out, I was in South Dakota. It was my husband's birthday. We just saw the Mount Rushmore. My brother calls me, tells me she's not guilty. How do you think I felt?
Oh, goodness.
I'm trying to be happy because it's my husband's birthday. So no, I had to heal before I listened to this shit. I'm sorry.
No, I understand, and you let me know. I'm not going to subject you to it, but the reason I bring it up is I think you'll actually analytically benefit from watching it, because Juror 4 was the first one to go out to do an interview. All right, it was the first day on TMZ. You can find it on my Twitter. First one. He goes out there. He does this 10-minute interview. We can watch it if you want. It's so.
Yeah, let's watch it.
Oh, okay. We're gonna do a special, so you gotta give me.
All right, let's watch it. Let's watch it. I want to hear this, and I want to.
You want to analyze it? All right. So you gotta.
Oh, before you do that, is he the jury that know the Boston bomber?
No. So the 4-person only gave an interview to the Globe, and we only have the text of it. This is Juror 4, who did not, and that's another thing. The fact that the juror mentioned that to the Boston Globe, to the 4-person. Really weird. Why would you ever mention that?
Why would you? Yeah, why would you mention? Is he the one?
Yeah, no, it's not him. Oh. It's not. I'm just addressing this before we go to Juror 4. The 4-person is has not been on video. He only gave a text interview. But you're absolutely right. In the text interview, randomly he was like, "Oh yeah, I knew the brothers." Like, why would you? Why are you proud of that? Like, if I say I was at their MMA gym, I was not. But say I was like randomly, because it's in Cambridge. Like, so whatever. Like, say like I was into MMA, I would never go around and be like, oh yeah, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? I am not proud of that. I'd be disgusted. Like, how were they there? Why didn't I know?
Now we have a Boston bomber that's new people. Now we have a gal on the jury that are. Father-in-law.
stole our missile secrets.
Oh, our missile secrets. Now who else is up?
Right, what are we going to find out next? Is someone Osama bin Laden's son? Oh, my dear God.
Yeah.
If that happens, I'm going to lose at Hot Coffee Chats. I promise
If that
you.
happens, I'm going to say Trump.
Right, yeah, exactly. President Trump, please help us. This is above the ability.
You know what? I don't think President Trump would think too highly of her.
Well, no, you want to know what's going to really hurt Karen? Josh Levy, the person who started that federal probe. Guess who's?
Oh, yes.
He's suing President Trump right now on behalf of Harvard. That's a bad life decision. Why would you ever sue President Trump when you have like a lot of crazy political stuff going on in your life? Clearly, he may not find out about it like day one, but clearly someone's going to be like, Josh Levy's suing you. He used to be the U.S. attorney, and he's going to be like, what? But all right, so just again, re-emphasizing your point, we have a strange series of events here. I'm going to bring up this video because I just uploaded it to the Twitter today. So it's a compilation. We're going to start with, I actually uploaded it yesterday. We're going to start with Juror 4. You tell me, let's see, we got plenty of time, Hot Coffee Chat. So you tell me after Juror 4 your thoughts on this, and then we'll talk about the other, we won't watch the other juror interviews, but I definitely want to play at least a few clips from that feminist Islam interview, because you are the exact person I want to hear tell me, like, if you heard this, would you be like, no, I don't like Jesus anymore, I'm going to become Islamic? No, I think you're going to be like, no, but you're also going to hear how manipulative it is. Some people in the chat were like, no, they're so sweet and loving. I was like, okay, I get that, but this is propaganda. Please, like, understand, like, what it's doing. So, but anyway, let's do both. All right. So, and then, so here it is. It's an interview on TMZ. You are going to see it come up on your Zoom. So you're going to go off the screen on the stream, and we're going to put the TMZ up, but you will see the TMZ on your Zoom. So you'll hear it, you'll see it. This is basically like being on the like the JV team for TV. Like, I'm a one-man TV producer, but at least I can show you this. All right, here you go. Now tell me if you see this. Give it about 5 to 10 seconds. It should pop up on your screen.
Yeah, I see something. Yeah, you're viewing Grant screen.
Yep. Now you're not going to hear any audio yet. I just want to get it set up for the people on the stream as well. But just know that when it starts, you'll be able to listen along with us. And as soon as the juror interview ends, I'm going to go ahead and pause it, and then we'll talk about it. I just need a minute or two to get it set up over on the screen for the people on the stream to watch with us. All right, and folks watching, we are just about to watch a juror interview with Juror 4, and then Hot Coffee Chats, in a very unique situation, is going to be able to comment on this with us in real time. So let me just bring this up, and then I'm going to actually bring Hot Coffee Chats up in a window right above it so you can do a watch along. We're really doing our practicing here for when we become a TV network. Hopefully,
well, that'd be fun, wouldn't it?
yeah, hopefully 7-Eleven will then sponsor me, and I don't have to pay for my $1.50 pizza every day. But you know, we're working on it. All right, so you see that over there. They now see it up on the screen, and then I'm going to start playing it, and you all take a look at this. I'll be back with you and Hot Coffee Chats in 10 minutes, roughly.
Okay.
Jason, the jury found Karen Reed not guilty on murder and manslaughter. Was it because they had reasonable doubt, or because they thought she was innocent?
So I think for the jurors, there's a mix of some people think that she was definitely innocent, and the other people, there was a lot of reasonable doubt, at least to where we didn't want to convict her.
That's really interesting. So could you give me a breakdown there? Roughly what percentage of the jury felt she was innocent?
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I think that she was innocent. It's hard to tell exactly what people think deep down. There was a lot of things thrown at us, evidence. So it's hard to tell what truly.
So you say in your head she was innocent. Does that mean you think she was framed by people inside that house?
It doesn't necessarily mean that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to John. really, I was only presented a limited scope of what happened at the night, and I could only base my opinion off of the evidence that was shown in the courtroom. So I don't really know if there was a cover-up or not. I know that's the big conspiracy around it, but I don't really know. All I know is that there was a lot of holes in the investigation. Whether they were deliberate holes or not deliberate holes, it's kind of hard from me sitting back to know that, you know, what actually happened.
So what was the feeling of the jury? Because Alan Jackson and the other lawyers raised the issue that she was framed by cops and that they would have turned that house upside down if they really wanted to do an honest investigation, and that he was not hit by a car. He was attacked in that house, bitten by a dog, and then put outside to frame her. Did people on the jury, or some of them, buy that argument?
I think some of them bought that argument. It's just hard to tell, though, because whether or not we think that there was malicious intent, we were only presented with the facts that they didn't go into the house. So, you know, there's an example of reasonable doubt. So, like, there's other examples of reasonable doubt. So even if you want to completely buy into the theory or not, that wasn't what we were tasked with. We were tasked with finding, convicting, or, you know, deciding on this person's fate based on the proof and the evidence that the Commonwealth was able to present. And, you know, there was a lot of holes in the investigation.
Yet you went many steps beyond that, because you say, in your view, she was innocent. What compels you to think that?
Well, one thing that I think that compels me is we did a lot of review of the tapes, and it seemed to me that the videos that we could see from the car after the alleged incident happened, that when we could see the taillight, it was lit up red where it shouldn't just have been red. So that leaves to me a conclusion of, well, how come it's red in this video after the alleged, you know, collision happened, and then it's, you know, it's not, it doesn't have any red pieces where it should be red.
So in other words, you do not believe that SUV made contact with John O'Keefe?
I don't believe that the SUV collided with John O'Keefe.
What was the initial vote with the jury when you first took your vote?
We didn't do an initial straw poll. The judge recommended to us in the courtroom that is not a good way to do it. We broke down, what we did is we broke down each charge, and we went from top to bottom and discussed everything thoroughly, and, you know, did our best to do right by, you know, the Karen Reed and the Commonwealth.
Was there a division initially?
Yeah, there was a division. But that's what we're there to deliberate and talk about all the evidence. There was 2 months of us sitting there, them throwing all this information at us absorbing the information, going home, thinking about it, reviewing it in our heads, not, you know, and we get to the deliberations, and now we have an opportunity to discuss. Some people went into the deliberations and they were still unsure after two months, and that makes sense, because there was a lot of things going on. There's a lot of information. How much can you weigh one thing or another thing over, you know?
Yeah. What about jurors who felt initially she was guilty? Were they?
We have to break in. I'm sorry. I have to break in. Ladies and gentlemen, I have breaking news. Mass Courts is back up. It appears that the father of the juror in question, I think you might want to brace for impact, Hot Coffee Chats, was pleaded guilty to 4 charges in Attleboro District Court in 2019. 4 felonies, ladies and gentlemen: child pornography possession, photography unsuspecting of a nude person, photography unsuspecting of a nude person, photography unsuspecting of a nude person. He pleaded guilty to the offenses, ladies and gentlemen. He pleaded guilty in June of 2021, and he ended his probation conveniently in right around June of, it looks like, 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, he may have died at a certain point. The probation was terminated early in 2022. It seems he might have died. I don't know. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, the point is, I'm telling you right now that the juror's father appears to have been pled guilty and served 18 months, the exact amount of time he served in freaking federal prison for the stealing our missile secrets. Oh, yeah, he was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months and only had to serve 18 months. Oh my dear God. Hot Coffee Chats, we're going to break away from this juror video because I need your reaction to this. Do you have any thoughts on this news?
God.
Hold on, I need to end the screen share. I need to bring this up on screen to prove to people that this is real. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very real. This is as real as it can be. This is real. This is real.
And
Child pornography and unsuspecting photograph of a nude person. I'm bringing it up right now. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. There it is. Confirmation. The case number is 1394CR001944 out of Attleboro District Court. And guess who the attorney was? Kevin Reddington, Jen McCabe's attorney.
Her father-in-laws?
Yeah, the juror's father-in-law is Reddington, there's no way you didn't know about this.
Okay, here's my thought.
Why? Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, sound the towel alarms. Go ahead, Hot Coffee Chats. I got to write this up.
Oh, well, here's my thought. If you know the background of her in-laws, why was she on the jury?
And what there were literally juror questions about family members being exposed to domestic abuse.
Right.
Oh my God! All right, ladies and gentlemen, it freaking happened again. It happens every day on Towel Stream. Thank you to False Idol for bringing this up. Hot Coffee Chats, you got to be here. I'm actually putting you up on the screen. You're going to be our guest commentator in the box as these historic moments unfold. Congratulations. We didn't plan this. Hot Coffee Chats will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we did not plan this. All right, so Hot Coffee Chats, please give us some reaction. I need to write this story up, and I'll let you sit on top of the picture of a beach while you do that.
I love beaches. Okay, so when a jury is being questioned, a questionnaire and all this, right? Don't they want them to be not involved in this kind of activity? I mean, in-laws.
Well, even like a family member.
Or, yeah. I mean, okay, I'm not really familiar how they do this, but as long as I've been following trials, they have like a background check. Don't they background check these people?
Yeah, but this is this is the kind of thing that like they only have a few days during jury selection. And the weird thing is Reddington, like the FKR people kind of like him. So like now it makes me wonder, like, did he know about this? Was he the only one? Like he has a duty of confidentiality, but come on, like child porn, the juror's father-in-law, like, oh my God.
Well, you know, my mother always used to tell me that people judge you by your associations.
Well,
I mean, either you like it or not. I know I used to get mad at her, because I would, but I don't know. It's just, why? How did she get on the jury?
Deception, maybe.
Of course, it's her and it's her father-in-law. But still, because what the argument on the other side is going to be like, it doesn't have anything to do with her.
Bullshit.
No, this is this. I'm playing.
No. I know. I would say to them.
I'm going to pretend like I'm a Karen Reed fan. Okay.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay. Let's do a little role play. Well, Grant, just pretend like how does that have anything to do with her? That's her father-in-law.
Well,
she didn't do any of this.
It's a transparency issue, isn't it? It's a disclosure issue. It's fine if she came out and said, listen, this happened, it was very traumatizing. Did she?
Well, Grant, that shouldn't really matter.
Well, no, of course they're going to say that.
No, this is what they say. This is what they say.
And I'm going to come back with, okay, so stealing our missile defense secrets doesn't matter. Child porn doesn't matter. What doesn't matter next? Are you sure you're not an Iranian agent? I think I'm going to call the government. And then they'd be like, no, I love America. Damn right you love America. I'll call the government right now. We're at war. You don't understand. This is non-negotiable. I asked LTL on Twitter today if he was loyal to the U.S.
You're so funny. You know what? You really are gutsy. Yeah, you know, when I first saw your streamline, I'm like, that guy's a jockey. Because I was brought up on a racetrack. Horses. I'm like,
a lot of
as a jockey, I could just, I mean, just your energy, you know, I mean, because jockeys are high strung and.
Oh my God, he had to register as a sex offender.
Oh no, it just keeps getting worse.
Oh dear God, I got that part of the story in time. Hey, ABC National, hey AP, what are you all doing? This is becoming absurd. Why is a little towel and our wonderful guest, Hot Coffee Chats, in the position where we have to be analyzing this? Someone call the Associated Press.
So, okay, here's an interesting question. How do you think Hank Brennan's reacting now to this?
I'm pretty sure he's like, fine, I'm a towel. I can't fight it anymore. I must come clean.
He'd be like, no wonder they didn't get my wonderful closing. Yeah. Because nobody looked at the evidence. This guy goes, oh, this evidence just keep coming to us.
All right. I got to let you analyze for a bit because I have to write. But yes, please tell us if you, I know this is going to sound strange, but can you tell us your moral reaction to finding out that a juror's father-in-law was convicted of child porn and photographing an underage nude person? Is this the kind of thing that makes you upset, and why?
Absolutely. Makes me sick to my stomach. And why? Is because if I had a father-in-law was involved in this, I don't know, I'd be freaking out, wouldn't you? Like, if you had, like seriously, I have to question people's morals. Is she looking at him too? Yeah. Is she looking at him too?
And obviously you're asking a rhetorical question, but you're saying this is the kind of thing your brain thinks about. Clearly this makes you worried.
This is what my brain is thinking about. God, I swear, if I get threats from Turtle Boy, I'm gonna, you know what I'll tell him? Don't ever come to the Midwest, pal.
Well, because you'll ask him tough. You'll ask him tough questions, of course.
Well, not only that. Never mind. I'm not going to say no to it.
I also want to remind. But setting aside Turtle Boy for a second, we are talking about.
I know.
No. I know. We're
telling you guys my random thoughts, and I'm not even holding back and being a true.
No, that is absolutely okay. And I also.
I'm serious here. I mean.
And I also asked you to weigh in on a very serious subject, so I understand that your reactions are visceral. Don't get me wrong.
My reaction is, I think it's disgusting. Oh my God, who do they pick? Who do they associate with? So you mean to tell me that her lawyers and everybody else are going to let someone be on the jury with this?
And it's a disclosure question. Maybe I'll ask you more about that. What you saw the jury questionnaire, like we can go over all the questions again. The missile thing was bad enough, but how can you not disclose this?
Then she lied on her oath.
Well, if it was covered under a question, and there's some chat, I'm sure you're seeing it, there's some chat suggesting one of the questions might have at least touched on it.
Chat. Let me see what, you know, I don't know. It's just unbelievable. They don't do background checks. Okay. They have to answer all the forms and everything, so they didn't disclose any of this, right? Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. My mic's muted.
Oh, and that. Okay. When they're selecting juries, okay, I'm just not real familiar with the forms and all that. Do they ask questions about your family issues?
Yes, that's what we're going to go over the specific questions, and I'm sure the chat will answer you. But yes, some of them are about that.
Okay. And I know they swear in, right? They're going to tell the truth and all that. They have an oath and all that. Okay. And finding out about this information now, they're just going to have to probe into how did this come about? I mean, because if I was like, my reaction is there's something wrong with our system. Because I would never think in a million years that something like this would happen. Okay, I am in my 60s, okay? We always try to abide by the rules or whatever, and everything is just, we trust the court, we trust the system and our juries, we trust that they're going to be faithful to give a honest verdict. So when something like this happens, it's like, what happened to our moral values in life? That's my reaction. What happened? You're going to stoop that low.
It's disturbing. And I'm looking for the obituary of this woman's father, by the way. And I'm trying to find out if he has indeed passed away. But yes, and just to tie it in, so we have the missile defense secret, the stealing. We have the sex offender now, child pornography. Do you think the son and daughter-in-law didn't know? Do you think this is why they went to Brazil? Come on, and what I'm saying is, do you think they maybe knew about this and went to Brazil to let things cool down?
Okay, wait a minute. Let's go over the timeline. When did he get arrested for all this?
2019, 2020, and then he pled guilty to the federal offense in December of 2020, and he pled guilty to the state offense in June of 2021. And remember, the feds investigated his computer because he stole national defense information. How much do you want to bet they found this electronic documents about the child porn and referred it to the state, and that's why he got charged?
So okay, then her and her husband, oh my God, they got kids. Okay, her and her husband goes to Brazil while all this is happening as a, well, we don't want our name associated with that. I would. Oh, wow. My brain hurts just for thinking about all this. Yeah, yeah. So they go to, okay, so you're saying they went to Brazil to escape from all this?
Or at least let things die down.
Okay. How did they find this jury member?
Random. You have to live in Norfolk County.
Right, okay, I know.
But remember, she moved to Norfolk County from Brazil in March of 2024, randomly.
You know what? I don't think it was. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to sound really weird. I think they seeked her.
Think it was an assignment? How much do you think it cost? If you had to guess, we're analyzing here.
Okay, I am just, this is just my opinion. I'm going to be on the record that this is not true, okay? This is just my wildest imagination. And here's what I think, how she got there. Oh, God, I'm going to get in trouble, I'm sure.
Well, no, well, in the sense that, just to be clear, you're providing your analysis, an opinion. You don't know this. You're analyzing.
Okay, you're right. I'll just say, providing my opinion, my analysis of this, it's not true. It's just my opinion.
Well, hold on. What you're saying is you aren't able to report it as if it were true, but you believe that if you were to continue investigating, elements of it could come together. Because I don't believe you don't believe this is the truth. I think you're piecing it together.
Right. I mean, I'm not saying I don't believe it's the truth. I'm just going to say it's allegedly.
Go ahead.
This is what I think. I think that Victoria George, and because she was the one who helped them pick the jury selection, they want gullible people. So far, I have seen people that were not bright enough to look at the whole evidence. Okay, they're just saying this. I think they wanted people to go in there, not care about the whole story, gullible, and so I think that they seeked them out.
Yep, and I agree with you. And would you? I've had a request from the wonderful Harvard Yard. Would you mind if we did a panel on this breaking news?
No. Let's do. Let's have other people.
Well, no, not just that. I mean, I just can't. Sorry, say it again.
Do you want to do something like that later? I mean, because I want justice for John O'Keefe.
Well, no, absolutely. So I'd love to keep this discussion going, and I just wanted to ask you, as the guest, if you wouldn't mind having another perspective, because I think the conversation has developed now from the breaking news and juror analysis to this news, which now is just exploding. So I just wanted to ask, but it will be a few minutes.
Okay, that'd be wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So please, while we're waiting, if you would be kind enough to continue with your analysis. For people just tuning in, there is breaking news. You saw it here first. Thank you to False Idol for letting us know. Go ahead.
So the breaking news is that there's other allegations towards the father-in-law. So now we have all these. One thing I do not tolerate is people that take advantage. Is it child pornography?
It is not only child pornography, but unsuspecting photography of a nude of a person. And this was, again, the juror's father-in-law.
God, I hate it when things like that happen, Mr. Chambers. It just boils me. So anyway, and then we have in question. I would like to do some research on this. Of Victoria George, and I know we don't want to talk about the elephant in the room, TV. They seeked him out because you know what really got me suspicious during the whole trial is that they were so confident they were going to win.
Oh, right. And it was not just that. It was like they were pretending to not be confident. Like it was a stage. It was a play.
Mm-hmm. They were pretending, because sometimes I would go in there and just kind of like, until like I was kind of a Karen Reed thing, or because I like to probe information out of them. And then I'd be like, oh, so you're really worried about this? Huh? Yeah. So they were worried about the foreman? They thought there was a plant from the CW?
Right, exactly. And like their reactions during jury selections, it makes me wonder now if they were actually happy that with the plants that they got. Like they were actually celebrating because the people on the jury that they didn't want on, who might have been problems to hang the jury or something, were gone.
Right. And did you notice on X that there was a sign at a bar or somewhere, a restaurant, that says, jury members or whatever, we are waiting for you?
That's weird. I didn't see that. That's scary.
I was like, okay, the fix is in.
That's horrifying. It's actually horrifying.
It's horrifying. I saw that when we were in the hotel room and all cuddled, and I'm like, oh my God, this is in South Dakota. I'm like, oh, it was just, oh.
Well,
anyway, it'll be interesting what this young lady has to say.
Yes, we have Harvard. We have Harvard Yard with us. So hold on, Harvard Yard. Let me see if I can get. Oh, so hold on. Harvard Yard is not actually on the screen, but Harvard Yard, if you'd like to stay on audio, that's great. I will leave myself and Hot Coffee chat, and that's fine. But Harvard Yard, you're seeing the breaking news. It's happened. How does it happen every day, my friend? Something every day.
That's like this every day. Let me show you. Oh, because I had you on the TV. I don't know, Grant. You can throw up my Zoom pic if you want, so at least they can see a face.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can or not.
Yeah, I wanted your.
But it doesn't bother me either way.
I wanted your permission to do that, but you're good.
Absolutely. Yeah, we always put our best face forward in life,
But go ahead, continue.
Okay, cool. Hey, Coffee, super nice to meet you. I'm Cynthia. How are you?
Oh, good. Nice to meet you too.
Good. Yeah.
I hear what you have to say.
Oh, yeah. So just if you can, are you comfortable with your first name, or do you prefer to stay with Coffee?
You know what? Why don't you guys call me Nancy?
Oh.
Call you Nancy. Like we call it Hank. We'll call you Nancy. Okay, cool. And Nancy, what I did here, you're from the Midwest?
Yes, I'm from the Midwest, and I have a background in journalism and public relations and a minor in marketing.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, fantastic. Wow. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. It really is a pleasure to meet you. I know I've seen you in chat, so it's so much fun to have a face with a face with the name with the chat. So anyway, it's great. Okay, so where were you guys? You were doing a little bit of intellectual role play, correct?
Yeah, we were, and we're also it'd be interesting to hear about your reaction towards this. Grant.
Well, what I did, I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
About all this other stuff that he is convicted of, and it's just disgusting for me to even say it.
Yeah. Well, here's what I was thinking. What I was starting to do for fun, and you may have already done this, is I have made a list of questions I would ask Paula. Paula, yeah. If she, as a journalist, you can probably do this pretty quick too. That I would ask her. I mean, in a very safe, an environment that was a normal, non-evasive, evasive the word. Bear with me, I'm trying to grab water.
No. You know what? I was thinking the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just was thinking when I started writing a list of questions that I think that there's been, a lot this weekend, a lot of research, a lot of moving around. There's been a lot of investigative journalism by, of course, geniusly done by Grant, but also others. And I think it's just up. Everybody, I think, has questions. And Nancy, if this isn't resonating with you, just say hush. Has questions that they really want to know, and we're not going to know them, but at least we could give it a fair shot at, trying to, as you guys are doing, I could be her, you could be, or even if we don't do the role play gig, we could do what?
Yeah, that's always fun to do.
Were you having fun with that? Okay, cool.
I used to do that a lot with this attorney.
Oh, sure.
One time he had me to do a closing, what I thought it would look like. Oh my God.
Oh, did you? How'd it go?
It was fun.
Oh, okay. Then you want to do it that way, shall we?
Okay. Yeah. Before we begin,
totally.
I want to tell you one question that I would ask her.
Go for it.
Did you ever look at the evidence of the text stream data on Karen's car? Did you explore the times?
Well, I'm going to be the question asker. You're going to be her, just to let you know. So it's good you're getting your one in now. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just having fun with you, Nancy. I'm having fun. I'm having fun with you. I'm having fun with you.
Tough on that, girl. I want to have any softball questions. She'd go home crying.
Yeah, yeah, this should be a fun time here right now. Okay.
I'm being honest. I'm being honest.
I'm recalibrating my whole entire weekend, so bear with me a second. All right.
Oh my gosh, how
I
would I
need a
like
fan.
that?
I need a fan. It's hot. Okay, getting hot in here. So you just want to know if Steve, you want to know if she even ever looked at it. Like you would go at her like, hey, did you
Okay,
ever
so
really
here I
look
am.
at this?
I'm her, right? I'm Paula.
Oh, you're Paula.
Go for
Hang
it.
on, now I gotta recalibrate again. Hold on.
You gotta
Where
get
am I supposed
into the act.
All right, hold on. Ask me another random question. Let's ask me one, then my brain will dial into this.
Do you want to be Paula?
I want you can be Paula. We'll just go back and forth.
Hold on. We only have one way we can solve this. I'm intervening as the towel executive. Okay, Hot Coffee Chats, you are the guest for the first time. You shall select heads or tails on the towel coin.
All right, heads.
It is heads. You may select your role, Hot Coffee Chats.
I'll be Paula just to be nice.
Thank God.
But you know why? Because I want a challenge.
Thank God, because I already have a list.
No, because you got the list.
I got a list of questions from earlier I wrote up because all this was bothering me so much. I thought just sit down and write it out. Just write out the questions you would ask her.
I think it'd be interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those where you hear it so much in the last 4 days that it's almost like the process of, that a writer would have where you would want to get it out. You want to get it out of you. So it's not sitting in you, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, I sat down and wrote questions. Okay. Having a breathing moment. What's your favorite part of the Midwest before we do this? Like my brain just has to have 1 second.
The change of seasons.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. You can't wait
Lovely.
for summer, and then when summer's in, you can't wait for the fall, and then you see the leaves going down. Then you can't wait for spring, just kind of gets going.
Okay, this is a question not asking on our policy. What type of? I did hear you had a channel, and I love that. What was your channel?
My channel is Hot Coffee Chat, and
it's still going.
It is. Oh, well, anyway, it's Hot Coffee Chats.
Oh.
I did cover the Charlie Adelson trial, and I have tons of notes on him. Hey, that's going to be fun with Donna, huh? Should we free Donna? Oh, God.
Oh, dear God. Oh, no. Well, hold on. I have to interject with an update here. The post is live on Twitter. You are going
I thought he was laughing at my.
No, I loved your joke, and I was saying I don't think we should free Donna. I can't wait to cover that case, though, but we should not do that. That would not be a good idea.
No.
She has she could find a passport. You don't understand. She will be on the next plane.
Grant, do you want us to wait? Or are you going to play it, or we just keep talking while you're watching?
Oh, no. So I was just letting folks know you're able to head over to x.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Harvard Yard, if you have access to the post and want to read it out for us, you can. I'll bring it up on the screen in a second.
Sure. Let me grab my other phone. Grant, do you have a way to send that to me?
Yep. Oh, hold on. I'll get it.
You have an update on something?
Well, it's the post that I was discussing earlier. You can see the mass courts is up on the.
Okay.
Yep. But if you go to my actual X, I have the post up, and I'll just read it for you now. I'm going to bring it up on the screen. Give me 1 second.
Super. Thank you.
Yep.
Breathing.
So this is what and I apologize, my wonderful panelists. This is what breaking news is like, I suppose.
Absolutamente.
All right, so let me grab this.
Notice the accent.
So here is the story, ladies and gentlemen. It is up.
In a mirror.
It is up right now on the Towel Twitter. You can go ahead and you can read it right here. I'll get a live reaction from our panelists. I'm going to make the text nice and large. No matter who you are, you should be able to read this. That might be a little bit too large. I may have gone overboard. All right, here we go. Breaking news per mass courts. Hold on, let me bring this over here. I'd like to be able to see it a little better. Breaking news per mass courts. The father-in-law of juror number 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, Paula Prado Sergalín dos Santos, was convicted. Oh crap! I have to delete it. It's not ready. It's not ready. I forgot a key piece of information. Hold on. We're going to do real-time drafting. Thank you. and then I have to put that.
Shall we continue while you draft?
No, we're going to do real-time drafting, and
real-time,
I love your
pardon me.
feedback. So, interestingly, I have to use his last name. Sergelin's lawyer for the charges was Kevin Reddington, which I believe is the lawyer for Jen McCabe in the John O'Keefe. Yep, it is. He's the lawyer for Jen McCabe in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Okay, so that's the live editing. Go ahead.
Okay. And Reddington is an excellent cross-examiner, that I will say, and he also the trial that just finished up next door. At some point during this trial, with the rocks, with the woman, unfortunately, in the pond, he was on that case.
Oh, I've had to look.
Grant, you know what I'm talking about? I know, and I want to be respectful and not.
Sorry. Yes, you're absolutely correct. That was he was on the. What was it? He was on the. I'm forgetting the last name. The doctor. He was a surgeon or something.
Oh.
He was a surgeon who.
Ziegel or somebody will put it in chat. I can't see chat.
It was
Ziegel or.
It was a hard name to pronounce.
Yeah, I spent a whole weekend watching his stuff, just purely out of interest. And was he recently attained as a lawyer? Can't tell. Attained, wrong word, brain.
Who was that? Reddington?
It was Reddington just retained by Redding. It was. I'm sorry. I'm going to say the word. I'm going to say yes. S. Pardon me. Instead of Sula. I can't pronounce it. My apologies. Did he just retain Reddington, or Reddington's been his lawyer, or you can't tell?
No, he's dead. He retained him in 2022, but Jen McCabe retained him recently over the past few years. So I can't imagine Reddington didn't immediately read about that juror and think like, wait, didn't I represent that woman's stepfather? Like, I can't imagine he didn't know that.
Yeah, that's hard. It's hard to say, because I think he. And what I learned in studying him, he's extremely intelligent, extremely smart, and very good at cross-examination. I think I was studying cross-examination styles between he and Brennan one weekend. So anyway, I'll go. We'll just carry on here. We'll carry on. But Reddington is very well-respected attorney, though, Grant. I think you would agree with that.
Oh.
Well, yeah. I mean, Kevin Reddington is has a reputation as being a very effective defense lawyer. I don't think anyone is criticizing his lawyering skills or saying didn't deserve a lawyer. But yes, it's his skills. Oh, he is a Kevin. If you can get Kevin Reddington as a lawyer, I mean, he represented Giselle Correa, the former mayor of Fall River, in a federal corruption trial.
Right. I was Grant, just looking for if you had a little bit of background on him, because he is an excellent attorney. So therefore, the person that retained him would have known that as well. That's where I was going with that.
Yeah, and a lot of people want me to lead with the fact that his lawyer was Kevin Reddington. I can put it in the second paragraph.
No, I'm not asking you to lead with it.
No, it's not you. It's in the chat. I can, so I don't know how to lead with it, and I'll just talk you through with you all, because the word I have now is breaking news. Per mass courts, the father-in-law of juror number 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, Paula Prado Sergalín dos Santos, was convicted of possession of child porn and illegal photography of an unsuspecting person. And then Ahamala Dalahadi Yassin Sergalín formally pleaded guilty in June of 2021 in Attleboro District Court, and he was sentenced to a term of 2 months, 2 years, and 6 months in state prison with 18 months to serve in a 3-year period of probation. Sergalín was also forced to register as a sex offender. Interestingly, Sergalín's lawyer for the charges was Kevin Reddington, a lawyer for witness Jen McCabe in the Reed trial. I can't put it any higher than that, or it just looks like it's ham-fisted. And
I know it.
And the lead cannot be like about. It's not about Jen McCabe. It's about this guy.
I understand. Well, I mean, can you say something like do you want to just throw something in about who he is, a well-respected attorney in the Boston area or Massachusetts, or something to that effect?
A well-respected respected lawyer who served as counsel for witness Jen McCabe in the Reed trial. That's the best I can do.
Okay.
Yeah, Murder by Maestro thinks that's fine in the second paragraph. I agree, but it also means I have to go back and edit. But thank you for that help. And sorry, I'll let you two discuss. I'm doing my towel thing, and I had a Red Bull.
We're waiting for it. You're toweling. You're solo flying towel right now. All right, Nancy, are we back?
Yes.
Well, I tell you what, this thing just is twisting and turning and turning and twisted. And I think what we're talking about over, gosh, all these days have kind of combined. Yeah, this plane has wheels. Let's put it that way. It's just,
never a dull moment.
Oh no, never a dull moment. Okay, awesome. So where we were is you have your YouTube channel, and will you say that name again? Because I would like to follow you, and I'm sure everyone in chat would too.
Oh, Hot Coffee Chats.
Hot Coffee Chats. I love that.
Thanks.
That's so cool. That's awesome. Okay, so how do we want to do it? Okay, you chose your Paula.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. Okay, perfect.
How this works.
Okay. All right. So here we go. These are what I wrote down. Again, I'm not a lawyer. Let's start there. I'm not a lawyer. I used to be a paralegal. That is fair.
Yeah, you know a lot about the law.
I worked many years in public relations. I am not an expert. I've studied human psychology. I am not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. Let's roll. How about you? Do you have any disclaimers at this point?
Do I have any what? Disclaimers?
Disclaimers.
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a journalist.
Awesome.
So, disclaimer is just don't take my whatever. I don't know. Disclaimer.
Well, I think it's don't mess with the Midwest. I heard that. I think you might be an expert in that, though.
Well, I have a little message for TV. If you ever want to come to Iowa and mess with Iowa, you want to find out. You don't mess with the West.
I'm
hold
laughing
on.
because it's true.
I have to weigh in. There was a comment by I think it was Banana Towel, and there's a great discussion going on. Someone saying, "Why can I find nothing about the CP charges on this guy on Google? Nothing. Why did no one report on it? It's on mass courts. Why did no one report on it?" Why was his sentence 18 months for both charges? Clearly, this guy, in my opinion, was an intelligence asset for Egypt. And when he got arrested doing the Raytheon thing, right? If you think about the implications of this, there has to be a connection between right after he gets arrested for purloining missile documents. There's a referral to the state for child porn charges. Clearly, the feds found the child porn, and they started the child porn process before the guy cooperated. And I don't even think it was this juror's father-in-law cooperating. I think what happened was this guy was probably a spy for Egypt, okay? And so when he got caught, the Americans went to the Egyptians, and we kind of have decent relationships with them, especially after 2014 when we overthrew the previous government and El-Sisi came to power. What happened was, after the Facebook revolution in Egypt, we needed to develop stronger ties with Egypt, but they wanted to retain their own kind of independence, so they were clearly spying on us. And then I bet we went to them and we're like, all right, we want our guys, however many of the guys are over there in your prisons, like our assets. If you're like a CIA asset and you don't declare yourself a diplomat and you get caught, you do not get returned to your home country. You get treated as a civilian. You get arrested. You go to an Egyptian jail and you rot. So I bet our guys, our intelligence guys, were like, all right, Egypt, please give us like 5 guys from Egypt. And then the U.S. was like, and in return, this guy, like, he's pretty like effed up. Like, just so you know, he was looking at like child porn and like stealing our missile secrets, but we'll give him an 18-month term. He was probably about to die, which I think happened. We'll give him an 18-month term on everything. And then this all goes away. But here's the thing. In order for that to happen, I bet the child porn referral happened before this negotiated compromise between Egypt and the U.S. So then the feds had to go to the state and be like, and I bet Reddington negotiated it because Reddington practices in federal court too, so he has security clearances. The feds had to go to the state and be like, listen, he's good. He needs to be found guilty on this, but like 18-month term, we negotiated a deal with Egypt. Don't say anything. It's confidential. Talk to Reddington. That's how I could see this going down. I can't prove it, but that's how I could see it going down.
And I would consider Reddington a high profile attorney. Now, is it, could I add an alternative? Or actually, can Nancy and I talk about an alternative?
Alternative.
An alternative. Grant, are we cool to talk about an alternative to what you just said, or no?
Oh yeah,
You say
anything.
go?
Anything you want to do. The reason I didn't include that in my post, by the way, is because I think there's a connection, but I have nothing telling me. I'm not going to report it. But anyway, you all go talk about whatever you want.
Okay, cool. Well, and Grant, I know you're here. You said you're moderating, correct, moderator?
Well, call me the towel executive.
Okay.
So what are we doing?
Okay, so pardon me. We're going back to our role play. Hang in there, Nancy. We're getting there. Okay. Got it. It was establishing Towel's role in our discussion. So, all right. Are you ready? You're Paula, right? Hello, Paula. How are you doing today?
Good. I'm so glad it's over. I'm catching up on my rest.
Oh, really? I have seen that you've done a lot of interviews. You've been extremely busy in the last 72 hours, is it?
Yes, I want to be famous.
What was your favorite interview?
Oh, I loved Vinny. I just thought he was fantastic. I enjoyed it.
Did you have a chance to meet him on the way out? Did you have a chance? I know you all were kind of bust pretty quickly, but were you aware of his coverage? Court TV had a lot of coverage, and I know I'm sorry. My apologies. Please answer.
Oh, was I aware of any coverage? Absolutely not. We were not supposed to look at social media or do any kind of research.
Okay, you didn't, but was that the first time you'd met him in that interview, or did you know of him before? I know that you said that you had just uploaded your X account. I believe you said it was in the jury room or the deliberation room right after the trial ended. Was that right?
I really don't remember.
Okay.
Don't you think she would answer that way?
No. Not to disagree with you. Not to disagree with you. No. No.
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly what I did.
No, I think it might have been.
She would have talked fast.
Yeah, and
she'd be like, "Oh, yes, I did," and I went into the jury room,
and I think despite what a lot of people are saying or not saying, however, she is an intelligent woman from what I've been able to deduce from watching her and listening to her. And this weekend, she is an intelligent woman, and she was an attorney in Brazil. There's all other things to be discussed with it, but it cannot be not said that she isn't intelligent.
Oh, because I didn't study her that much. I only listened to her like once or twice.
That's just me. Other people may not agree. I just can tell you from what I've seen and what I've heard and how this is manifesting. She is intelligent. So anyway, okay, cool. So, all right. So are we back to role playing?
No, okay. Before we go back, I'm just going to pretend.
I'll pretend. Yes. Okay. I'm going to re-ask you the question. I'll re-ask you the question. So, had you met Vinny before that time?
Did she really?
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. No. This is me making up questions.
No, I have not met him before.
So the first time you met him was when you were working with the producers to do that interview?
Yes, it was the first time.
Did you add him? Did you add him to your ex? Was he one of your first follows when you once you re-engaged your ex?
I believe so. He was one of the first followers, and I admired his talent.
Were you expecting, because you said you couldn't see the jury, and I noticed in some interviews there was a bit of confusion between what you could see and what you could hear. And as of Monday, you were able to see, I believe you said in one of your interviews, you were able to see out. Were you aware that there was that many people?
No. I think she was aware, was she?
She wasn't.
Huh?
You can make up anything.
I wasn't aware. Well, actually, I was aware outside, but no, wait a minute. Let me redo this. I was aware inside. I mean, outside, and there was a lot of commotion.
Were you scared? Although they were, very very excited for Karen Reed's not guilty verdict. Were you in any fear that large of a crowd when you went to the bus, that you were concerned for your safety at all, or were you feeling pretty good about it?
Well, at the time, I was really confused, and I didn't know what was going on, and it was just so surreal that I just don't remember any of it.
If you can say, and you may not be able to say, have you kept in touch with any of your fellow jurors? You may not be
No,
able to say that.
no, I haven't contacted anybody.
Yeah, it would seem with your press schedule that you may not have had a lot of time to do much else. Have you taken any personal time for yourself during this, or have you been more occupied with meeting with different? I think maybe 7. You met with maybe 7 or 8, including.
You mean, did I take any time for my personal life?
Well, I would say, well, let me ask it to you this way: you must be a bit tired today with all your public appearances since the verdict. How are you feeling?
Well, yeah, I'm very tired, and I have children I'm taking care of, and it's pretty hectic.
And you may be comfortable or uncomfortable to say this, but how did you have childcare? That was a very very long service, and thank you for your jury service. Did you have someone to help you with that, or did you have to pay for that, babysitters or anything? And you don't have to answer any of these if you don't want.
Well, I'll answer it, but I had some help with friends and neighbors, and
now you're from Brazil. How long have you lived here?
oh, guys, I don't know the answer to these.
You don't have to know the answers to them. Just make them up.
Well, I think we've been here for about at least 3 years.
About 3 years. Interesting. Where were you before? Before, I think, was it California?
Yes, we lived in California, and then we moved here in Massachusetts.
Did you work in law in California?
No, I don't have a degree in the United States. I just have a degree in Brazil.
Well, the legal community, as you know, is worldwide and in the United States as well. Did you join any organizations, or do you have any lawyer friends? Anybody in California?
No, the only thing I really do is I really get into crime.
Oh, you're into true crime. Oh, I think I saw that in your bio. I saw that in your X bio. What made you change your X profile a number of times since the verdict?
Well, I was afraid of a lot of people coming to me with hate messages and trolling me and asking me all kinds of questions. So I changed my name just because of those reasons.
Did you have anyone help you? Oh, Grant.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just want to jump in. No, I want to hear some questions about, if you don't mind.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
No, I know.
No. She's doing a good job.
No. I love these questions. It's just, I think, if say she were to do an interview right now, every producer would every producer would be yelling in your ear, okay, the father-in-law, get to the father-in-law. So this is that reminder.
I was getting there. We're making this. God bless Grant.
Oh, you're so funny.
Do you does any of your family live in the United States?
No, they're all in Brazil.
They're in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
And are you married? Again, you don't have to answer any of these.
That's too personal.
But I did hear you say in one interview, or more than one interview, that you were just glad to get back to your children and have time with your children.
Yes, I'm very glad to be back with my children. I want to go back to Target and work.
All right, hold on. I'm bringing in. Do you want to know how I would do this? And hold on.
All right, jump in.
All right, hold on. No, hold on. Hold on. Harvard Yard, you earned this. You will get questions. So Coffee Chats, you did excellent. You'll get to question her next. But now this is how I would do the interview, and you're well suited, Harvard Yard. You'll be just fine.
No! I've been so nice. I've been so nice. Shit. Not really.
Jackie the 13th juror asked, "What is this?" So what we're doing is
People are
so
probably
much.
like, what the heck?
So much info. First of all, this is a stream where we uncover breaking news in real time, and so much of what we do here is an academic exercise normally in informing the public. What we're going to do right now is the same thing you would see on maybe like a dramatized production, where I'm going to do a mock interview. It's not about the answers to the questions that our mock juror number 11 gives. It's about the questions. It's about practicing our interview skills and honing in on how we would do it. Now, the reason why we're doing it right now is this news just broke about the juror's father-in-law. So what we are doing is we are sitting here together analyzing it. And part of the way that I want to analyze it is like this. Okay, so Paula, I appreciate you taking the time to come on today. It must have been a long 4 days.
Oh, yes, it has been.
Oh, hold on. So, Hot Coffee Chats, I thought you did well. I'm putting Harvard Yard on the hot seat. You get absolved. And it's not that I don't want you to answer.
She knows more about it than I do.
Well, no, and it's not that. It's that Harvard Yard's questions were, as I was listening to them, I was like, wait a minute. She's thinking too much like how she wants the person to answer. So let me flip it around. So I'm going to interrogate Harvard Yard. But I want you to stick around because I think that you may have some questions for Harvard Yard. I only have like 4 of them or 5, but you watch my style and let me know what you think.
Okay. Caveat. I've been moving all weekend. Please, if I missed something.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Right.
I won't be that brutal.
Go for it. Don't go that deep.
Okay, so...
no, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Do what Grant does.
All right, so let's begin. Paula, it was a long 4 days, obviously. I appreciate you taking the time to be here.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. So listen, I got to dive right into it. You know, you went on. I think you totaled about an hour and 30 minutes of interviews on the major networks, but some news obviously has come up in the past 2 days about your family members. I have to just start off with it. How do you react to the news that your father-in-law was sent to federal prison for stealing the United States domestic missile secrets? Did you know about this?
You know, I don't feel comfortable answering that.
No, and that is an entirely acceptable answer, Paula, but like it leads me to my next question. Now, obviously, you know, the missile defense thing, that's going to raise a lot of questions about your loyalty to the U.S. in a time of war against Iran. But really, I think what's more serious is your father-in-law simultaneous to that was convicted on charges of possessing child porn. So can you explain when you first found out about those child porn charges and then why you didn't disclose this on any of your prior interviews?
You know, I haven't been asked directly about my father-in-law to this point.
Oh, and that's entirely understandable. Do you think it's a little bit weird that your father-in-law may have been given some gentle treatment for his crime? Certainly you don't condone the possession of child porn. So when your father went to prison, it must have shocked you that he was only sentenced to 18 months. That must have deeply impacted your family and also impacted how you answered the juror questionnaires, right?
Well, that being asked, I will say that yes, that I made it very clear that, you know, I believe that there should be justice, and I believed even at the conclusion of the retrial that they should continue to seek justice. So I'm a person that does believe in justice. That being said, any crimes against children is absolutely not okay and extremely harmful, not only to the community and to the country, but worldwide. It should not be acceptable.
Right, and so part of the jury screening questionnaire asked you specifically about your familial experiences related to things like intimate partner violence, abuse. Certainly child pornography would fall under that category. And when you disclose this the first question is, did you disclose, because this man was a member of your family, that you did, and this is a mock interview, by the way, for people tuning in or practicing, did you disclose this to the members, to the court, and to both sides. Was that something you did immediately?
I did not.
You did not disclose that your father-in-law stole missile secrets and was convicted for child and pled guilty to possessing child pornography?
I did not.
Yeah, I tend to think that's how she would be forced to answer. I'm serious. What do you say? Like, you could be like, oh yeah, I told them, but that's not going to be true. So my analysis of this, folks, if you're just tuning in, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am going to, I want to hear some more thoughts from Hot Coffee Chats and Harvard Yard. But if you're just tuning in, the breaking news is that per mass courts, the father-in-law of juror number 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, Paula Prado Sergalín dos Santos, was convicted of possession of child porn and illegal photography of an unsuspecting person. Ahmadaladi Yassin Sergalín formally pleaded guilty in June of 2021 in Attleboro District Court, and he was sentenced to a term of 2 years and 6 months in state prison with 18 months to serve and a 3-year period of probation. Sergalín was also forced to register as a sex offender. Interestingly, Sergalín's lawyer for the charges was Kevin Reddington, a well-respected lawyer who served as counsel for witness Jen McCabe in the Reed trial. Yesterday, I reported Sergalín was also sentenced to 18 months in federal prison for stealing classified U.S. missile defense system documents in December of 2020. Read more here. This news as to these serious state charges was first reported by Frank Wesseling, Frank9494 on Twitter, earlier Sunday. Strangely, however, Paula's father-in-law served that sentence in a private federal ICE detention center in Pennsylvania. Per my sources, most inmates are not released from that facility, but instead deported, as the prison where Ahmadinejad Hadi was held was a holding facility. Read the announcement following Sergalín's sentencing from then U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Andrew Lee Lelling here. Paula's husband, Kareem, indeed wrote a letter to the court on behalf of his father, originally from Egypt. At the time of sentencing, Paula's father-in-law was caught by the FBI in a litany of U.S. military intelligence agencies after time card fraud led to an investigation whereupon Paula's father-in-law attempted to hide evidence of his crimes from federal authorities and his employer, Raytheon. However, despite efforts by Paula's father-in-law, the FBI discovered 3,100 electronic files and over 100 paper documents in his home, over 500 of which were marked classified, and 5 of which contained documentation about U.S. missile defense technology. Shortly thereafter, Paula and Kareem left the United States and went to Brazil for 3 years. Then, Paula, who is a lawyer in Brazil, returned to the U.S. in March of 2024 and took a job at a Target in Walpole before becoming a juror in the Reed and O'Keefe retrial in the late spring of 2025. In recent days, Paula has done a whirlwind media tour parroting defense narratives that has led many, including international news outlets, to probe further into Paula's background. Read more here. So, your reaction, dear panelists.
Grant, did you see how I answered your questions? I tried my very best to do it in the way that she has been doing it, okay? Which would be not to give too much information, but when I'm tripped up, I'm going to sideways give you that information. Did it come across that way to you?
It seemed like you were doing you did an excellent job redirecting like she would have done. You answered the question but hooked it back around.
All right, are we back to panel? Thank you, sir. Are we back to panel?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Nancy, where are you?
I'm right here.
Okay, we're on like turbo towel speed in this place.
Oh, I know.
Right.
It just keeps getting worse about this.
All right, do we want to change up on our role play? Do we want to talk about what we're hearing?
Let's do an analysis.
Talk about what we're hearing.
Yeah, let's do an analysis. We'll go to both of you in order. We'll start with Hot Coffee Chats and Harvard Yard. So for the people just tuning in, Hot Coffee Chats, as you know, these type of breaking news events will lead people to tune in. They may just be saying, how is this coming out now? We've heard your analysis before of the moral outrage, but take us through what this means for the case from your perspective. Have you ever seen a situation before where a juror does a media tour after a high-profile case, then this information, not just one, but 2 bombshells about their father-in-law come out? How do you react?
I have never seen that before. Where, a lot of times when trials end, the juries don't come out and do a media tour. I don't think I've ever seen that. Have you?
I have. Not this intricate though.
Right. Well, I mean,
or intricately planned.
To me, I think she just wants her 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, I'm a little different on that. I think that this is, well, I think I think both trials have been extremely tight woven from behind the courtroom. So there's like a whole another, and I'm not even gonna say it's a trial, but well, literally, yes, I guess we're hearing that now. But there's a whole world behind this trial that has been going on, and this is my opinion only, that has been going on that is starting to surface as if the trial wasn't wild enough. So there's, I'm gonna guess today, legal, all types of people. They're just scratching their head. They're looking up statutes, lawyers going, this is just, this is something that's just never going to seem to end and end and end. I'm going to jump in here and say, though, that I feel I'm going to extend my love and my just every bit of ounce of my compassion to the O'Keefe family, because they're going to have to, they're going to be hearing this and hearing this and this year and that year. And now we've got ties to just awful things. And remember, this is very important. They sat with this juror for 8 weeks. Anyway, breaking news is going to come out. So it's just going to be very, very difficult for them. So I would just ask if we're those that are inclined to be
and we
respectful.
We do have a tradition here, and I think I do want to get to hot coffee chats again as well, because I think this is a conversation that's evolving. But we do have a tradition that Harvard Yard started, and I think it's not a reset, but it's an opportunity to kind of reflect on the impact of this and pull back. We're very in the moment, seeing these developments, reporting them, confirming them, but this is Sunday. We don't know what Monday will bring. If you are the O'Keefe family, Harvard Yard absolutely makes an important point, which is you're hearing all this, you're absorbing it, you don't know where it might go, you don't know what all this means, how did this happen? And I think we have to remember that although for us, maybe it brings this spark of justice can still be done. It opens that window. Let's take a moment to do let's do 30 seconds. Let's do a moment of silence. We'll do 60 seconds. We're going to compose ourselves. I'll mark the 60 seconds, and then we'll come back and reset and do our analysis of these breaking developments if you're just tuning in. So we're going to mark a 60-second period of silence starting at the 6:14:30, so in about 10 seconds. And please feel free, non-denominational, to mark the moment however you like. So 60 seconds starting now. Thank you. I appreciate.
Thank you, Grant.
That was, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a moment. Thank you so much, Grant. Just to think of them, and as we were doing that, I was thinking to myself that as things evolve, as they are evolving very quickly with this, it has the potential to make the grief much more difficult, and potentially the Karen Reed more visible. And that just has to be very, very difficult.
I was thinking how difficult it would be to watch them all, excuse me, celebrating. Think about that. They're celebrating that she got off of murder while you're grieving over your son.
Yeah, I keep when we never did it. Did you, Nancy, see them leave the courtroom? I don't think anybody did. I hope they brought him out a back way and got him right out of there.
I only saw I only saw a quick image of Paul's face. They didn't film the court TV camera was somewhat compassionate, and they didn't film the family. But you caught one image of Paul, and it was just so devastating. I think it was the look so many of us must have had. It was almost like like just utter how.
Well, and I think that John, his good friend last night, made the point of as far as Paul, just leave him alone. I believe Grant, that's exactly what he said. I had my first listen on that today.
Yes,
leave him alone.
Two important points. And obviously they weren't put. John Jackson clarified. He was talking about the people who were saying horrific things about the family. I think the messages of support are, of course, appreciated. But also it's, and John Jackson reiterated this, it's Miss O'Keefe. So we'll make sure. Now, Miss Peggy O'Keefe is, if you want to say Miss Peggy O'Keefe or et cetera, but Miss O'Keefe. That was a big part of that, too, and I think we should all honor that.
And then, Grant, so that's not Peggy O'Keefe, that's not Mrs. O'Keefe, it's Miss O'Keefe is what's being requested at this time.
Yes, and the reason
Thank you.
The reason why I say you could say the full name with Miss in front of it is I think it was the Mrs. O'Keefe. Actually, it was people were saying just like the Mrs. O'Keefe's first name, and just like with Judge Cannoni, when people would shorten it to something else, I would say, listen, I get that it's you're not doing it maliciously, but let's think about how we're saying this. Now, I didn't even think about Miss O'Keefe and the importance of that, but that's something I thought was great. So thank you for that reiteration. Go ahead, Coffee Chats.
Just a minute. I got to get a sip of water.
By all means.
I think it's I think it's important for the O'Keefe family to know that there are people that are out there supporting them. I think we need to be a little bit more vocal of it, and we need a lot more YouTube channels, like I was saying today, to get the word out that we want justice for her son. That's
It's kind of why these panels are so great, and I want to extend, I mean, obviously pending, verification, I want to extend an invitation to anyone who might be interested in this, want to talk more about it, to join, because I'm on board with your mission. Hot Coffee Chats has got the soul.
Well, that's what I want to do. I want to the channel, and I just want to get word out there. We need justice. We need, because they have all of this, the free Karen Reed movement. They have all these people doing it. Why can't we? And I have reached out to somebody in X, and she said, "Oh, I was going to do that too." And I said, "Well, why don't we all partner up and do something about this?"
Yeah, and I think it's fabulous. I think that it would be prudent. There are many portions of justice for John O'Keefe. Many people with different interests, with different they're just like with any group for a cause, there's going to be different split offs within groups. So I think it's going to be in time determining and Nancy, I'll be happy to talk with you offline too as well, and see if I can help in any way.
Yeah,
determining, because that's a whole other part of determining, and not in a punitive way, but determining who is really in this, for true justice for him, who's in it just to be about it, who's in it to carry on, because now that this trial's over, they need something to do. This isn't something to do. It's a cause. It's a cause, and it is a way. It's a very delicate thing, because how do you support the family yet push for justice? It's a very okay. Back to what we were saying earlier, Brandon. Just tell me shut up, okay, if I need to. But this thing is so entangled, and I poor word choice, but I'm going with it, incestuous, that it's just maddening. I don't think your average person can fill their head with it. I mean, Grant, you've been doing it every day for 8 weeks, 12-hour days, and it still is challenging to get your head around even what's happening. And just when you think you do, bam, there's another report. Now, what I'm grateful for, Grant, for you is that solidifies what you have been following very closely since Friday, in starting with your brilliance to put this together very quickly. And I was on that stream and I remember watching it as it happened. So I'm very happy. I'm not happy for the content, but I'm grateful that, because I know the intention of this channel, and the intention was to find the truth, to protect our country, to love our country. And that is true. And I don't care what anyone says. And I'll talk to anybody that feels differently, because there's a lot that do. But that was the intent, is to find the truth. And that's what we were talking about with independent journalism. We talked about the kind of rules and regulations around independent journalism, even prior to this hitting, the initial. So that I would just say that it's in the spirit, no matter what anyone says, and as it should be with an O'Keefe support group, to have that investigative side, but to not be cold-hearted about it. And I will now shush up. Grant, that was all right?
Yeah, and also,
Grant, did I misspeak or I'm good?
No, you nailed it, and I want Hot Coffee Chats to jump in. Someone just let me know Mass Courts is back up, and I want to let them know we're on it. Hot Coffee Chats, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think the other part about this, excuse me, is the fundraising and the crowds and everything. I think that really needs to be investigated, because I did some research on the conspiracy itself during the trial. I have questions.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I'd love to hear some of those. I think it's fantastic.
And the thing about it is, and when they were asking for all these funds, didn't anybody ever ask the questions, where is the money going to be allocated to?
I remember bringing that up. I think it was on X, as to what the tax statutes are.
Well, it's not just that, but did any of the donors care? And wouldn't that have allowed Karen to do something? Be like, hey, Alan,
It's a legal process, because I worked in the nonprofit field years ago. And when you ask people for money in public, you can ask them exactly where the receipts went, exactly where the money was allocated.
Well, especially if it's for a formal legal defense fund. You know what I'm saying? It's not a nonprofit, but it's a legal defense fund. And
no, because we're asking money for the public.
Well, yes, but and no, I'm not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice, but there is a distinction, just so people understand. There's a distinction between a nonprofit and then a legal defense fund. Now, right. you may think, okay, well, they're very similar. That you raise money, but actually, because of the nature of like how a lawyer works, there isn't that level of disclosure. Now, here's why I bring it up. What if part of this was, do you know how the Brazilian dollar, right, is the $1 American dollar is worth a lot of money in Brazil. It's worth even more in Venezuela. It's worth even more in other third world countries. Okay? If you have a little bit of American money, it goes a long way there. So what would stop Karen from going to Alan and saying, hey, we got to move some people into Norfolk County?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm worried about.
Or Grant, I mean, you don't even have to move them there. You just have to have a mailing address there.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
But the fundraising was also with something, an organization that helps people that were falsely accused of murder. I can't remember the name of it's in my notes somewhere.
Can't hear you, Grant.
Oh, no, Murder by Maestro found that firm, or someone did, and posted it. I think it was Murder by Maestro that mentioned in the comments yesterday. It begins with like a D or something. It's like a high-priced consultancy firm. But
right.
Yeah, you're on to something. But what that makes me wonder about, and I have it below your heads, you can't see it actually on the screen. I have the juror questionnaire. Would you like? I think a lot of people were asking in the chat. Could we go over? I have the actual juror questionnaire.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Could we go over it? And so we're going to do it.
That's a affirmative on the jet towel.
All right. So let me just move the nice picture of the.
And Grant, as you're moving it, can I just say how great Murder by Maestro is?
The super towel of all super towels.
Of all caps, all caps.
Okay, so are we switching gears here?
Yeah, so well, we're staying in a very similar lane, which is we're talking about exactly what you were talking about, the influence on the jury, what the money was being used for, because the juror questionnaire goes right to the heart of, I think, just so folks understand, there are a lot, and I have not made any predictions about where this is going. I've made a few general statements about here's the standard, okay, the manifest necessity standard, when you can set aside a verdict, when you can motion to do that. Now, we have no indication that's going to happen. We have no indication what's being investigated. But what it will come down to is two things. One, every day, those questions asked to the jurors. Were you exposed to any outside influence? That's question one. And then, did you see anything on about the case? Did you talk about the case? Those questions are asked every day, because if you say yes or no, and the answer is yes, that can be grounds for manifest necessity. Those questions aren't just to catch you then and screen you. It's to create a record so that that can be used against you as a juror if it turns out there was a misrepresentation. Why would that matter? Because that's a grounds for setting aside double jeopardy and motioning for a mistrial, setting aside the verdict. Now, the other way that happens is if this jury questionnaire has questions that a juror filled out but didn't disclose certain things, that also leads to manifest necessity. You can set aside double jeopardy, and you are then able to make an argument for a mistrial. That doesn't mean it's going to happen, but just so folks understand the boxes we're in. We're not just talking about this idea. First of all, it did talk about it ideologically, because what that woman's father did, the juror's father-in-law did, according to those court documents, is disgusting. Abhorrent, disgusting, first on a national security level to our country, literally, and then secondly on a moral level with the second charge, that's abhorrent. So we're going to go through these questions, and both of you can take the role of Paula here, and based on what we know, our mock Paulas, let's answer these questions. It is alleged that on January 29, 2022, while intoxicated and operating her motor vehicle in Canton, M.A., the defendant, Karen Reed, killed her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, an off-duty Boston police officer. Is there anything about the description of the case, the charges, or that the victim was an off-duty police officer that causes you to believe that you cannot be fair and impartial in this case? Yes, no, not sure. How would you answer? Hot Coffee Chats.
No.
How would you? And it's not obviously, no. And you're both in the role of Paula.
And then do you just want it, Grant, you're just going to rapid fire. We're going to say yes or no.
Because we have to go through like
Got it. Yep, got it. No.
Yep, okay, so here we go. Have you already started to make up your mind about this case? Yes, no, not sure.
No.
Not sure.
Do you have opinions regarding 1, previous experiences as a juror, 2, the fairness of the jury system or criminal justice system in our country that would impair your ability to be fair and impartial to both the Commonwealth and to the defendant?
Absolutely not.
No.
Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that would make it difficult for you to follow the law and come to a verdict in this case?
No.
I pause. And I was, no. Very affirmative, no.
This case is expected to garner a significant amount of media attention. Is there anything about the high-profile nature of this case that would prevent you from serving as a fair and impartial juror?
No.
Do you, any family members or close friends, reside in or conduct regular business in Canton?
No.
If the testimony were in conflict, would you tend to believe the testimony of a police officer more than any other witness simply because the witness is a police officer?
No.
No.
Conversely, would you tend to disbelieve a police officer simply because the witness is a police officer?
I might ask for clarification on that question. Could you reread that?
Conversely, would you tend to disbelieve a police officer simply because the witness is a police officer? Yes, no, not sure.
No.
Not sure.
Oh, someone wants to know if I can post a link to it for them to follow along. You got it. You got it. Hold on, I have to go over to the chat. Jury questions. Here we go. I posted it, ladies and gentlemen. I think
Yeah. What a culmination this is, because now you're in a whole different mindset.
Yeah.
You got to put yourself in a whole different mindset.
Oh yeah. So did we get the answer to the last one? Was it no for both of you?
No.
Yeah, but it was no on both.
Okay. Do you believe law enforcement officers are generally fair and accurate in their investigations? Yes, no, not sure.
Yes.
Not sure.
Do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about law enforcement officers, prosecutors, or the government?
No.
I would lie, and I would say no.
Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity showing support for law enforcement in or outside your own community?
Absolutely not.
No.
Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity that was critical of the police or law enforcement in or outside of your own community?
That would be a lying no.
No.
Have you or someone else close to you ever had education, training, or work experience in any of the following fields? Law enforcement, military, alcohol, drug abuse, or domestic violence?
No. Ooh.
It says law enforcement
Okay, wait a
only,
minute.
correct? It doesn't say law. It says law enforcement only, nothing about being a lawyer.
Law enforcement, military, alcohol, drug abuse, or domestic violence for now?
No.
And that was a no from you, Coffee Chats?
Yes, no, but no.
Okay. Do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol?
You mean, do I have any friends that were DUI?
No. Do you have any strong beliefs, or do your friends have any strong beliefs about DUI?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Have you ever been involved in a group, organization, participated in a march, demonstration, campaign, or donated money on behalf of an organization or cause that was against driving under the influence of alcohol, such as SAD, Students Against Drunk Driving, or MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving?
No.
No.
Has anyone close to you ever been involved in an accident involving drinking and driving? If so, would that experience prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
No.
Have you or anyone close to you ever been involved in or witnessed a motor vehicle crash?
Yes.
No.
Is there anything about crash reconstruction testimony that would make it difficult for you to be fair or impartial in this case?
No.
I just don't know a lot about it. No.
Have you or any family members or close friends been involved in a domestic violence relationship that featured physical, mental, or verbal abuse?
No.
That would be a no, but instead of saying lying, which is unfair, I'm going to say flag. Is that fair, Grant?
What, like you would flag it to answer it later?
Yeah. Keep going. I'll figure it out how to do it.
All
Go
right.
for it.
Have you ever been a victim of a violent crime?
Yes.
Yes.
During
in real life.
Yeah, well, if you're, I don't know if this juror has, but that not you, the juror, you're Paula. But the question is, have you ever been a victim of a violent crime? I don't think we have anything that indicating she does.
Yeah, no and no.
No.
Yeah. During trial, you will hear testimony about medical treatment, death, and review graphic autopsy photos. Will that affect your ability to participate and be a fair and impartial juror?
No.
No.
Do you believe Karen Reed should have to prove her innocence?
No.
No.
If we need to make sure this is the combined version, but if the defendant doesn't testify, do you think she is probably guilty or hiding something?
Oh, I gotta go. Just a second.
Okay. Go
I'll be
ahead.
right back.
Yeah, we'll be here. Go ahead. I'll do this with Harvard Yard for now. Go ahead, Harvard Yard.
Can you read the question?
Yep. If the defendant doesn't testify, do you think she is probably guilty or hiding something?
I used to practice Brazilian law, so I might have to discuss that a bit.
All right. Do you know or recognize anyone you have seen today in the courthouse or in the jury pool?
No.
Well, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
What if Reddington was in? What if Reddington was in the courthouse on jury selection day?
We did it. We did it at the same time. Wait a minute.
I think we got it. I think we got it, folks. If Reddington was in the courtroom during jury selection, then this juror and Reddington was in the courtroom. That could be at least one opening here. How do you not recognize your father's lawyer from his very serious felony charges?
Brandon, is it father or father-in-law? Clarification.
Father-in-law. Sorry, I keep saying it's father-in-law.
No, that's okay. No worry. Just yeah.
So
can you repeat that question just real quick once more time?
Do you know or do you
crying out loud?
Do you know or recognize anyone you have seen today in the courthouse or in the jury pool?
That would be a potentially dishonest no.
Would your answer to any of the above questions be embarrassing or damaging if disclosed publicly, or would disclosure infringe on your privacy?
No.
Do you have concerns about your personal privacy due to the presence of video cameras in the courtroom and or the highly publicized nature of the case?
Absolutely not.
Do you have knowledge of the case gained from any source? Yes or no?
Would you say case gained? Are we talking about monetary gain?
No, do you have knowledge of the case gained from any source?
Oh, yes.
What is your source of knowledge? Television, yes or no?
Yes.
Radio, yes or no?
Yes.
Newspapers?
Yes.
Magazines?
Yes.
Internet?
Yes.
Twitter, X?
Yes.
Facebook?
Yes.
Instagram?
Yes.
TikTok?
Yes.
Okay, podcasts?
Yes.
Family?
Yes, definitely.
Friends?
Yes.
Observations in the community?
Absolutely yes.
Overheard discussions?
Absolutely yes.
Yeah, I don't think she said yes to any of those. What are the details of the case that you are able to? What are the details of the case you are able to recall?
Okay, hang on a second, because I'm jogging my mind here. I remember that I saw some signs. I remember that there is a guy named Turtle Boy that's a marine biologist, Turtle. I remember that people were talking about it, but I didn't pay very much attention to it. I think at one point I was a bit busy with my kids or busy with work or something like that.
You only have 2 lines to write this. You went a little over, but I think that's good. Are you aware?
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing
That's
this more.
okay. Are you aware of any specific impact this criminal allegation has had on your community?
Yes. I have seen signs that made me question what this case is about. Oh, wait, hang on a second. I would have scribbled out a little bit there. What they meant, what those signs meant.
What is your primary source of news and information?
Everything.
All right. You could write that. How often do you read print or online newspaper, magazine, blogs, and what sources do you read?
4 times a day. What sources? Social media, 4 times a day. Back it up. Chuck. 4 times a day I look at social media. 2 times a day I look at news, and 1 time a day I check international news broadcasts.
How often are you exposed to news from radio, TV, podcasts, or social media?
Every day.
All right. What is your familiarity with the case prior to today?
Well, like I would put, like I said, I saw signs. I didn't know exactly what the signs meant. But other than that, I have a very busy life, so I didn't really know.
And then the other question is, the 3 juror instructions you heard each day, is there any reason you'd be unable to follow those?
No.
All right. So that was basically the extent of it. So now I'll ask for your analysis, because I'm going to post
Grant, it's so tough. It's so tough because knowing now, or what's been uncovered in the last few days, it's hard to. You really take some craft now to try to get into the mind of a person like this. That it's a little bit more challenging.
Yep. Yep, but by all means, tell me what you think. Not of necessarily their mind, but the implications of what we now know about what the juror may have had happen in their familial background and how that pertains to these juror questions.
I think that people talking online, if they were smart enough to have pulled up those jury questions, they would be focused on those jury questions, because that's very wise. I think that I personally had difficulty with speaking Spanish with the different accents that were used in different interviews. That's just a personal thing that I noticed. That may not be accurate. I think it is, but it may not. Rephrase.
What am I rephrasing?
You're rephrasing what you asked me about. What I'm thinking about the jury instructions.
Oh, yeah, and I have to tune myself back in because I had to get someone.
Sorry. I know you're doing.
Oh no. What I was asking, what you think about whether her answers, some of the facts we now know, could indicate that maybe if she answered one of these questions a certain way, it would open. And we don't know what she was asked up at sidebar, because they could have asked other questions. But what of these questions now, based on what we know now, could have opened her up to having them reviewed?
Okay, the ones that were sticking out, and again, I don't have the ability to see them in front of me, but the ones that had to do with group stuff, had to do with I wish I had them in front of me. Anything having to do with groups, how you get your media, your involvement. There was a specific one, I think, where I said lying, and I apologize again. It should have been potentially dishonest, or possibly dishonest. I don't know how she got through there, because if indeed it was. I'm sitting here baffled today that if those were potentially answered honestly, that she would have been chosen. Again, I'm not an attorney. I'm not in the courts. I don't even live in Massachusetts, but I think that there's some very telling questions there. That's what I think. I just think there's some very telling questions there. I think what I'm trying to say here is that really should be the kind of root of when this information started to come in, that was a springboard for some of this. Now, granted, I mean, it went massive, and rightly so. In investigative journalism, that's what happens. But as things, I think, are starting to they're still exploding, but you want to try, or what might help, or that someone may do, is bring it back to just like this.
Yep.
So how would this person have answered the jury questions?
Yep.
The other thing, Grant, I wanted to say, it's been bugging me for like two and a half days. She has never denied any of this. She has never said no. She's never said,
No,
you know, Grant, when
all she did was say, Grant, facetiously, Grant,
correct.
do you want to
Yeah,
write my book?
correct. So if I'm, and, you know, don't go short on this, but if this was me and this was my life that we're learning about with this person now, and now it's been reported right through the father-in-law, through the AP, I personally, I would have a lawyer. And I would, you know, I would have said I can't answer that, you know, but instead, sometimes lack of answer is an answer. And in all those interviews, however many would you say, an hour and a half, hour and 23 minutes, something like that. Yeah. And okay, bear with. Let's just go to your her ex comment to you. There was not a no. Why wouldn't there be a no? That was pretty some tough info there. Why? I mean, I wouldn't a reasonable person have been like, absolutely not, you know, you are blocked, my attorney's contacting you.
Well,
or
no,
what-
it's not.
I don't know how
It's
it would
not
look
that.
like.
No, it's not just that. It's just that now it's more that not only the non-denial, but what do you do with that now? Because okay, maybe like someone like Turtle Boy won't ask about it in their interviews, but most reasonable people will. And so it's like a national news outlet. What are you not going to ask her about it? That's the big impact. But also, Hot Coffee Chats is back, and I want to get back. I want to get back to Harvard Yard. But we also had a question from Diana Natale about searching mass courts to find that last record. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to show people how to do it. So this is mass courts. Now, you both unfortunately are unable to see it, but if you have the stream up, you'll be able to see it later. So you go on this page, right? It's right in the middle of our screen. You click District Court. Now we know that it's in Attleboro District Court, right? So you let it load up. You got to go to case number. You cannot search criminal cases. It looks like you can. You can't search them by name. It will tell you no cases exist. It just doesn't allow you to search. So go ahead and paste the case number, which we know is 1934 CR uppercase 001944. Just click search. Okay. Now we already know we're going to get a hit, right? Okay. But this is it. We know it's the right guy, born 53. We know from his federal sentencing he was born 53, immigrated to the U.S. in 80. So we just click the case right there, okay, the hyperlink, which is the case number, and that's going to go ahead and bring us to the actual overview. So there you go. There you see the attorney. You got the case heading up here, Commonwealth v. Amadita Ladi Y. Sergalin, okay? And then you can tell, you can look here up at the top. It's always going to have the charges. We have 4 felony charges here. It's going to have a disposition, guilty by plea here. And the jurisdiction was in Norton. So the jurisdiction was in Norton. We have 4 different charges, all felonies. This is a district court case, remember. They are felonies, but they're in district court. You can see the case, every docket event. He was arraigned on 10/19. He had a judge hearing and he was on 10/9. There was eventually more hearings, a lot of rescheduling. Look at this. Everything, every pre-trial hearing. 11/19 canceled. 11/26/2019 rescheduled. 3/9/2020 canceled. Finally, he has a hearing in May of 2020 held. Finally, his default is removed. He must have defaulted on his warrant sometime between May and 6th and May 19 of 2020. His default's removed. Then there's supposed to be another pretrial hearing a few days later. It's canceled on May 22nd. There is then a COVID issue on July 17, 2020, and it's rescheduled. Then 9/29 hearing 2020 rescheduled, 11/27 rescheduled, 12/17/2020 rescheduled, 2/24/2021 rescheduled, 5/7/2021 rescheduled, 5/21/2021 rescheduled, not held, 6/22/2021 not held, disposed by plea. So do you see this? Like something, his federal stuff was pending over those 2 years. He had a bunch of weird hearings. Now, if we go down here to the docket, you can see the actual issue. The complaint issued with an arrest warrant on 9/19/29. The statement of facts was filed. A warrant was issued on 10/1/2019, straight warrant. The warrant was recalled a week later for some reason, but and then he was arraigned, and it looks like comments SANCO, no contact with victims, GPS, no contact with children under 18, surrender passport, no possession or access to any computers, comply with federal GPS monitoring. There you go. Exactly. The state court was aware of the federal court proceedings. So then he was arraigned in October of 2019, the not guilty. There was a bail ordered, $100,000 surety or $10,000 cash with GPS, pretrial conditions of release. He was then on 10/18/29 ordered committed to the Bristol County House of Corrections in lieu of having posted bail in the amount ordered. So they were hard up for money. He could not post $10,000 cash bail, returnable for 11/14/2019, 9 a.m. pretrial hearing. Minimus issued. Court location or next event, further orders, GPS 5 times. GPS. I think they wanted to know where he was. I've never seen a denotation of 5 GPSs with stars like that. This is weird. Appearance filed on this date. Sinneth Bjor added as an appointed indigent counsel. So wait a minute, they came into some money, huh? For bail only by Daniel O'Shea. Motion to impound. A motion to impound. Huh? What are you hiding? Defendant is ordered committed without bail because other reason. Oh, what were the feds doing in this case, huh? Defendant is ordered committed without bail because other reason. Because what? Other reason to Bristol County House of Corrections, returnable for 10/9/2019 for 24 hours. And then the next day, there was a hearing, and then Sinneth Bjor was dismissed. And then on that day, 10/21/19, Reddington is added as private counsel. So he has bail. He can't make bail. And so he's committed. Then it says he's ordered committed without bail, even though he was just given bail for other reason that's not listed on 10/8/2019. Then he's given pretrial, hold on. So he gets his lawyer. Then he files a motion for a bill of particular. And then he wants disclosure of scientific tests, promises of inducements, exculpatory evidence, witness statements, statements of the defendant, inspect any physical evidence, police reports, disclosure of bad acts, defendant's conduct, list of witnesses, photo, video, production of tape recordings, preservation, review, and production of notes for discovery file with the following of any supporting document. And then let's see, there was event canceled at the end of October, rescheduled, continuance filed by Reddington. Lots of requests for Reddington to delay. There was finally a hearing in 2020. And then the motion to recall the warrant was allowed after that hearing. So something happened in May of 2020. So then May 20th of 2020, the warrant gets recalled. Then the Commonwealth on 5/20/2020 moves to revoke bail and was denied. So then court orders rescheduling related to COVID, bunch of rescheduling. So it looks like he was released, and then he immediately pled guilty within a month. So he was released in July after the motion to revoke bail was denied. Oh, no, that was July 2020. And then over 2020, he negotiates. And then by May of 2021, he had pled out. So if this all lines up with the federal plea in December of 2020 and everything, I think we see what happened here. It was a structured deal, and Reddington brokered it. Wow. So that's how you use mass courts. So both of you, Hot Coffee Chats, you just came back. I don't know how familiar you are with the mass court system. All right, get out of here, Lisa Richards. What is your reaction? By the way, that was a long thing to learn how to do, and I'm eating peanut M&Ms. What is your reaction to learning how to use mass courts, and what did this docket tell you? What do you think? This is interesting.
Graham, I apologize. I was absent for just a tad there. I'm trying to get the heck out of LA and change a plane flight and feed 3 Labradors and get them food to where they're staying.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm listening, but I'll be back in just 1 or 2 minutes.
And
everything remotely is wild. So I'm here. I'm just muted.
Don't worry. And Hot Coffee Chats, jump in whenever you want. You're muted. I know you're eating, but my analysis is, and it's very, I think, relevant here because the way that we are going about looking at this docket, if you've never used mass courts before, One, this you can tell this is big because people are very frustrated with this. Okay, well, Diana, I'm not sure if I necessarily want to read that. I'm thrilled that you read it. It's just the reason I don't want to read it is because it's very disturbing. I'm glad you know about it for the public information purpose, but I don't want to read it. Like that, I'm not comfortable with.
Grant,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Grant, are you able to just summarize without reading in depth? It looks like they had to push some stuff down, keep some stuff up. Just on a real quick couple sentences, and I'll know.
Say one more time.
Can you just summarize quickly what you read, and I'll know? Did they have to suppress some stuff and then start some stuff?
No, it was way more than that. It was that he couldn't make bail.
Okay,
he couldn't
I heard
make,
that. Yep.
He couldn't make $10,000 bail. So then he was committed without bail. He was It was weird. He couldn't make bail, so he was sent to the Bristol County House of Corrections. Then his bail was revoked for, quote, other reasons. Then he eventually gets Reddington, and a little bit later he gets out of jail because the Commonwealth motions to revoke, and they get denied, and then a year later he pleads. And during that time, I think he was in federal prison. That's So let me double check the timing, but the motion to revoke bail was denied in May of 2020, and he pled guilty to the federal stuff in December of 2020.
So just, I mean, we're just going off the reasonable person standard. Okay. So if this is your father-in-law, and that's been, I think, fairly well established as these days have gone on, right? It's the father-in-law?
Oh, my goodness. No, my goodness. I found it. 6/22/2021. Defendant's motion to stay execution of sentence and to run sentence concurrent with federal sentence.
Oh, interesting.
I did it. Victory is towels. You watched it. There it is. Boom.
Child victory, ladies and gentlemen. Hearts in the chat. Airplanes in the chat. I'm muting.
Let me just tell you right now, that was one of those moments. I know Hot Coffee Chat's back with us. We found it. We confirmed it.
Can you hear me?
Oh, hold on, Hot Coffee Chats. I got to plug my headphones back in. That's why I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
All right. I cannot get my face up here. How do I do that?
Oh, hold on. No, I do that on my end. Give me 1 sec. Okay, you are all set.
Oh, so what do I do?
You just start talking.
Oh, okay, but my face is not up here.
On the stream, it'll show up in like 20 seconds.
Okay.
Grant, can you repeat, Grant, what you just found, please?
Yes.
So, for those of us on phones in the back,
we have more breaking news. I can confirm that that there was a motion in the state court, CP, the child porn case, to stay the execution of sentence and to run the sentence consecutive with the federal sentence. Boom. That's unheard of. Very rare. Never happens. I'm telling you.
Date. What was the date? Date.
6/22/2021, and he was federally sentenced in December of 2020. It's such a big deal. It's such a big deal.
Yeah. Because you already had all that stuff going on.
I knew it.
You taught us the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, and I knew it. They negotiated a deal.
Okay, great. That's your father-in-law. How are you not going to know this? If it is 100% confirmed, it's your father-in-law. You live in Massachusetts. How are you not going to know this?
Yeah.
And why are the feds negotiating a deal to let someone serve 18 months on child porn and stealing confidential missile secrets unless he gave them something really freaking good? Why would they could have got this guy for 100 years? Child porn, stealing missile secrets. What is this? What have we stumbled onto?
I just don't understand how we got here in the United States.
Well, it's more than let's rewind.
How do we get here?
I think how we've got here is hire your own lawyer, Grant.
Well, no, I don't.
No,
Please.
I'm not. I do not mean that facetiously. I'm not trying to be funny, but this is high level shit.
I'm not concerned.
As a society.
I'm just saying, Grant's high level.
I'm not concerned about myself at all. In Hot Coffee Chats, I'll let you talk about the societal implications. The reason why is, as all of you have seen, I've done all this reporting live through public documents. I never pursued
Absolutely.
a single person who had not already done a media interview, and all we did was look at public court documents. In fact, how responsible was I today to not
Correct.
report this until mass courts was up? If anything, I went overboard. So no,
Correct.
Go ahead, Hot Coffee Chats. The societal implications.
I'm just being protective. Sorry, bye.
No, it's okay.
No, it's just that, being older and seeing a lot in life, I just wonder, how do we get here in society where we let these people be on a jury?
And also, someone raised a question about Kevin Reddington. I don't think anyone's saying he's not a great lawyer or a good person. It's just, the question is, did the juror 11, know Reddington because Reddington helped her father? And if so, was Reddington in the room when jury selection happened? Of course, that's a big deal, because
or did she bump him in the hallway?
Right.
He was in the next court.
Right. So even if you just the Turk trial. Oh my God, the Turk trial was going on. Oh my God, this might be enough.
It was, Grant Towel.
This might be
that
enough.
It was.
Thank God I didn't get the implications earlier. All right, well, this might be enough. It might be enough. Hank, I don't know, but like, it might be enough. It took all weekend, but this might be enough. Reddington's involvement plus the feds and this, like, we found. Do you know the reason why? We'll watch the moment when I remember when we were making. I don't know if you missed this, Hot Coffee Chats. We were kind of making fun of Karen's butt because she was taking out the trash outside the hotel, and then all of a sudden someone's like, "Grant, you should look at this document," and it happened live. That was the result of 72 hours of my gut just screaming that this woman, this juror, was an intelligence operative. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but just, it was screaming to me like, Grant, you have to understand, like, you can't, it's not that this is just an outrage, there's something wrong. And I think I was saying that on stream, something is very wrong. And then through inductive analysis, looking at in particular, the Islamic Feminism podcast, I was able to stay, before I knew any of this about the father-in-law or about the state charges, federal charges, I was able to straight up say, this is statecraft. I knew it.
That's correct.
Oh, so I need to be clear, father-in-law. So I am sure that to her, he was her father, but it is her husband's father. Her husband, I want to be very clear, it is her husband's father. Now, they do share a last name, but it is her husband's father. I realize I didn't actually question there, sorry.
Sorry. Does she, and really, I'm very late to the train on this. Does she share the last name of the father-in-law?
She, from what I understand, her name is Paula Prado Sergalin. That's the last name of the father-in-law. Dos Santos.
Okay, and what's hers?
That's her name.
Oh, wow. And Sagdalene is
the guy's name.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Oh, boy.
Like,
and I just need a clarification. Probably some of the chat does too, if they're just coming in or haven't been around on the weekend, right?
Ask anything you so I feel like this is one of those situations where either of you may have questions. Don't feel like you shouldn't ask them, because there are a lot of people in chat who are going to be saying, I have questions I wish I could ask. So if you have anything you want to ask me, it's better to prompt my recall that way. So go ahead.
Yep. I just want, in witnessing two things. One, kudos to the towels in chat day after day after day this weekend. I think we all lived here this weekend, okay? Or most of us that could at any time, right? That we're backing you up along the way, helping look things up, helping find things, helping, that I think gave you the space to have the information coming in live as you're doing your research, and then all came to what I consider, a beautiful culmination of the dots just started to connect, at which point Grant, and bless your soul, had a very American, pro-American response to this information, which was awesome as well. And then kind of brought it down. It started kind of to come down, and then into more research. But I've been on every day, and I will say that all of it was done here in the live. in the live chat, and it's been a phenomenal ride.
There is a juror questionnaire specific to this case. Someone asked a question in chat. I also want to say thank you for those incredible words, Harvard Yard, because I mean, I will say, like, as much as I'm a journalist, like, you can tell I really love America. It's not like a lot of people say, like, oh, like, we have this, like, culture in America that doesn't love America. No, do not get me wrong, liberal, Democrat, whatever, like, there is a very strong undercurrent of love for America. What I think people forget sometimes is, like, I think people hold it back for, like, political correctness, and I'm like, no, everything I am is because of this country. I'm going to tell you that I love it, and if you threaten it, I'm not going to apologize for being very concerned and sad. So, I mean, I don't know why people aren't willing to just say they love America. It bothers me.
Well, and I think that your visceral response to that and your show of emotion, you know, even as a journalist, you know, it's taught to kind of keep all that down. And I think it was really wonderful to see that part of you. You not only are reporting and researching, and that was able to express that level of emotion for our country. It was really a beautiful thing to see. And therein lies the motivation. Once you had a bite of it, right, you weren't going to unbite it until you figured it out, which, like you said that day, and I remember distinctly, journalism is you're going to wake out of the bed at the middle of the night and jump over to the computer if there's a story going on. I know that to be true myself. You know, that becomes your passion. It is your life. And therefore, in turn, we watch that happen. And it's just incredibly, incredibly cool.
It's an honor in some ways, but it's not just about me. It's been obviously it's been a very collaborative effort, and I think that I just try to be a conduit for a new form of journalism. Part of that new form of journalism is that it is live, and so I think a lot of people we've been living this world. I don't know if you grew up watching All the President's Men, or anything like that. Oh, it's Sheffield Towel. Hello, my friend. So I don't know if you grew up watching All the President's Men or anything, but people are used to, like, this stuff happens, and then the reporters or the collaborators, they, like, get together, they do their stories, and then they tell the story years later, like Dustin Hoffman stars in the film. My opinion is we don't even need that. You can just have a camera looking at me doing the work. I'm not hiding anything. Like, obviously, I'm protecting my sources. I think you all know I've done, like, an incredible... I hope I'm not speaking brazenly, but I've done an incredible job with that in live reporting. So, I don't know. I think this is... It's not a movie. It is a reality... it is a real-time documentation of a reporter's process. It's literally... I mean, it's mind-blowing. I didn't mean to create this, but I love it.
Well, I mean, you do definitely protect your sources, because every time you had something, I wanted to know who the source was. So you're definitely protecting your sources. Nor would I ever ask, but I'm just saying my brain went into, what could he be? Who could it be? What's he talking? What did? What? So anyway, there was no.
Well, you know why you can't. Well, do you know why it's hard to figure out my sources? Because I do a very good job of thinking about how would I use context clues to determine who a source is, and then I obfuscate by not giving any clues. Like, I'm always thinking, what would the color of the bedrock tell me about the wall? The location of the bunker. That's a reference to V for Vendetta. But also, I'm distracted because I'm writing up that, listen, the defendant's motion to stay execution of sentence and to run sentence concurrent with federal sentence.
Fine. We'll go back over here.
No, yeah. So if you two have something you want to discuss or questions for me, please.
Are you going into tell moderator mode on the side? Go for it.
No, I'm just writing up my.
I know. Hi, Nancy. I've missed you. Where you been?
Oh, I'm just listening.
What about all this? So you and I are just here, right? We're normally part of chat, right? If we were chatting? This is a fun thing to do, unless Grant says no. But this is a fun thing to do. What would you be writing in chat right now if you were in chat? Neither of us can see the chat. What would you be writing in chat? That's kind of fun.
Yeah, I would be writing. How in the heck did she get to be a jury?
Yeah, I would be writing. Let me keep up. Writing.
Come on,
I think I'd be limited to emojis. I was in such shock.
I'd be like, what?
Yeah. Well,
WTF?
and Nancy, how it's your
What?
father-in-law, and we're getting
Yeah, no,
no. Yeah, well, we're getting no whatever the podcast with her husband that went on throughout the weekend. Listen to numerous, pardon me, times. I gotta take a drink of espresso. uh, hey, how could you not know? I mean, how could you not know?
No, it's just like I was saying before. I never thought in my wildest dreams think of something like this could ever happen in our society.
Well, I would agree with that, but
how could you not know? How could she not know that her father-in-law was involved in all this? Did she look at her?
I don't know unless the husband hit it pretty well, or
I
don't know.
I think differently than a lot of people.
Was it the statecraft stuff? And two questions. Kitty Cat from chat brings up an amazing question. Doesn't Islam prohibit, like, not that she has to follow it, but doesn't Islam prohibit the consumption of alcohol? It's haram. So she had a question on the jury questionnaire about whether she had strong philosophical views about alcohol, drinking, and driving. But also, what if she does know, the juror, that her father was a spy? What if she does know that it was a negotiated deal for his sentence? What if she knew all of that and wasn't thinking, oh, like, I'm not going to say it for that reason? But what if she was like, I know about this and I have to hide it because this is my world?
Well, it begs the question, did the defense know? And we'll make it fair. We'll make it fair. Did the prosecution know?
Well, right,
did the
and
judge
what?
know?
Well, and
did the court officer know? I'm just throwing them all out there to be fair, okay?
Right, and what if we found this as a collective in 5 days? Obviously Kevin Reddington's in the orbit of this case. Do you really think? And I think he would be more likely to talk to the defense than whatever. But like, you don't think anyone figured this out before us? I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
No, I don't.
Well, I think they bet on a high likelihood that it wouldn't come out. I bet because of all the press around the case. If I'm sitting back now, I'm putting on a different hat, right? And I'm thinking, I got to run this deal. How am I going to run it? Well, I'm going to put as much, sorry for the background noise, as much spotlight over there. Don't look here. Don't look here. Don't look here. What did Jackson say? Don't look away or look away. I can't even. But you're going to push that, and that there was a lot of attention elsewhere. This is all too much. I mean, Nancy, what do you think? I think it's only going to grow and grow and grow, this thing.
I think it's going to grow, and I've been reading X too while we're all talking, and it's
good, awesome. What's on there? Is anybody talking about it?
Well, yeah, everybody says jury number 11 needs to be investigated.
Oh wow. Okay, are you able to kind of click on some of the profiles and see are they more John O'Keefe's side, more on Karen Reed's side? Just out of curiosity.
I think
just click on the picture.
They're more on John O'Keefe.
So we can think about this from
on our side.
Well, yeah, sure. We can think about this from the perspective of the justice for John O'Keefe's side, which I think, of course, is going to say this is very concerning. But what's more interesting is if you're the Free Karen Reed side, first of all, I know a lot of the Free Karen Reed people. That doesn't mean I agree with them on the case, but they pop in the chat. They're like, and how do you deal with this if you're them? They are patriots. Let me say, you can say all that you want about the Free Karen Reed movement. They are patriots. They are salt of the earth people. They absolutely love America. Like, you challenge, forget about your views on the case. You have a problem with America. You have a problem with the Free Karen Reed movement. So first, how do they rectify that? And then second, they will go, and rightfully so, as anyone would, they will go nuts if you hurt children. So they have, and anyone will, on any side of this case, out of our minds, nuts. So therefore, they have these two contradictory things. This juror is really helping them for Karen, but can they really look in the eye of this? One, stealing U.S. missile defense secrets, and two, the child pornography charges. Could you do it? Could you do it? I couldn't. I would say, no, I will. I'm done. I don't care what I feel about Karen.
No.
I'm not defending this.
No, because remember, and I always think of Grant. Who was the gentleman that joined us the day of the verdict? Who was so kind, Zorda, or who was the gentleman out of Arizona?
Oh, Zona Eagle.
Yep, Johnny Eagle. I just keep thinking back to those initial conversations with him, of being and walking through that, and the role of a cult. That's a whole separate stream, story, book, niche, whatever. Okay, of that cult, changing that thinking is going to be very, very difficult, because I spent an hour this morning doing a little a tenacious towel lookabout
Okay.
for you, Grant. I did a tenacious towel lookabout for you, Grant, seeing what
All
was
right.
happening. Oh gosh, you need to go. She can't hear.
I found something on X. I don't mean to
Oh, go.
interrupt you. There was one person that said jury 11 just played herself. She claimed the testimony from trial 1 happened in trial 2, providing she can't keep her lies straight. And she did indeed watch trial 1, so we know she probably did.
Well, and we know that because I looked at the Commonwealth's motion. They had to. One of their experts was sick. It wasn't like she couldn't testify. She wasn't able to come because she was sick. Yet somehow this juror thought that person testified in trial 2. They did testify in trial 1 because they weren't sick. But
also, somebody thinks she testified.
Say it again.
Wait a minute. Trial 1?
Yes, the expert in question, I think it's Trish Fash or something, testified in trial 1. Trish Fash could not testify in trial 2 because she was sick, which was perfectly normal. The Commonwealth submitted a motion because it's a DNA expert, so a lot of DNA experts can interpret results. The Commonwealth submitted a motion for a substitute witness, and it was allowed by agreement. The juror from the second trial had no way of knowing that Trish Fash existed. Trish Fash did not testify in the second trial.
So, Grant, as I'm piecing this together, I did a little tenacious towel dive this morning. Here's what is happening and might happen, but with this thing, who knows what else will happen, is they're starting to go straight out, especially one Twitter person, a few active large accounts are starting to take people one at a time and doxing them. Okay, so that's a very known tactic.
Well, do you think, and listen, we saw there's been a bunch of weird tactics, so how long have we had this chat? Like a month, and generally, right, if you're just a regular YouTube user and you come into this chat, you right away see okay, it's all a blue wall of towels. So most people don't even bother trolling. They'll just come in if they want to be friendly, regardless of their views on the case. They're mostly here to just be friendly. But there's been a distinct uptick since this came out in people trying to challenge the blue wall. You can tell people are freaking out that this was uncovered. No one thought this was going to come out, and they don't know what to do.
Do you remember, Grant, the date when you were in the moment? I'm going to call it the U.S. moment, where I asked you, is there more people in the chat? That was my first thing to think. Was there more people in the chat? And I'm sure that you're starting to see more coming in, more you got to blow out, so to speak, or get rid of for negative. They're being negative in chat. Mm-hmm. I would assume you have that uptake. I'm assuming that.
Yeah, and it's a sad. Go ahead.
Right now. It looks like John is online. John DiPietro.
Is he breaking news about the juror?
Sunday night.
Okay, we can break in.
Yeah.
Live. Would you like to do a live watch along? We can't take more than a few minutes because I didn't get to interview John today, and I didn't get to ask him if we could do it.
He's talking about the jury 11.
Okay, so hold on. Let me download Let me download this breaking news about the federal sentence motion to running consecutive.
We got a lot going on.
Hey, Nancy, do me a favor. Can you, while Grant's finishing writing up his deal, can you see if Turtle Boy should be live?
Yeah, no, we're not.
Is the juror there?
No,
we're not doing that.
No, we're not. We're
not asking to pull it up.
You can watch. Exactly.
Take it back.
You can watch it if you want, but hold on. So
I just confirming.
I have an idea. I think we can do
I will maintain myself.
No,
I know. I feel the same way.
Yep. So we can do what we can do is we can do a live jump in here on John DePietro's show. So don't worry about that. All we're going to do is move you two up a little bit. So hold on. I'm going to bring it up for you first. So you're going to see this pop up on your screen. Yeah, and definitely, definitely keep your eye as we're doing this on various developments, because we'll be a three-headed team of reporters. So let me know when you can see this. Do you see John's beautiful face?
I'm just waiting over here. Yes.
Okay, very good. So you should be able to hear the sound. We're going to do a check-in with John DePietro. Give me 1 second, Tal friends, and thank you for your patience. And John is, of course, talking about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial juror that we're talking with. And so we are just going to listen to John and, of course, give John yeah, isn't it fun? We can do it real time. Give John a follow. We love John DePietro. He is Commander Towel. And if John has news, we want to hear it.
Let me give it 1 minute as everybody is filing in a little bit. Now, again, don't forget, tomorrow afternoon, you got to do content. Some people that are always complaining, who is one of the best witnesses? She mentioned, thank you, Selma. That's right. She mentioned someone. What was I saying last night? It's the difference of Godfather 1 and Godfather 2. She mentioned someone that testified in the first trial. How do you do that? She did that interview on Thursday night. It's all fresh. She mentioned someone that was not in the retrial. How do you make a mistake like that? Oh, I didn't know it's Robin's birthday. I apologize. See him all thrown. She was not in the accident reconstruction. She has taken to Twitter and now really going after me. How dare you? I'm not threatening. I posted earlier. And I want to play. Thank you, Olivia. I want to play that. I didn't realize it's Robin's birthday. Tonight would have been a nice night. I know, Craig. We're going to be out soon enough. We are. It's going to be hot all week. Yeah, her name's out there, Karen. It's Paula Prada. So, and she was just attacking me on another platform. So I don't know the answer to that. But what I was trying to say to her, and I have some people, like, use your head. I didn't threaten her. I was saying to her, listen, if something happened and you somehow got involved in something, maybe someone approached her. I don't know. Promise. See, once you do something, then they start blackmailing. Like, now we got you. Right? Now we own you. What I was trying to say was, if something happened and somehow you agreed or got involved with something, what I was trying to say was, think of yourself. Think of what my message was. If that happened, cooperate with police. She's the one that mentioned she had 4 children. It's very obvious. I was trying to say, listen, those 4 children can't do anything if you somehow, possible. Her answers make no sense. I'm going to play for you. If I had more time, I'd show you the video. Her interview on Court TV with Vinny Friday night. By the way, I'll be on Court TV tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. They're all trying to get me knocked off there. Too late. Thank you, Selma. Thank you. Yeah, after what they've done to the witnesses. So just hear me out. You guys are reasonable. If you're not reasonable, you wouldn't be here. All right. I know how to do that. Now I know how
God
to
bless
get
the
rid of
cross
these people.
watchers. God bless the cross watchers.
And yes, mute. Okay. We're getting better at this. So I'll play you the interview with Court TV, but her interview. But they don't want me speaking out. They're doing everything in their power to try to discredit me. Everything. But let me just be very clear. What I was saying, let's just go to the side. And you guys are reasonable. I can't moderate right now. I'm so sorry. All right. Well, I need to find another person then. I need to find someone else because we
Hold
need
on,
more.
pause. All right. Can someone Can someone head over to John DePietro's YouTube channel and just say, I'm from Towel Channel and I can help, and would you mind moderating over there, folks? Sorry to jump in on you, John. I want to hear more of what he has to say. Thank you for joining our watch along. By the way, anytime you want to jump in, Hot Coffee Chats or Harvard Yard, just let me know if you want to comment on what John's saying. I hope folks will go over there and try to help him, though, if you can.
Moderator's voice for a reason. So we do have some other people that I need to get some more people, because we are getting, I wish I'd known that. So we're going to add more. We do have a number of moderators,
incoming.
and we have Debbie there. But let me just say, before I get distracted, folks, my message was, I'm not threatening her or threatening her children. That's what they do. What I was trying to say was, and it was clear, someone said, someone could misconstrue what? I was saying, whatever may have happened. I don't know if something happened, but her answers don't make sense. Thank you, JVA. Her answers don't, that's right. Her answers don't make sense. She sounds, and I'll play it for you guys. You can decide. Her interview with Vinny on Court TV, it needs to be highlighted more. How is she mentioning someone who was a great witness? And she mentioned someone from the first trial that didn't even testify. How do you make that mistake? It wasn't like a year ago or 2 years ago. False memory. Happened right now. But just hear me out. What I was trying to say was, listen, I was like reaching out, pleading, suggesting, if somehow you got involved with some people, they approached you, again, hypothetical, forget about them. If you think of protect yourself, protect, apparently claims she has 4 children, that's what you think of. And cooperate with the police. Forget about those individuals. Again, I don't know what happened. Her behavior, her answers don't match up.
Whoa. Okay. So I didn't know that this had happened. I don't have. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude to John or anyone, but I don't have time to read some of this. I didn't know these. So I obviously both of my panelists here, Harvard Yard and Hot Coffee Chats. I haven't actually directly said oh, you should go to the authorities or anything like that. I've just been reporting on this and asking Paula questions if they're true, which is reasonable. She has to be at least have a chance to say it's not. You have to give her that chance, whether through Twitter or whatever. So you can't DM her unless she DMs you first. You write a post, say is it true? But John saying that he was saying this seems very serious. Let me back up. John seems to think he's not saying it's serious, which tells me it's serious. He's saying the way he's talking indicates it's serious. How are you both sort of absorbing how John is talking about this? I mean, his tone, he's a good reporter and he seems deeply concerned. He's talking about this juror potentially cooperating. What are your reactions?
My immediate reaction, I just started taking notes on if we'll call it the cult for the moment, but it doesn't even have to be called that. His reaction is exactly what one would see or we're starting to see in this. I think he is experiencing the heaviness now of this. I think he's dealt with a lot in the past as a reporter. You do this, you said this, you're this, you're this, you're this. But now it's kind of like, whoa, ho, ho, this is now out of hand. That's what I feel underneath his seriousness. This is now progressing too far. So if you've got an issue, go to the police, or if he's talking about Paula and her history, maybe, I don't know, unclear.
How interesting, and I don't mean to jump in, but how interesting was it that John said, if you were being blackmailed or something, and then all of a sudden we get this discussion about the father and things like that. That was very, and then also people are saying, ask if we can check out the voter registry and see what Paula's legal name is. So I think we know what Paula's legal name is, which is Paula's legal name is Paula Prado Sergalin dos Santos. But yes, Hot Coffee Chats, do you have a reaction to John's sort of tone, what he's saying here? It's pretty shocking.
Yes, it is. It is very shocking. And what stands out to me is that she is accusing him of threatening her children.
I definitely didn't see him do that. He was just, especially based on
Yeah,
how
I'm
he was
confused too. I'm
describing.
confused too. I'm confused, Gwen. Do you think he's talking about telling her to go get help from the police, or people that are being doxxed or
No, I
told
think
bad things or threatened?
I think he was saying that, and I haven't read Paula's reaction, so we can check on Paula's Twitter to see her engagements with John. I think she was saying that by him saying that he had concerns about whether someone like, apparently in John's description, he was saying to her, did someone on X or something, did someone try to blackmail you? Or like, if you have concerns about this, go to the police. And she then responded by saying that was a threat to her and her children, which that doesn't seem like a threat. It seems like John is
For
actually
crying out loud,
concerned.
trying to help and concerned, and yeah. Oh God. Wow. Yeah. No, I think Grant, you're correct. I can sense his absolute seriousness in watching his different reporting. He's extremely serious at the moment.
It's different. It's very different, and I want to keep watching. Let's listen to his tone a little more, and I hope John won't mind. I would have him on an interview for an interview in a heartbeat. No, you're. Oh, yeah, you didn't actually come through. So if you said something, Hot Coffee Chats, go ahead.
But didn't he say that she was accusing him for threatening his children?
Right, which and you said I heard that earlier, and when John said that, and I said, how could she take that from John saying he has concerns, especially when we now know about her father-in-law, domestic like missiles theft, the child pornography charges? How could she take that as anything other than him being like, what is going on? You know, and that's why her reaction to that, to me, if that's what indeed, if John's characterization, which I trust is accurate characterization of her remarks, why would you say that to John? He clearly is like concerned for you. He's not at all threatening you, in my opinion. He's concerned.
But isn't that consistent with not answering the questions?
It's a new tactic in a way, because it's her first time. If this is true, she's gone from like dodge and make fun, use satire, to like attack, like a verbal attack. That's a like making that kind of accusation against.
So we're thinking similar thoughts on that.
But let's keep Hot Coffee Chats.
Wow.
Don't want to cut you off, but let's listen to John a little more. If either of you want to say something, just jump in. Your mic will go over John speaking, and then I'll pause it.
Did she misrepresent herself? The whole thing. Did they use Signal? Was there money paid? Don't tell me this type of thing doesn't go on. Look at the reaction. I am under attack on this Sunday night. I was going to actually just take it easy because it's hot out.
Oh, no.
And suddenly, the moment I mention, to me, police need to investigate. This is insanity. She's mentioning witnesses that didn't testify. On top of that, is she really an attorney? What if she's in the deliberating? She's in the room deliberating. And hey, listen, I'm an attorney. Thank you, Melissa. I'm an attorney here. That goes some way. And let me also be very clear. Some people saying, you mean to tell me she swayed 11 people? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. It's probably, let's just say you had 2 or 3 that were holdouts. See, she's innocent. Drop it. What? Why? Why can't we talk about it? Why is she mentioning? See, now look how quick I am with the trolls. Look why did the other jurors listen to her? Someone's an attorney. Someone claims to be an attorney. Maybe it's 9 weeks. This is someone that knows what they're talking about. Again.
But remember, a Brazilian lawyer is different than an American lawyer. A Brazilian lawyer is just something you go to out of high school. It is not the same as an American law degree. So you can imagine how this John might be right here. Someone is proposing this credibility. I'm going to keep playing John, but jump in at any time.
As I have said, not everybody is of the mindset to stand up to someone. I have no idea. I heard that a couple of people were bullying the others. I do have an interview with a real juror. I don't know. After everything that's going on, this person may not want to be part of it. But I am telling you, and I'm going to play through right now. Number one, what are we talking about? Apparently she works at Target in Westwood. It's right on the border.
Grant, can you pause 1 second?
Go ahead.
Grant, how does he not know? This is okay. Here's another spin. How does he know the people that are coming to him are really jurors? This is wild. All caps, exclamation points. I think that's what he was alluding to right there, just right before you paused, wasn't he?
Say it one more time.
No problem. I said, I think that as wild as this is there people or a person approaching him that may not be a juror? Is that what I just heard him say, alluded to?
Well, no, I think he was alluding to the fact that the juror might not want to come forward in light of the developments over the past 24 to 48 hours, which shows you that we may be moving in the direction where they're like, I don't know if folks understand if they do move on this. What it means is like, you don't just investigate one juror. The court, Hank Brennan would have to motion to Judge Cannone, who would then have to do the very thing Karen wanted done in the first trial and couldn't get done. But this time you might actually get there, which is you bring them all back in. The judge has to do it. The judge has to order them back in after service has concluded. And you do a special, it's like a contempt proceeding, but it's way more intense than a contempt proceeding. But yes, we're going to keep going here with John, because I think John is on the money here. Like, he's not getting attacked for no reason. They know, like, how are you going to come? Like, you could come at me if you want, but like, it's just it's going to be drowned out by the content. So they go at John.
Thanks for answering.
Walpole, Westwood. And she's so out there, and who she started to follow. And it's just, but her answers, the interview on Court TV, that just, like, this is insanity. She it's the equivalent of having the, a member of the defense on the jury and everything she says. And she's knocking people. There's definitely something there about the police. Maybe it's international bias. I don't know. But the way she started attacking me, and you're threatening me, or don't you threaten me? She said, I was raised by strong women. Well, you know who's being raised by their grandparents right now? The niece and nephew of John O'Keefe. She doesn't mention them. She shows up on Court TV wearing pink. She knows what pink means. Don't give me this bullshit. She's like, oh, I just like the color. Total bullshit. You're not fooling us, Paula. No, there's something odd here. From how she landed the first interview to the things she's saying. You know, again, I apologize not having the video. I will post clips of this. I'm not even sure. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Suddenly attacking me. Why is she? She's not an attorney. The interview with Vinny on Friday night, even he was surprised. Now, again, I can't speak for him, but even he's surprised at he seemed surprised at some of her answers. He seemed surprised that she was mocking the prosecution. And by the way, if you go into the jury deliberating room, you have an attorney, and she starts mocking some of this, I could see where people would be intimidated. I'm going to let some of her words. Again, I apologize not having the video. I plan to have some of the clips. Thank you, Lisa. I love that. She's part of the Target Red Circle Club. Vinny did seem surprised. He did. Like, really? Yes. But think about it.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so we don't know exactly why John DePietro took the Juror 17 interview down, but he did. And this is certainly interesting. I want to jump a little bit forward because we watched the Vinny interview earlier. But that interview, I would not be surprised if there are people out there pretending to try to be jurors. That's why before I did any interviews or accepted any information from anyone who was approaching me trying to claim to be a juror, I had a vetting process, because I think there are people out there trying to pretend to be jurors for money, for views, to trick people, whatever.
Incredible. They didn't lash out. They answered directly. They weren't clenching their fists, but their lips are shaking. O'Hara was barely cross-examined. Keefe barely cross-examined. The defense got up maybe a couple of questions. They weren't biting. She's lying. That's a lie. Who does she criticize? Officer Devers? She criticizes Proctor. She says, and you'll hear it, I wanted Albert and Higgins on the stand. Police, police, police. All the witnesses she didn't like, all police officers. How is that not a bias?
Weird, and I'd like to ask you about both of you about this. How do you have, like, doesn't it seem like her beliefs don't really make a lot of sense? Like, she's like simultaneously like anti-corruption, but like pro sort of like very domineering Islam. She's simultaneously, I guess my question is, there's something about her that always seems like an act. And it seems that it's coming through more and more, especially with John's analysis. She's adopting a persona in these different circumstances. I don't know. I think he's spot on, if either of you have any thoughts.
Well, it goes back to when I was saying that she always sounded like she was coached, putting on an act, right?
Yep. And that just, it leads me to wonder, how did no one see it? Did people see it, and did they overlook it?
But is it, I'd like to know who she works for. She's pretty good at it. I'll just drop that right there.
And I guess where it leads me to is like, she's very malleable. She can be whatever she needs to be. And did that perhaps, was that statecraft service? Now, we watched some of John. I think that was very interesting. Is there, and obviously he's having quite an ongoing debate with this juror. Is there anything we didn't get to watch today that either of you would like to comment on? We're heading into the top of our last hour, so I'm just making sure that there's no clips or anything that you felt important to analyze. We're going to do, it is coming up on 7:45, so we would be remiss if we didn't do a recap for the people, because obviously people tune in through the day, Towel friends all over the world. I have panelists here with me, and I'm going to bring them back up on screen. I can't show them on screen while I'm showing them what we're watching. So let me stop that and then bring them up on screen. I'm very interested in both of your thoughts on the developments today. If you're just joining, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm here with Harvard Yard and Hot Coffee Chats. And I am very, very saddened to report that over the past 48 hours, the father-in-law, it has been revealed, the father-in-law of a juror in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, was in 2019 involved in a very, very serious situation that seems to be, and could very well be, a reflection of the theft, it was the result of a conviction following the theft of U.S. missile defense secrets and the retention of those secrets in his home with obliterated classified markings. And then furthermore, it came out simultaneously, this man was charged on the state level, it is the juror's father-in-law, with child pornography charges, and then somehow both serious charges, the federal missile defense charges and the child porn, get resolved with a concurrent sentence served in federal prison of 18 months. That's the news of the day. And I have Harvard Yard here with me, along with Hot Coffee Chats, to both finalize our thoughts, answer any questions, but also react, because we do have some Towel friends joining the chat who have not heard this news and are just tuning in. They are flabbergasted. Either one who, Hot Coffee Chats, go ahead. You take us through those moments. You were live on stream with me, Hot Coffee Chats. We were doing an interview about the juror, and this news came in. It must have been quite a moment.
My overall take?
Yes, just that you saw it happen live. Obviously, I didn't invite you on to talk about the developments that we learned in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, things change. I just feel overwhelmed. I think that's how I feel. I just feel, wow. How could this happen? Is our system failing us? You're muted.
Oh no, I unmuted. I didn't know if you wanted to say more, because you've obviously, for our viewers, you've made that point, and it keeps emphasizing with me, how has our system failed? I keep looking at the how, right? Like, the mechanisms of it, right? I'm so enmeshed in the details, what happened with who, the information. I don't pause to think, how could this have occurred? I think more, this is what happened. And then pulling back when you think, what checks and balances fell apart here? How did it get this bad?
Right. I mean, how do we get here? Why are we even in this situation?
And I get that this is like, imagine if we were just, and I think both of you agree with me, if we had just run into a situation, I don't mean to speak for you, but say this were like her father-in-law had like fell down some stairs or like pushed a guy down some stairs or something, we wouldn't be sitting here saying, this is outrageous. Like, how could she, like, it's a small thing, you know, but that's not what we're talking about here. This is so many leagues above that. I can't even put it into words. I don't think we're being I don't think we're overreacting. We might even be underreacting.
Well, I don't think we're overreacting. Like I said, there's people all over X are, concerned. I mean, jury number 11 needs to be investigated. And also, I think it's the 25th, there's going to be some people at the courthouse. They're going to demand justice for John O'Keefe.
That's wonderful.
To investigate the juries.
And that is,
I hope there's a live streamer there.
Yeah, I heard. So that is 6:25. And now listen, I want folks to, and I appreciate you raising the awareness, but I also want folks to realize if there is announcements between now and then, we will absolutely cover it. People seem ready to mobilize, but my gut tells me that we are not the only people who have concerns, and therefore you could see immediate movement. Would I be surprised if there wasn't immediate movement? No, I would, it's a complex process, but this is the kind of thing where I think alarm bells, even the most jaded people who might say our system is gone, what's it matter, would look at this and say, this is the red line. This cannot happen again. Harvard Yard? Harvard Yard may actually be in the middle of moving, so...
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm thinking about that you all are talking about what I'm focused on to kind of my final comments or where do we go from here. So I'm just pulling a few things for that. But I'm absolutely listening. But I think that's that's the statement of where it is at, and then kind of where do we go from here. That's what I'm just taking a brief look at.
And then also some people had some questions in the chat about, do we know what so there's the jury questionnaire we got, that is prepared by the parties. That is different from the initial jury screening questions they get, which is a more standard form. So then we have to find out on that form, which I'll do some research overnight and I'll try to get some answers. On that form, whether the question was asked, have you or have your family ever been convicted of a crime, those kind of things. Because there might be two different forms here. And that's really the big takeaway for me from all this, which is that if we don't know, we're not investigators, we cannot determine where this is going to go. But if this is moving in the direction where there is even a potential, and I think we're beyond that, this is higher than that there was undue influence, outside influence on the jury, or actual fraud with the filling out of questions, or not complete disclosure. And maybe that's the one thing that's appropriate to close this segment and these interviews with, and this has been a wonderful discussion. What are the implications of this for people who might say, oh, Grant, this is obviously serious, but what does it mean if they move to do this again? What does it mean? How would you react, Hot Coffee Chats, to if there were a development that they were going to look at this? Would that for you would it be overwhelming in the sense that we'd have to do this all again, or would you feel that that's the appropriate outcome in light of everything you've seen up to this point with the jury?
I think I would be glad if they did. right? Is that the question? How would I react if they said we're going to investigate this?
Or if they move to examine it or have a formal hearing, would you feel? Would it be pure hope? Would you feel? Because obviously you heard John Jackson saying they really like the O'Keefe family and others. They like respecting the process was important, but at the same time, what if the process was disrespected? So does that weigh into your mind at all? The finality of it all, and then having to open it up again.
I think they should open up again, and I think they should investigate.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Harvard Yard.
I was just going to say, in closing, that I think what I have been looking at while listening is I think we saw a very, very big division in the trial itself. Social media has now become even more divided, more name calling, more at the individual, people doxing people. I think we were talking earlier about the role of lawyers, right? Whether Brazilian lawyer or lawyers, you have lawyers coming out with statements, they're right in it. And people take what lawyers say seriously on one side or the other, however, but you've got, lawyers now engaging this, and then you have larger accounts going after people specifically. Like, this is just on the going forward level. It's very, this is very concerning. It's very concerning. And I just think this part of how this is going is going to be played out just like the trial was in social media, except the language I'm seeing in a quick look has really come up a notch big time, and from lawyers, actually. So I don't know. I just think this is an ever evolving thing. I think, they absolutely should reopen it. I think there should be a realistic view, though, that says they may not redo the case, but for the greater good, will this expose the jury process? Okay, will this expose corruption in Massachusetts? Will this expose, how courts are handled, how information is handled? Will this help further juries? I think I'm not, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but I think is there a possibility they'll bring them all back in? Yeah, there's a possibility of that, but where will it go from there? So those are kind of my thoughts. And just as always, so grateful to be here, and so great to meet you, Nancy, and have time with you, Grant. I'm very grateful to be here, and a heavy day. It just keeps going and going. Grant, you got to get some rest. Just every day is something new. But I'll tell you, just on the quick peek, like you were doing, Nancy, on X, it's absolutely incredible. People are going just the name calling, and then, certain accounts that are actually finding people and their families and their place of work is unreal. And it's just unreal. And the last thing I'll say about that is I think the truly sad thing about this is it stifles, people's ability to speak freely. It's bullying. So therefore people don't want to speak up or speak out because they're worried, and rightly so. Pardon me, with everything I'm seeing, in a quick glance, what I'm seeing here. They're siding it to the side of the jurors, to the side of the family, to the side of the defendant, the side of the prosecution. It's like the whole thing's just gone on steroids. In an unexpected way. I don't know, Nancy and Grant, if you agree, but this thing's big, and it's going to get bigger. That's my opinion, but that's me, and just grateful to be here.
I think it's going to get bigger, and I'm really glad that they're going to do that on the 25th, that they're going to go right in front of the courthouse demanding there's an investigation with the jurors.
Yep, and from our lips to God's ears, potentially, what will happen between now and Wednesday? Hopefully, it will be developments. Just one thing. Yes, one thing to close on. We got some reports that, despite the information about the jurors' father-in-law, the stealing of the missile secrets, despite us being in a conflict with Iran, and despite the reports of potentially about confirmed about the father's CP charges, the Turtle Boy fans, reports Vicky, are doubling down and still praising the juror.
I'm not surprised. I mean, but this is where, I mean, Brent, you're seeing, 'cause you can see what we can't see. It's just, this is a whole new level, I think. I think we're seeing a whole new level on the events outside of this, but a whole new level between people that care. And I would say, and to be fair, people that care on both sides. It's going nuts.
Yeah, rightfully so. Okay, so
Thank you.
Thank you both. It was great to have you. You are welcome back anytime. These developments could break. We'll do panels. We'll try to break them up, maybe like hour, 2 hours, so you don't have to stay all day. But we love these panels. It was an honor to have both of you, Towel Friends.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, yay, and Nancy, we'll figure out how to find each other. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
See, isn't it sad we even have to say that? We can't even just say, "Hey, here's my ex name." You know what I mean? It's like,
I'm going to do this real quick and then I'll shut it off. Here's my email. I don't
is that coming? Is that coming? Oh, you know, will you go, girl? Go. Are you putting it in Zoom chat or where are you putting it?
Put it in chat if you want to hear it.
All right.
There you go. And worst comes to worst, if you forget to store it, you did give it to me on Coffee Chats, and with your permission, I can send it to Harvard Yard. So
yeah.
Great.
I can't wait, Nancy, and thanks, Grant, for making the connection between the two of us and all you do.
Oh,
it really is really appreciated.
I really want to spread the word that we should seek justice for John O'Keefe family.
Amen to that. I don't think there's a single person who would disagree with those.
Amen.
So I will let my guests go, and then I'm going to talk to the Towel Friends, and we'll be back at it tomorrow. Who knows what the day will bring, and I know both of you will be watching.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Grant. Have a good night.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a day on Towel Stream. We have had quite an evening. We had a tripartite day of interviews. We interviewed an excellent doctor earlier. I enjoyed that very much. And then we had Dr. Thiel. We had an interesting time in the chat as well. Sheffield Towel. It is great. It is very good to see you, my dear friend. I always love to extend my towel hugs to you. Vicky, thank you for monitoring. DJ, it's great to see you. Now, Towel Friends, we're heading into hour 11. I think we have covered this has been a day and a half, Towel Friends. A day and a half. Now, I'm so grateful, Susan Swan, that you like them. Did you know this is a public information service? Natalie B., God bless you. Did you know this is a public information service? It's one of the only ones in the world. I think we had an interesting discussion today across a number of different topics, so appreciate the opportunity to do that. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, we always do, the ending takes a bit here, we always do the ending the same way. One, we haven't seen our dear friend Colleen Henry. I'm going to have to send her a message. I keep forgetting. I'm getting worried about her. If she's listening, know we love you, dear friend. And I am going to play this clip. Before I even do my outro read about supporting Towel Stream, I am going to play the clip. You know you want the clip. The towels of the world want the clip. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am ready to do this. I'm ready to do it. You know it's coming. Some of us love it. Some of us love it. All of us love it. If you don't like the Call Me Hank clip, can you even call yourself a towel? Oh, no, I gave it away. You know it's coming. I'm so sorry. God bless you, Vicky. The Thunder, Roseberry Moon, you know what? Just for you, Roseberry Moon, we, the towels of the world, all 100 or so countries, are going to adopt right now the Thunder as our country. Oh my goodness, breaking news. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The Turtle Boy interview with Juror 11 has been canceled. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The Turtle Boy interview with Juror 11 has been canceled. This is the only time I will permit a Turtle Boy link. Diana Natale is on the ball. Diana Natale, I defer to your judgment. There you go. Breaking news. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news. The Turtle Boy interview with Juror 11 has been canceled. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been delayed. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. The interview scheduled for days, scheduled to take place with Turtle Boy right now, has been delayed. But ladies and gentlemen, you think we can end with an hour to go as this news takes off? No, look at me. Ladies and gentlemen, if you left because you thought I was doing the closing, oh my goodness, you not only are going to get a Call Me Hank clip, you're going to get monumental breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, right as our panelists left, oh goodness, panelists, you must be in the chat thinking, how could it happen? How could it happen right after I left? He's going into horse racing announcer towel mode. What has happened? Who has unleashed this man on the world? I'm not sure anyone should have ever given him a microphone. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, goodness gracious me. Goodness gracious me, ladies and gentlemen. I know we want to see the Call Me Hank clip, but this could be bigger. Ladies and gentlemen, it could be bigger. Ready your towels. If you were ready, if you didn't expect for just bombshell after bombshell, it's 8 p.m. on a Sunday. We've been going for 11 a hour. 11, wait a minute. This is from yesterday. Wait, no, this is from yesterday. Diana, come on. Diana, this is from yesterday. Diana, no, Diana, this is from Diana Natale. You're going to lose your privileges. How did you post a post from yesterday thinking he had just moved it when it said this is from yesterday and it's moving? Are you sure it's moving to Monday, or did you read this from yesterday? And is it actually, come on, Diana, how could you get that wrong? Hold on, pause, Callie, Trish. Diana Natale, why did you link a post from yesterday saying that the Juror interview is being moved? That's not, come on, Diana. You're frustrating, little towel. Now, in the future, I have to open every link Diana now sends and double check them. I'm sorry, but you can't do stuff like that. You can't get me excited. I went into horse racing announcer towel mode. Please don't do that. Just don't do that. I don't understand. Did you read the post? It's from 1 day ago. It says the interview is tomorrow. So pause. That's what I'm saying. Diana Natale, how can you make that kind of post in chat when we're all getting so excited right at as I'm about to go to bed and be wrong? Like, that's why I have to now open every link. This just gets me so frustrated that I'm literally going to just ban links to Turtle Boy's channel, and I don't understand how you could get it so wrong. Literally, this is from yesterday. I'm not knocking on you, but Diana, you got us all so excited. You don't understand what the implications would have been. Oh my goodness. Towels breathing. Look at that. That is from yesterday. It is not from today. I can see how you could get confused, but don't get towel excited. I didn't report it because I went to screenshot it because that's a responsible thing to do. But there you go. It is from yesterday. The post from Diana was from yesterday. Don't worry, towels. Listen. The reason I got excitable is if you're going to say that kind of thing, that is a big deal, and that's not what that says. So therefore, no, everyone's only human. To see that and then think of the implications and react to it was irresponsible on my part. But, it's what I take people at their word. I don't know what to say. Diana does a lot of good reporting in the chat, and that it is absolutely okay. It's just realize you post something like that. Of course, I'm going to get excitable. Now, I'm not going to actually report it on I was going to screenshot it, but oh goodness, little towels. After a day like that, trust me, Towel got the location of the Walmart wrong and didn't hear the end of it for 3 days. I said Walpole, it was Westwood. I didn't hear the end of it. Yep. I know. Everybody calm. It was a towel false start. It was in good faith. We have determined that Diana did find a post of the original rescheduling. It was from a day ago. Oh, I'm so sorry, Callie, Trish. We are actually, you know what? This is an example of exactly why we have towel checks and balances. I think a lot of people shared towels collective kind of, but I'm sure it is in good faith. We have looked at it again and we have analyzed it. Okay, Paisley Park, you know it, my dear friend. You tell me to check, I'll check. But ladies and gentlemen, that was a roller coaster of towel emotion after 11 hours. It is nobody's fault. Towel got the location of the Walpole Walmart wrong, or Target, and I just called the Target a Walmart. It's nobody's fault. If anything, I obviously got very excited, and I need to just open the link, take a breath, open the link. Towel roses. Oh, that's beautiful. I didn't see that. God bless you, Towel Rose. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, God bless you, Towel Rose. God bless you. That means a lot to me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are all giving Diana fluffy towel hugs, just like when we gave fluffy towel hugs when I got the location of the Target wrong, even though Walpole and Westwood are very close to each other. And then someone was like, they're far away, and I looked, and they were 5 miles away. LS, yeah, Juror 4 was suspicious. Juror 12 was suspicious. Oh, that adrenaline rush. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad about that. I'm sorry, Diana. But in my defense, it was not really a reflection of being upset with Diana. It was just a reflection of being upset that it didn't actually get moved. If anything, it would, it was more a reflection of my own sadness. So, Iris, I would say that the way the jurors were, the way the Juror 4 acted, he wasn't as well spoken as Juror 11, but said similar talking points. Juror 12, okay, well spoken, but a little bit like hippie, kind of talked about the stars, and I don't know, it was a little too much. The perfect, for the cameras was Juror 11. But Juror 4, Juror 11, Juror 12 told very similar narratives. Juror 11 and Juror 12 even synced up, saying they didn't buy the, 623, the 227 stuff from the defense, and they thought it was 623. It was all very aligned. Well, no, it's not. Let me back up. There was never an intent on my part to just dig into jurors because they had a view. If anything, I think that kind of goes to my point, or my authenticity here. I never just zeroed in on a juror and said, hold on, gotta breathe. I never zeroed in on a juror and said, because they voted a certain way, I'm interested in what they're saying. No. I didn't care that the 4 person or Juror 4 or Juror 12 or whatever, Juror 11 voted guilty. That didn't matter to me. I didn't care. What I was interested in, and you can watch this unfold over a few days, was one, Juror 11 gave the most media interviews, okay? So, Juror 4 went out there first, but only gave 1, okay? Then Juror 11 went out there a little bit later and gave some interviews, quicker, back-to-back. And then Juror 12 did, a trial, dip your toes in the water with David Bieniek. It was really Juror 11 who was doing the circuit. And so I only became interested because I was listening to her talk a lot, doing interviews on the news. No offense at all. I meant I want to explain how this all came about. It wasn't just a wide scale kind of investigation. I wasn't looking at every juror. I was watching the juror who gave the most interviews. And in my mind, I study critical theory. So I'm thinking, why is this so good? Why is this PR so good? And, in that sense, I was saying to myself, how is it possible? How is it possible that this person can be so, it's not eloquent, because anyone can be an eloquent public speaker. How is it possible that this person can be such a, PR mind? Like, you don't just become that, you have to train in that. Okay, so then, but anyway, it's not like I can overlook it, but I'm like, okay, like, it is what it is, people are good at PR. Like, being in PR isn't a problem. Like, whatever, I don't care. I don't love it, but I don't care. And then what really did it, though, so, and what is that is wonderful. I really appreciated that news about Super Towel Rose. But what did it for me, ladies and gentlemen, wasn't just all their interviews. It was truly, ladies and gentlemen, the way that the podcast played out. If you look at the progression, I was looking at this juror. My only real interest was like her PR savvy and the narrative. Like, it was very specific narrative, very specific talking point. And so then I said to myself, okay, if someone has the skills to do that, why would they be doing that? You see where you see where I'm going with this? If someone had the skills to be doing that, so then I looked at the Islamic podcast about feminism, and then that was from 2020 or so, and then that I was very similar skills but deployed differently. And then I started to say to myself, oh no, like my brain was just buzzing in my gut, because it was saying to me, Grant, this isn't what this is what you think it is. The thoughts in my head weren't put together, but my brain was saying, this can't be a coincidence. Like, that's such a specific set of skills, and deploying it to like convince Western women who are Catholic and feminist to be Islamic is not something that most people do. And so therefore I kind of thought, and I pulled myself back, and I said to myself, all right, if she was doing that strange interview and her husband has this podcast in 2021, then she's doing this PR in 2025 related to the Reed trial, what could possibly like be the link here? That was just like my first thought. That's what got me interested and why I was analyzing this. It wasn't that I cared about her vote or anything. It was the form of her syntax, how she was talking, the way she was presenting information. So I then immediately pulled myself back and then started connecting the dots. And then what did it, as I'm sure you all know, is it was more than a gut feeling. As soon as LA Connection linked that article about the DOJ not charging that guy for the financial crimes, but charging her father-in-law for the missile theft. Because first of all, I was like, okay, he's old. But my brain, I didn't need more than a millisecond to be like, that, you don't bring documents from Raytheon home as an accident to work on them and obliterate the classified markings and then hide them from the FBI because you made an accident. You do that because you wanted to get the documents to a hostile state. And then, oh, RP, happy birthday. Happy early birthday. I'm sorry. Little ADD. It's not a negative thing. It's just my brain jumps. This man had child abuse material on his computer. You think maybe the Egyptians knew about that? And that's maybe how they got him to take those documents? That would certainly explain what happened. The feds probably had to wheel and deal with the Egyptians to get our people out of Egypt. But the feds were probably like, all right, we'll give you 18 months concurrent in federal prison. He was at the end of his life anyway. I bet he told the Fed, my opinion is he probably told the feds he was being blackmailed, which he probably was. Maybe he gave them some information on Egypt. I don't know. But I immediately said, you don't take documents home into a car to copy them like that for no reason. that, or in your house, that is what you do when you're taking them to a hostile state. Okay, so why? Then it started steamrolling. Why did he only get 18 months? Why was he in a private ICE detention facility? And then the child abuse material stuff today, why did he only get 18 months on that? Why did it run concurrent? Why did the daughter, the juror in question, and the son-in-law and the son, why did the daughter and her husband, who was the son of the guy who got arrested for the missile document theft and the child stuff, why did the daughter and son go to Brazil? They lived in California from 2012 until 2021. Why did they go to Brazil immediately as all this stuff goes down with the father, who then can't even make bail, but then suddenly can afford Kevin Reddington? And they're in Brazil from 2021 until 2024. As soon as the stuff with the father passes, I think he must have died in 2022 or 2023 because the probation just ended early. It was supposed to terminate in like 2024 or something. They come back in March of 2024, and then she's involved in this stuff. No, I think this is very intense. All right, so there we go. I'm so glad I got to do that. Oh, my birthday is May 24. I think I'm a Gemini. I also feel so bad about Diana Natale. I reacted out of a place of sadness and anger at myself, at disappointment that the news wasn't what I thought it was initially. And I totally took it out on Diana, which I apologize for. It wasn't even I took it out on Diana. I just said, Diana, how could you have thought this was from today? When in reality, any one of us, after a whole day, flurry of information, hours and links, could make that kind of mistake. And I let myself down there by getting frustrated with Diana. So personal, profuse towel apology there. Not something that will ever happen again. Even if someone sends me a link now, I'll just open it first. I'll just cut it off at the pass. I should do better. I owe you all better. That was a failure on my part. Also, it is, did you know we have been going for 11 hours, but it's still 87 degrees where I am? I can't even go to bed because it's so hot. My air conditioner doesn't do anything, and I'm not turning on the central AC. By the way, I've teased you long enough. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. You earned it. We don't know what's coming, but we can watch this clip. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Ems, that's a great question. Or who asked that question? Ems, that's a great question. No, you want to see something weird, Ems? So listen to Juror 4 answer that question from the interview they did. The host on TMZ asks him why they recalled the verdict and the slip, and he doesn't answer him. I'm pretty sure it's because they wanted to time it for 2:27. Just listen to this, though, Ems. And you know,
Jason, the jury.
We have, by the way, and I don't want to make you watch TV, but we do have a little bit more time together, so we don't have to cut off at the pass. We're not rushing. So we're jumping to the point about the recalled verdict. Hold on.
We're not really sure. Like, are you really? You know, if you're that.
What brought the ones who failed?
It's if they, you know,
had a verdict.
Oh, here it is, Ems.
What happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do? What happened there?
That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away. It'll never be looked at. But on everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was for the OUI charge.
The driving under the influence, essentially, drunk driving.
Yes, driving under the influence we in our deliberations, we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence. And
So,
Ems, hold on. Did you listen to that? He didn't answer the question. He never answered, why did you pull the slip back? All he said was it was the same. Let's play it again. I mean, you can hear him. It doesn't make sense.
if there's room for that, then it's hard to come to a guilty verdict.
what happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do? What happened there?
That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away. It'll never be looked at. But on everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
How did he know to say that? Where did he get that verbiage? That was a rehearsed line, I think. And Ems, notice, he just confirmed for us everything was the same. So why did they have to go back in? And then he tries to get an answer, the host, why did you go back in? The kid never tells him.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was for the OUI charge.
Why do you have to pull it back if the slips were exactly the same?
Driving under the influence, essentially. Drunk driving.
Yes, driving under the influence. Okay,
hold on. Respect. I'll definitely check the DMs, but my Facebook doesn't always give me all the alerts. Can you try my name, Grant Smith Ellis at gmail.com? Let me know if that works. No, he didn't say they added it. Ems, listen again. He said the slip was the same each time.
There. When the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do. What happened there?
That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away. It'll never be looked at. But on everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was for the OUI charge.
Driving under the influence, essentially. Drunk driving.
Yes, driving under the influence. We in our deliberations, we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence.
So,
and then the host just moves on. What are you talking about? The slips were the same, the juror just said, so why did you pull it back? Right, that's what I'm saying. That juror just said the slips were the same. That juror was a deliberating juror. That is a first-hand account. I'm telling you, they pulled it back for 227. That's why that juror was being weird. He didn't answer the question. That was ridiculous. Did you listen to that? Ems, you were spot on. That would be ridiculous. Also, I see a lot of you requesting a place to discuss. I don't want to necessarily... I guess I want to use a platform you're comfortable with, but I always open new streams right away after we end our stream. But I also want to make sure you have a place to talk. So if we can figure that out and I can set up a place for us to have a community, that would be great. I don't want it to be anywhere weird or anywhere anyone's uncomfortable with. So we'll take a look and we'll figure out how to do it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Vicky. He can't be right because if you take a look at what we just listened to there about Juror 4, but Lori, if you look at the timing, it was right after 2 o'clock. They pulled that verdict slip back right between 2 and 2:10, and then they returned it right around 2:25, 2:30, and then it got read right before 3. It was timed for 2:27. I'm telling you, they couldn't read it at 2:27. They knocked on the door at 2:27. I truly believe that in my heart of hearts. Oh, and also I know that I want to make sure I saw RP's response because I love getting my reading. And let me see. RP asked above. Hold on. Did I miss the answer? I love getting this kind of reading. Hold on. RP, I'm going to hang around for a bit if you don't mind, because I want to see it was the last year of the 1980s to answer your question. Hello, Folklore Duck. Yes, I've had enough to drink. I've drank in 2 full water bottles, and I had peanut M&Ms and a chicken dish for lunch. It means a lot to me. What am I copy pasting into Google Translate, One Beetle? Hold on, I can't see what you need me to translate. Yeah, so Callie Trish, let's watch it again.
Had decided on that way.
Later said they
verdict.
What happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do? What happened there?
That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away. It'll never be looked at. But on everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was for the OUI charge.
The driving under the influence, essentially, drunk driving.
Yes, driving under the influence. We in our deliberations, we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence.
So, how did the defense?
I don't understand. I just don't understand. Copy and paste in. Okay. Yes, Diana, I don't know if you missed the apology. I did apologize for letting myself and you down there. And also, Diana, I think I just actually didn't get the Facebook messages you sent. I checked every inbox on both profiles, so I want the messenger that I get from you is the one that I sent you the last message on. So any other inbox that you were sending me to, I don't know why it's not going to me, but it's not for your want of effort. I just haven't gotten them. And no, and I wouldn't even say, I think it was more about the disappointment that it wasn't actually moved. So I do want to apologize to you again personally, Diana, because I think you deserve that. But also, it is important. It's a learning moment for me, both as to, one, pausing, right? So even if I get frustrated, and that was not yelling, I just want to be clear. Even if I get frustrated and say, you can't be wrong about something like that, it's more a reflection on me, and I'm saying to myself, we got to double check, and so I shouldn't have, and I won't ever say something to you like, don't send information or things like that. But I did have to put a little check on myself there and say, even if you're frustrated, Grant, that was, Towel, that was your own failure there, because good faith, we saw how it happened, Diana. It was a post from the day before, misinterpreted. It comes down to me clicking the link, opening the link, 11 hours in, 2 hours in, it doesn't matter. That's the kind of thing I should recognize in real time. But okay, so I'm not. I want to try to figure out what. I want to see what happened. Let's see. Where did we get it? So I'm trying to figure out what I can copy and paste into Google Translate. So, but yes, in general, I think what's frustrating is we've had a lot of people who have requested that we not play or link Turtle Boy content, and I think so. I've asked a few times, and it's okay if people missed it, but it's all right if you want to link Turtle Boy content because it's like newsy, and then I'll review it. But I think I was flustered because people have asked us not to play it or put it up. So that's why I was a little flustered. And then the second thing is, again, it comes down to my own, personal failings of recognizing, even if something in chat is something I really, really want to report, and you saw it with Frank earlier, even if I really, really want to report it, I got to have that same mentality in those moments that I do with every other piece of news, which is open it, be deliberate, be composed, and don't let my frustration with myself reflect on anyone else, And now it has nothing to do with Diana. Anyone could have posted that link, and I think I would have been as excited and, as let down and then as frustrated. So take it as a learning moment for Towel. Not something that I plan on happening again, but you can see just excitement into sadness can lead to frustration. So we all are human after all. So, but I think it's how we respond to those moments. Yes, I believe so. That's correct, RP. Hold on. I'm pulling the back question. Can he speak? Hold on, Rose. I didn't see what you asked. I'm not really. I'm not really following. RP, do you have social media? I'll send you some of this. I guess I already talked. I was born Newton Wellesley Hospital. I think it was in the morning. You're right, RP. It was around that time. And then so Newton is in Massachusetts. Karen is, according to DP, probably being called as a witness for his upcoming trial, maybe to return the favor. That would be weird. But yes, I don't mean to just perpetually stay around. I'm just trying to figure out two things. One Beatles, do you have your Twitter name? I forgot to write it down earlier. Hi, One Beatles. Do you have your X name? I forgot to write it down earlier. Oh, goodness. I also want to hang out for a bit. Ciao. Oh, I see, One Beatles. Ciao. I love it. I love it so much. All right, Towel friends. So we do the same thing at the end of each day here. Towel's obviously a little bit tired. It's been an intense weekend, but I think we all were there for each other. And I think even in our weak moments, and obviously I'm going to feel bad about this for a while, but even in our weak moments, we're there for each other. I've cried on this stream. I've been overly excited. I've been overly appalled. I've been overly sad. And I've even been frustrated. The gambit of human emotions, ladies and gentlemen, the gambit of human emotions. Oh, thank you so much, One Beatles. I'm gonna, oh, Rose, I was so confused. You might not be wrong. You are not wrong, Rose. You are not wrong. Yeah, and I'm still waiting for David Yannetti to take Towel on in an interview. I don't think it's going to happen right now. There's a lot going on. But I did, One Beatles, get the Twitter username. I'm so excited to reach out and talk more. I just hope I haven't let too many of you down. Even an excitable Towel should hold himself to higher standards. So, all right. 3 ways to end this stream. Number 1, it's a public information service. Thank you to so many of you who have stuck around. It takes a lot of effort to put this together, even if I just sit in a chair the whole day. God bless you, friends. I'm so glad that you support the mission here to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. So long as you're committed to those principles, I will stay committed to you. Oh, thank you, Diana. God bless you. I appreciate that. ladies and gentlemen, let us stay dedicated to those principles. Let's remember that the mission of this public information service is indeed to facilitate and engender cogent public discourse, and thus ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. It means a lot to me that I had the opportunity to spend this day with you. And you know, part of what we do at the end of these chats is I like to be able to scroll through and say my appreciation to all of you. So let us do that in the spirit of good tidings and well wishes. So many of you have been here almost all day, and I want you to know that every single one of you, even if I can't say hello in chat, I notice I want to pay due homage and honor to the time you spent here, and I am willing to scroll up the entire chat. Now, what time we're going to start tomorrow, I don't know. Let's aim for, I think we have to start around when court opens, because I am not going to miss something going up on that docket. I am going to react to it live. If it does, I don't know what's, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, maybe never, but if it does, I want to be live when it happens. So I guess you can expect me before 8:30 in the morning. I have obligations as a towel. Good night, Alex. Okay, so let's do it. I'm just going to do it on my phone because my computer is giving Towel some issues. God bless you, Callie Trish. I appreciate that you're also patient with Towel. I know I'm very patient and willing to, I'll answer the same questions, and it doesn't matter. But, you know, you don't have to be patient with me. Like, you can do whatever you want. But the fact that you are patient with me means a lot to me. I don't take it for granted. I am a little towel. I have very high analytical intelligence. I have very low emotional intelligence. I have very low executive functioning skills. Susan Swan, God bless and good night. LS, you're not going to miss anything. I'm just saying goodbye. God bless you, friend. Vicky Moore, you're a masterclass in being a towel. Callie Trish, thank you so much. God bless. I will definitely check out that link of David Yannetti. Diana, thank you for that. I'll have it up for us in the morning. Yannetti at Fairview Garage, that definitely impacted the jury. There's no doubt about that in my mind. Oh, Natalie B., it was so kind of you. You're such a kind person. Callie Trish, Yannetti getting messy on his post, just rude. Jen Coffindaffer stood firm and checked him. Good job, Jen. Alex, super towel hugs to you. I'll try to get some rest. Thank you again, One Beatles, for your passing the username. Rose Batista, God bless you, dear friend. Towel appreciates you. I heard about your comment earlier. That means so much to me. God bless Hank Brennan. RP, we can follow up tomorrow on the read if I don't get to see it. Just know that it means a lot to me that you were thinking of me, and I can sense the good vibes now. Falcor Luck Dragon, God bless you, dear friend. Ange Whittick, all day super towel. You know I appreciate you, as do Steph. It was meant so much to me, Steph. You were here today. Super towel hugs to you and Ange. You are like the super towel team. Can we call you the super towel team? You're both so wonderful. Oh, Vicky Moore, it was so great to see you as well. I feel like I continue to see you throughout so many days. Ems, you're right, that TMZ reporter was genius. You are genius. Continue to share your brightness with the world. LS, I'm 2 days younger than you. Oh, we're born so close. It's so great to have you here, LS. I enjoy all your comments and your participation. Oh, Respect was here, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to see you, Respect. Maybe a username I needed to see today. Who else was with us? Oh, you all were chatting up a storm. Roseberry Moon, we're supporting the team tonight for you. We are, was it the Thunder? If so, go Thunder. The Thunder are towels. Havid Yad, thank you for that excellent interview. Same with you, Chit Chat and Coffee. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that was a wonderful towel day. And then I got one more thing to do. I have to say a super happy thank you, super towel thank you to Callie Trish, to Havid Yad for joining the panel, who I would have on any day, but Havid Yad also supports the amazing towel stream. Selma, thank you so much for your support. I hope Hank Brennan, as you said, hears all these people saying they want to write their letters of thanks to him. Hank Brennan is appreciated. Peony and Rose, you are a super towel. Selma, you are just a continuous super towel. That MBA thesis link was so interesting, and we'll look at it more tomorrow. Jew drops with the super towel emoji with the heart beating. God bless you. Selma says, I won't stop until we get justice for John. God bless you, Selma. God bless you. The world needs more people like you with that level of commitment, as the Towel Friends show day in and day out. Deborah, God bless you for your support of Towel Stream, my dear friend. Jew drops, Kiki and Riri, you're definitely sleeping, but Towel loves you as well. Selma, again, and again, ladies and gentlemen, this same thing happened earlier, and I should hold myself to the same standard with the Cairo versus Caio. So God bless you for everybody's help getting us through that. Selma, you are just a super towel. Thank you for every single piece of contribution you made today. You're amazing. And let me just say, I saw a Murder by Maestro literally pop in after 11 hours because Murder by Maestro is like, he's still going. I'm going to say hello. Super towel hugs from you. Hood straight from the trap. You made it right at the end. It was great to see you, my dear friend. I'm going to give you a hug. RP, yes, I do have a Twitter. If you want to send me a DM, don't worry. We can be very discreet. If I got to read that reading before bed, you don't understand, like, that would be amazing. I'm not trying to put a burden on you. RP, I'll share my Twitter. That would be amazing. The Twitter, my X is at Grant Smith Ellis. I think that's right. Is x.com/Grant Smith at Grant Smith Ellis. I will never run out of towels because you are. Just Me is still here. Oh, Rise Within is here. Literally, I say I never will run out of towels because someone new is always coming in to give us a fluffy towel hug. But you know how we're going to end this stream, ladies and gentlemen. You know how we're going to end it because some of you will not go to bed until I go to bed. If you really learned something today, if you found friends here, if you benefited, if you saw a towel go through the rise and fall of his own personal morality, ladies and gentlemen, you know how you can pay it forward. Look for reasons to do small acts of service. Look for reasons to be a beacon of light in a world defined by despair, self-interest, and greed. Look for reasons to be a helper. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to donate to homeless veterans. Look for reasons to donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Look for reasons to donate to animal shelters in general. Yes, find a reason to smile at someone on the street. Call a friend or a family member you haven't heard from in a while. Say hello to Lori Wallace joining in at the end of the stream and give a super towel hug. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it can be as simple as donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Furchell did one time and then had them designated honorary towels. Ladies and gentlemen, it can be as simple as that, and it may yet be possible, even if Towel doesn't live up to his own standards all the time, but that's what we have to work on as people. Even though I don't feel like a person most of the time, I feel like a towel. We can bring about a new digital epoch defined by the water bearer carrying a towel and centered on those principles of unconditional love and toleration and small acts of service. I believe it's possible because of you, and I think together, like ripples in the sands of time, we can continue to make the world just a little bit brighter, if not only our corner of it, which is, of course, forevermore, over 100 countries now, a little bit towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Towel Friends on X, you know we're going to say goodbye to you first because it means so much to us that you've been with us today, but you got a few minutes longer than the Towel Friends on YouTube in the beginning, which means they get a few minutes longer than you, even though we went 11 hours and 45 minutes, and I have to stop the stream because I can only go for 12 minutes or it doesn't stop the recording. God bless you. Thank you for supporting Towel Stream. Thank you for everything you do out there. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being a towel. Towelettes, washcloths, soap dispensers, flannels, hemp towels, beach towels, paper towels, microfiber towels, electric hand dryers, whatever type of towelettes, of course, washcloths. It means a lot to me that you've been with us. So Towel Friends on X, God bless. Stay safe out there. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We'll be back tomorrow morning before court opens, of course. And I love you very much. Know that. Towel Friends on the YouTube. That was a long day. Elizabeth Lander, you rock. You're a super towel. Natalie, have a great night. I never want to get rid of any of you. I hope you don't want to get rid of me. Towel loves you all so much. Even in my worst days, and I do want to apologize, even in 11 hours, even if there's one moment where I don't live up to my own standards, and I failed you, and I won't let it happen. It doesn't, even if we are not perfect, even if human morality is asymptotic and approaches but never touches the axis that is universal truth and universal morality, I can still strive to do better. There's no room for me not living up to my own principles. And I normally talk about in these moments how much I love and appreciate you all, which I do. But I also owe you a duty that is bigger than myself, that is bigger than my feelings, and that is bigger than even some of the issues that we analyze during this stream. And I will live up to those principles. Nothing will stop me, and I will reflect until I can perfect that which I am trying to accomplish here, which is engendering cogent public discourse centered on respect, the unconditional love, toleration, compassion, and small acts of service, such as to ward off usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. So, therefore, I love all of you very much. God bless you. Be safe. It's a Capricorn moon. We're all based in reality. I love it. I love it, RP. Looking forward to talking to you on Twitter. I have to follow your account, I think, for you to DM me. But if you leave a comment or find some way to let me know what your Twitter is. Also, RP, you can email me, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. grantsmithellis@gmail.com. So with that, towel friends, with a big, warm towel hug from me to you, please be safe until tomorrow. Who knows where this adventure will go next? I know that I feel safer on it with you, and I hope that together we'll be able to get through this. Here's a prayer for justice. Here's a prayer for the O'Keefe family, and here's a prayer for Hank Brennan and the rest of the prosecution team. This has been an intense series of events. Be safe, towel friends. Be well. Know that I love you very much. Until tomorrow, another day. My hugs to all of you. And actually, I can, hold on, watch this. I will show every single one of your comments, because if I don't do this, the bottom comment won't actually show. I want to be with you all for a reason too. So, God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. Until next time. Towel loves you.